Fang Chuang arrived in this world and found that everyone was enamored with their own beauty, especially his several senior sisters, who would feel utterly restless if a day passed without seeking him out. With no other choice, Fang Chuang could only acquiesce, sacrificing his own desires for the greater good of the vast sisterhood of the sect. However, the following day, Fang Chuang's spirits soared, for a system had arrived. Yet, this system seemed somewhat irreverent, with its features all directed towards the baser instincts. Thus, the God of Desires was born. Chapter 1. The Star of the Sect. I can't believe it. Is there truly no other man in the entire sect? Are they calling for me again? A young man with a small braid and delicate features, a piece of grass in his mouth, walked toward Qingwan Peak with his arms crossed behind his head, cursing under his breath. Along the way, peers greeted him constantly. They all, without exception, exhibited a mix of envy and jealousy in their eyes. Senior brother Fang Chuang. Off to Qingwan Peak again? Senior brother Fang Chuang. You must have perfect attendance this month. Senior brother Fang Chuang. To be honest, I have long yearned for Qingwan Peak, but due to sect rules, you understand. What is it like inside? If it's convenient, I have some fine vintage I pilfered from my master 2 years ago. In response to these inquiries, Fang Chuang wore an expression of impatience. Enough already. Instead of gossiping, why not devote your time to cultivation and strive to be selected? Then you'll know exactly what Qingwan Peak is like. No one noticed the profound sadness concealed in the depths of Fang Chuang's gaze as he spoke. All their words revealed a yearning for a singular place. Qingwan Peak, the site of dual cultivation for the Huan sect. There, one might poetically describe it as a realm of vibrant life. Bluntly put, it resembled a den of pleasure. A king without a crown. The brothels of the mortal realm appeared as mere shadows in its presence. While the earthly establishments dealt with the depraved, none would be found toiling in the fields at their doors. Yet, at Qingwan Peak, such labor existed. Was there someone responsible for clearing the sewers? Indeed, there was. Were there communal milk cows? Certainly there were. In essence, the pursuit of lust had been refined to its utmost extreme here. Even the most devout monks could only grasp their prayer beads and murmur a chant of Amitabha. Fang Chuang approached Qingwan Peak with the ease of familiarity. Gazing at the towering mountain shrouded in ethereal mist, one might almost mistake it for a paradise, were it not for the knowledge of what lay within. He arrived at the pavilion that had summoned him. Gently pushing the door open, an unusual odor rushed to greet him. In his past life as a notorious seducer, Fang Chuang was all too familiar with such scents. It seemed this encounter would be quite intense. Outer sect disciple Fang Chuang pays respects to Sister Lan. Fang Chuang stood firm, respectfully cupping his hands and greeting toward the bed. At the foot of the bed lay a completely desiccated corpse. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might believe it had weathered the elements for a millennium. Junior brother Fang, you have arrived? A languorous and alluring voice emanated from the bed. Even without seeing the speaker's face, it could ignite primal desires within. A bewitching creature, a natural seductress. Fang Chuang was taken aback. Such vocal allure. Had Lan Ji already ascended to the second tier of the Huan Sect's techniques? The technique, known as Montian Xing, sounded grandiose. However, the essence of its teachings was decidedly lewd. It instructed one in seduction and the art of pleasure without concern for the aftermath. The first tier of Montian Xing focused on physical allure. Put simply, it involved sacrificing one's corporeal form. The second tier, however, was about enchanting through voice. At this stage, mere sound could render one utterly entranced. In simpler terms, it was akin to using one's voice to evoke carnal pleasures. The more provocative the utterances, the more intense the sensations. The third tier was even more formidable. It involved enchanting the spirit. A single glance could ensnare one in a paradise crafted by the other. In this realm, one could act without restraint, emboldened by audacity. Even the most basic acts would go unpunished, as the illusions would surround one, celebrating their abandon. Yet, it was said that even the founding ancestors of the Huan sect had never reached this level. Currently, all within Qingwan Peak remained at the first tier of Montian Xing. With such individuals surrounding her, Lan Ji's extraordinary talent became all the more evident. Look up at me. The languid voice called again. Fang Chuang, in a daze, lifted his gaze, only to behold a pair of long, flawless legs resembling exquisite art. He felt that, leaving everything else aside, he could easily lose himself in their allure. As his gaze traveled higher, what a pity! The blanket obscured the view. On the other side, a breathtaking face emerged, one that exuded an irresistible charm with every smile and frown, captivating men to their very core. Seeing Fang Chuang genuinely look up, Lan Ji paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. This young man seemed rather naive, yet amusing, prompting her playful nature to resurface. You actually looked up when I told you to? Are you not aware that I specifically drain the essence of men? Fang Chuang shrugged nonchalantly. I know. You know yet remain so reckless? Because I am unafraid. Why are you unafraid? Unafraid simply means unafraid. At this moment, Fang Chuang had discarded the grass from his mouth, revealing a handsome face with a well-defined jawline. Upon closer inspection, he bore the appearance of a youthful dandy amidst the mundane world. Lan Ji scrutinized Fang Chuang intently, yet found it impossible to discern anything from his expression. She reclined against her cushions, pouting her lips. Very well then, have him removed. Take care of it. In 5 days, return to me. I shall personally assess your progress in cultivation. Understood. Fang Chuang was momentarily taken aback, eventually responding with a bitter acknowledgement. He then carried the nearly weightless, desiccated figure away. Watching Fang Chuang's departing silhouette, Lan Ji's gaze turned contemplative. With her second-tier prowess in Montianxing, she could not enchant him. Not only could she not enthrall him, but she had also observed that under her 3/10 power, he had not even offered a salute. Such a phenomenon could only arise from 3 possibilities. The first being that Fang Chuang was a eunuch, devoid of any capability. However, being accepted into the Cultivation Sect precluded this notion. The second possibility was that his cultivation surpassed hers by a significant margin. This too was unlikely. Who among the esteemed immortals would waste time in such a minor sect, engaging in trifles? Thus, only the third possibility remained. Fang Chuang harbored a secret, a significant secret. Upon this realization, Lan Ji fell silent, then glanced down at herself. Full and round. Very well. Meanwhile, the unfortunate fellow who had just been drained of his essence lay buried. Gently tapping the soil with a shovel, he sighed, Alas, I wonder if I shall be drained dry in the ecstasy of life and death 5 days hence. Brother, I reckon that in 5 days I shall join you. At that time, who knows, we may even become sworn brothers. Behind this small earthen mound lie countless others, densely clustered together. Within each of these humble graves rests a dried corpse, personally retrieved by Fang Chuang from Qingwan Peak. As he gazed upon each small mound, Fang Chuang could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fates of those who had perished. Each had fought valiantly for the opportunity to enter the celestial gate, unaware that it concealed gaping maws of bloodlust. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, for activating the multi-child blessing system. For each descendant you acquire, you shall earn 100 points. As each descendant ascends in realm, you will receive corresponding points based on their level of achievement. These points may be exchanged in the system's marketplace for various celestial treasures and talismans. Honored host, please embark upon your journey to another realm. Chapter 2. The more children, the more blessings system. Fang Chuang trembled with excitement, nearly dropping the shovel in his grasp. If he had not misheard, his golden opportunity had arrived. The more children, the more blessings system. The very name sounds enticing, befitting the stature of the foremost outer disciple of Cultivation Sect. System, what functions do you possess? Fang Chuang mentally inquired. Although uncertain about the means of communication with the system, he believed following the text would be infallible. Each time the host adds a descendant, they shall receive 100 points. The cultivation level of each offspring that advances will also yield points based on the breakthrough realm. The higher the breakthrough, the more points rewarded. Congratulations, dear host, for entering a parallel world. Now embark on your journey of procreation. As a first-time user, the system offers an additional starter gift pack. Would you like to open it? Fang Chuang's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he mentally replied to open it. A starter gift pack. This was indeed a delightful prospect. Many protagonists in novels often find themselves in dire situations prior to obtaining their systems, often as a mere son-in-law or a freeloader. Although the latter may seem enjoyable, having traversed into a new realm, one must achieve some accomplishments at the very least. acquiring multiple wives. Then, on an ordinary day, a once desolate protagonist, bearing various negative identities, acquired a system and, fortuitously, a starter gift pack. From that moment on, they shed their past and ascended to greatness, embarking on grand adventures. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the starter gift pack. You have received 100 desire pills, 50 sets of 21st century sensual garments, and an ultra-thin wolf fawn armor, crafted from celestial iron, impervious even to a transformation realm cultivator. Fang Chuang was stunned, standing there for quite some time, staring blankly at the items in his hands. A large box containing desire pills that resembled Lu Wei Di Huangwan, and a cardboard box from which a playful pink furry tail toy had mischievously emerged. There was also a gleaming silver armor, clearly meant for a subordinate. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for commencing the main quest. Conceive a child with Lanji. Reward, 100 points, a century of cultivation. Fang Chuang felt disheartened. A box of Lu Wei Di Huangwan, a trunk full of sensual garments, and a set of armor that, aside from its sturdiness, offered little else. This was his entire arsenal to face Lanji. Was this not akin to courting death? No, I must first accumulate some points, exchange for better equipment, and then tackle the boss, Lanji. Fortunately, the mission did not specify a completion time. Otherwise, it would be truly disastrous. As he walked, Fang Chuang contemplated this. The next moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Quest updated. Main quest. Engage in intimate relations with Lanji. Deadline, 30 days. What? Fang Chuang exclaimed in exasperation, throwing the sensual garments onto the ground. Upon returning to his dormitory, Fang Chuang paused, instinctively hiding the items behind him, while concealing them. He cursed inwardly. Darn system, providing such embarrassing items without even a storage ring. If any acquaintances saw this, he would be ostracized from Huan sect. The gossip would spread like wildfire, and the next day the entire sect would know there was a cosmic, unparalleled pervert outside the dormitory of an outer disciple, shamelessly indulging in sensual garments. Young man suddenly called a voice from beside him. Turning around, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged on a slightly smooth rock. The elder, with a head full of white hair and tattered clothing, was meditating, absorbing the essence of the universe. Fang Chuang quickly hid the items behind him, offering an awkward smile. Elder, were you calling me? Ha ha. The elder, upon hearing Fang Chuang's words, suddenly let out a hearty laugh. I observed your bright eyes and nimble legs. At such a young age, you possess a strong physique, and upon closer inspection, a powerful aura emanates from your run and dew meridians. You are indeed a rare prodigy in the realm of cultivation. The duty of safeguarding peace in the cultivation world and defeating the outer demon race shall fall upon you. Fang Chuang was taken aback. He was well acquainted with this tactic. Had this been in the past, he would have never fallen for it. However, he had traversed into another world and awakened a system. It was plausible that some enlightened beings could perceive his extraordinary fortune. With this thought, Fang Chuang discreetly tucked the desire pills into his pocket, kicking the sensual garments and subordinate armor aside. After freeing his hands, he quickly clasped his fists toward the elder. Your gaze is sharp, and you exude an extraordinary presence, truly remarkable. Could it be that you are the long-lost Shimanju, who has not appeared in the cultivation world for ages? Indeed, I am Shimanju, master of the heavenly gang Divine Fist. Fang Chuang's heart soared with joy. This fellow seemed quite easy to deceive. I must seize this opportunity and see if I can extract some valuable treasure from his person. Perhaps a heavenly-level technique or a divine artifact. Hastily, Fang Chuang said, the legends of Shimanju have spread far and wide across the continent. Today, to witness your esteemed presence is truly a blessing. I would have no regrets, even if I were to perish at this moment. Shimanju glanced at Fang Chuang with disdain of, I detest sycophants. For every flatterer I encounter, I shall slay one. Then he shifted his tone, pointing at Fang Chuang. However, you are different. I can sense your words are sincere. Here, I have several manuals. It is fate that we meet today. Come, choose one. No strings attached. Fang Chuang's heart leapt with joy. The main event was upon him. Whether he could complete the system's task of triumphantly approaching Lanji and thus embark on a path of procreation and prosperity depended on this moment. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Chuang leaned closer. Wow, your collection is indeed magnificent. These manuals, just a glance, sends shivers of excitement through me. They are clearly the pinnacle of cultivation techniques. As he spoke, Fang Chuang picked up one of the manuals. For instance, this one, Relias Divine Palm. Just the name carries immense grandeur. If I were to master it, suddenly, Fang Chuang realized something was amiss. Hastily, he glanced at the other manuals laid out on the ground. Upon reading the titles, his vision darkened. Nining Bone Claw, Yon Divine Skill, Nining Skill, The Legend of the Dragon Slayer, Gulliver's Travels. What the hell? No wonder the initial terms sounded so familiar. Even after crossing worlds, they had not even changed the titles of the items. Chapter 3. Are you certain you are a legitimate system? To be honest, staring at the plethora of manuals before him, Fang Chuang felt utterly bewildered. It felt as though he had traversed into another realm only to find himself in a void. The familiarity was overwhelming. Elder, where did you obtain these? Fang Chuang's voice trembled as he spoke. Oh, that is of little importance. Do you wish to have them? If you desire it, you must acquiesce to my conditions before I can provide it to you. Shimin Ju proclaimed, pen in hand. With his intentions unmistakably clear, to obtain these items, one simply needs to fulfill a single condition. Fang Chuang inquired, Senior, what is the condition you speak of? With an air of righteous authority, Shimin Ju replied, to have slept with Lan Ji. What nonsense is this? Fang Chuang was momentarily taken aback, then leapt to his feet. The condition set by Shimin Ju was shockingly akin to a task assigned by the system. What sort of man is this elder? Fang Chuang scrutinized Shimin Ju, who was digging his nose, exuding an aura of mystery. As the saying goes, to captivate someone, one must incite their curiosity. Unbeknownst to Fang Chuang, he was presently treading on perilous ground. Shimin Ju, after indulging in a rather unsightly habit, seemed to find it distasteful and wiped his fingers on his garment. Ugh! Fang Chuang felt his stomach churn violently. Seizing the opportunity while the elder was distracted, he hastily grabbed a random tome from the ground and fled. Even from a distance, he could hear Shimin Ju's voice calling after him. Having taken my item, you must complete the task, lest you face punishment. Upon returning to the dormitory of He Huanzong, Fang Chuang hurriedly shut the door, gasping for breath. Brother Fang, what has happened? Why the rush? Su Yang, who was tidying his bedding, was startled. Before joining He Huanzong, he had been a wealthy scion with a severe obsession with cleanliness, meticulously arranging his bedding multiple times a day. Sure. Fang Chuang placed a finger to his lips. Do you remember an old man within our sect? He then briefly described the elder's appearance. Sui Yang Bao said, I have not heard of such a person in He Huanzong. Brother Fang, could he possibly be a newly appointed elder? Impossible. Fang Chuang interrupted decisively. He Huanzong has never recruited male elders. It could not be him. Then I cannot say. However, Brother Fang, knowing you're close to Sister Lan Ji, do exercise restraint. Noticing the glint in Su Yang's eyes, Fang Chuang realized he had been misunderstood. With a wry smile, it seemed the entire sect believed he had something intimate with Lan Ji. No one knew that the female disciples of He Huanzong were a pack of vixens, ready to devour him whole. Fortunately, he had acquired some items. As he felt the presence of the lust pill, the brother armor, and the passionate garment within his storage ring, he mused that this was at least the system's first gift. Regardless, it should prove to be somewhat useful. Time flew by, and half a month passed. During this period, Fang Chuang remained unchanged, basking in the envious gazes of the outer disciples. After all, he was the only man permitted to freely enter Qing Wan Peak. Such privilege was more exhilarating to some male disciples than breaking through their ranks. As the saying goes, fame breeds controversy. Fang Chuang was presently engulfed in such sentiments. He had initially been content to live a laid-back life, occasionally indulging in the system's benefits. However, he now sensed an increase in gossip among the outer disciples. Did you hear? Brother Fang can freely enter Qing Wan Peak because he is a eunuch. You heard that too? I'm known for a while. I wondered why no outer disciple has ever accompanied Brother Fang to the restroom. Exactly. Think about it. A normal person wouldn't go to the restroom alone, right? What's the point of going alone? There must be a secret. Pop. A sunflower seed shell flew across the room. What kind of man goes to the restroom without calling someone? Who fears going alone? Everyone exchanged glances. A eunuch. Fang Chuang felt his mind go blank. This is absurd. It wasn't that he chose to go alone. It was that there was no one to accompany him. Those who had joined He Huanzong at the same time had been buried by him behind Qing Wan Peak. Now, all the outer disciples had to address him as senior brother. Competing with a group of youngsters over distance and urination? Wasn't that foolish? If he were to compete, it should be with peers of similar age for a proper challenge. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss such trivial thoughts. Alas, with fame comes controversy. As the brightest star among the disciples, Fang Chuang felt he should maintain a certain decorum, lest he shatter his idol image by mingling freely with other disciples. He retrieved the tome from Shimin Ju that he had planned to study thoroughly, just a few days prior, as he had prepared to delve into it. He had been summoned by the caretaker of Qingwan Peak. Finally, he had some private time to himself. As he opened the tome and laid eyes on the 4 bold characters on the cover, Fang Chuang's expression darkened. The title read, Kuei Bao Dian. Surely it couldn't be that simple. With a flicker of hope, he turned to the first page, only to be met with despair. The text read, to cultivate this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Bang! Fang Chuang slammed the Kuei Bao Dian to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, what nonsense is this? Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Is Fang Chuang there? Recognizing the voice of the Qingwan Peak protector, he quickly replied, this disciple is here. Sister Lan Ji requests your presence at Qingwan Peak's Peony Pavilion. Chapter 4. The Blue Enchantress. Sister Lan Ji? Fang Chuang's voice wavered slightly. Protector, may I ask what Sister Lan Ji wishes to discuss with this disciple? The protector's tone remained neutral, revealing no hint of emotion. Sister instructed that you should immediately go to Qingwan Peak's Peony Pavilion. Beyond that, I know not. With that, the footsteps faded away, indicating that the protector had departed. Fang Chuang hesitated before rising to his feet. Good heavens, this life is unbearable. He now seriously doubted whether He Huanzong had some vendetta against him. Throughout his journey, he felt increasingly anxious. By all that is holy, is it truly my turn now? More children, more blessings, my foot. Fang Chuang cursed these 4 words repeatedly in his mind. If only he could change his circumstances, even to the mortal realm. With his appearance, he could certainly promote the grand cause of more children, more blessings, expanding his lineage and filling his home with descendants. But what place is this? Tiger Mountain. Qingwan Peak is the den of the fiercest tigress atop this mountain. Which of these women is not a formidable opponent? Each one practices esoteric arts that harness the yin to supplement the yang. They could absorb energy from the earth, of living beings. Those predecessors who had ventured forth had all turned into mere sustenance. Buried behind the enchanting Qingwan Peak, is there a picturesque little hill? Fang Chuang has no desire to become one of its inhabitants, not even a gravestone to mark his existence. At most, during the Qingming festival, he might be recalled by a sentimental senior sister, perhaps a few drops of urine serving as his memorial. The more he pondered, the heavier his steps became. The allure of Qingwan Peak was intoxicating, yet to Fang Chuang, it resembled honey laced with poison, beautiful yet lethal. From a distance, he could hear faint, decadent sounds emanating from the private room, a cacophony that was difficult to articulate, rendering him flushed with embarrassment. Fang Chuang hesitated, his scalp prickling. He could barely withstand it, being a young man in the bloom of youth, who usually only dared to entertain risque thoughts in the confines of his mind. He had never encountered such a scene. Standing outside the pavilion, he wavered, contemplating whether to turn and flee. Just as he was entangled in this internal conflict, the sounds from within shifted abruptly. The previous joyful laughter and chatter seemed to have been paused, replaced by a stifled cacophony. As if someone was expending their last breath in a struggle akin to a duck gasping for air, its throat constricted. Fang Chuang recognized it as distinctly male. Gradually, the sound diminished, until silence enveloped the space. A chilling stillness filled the air. Cold sweat beaded on Fang Chuang's forehead. He need not contemplate. If that man had not succumbed, he would be digging his own grave. Here, on Qingwan Peak, a man's life was more fragile than paper. Indeed, the next moment, the sultry voice of Lan Ji echoed from within. Gidge, is that you? What are you doing out there? Kumin, your sister has been waiting for you for quite a while. At the sound of her words, Fang Chuang shivered, jolted back to reality. Taking a deep breath, as if preparing for death, he steeled himself and pushed open the intricately carved door of the Peony Pavilion. Upon entering, a rich, intoxicating fragrance assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to stumble. The pavilion exuded opulence, with translucent silk drapes swaying gently in the breeze, creating an ethereal atmosphere. At the center stood a grand soft couch made of zeton wood, adorned with exquisite silk cushions. A captivating woman reclined upon it, Lan Ji. Today, she wore a sheer crimson palace gown, its neckline plunging to reveal ample alabaster skin. Her hair was elegantly piled high, adorned with shimmering phoenix hairpins. Her eyes enchanting and playful, gazing at Fang Chuang with a knowing smile. His heart tightened, as though gripped by an invisible hand. Fang Chuang's gaze dared not linger too long on her. Instinctively, he glanced around. Indeed, in the shadows of the pavilion's corner lay a disheveled heap of garments, resembling the attire of male disciples from the Cultivation Sect, crumpled beyond recognition. Beside that heap rested something even more chilling, a vaguely human-shaped object casually draped with rough white cloth. A wave of icy dread surged from Fang Chuang's feet to the crown of his head. Lan Ji did not immediately react. Upon seeing Fang Chuang enter, she giggled. Slowly rising from the couch, her bare, delicate feet stepping onto the plush fur carpet, approaching him step by step. "Gidge, you finally arrived." Her voice was sultry and languid, exuding a magnetic allure. "What have you been busy with lately? Why haven't you come to see your sister? Is it because I am not worthy of your attention?" Her gaze felt like a hook, rendering Fang Chuang utterly uncomfortable, his back damp with perspiration. He forced a strained smile, more pitiful than a frown, appearing submissive while inwardly cursing Lan Ji's ancestors. He understood all too well that if he failed to articulate a coherent response today, he might very well end up as one of those beneath the white cloth. Desperation surged within him. In a flash of resolve, he shifted his expression from one of obsequiousness to one of righteous indignation, tinged with a hint of unjust grievance. "Senior sister, how could you think so poorly of me?" His voice rose unexpectedly, resonating with what seemed genuine emotion. "Your kindness towards me is as evident as the heavens and the earth. Were it not for your guidance, I might still be outside, toiling in menial tasks, devoid of the chance to converse with you here." He thumped his chest, feigning heartfelt sorrow. "Do you think I avoided you out of fear?" That's a dagger to my heart. Lan Ji was momentarily taken aback by Fang Chuang's sudden performance, her playful gaze intensifying with intrigue. She halted her steps, crossing her arms, watching him with keen interest, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Fang Chuang, sensing her silence, felt an increasing urgency but recognized that he could not falter now. Drawing a deep breath, he ceased his hesitation. His right hand brushed against the storage ring at his waist, and with a flash of light, an object appeared in his grasp. He raised a high, "Senior sister, please look." Lan Ji's gaze fell upon the item in Fang Chuang's hand, a garment made of silk, intricately woven with fine threads, resembling delicate lingerie adorned with elaborate lace. Remarkably, it was a soft, ethereal blue, resonating with her name. "Senior sister." Fang Chuang's voice brimmed with excitement. "This is a gift I specially prepared for you. I expended considerable effort, traversing the entire sect, even covertly infiltrating the spirit silkworm gardens of several elders to secure the finest ice silkworm silk. This fabric is as thin as a cicada's wing, barely perceptible to touch, perfect for accentuating your unparalleled beauty." He had even named it the Blue Enchantress, pouring forth words that seemed to convey genuine sentiment, as if he had traversed mountains and rivers for this lace garment. Chapter 5. A grand spectacle as Lan Ji beheld the silk garment in Fang Chuang's hand. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes, almost imperceptible. "Blue Enchantress?" Her tone dropped a notch, the earlier playful banter vanishing entirely. She extended her hand to receive the gossamer garment from him, her fingertips brushing over the smooth, cool silk. "Did you truly create this?" Lan Ji lifted her gaze, her eyes, shimmering with moisture, fixed intently upon Fang Chuang. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Fang Chuang felt the heavy stone of anxiety in his heart plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. Success. He had indeed wagered correctly. It was abundantly clear to him that he had barely traversed the perilous threshold of danger. However, he dared not display a hint of pride upon his visage. Instead, he exuded an air of earnestness, puffing out his chest with a resolute demeanor. "Senior sister, what you say is quite untrue. I dare not make any claims. But if you can find another identical blue demoness in the entire sect, nay, across the vast Tianyuan continent, I shall not hesitate to dig my own grave on the back mountain, ensuring I cause you no further trouble." His words were delivered with unwavering conviction, exuding an aura that was genuinely intimidating. Upon witnessing Fang Chuang's steadfastness, which seemed devoid of pretense, the icy depths of Lan Ji's heart were stirred, as if a small stone had been cast into its still waters. This lad, usually so glib and smooth-talking, possessed this level of sincerity. Yet, did she truly require such concern from others? While touched, her expression remained unchanged, though she acknowledged his thoughtfulness. She placed the blue demoness beside her on the soft couch. Very well. Lan Ji's tone regained its usual languid quality. She casually gestured towards the corner where a bundle concealed by white cloth lay. First, go and remove that unsightly thing and dispose of it properly. Upon your return, I shall entrust you with an excellent task. Certainly. Just watch, senior sister. Fang Chuang replied eagerly, not pausing to contemplate. If it meant preserving his life, he would not only drag a corpse, but would face a fierce beast head-on, if necessary. He turned and dashed out, fearing that Lan Ji might alter her decision. In a matter of moments, Fang Chuang returned, shouldering a crude, self-fashioned tool. This time, the panic that had been etched across his face upon entering was nowhere to be seen. Although the individuals in this realm could be terrifying in certain respects, one thing was certain. They were men of their word. Senior sister, I have returned. I have taken care of that fellow, Fang Chuang declared, thrusting the tool against the ground by the door before stepping into the room. Yet, as soon as he entered the meat chamber, he froze, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Almost instantly, he felt a warm liquid surge beneath his nose. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it. Blood. By my dear grandmother. What a magnificent spectacle. The scene before him was so overwhelming that even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he nearly lost his composure. Inside the chamber, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Lan Ji had donned the blue demoness. The gossamer blue silk clung to her exquisite form, accentuating her alluring curves. The fullness of her bosom resembled ripe melons, ready to burst forth. Her long, snow-white legs, set against the backdrop of the deep blue, appeared even more dazzling. Fang Chuang felt parched, his mind buzzing. When he had presented this gift, he had merely thought of its novelty, never daring to consider its deeper implications. Now, witnessing the blue demoness adorning Lan Ji, he comprehended the sheer potency of its allure. At this moment, Fang Chuang regarded Lan Ji with a sense of awe, offering her a silent salute, conveying the highest respect. In a place like Qinghuan Peak, changing garments required no decorum. Closing the door? An impossibility. As Fang Chuang was lost in this reverie, a teasing voice broke through, pulling him back to reality. Little brother, are you so entranced? Lan Ji languidly leaned against the vanity, propping her chin on her delicate hand, her eyes glimmering mischievously. What do you think of this outfit? Does it please you? She paused, her voice laced with an enchanting allure. Would you care to try it on? Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang's mind buzzed, nearly short-circuiting. The warmth that had stirred in his nostrils surged once more. He hurriedly retreated 2 steps but stumbled against the threshold, nearly losing his footing. Senior sister, please do not jest with me. I could never dare. Fang Chuang's tongue felt knotted, his gaze darting around in panic. Unable to meet the gaze of the blue demoness before him. This woman was a veritable bombshell of hormones, her allure far too potent. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Lan Ji let out a melodic laugh. With graceful steps, she approached him. Oh dear, look at you. Your face is as red as a monkey's bottom. She extended her delicate, ivory finger, her enchanting eyes shimmering with mischief. What is it? Is it that I am unappealing? Or perhaps this attire does not suit your fancy? The warm trickle of blood ultimately succumbed to the relentless visual assault, a crimson droplet falling conspicuously onto Lan Ji's pristine hand, glaringly bright against her fair skin. Fang Chuang was nearly petrified. Forgetting all semblance of dignity, he hastily retrieved a rag from his pocket. Beautiful, beautiful. Senior sister, you look splendid in anything. This outfit is simply tailored for you. A perfect match. Not even a celestial being could rival your beauty. Fear gripped him. It was evident that this enchantress was dangerously toying with fire. If he did not grasp the situation promptly, he might not see the morrow's sun. Life was precious, beauty, while alluring, required one to be alive to appreciate it, did it not? Lan Ji observed his comical yet desperate attempt at composure, her elegance returning as she withdrew her hand. Enough, I see your level of resolve. Her tone regained a semblance of her usual laziness. Fang Chuang dared not engage further, lowering his head, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself. Yet internally, he screamed, of course, I desire it. How could I not want it? I dream of it. But such daring thoughts would never escape his lips. It seemed Lan Ji had had her fun. She extended her finger, lightly patting the empty space beside her. Come, sit. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang's heart raced. What did this mean? Was the trial not yet over? He hesitated but steeled himself, moving closer to take a seat about half a foot away from Lan Ji, carefully perching on the edge of the soft couch. He feared being too close might ignite the flames of desire. Lan Ji cast him a glance, the corners of her mouth subtly lifting in approval of his cautiousness. She tempered the teasing glint in her eyes, her expression becoming more serious, no longer laden with provocation. Very well, I shall not tease you further. She began to speak slowly. Previously, I mentioned a rather intriguing assignment, and now I can divulge its details. Chapter 6. The Soul-Partitioning Cliff of the Rear Mountain. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang felt a profound sense of relief within. He promptly sat up straight, adopting a demeanor of earnest attentiveness. Please, senior sister, do tell. I shall face any challenge with unwavering resolve. Although this proclamation was somewhat exaggerated, Lan Ji regarded him with a discerning gaze, seemingly weighing the sincerity behind his words. After a brief moment, she spoke leisurely. While facing challenges may not be necessary, this task indeed possesses both interest and a degree of peril. Archingwan Peak harbors a secret location that has recently experienced some unusual occurrences. Secret location? Unusual occurrences? Fang Chuang's heart stirred with curiosity. Yes, Lan Ji affirmed with a nod. The specifics of these disturbances remain unclear for now. The upper echelons of our sect are quite concerned about this matter, yet they prefer to keep it discreet to avoid unnecessary panic and speculation. Thus, we require a reliable individual to investigate incognito. Fang Chuang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The fact that the sect's leaders regarded this matter with such seriousness and caution indicated that it was certainly not a trivial affair. Lan Ji observed him intently. You already know who was originally assigned to this task. Fang Chuang's heart sank, suddenly comprehending. The unfortunate soul he had swiftly dealt with before was indeed the one responsible for probing into the disturbances. No wonder Lan Ji had mentioned returning to inform him of a good assignment. It seemed this pitfall had been set long ago, just waiting for him to leap into it. Does senior sister mean for me to undertake this? Fang Chuang inquired cautiously, though he was already 7 or 8 parts certain of the answer. Lan Ji's lips curled into a meaningful smile, tinged with a hint of teasing. What, are you afraid? Fang Chuang straightened his back immediately. Senior sister, you're jesting. Although my cultivation is modest, I possess courage. Moreover, it is my honor to alleviate senior sister's burdens. I cannot wish for more. The flattery felt somewhat embarrassing even to him. You do possess a modicum of discernment, Lan Ji acknowledged with a satisfied nod, seemingly pleased with his response. The reason for selecting you is twofold. First, you appear to possess a degree of cleverness. You are not a blockhead fool. Secondly, she deliberately elongated her tone, causing Fang Chuang to feel a chill run down his spine. You are an unfamiliar face, which makes it less likely for others to take notice. Finally, Lan Ji articulated her second reason. Although that secret location is concealed, there are always some perceptive individuals and infiltrators around. Sending a familiar face would only alert them and invite unnecessary trouble. Fang Chuang felt a sudden clarity wash over him. This matter was indeed of great significance, and he needed to deliberate thoroughly. If anything were to go awry, she did not finish her sentence. Yet the implied threat was palpable. Fang Chuang understood that he had no path of retreat now. Having boarded Lan Ji's ship of peril, he could only brace himself and forge ahead. Rest assured, senior sister, Fang Chuang declared boldly, I will exercise utmost caution and tread carefully, ensuring I do not disappoint your trust. Lan Ji regarded him for a moment longer before finally nodding slowly. Very well, with your word, I am reassured. Rising gracefully from her seat, she walked over to her dressing table. From an intricately carved jade box adorned with a phoenix motif, she retrieved a palm-sized black token. The token felt icy to the touch, engraved with the character for blue in ancient script. This is my token. Keep it safe. Lan Ji handed the token to Fang Chuang. Remember, this matter must not be mentioned to anyone, including any other disciples of the sect. Should even a whisper of this leak, Fang Chuang accepted the token with solemnity, pressing it close to his heart. I shall guard my silence fiercely and will not betray your trust, senior sister. Indeed, Lan Ji's expression softened somewhat. She stepped to the window, gazing out at the scenery. That secret location lies beneath the soul-partitioning cliff at the rear of Qingwan Peak. This token will guide you to the exact location. The soul-partitioning cliff? Fang Chuang's heart jolted at the name. It sounded ominous indeed. Precisely. Lan Ji turned to face him. There are quite a few surprises awaiting you there. She paused, seemingly recalling something amusing. Ah, within that secret location, a peculiar type of ghost orchid grows, bearing a resemblance to my blue demon flower. If you happen to see it, do feel free to gather some for me. I might have use for it. Bowing respectfully, Fang Chuang waited until Lan Ji's graceful figure had returned inside before daring to straighten up, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Damn it. This woman is truly a merciless enchantress. He scolded inwardly, yet he did not dare to show any disrespect. He understood well that his life now rested precariously in the hands of this capricious senior sister. Soul-partitioning cliff, ghost orchid, he repeated to himself, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. What kind of place was this soul-partitioning cliff? Everyone at Qinghuan Peak knew its notorious reputation as a forbidden area. Ordinary disciples would think twice before even approaching it, let alone descending. It was said that the winds howled fiercely there year-round, with toxic miasma permeating the air, harboring unknown ferocious beasts and birds. One misstep could lead to a fate of utter annihilation. Determined to show no signs of hesitation, Fang Chuang accepted his mission with gravity and swiftly departed from Yuden Pavilion, making his way back to his dormitory. He did not raise an alarm, for Lan Ji had instructed him that the fewer people who were aware of this matter, the better. Upon returning to his dormitory, he was fortunate to find it empty. Fang Chuang retrieved a few pieces of dry rations from beneath his bed and filled a tattered water skin with fresh water. This constituted his entire supply for the journey. He took out the black token once more, carefully concealing it close to his person, feeling slightly more at ease. As night deepened, when the last group of patrolling disciples yawned and wandered further down the mountain path, Fang Chuang slipped out of his dwelling like a shadow in the night. He chose to traverse the more secluded, unfrequented paths, his figure flitting between the shadows of trees and rocks, evading any potential encounters with patrolling disciples or others. Along the way, even the slightest rustle sent his heart racing, fearful of being discovered. After several arduous hours of trekking, as the dawn began to break with a faint glimmer on the horizon, Fang Chuang finally arrived at the fabled vicinity of the soul-partitioning cliff. The moment he stepped into the area, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. This cursed place truly lived up to its fearsome reputation. Chapter 7. Delivering Benefits. Fang Chuang stood at the cliff's edge. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, rushing straight to the crown of his head. The mountains loomed perilously, shrouded in swirling mists. The atmosphere was imbued with desolation and deathly silence, as if this place were a forbidden zone for life. He cautiously retrieved a pitch-black talisman from his bosom. Upon contact with the air of Duanhuanya, the talisman reacted immediately. Its previously frigid surface quivered slightly, emanating a warmth that made his palm feel pleasantly heated. Soon after, the ancient blue characters of the talisman's forefront glimmered with a faint yet distinct azure light, akin to a delicate needle pointing towards a certain direction deep within the left lower section of Duanhuanya. A surge of joy filled Fang Chuang's heart. Finally, the woman known as Lan Ji had not led him astray in this endeavor. Guided by the dim luminescence of the talisman, he began to search for a foothold along the steep cliff's edge. He recalled Lan Ji's admonitions. The ethereal blue glow led him to a relatively gentler slope, albeit still treacherous. Beneath the slope, the fog thickened, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Was he to descend from here? Fang Chuang swallowed hard, preparing to investigate. Suddenly, the blue light on the talisman flickered violently, directing him towards a massive black boulder approximately 10 zhang below the slope. The rock, jagged in form, exuded a chilling aura. Through the crevices of the stone, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint blue glow, stubbornly piercing through the rock's fissures. Intrigued, Fang Chuang steeled himself and approached. He pushed aside a few withered vines entwined around the boulder and craned his neck to peer into the narrow gap, barely wide enough for a person to pass sideways. A breeze, faintly tinged with a fishy scent, wafted through the opening, sending a shiver down his spine. Within the crevice, the source of the ethereal blue light flickered in and out of view, resembling a gem buried deep underground. Staring intently at the blue glow, a sudden thought struck Fang Chuang. The Yolan that Lan Ji spoke of must refer to this. He scratched his head, bemused. When Lan Ji assigned the task, he had been too preoccupied with devising a means to stealthily leave the sect to consider the details. He had neglected to inquire thoroughly about what Yolan truly was, what it looked like, and what characteristics it possessed. Now, he was left to rely solely on intuition. However, the talisman's guidance had indeed brought him to this point. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chuang resolved that having come this far, he could not return empty-handed. If it were known that he had not dared to enter, but had retreated, he would surely face severe consequences. The thought of Lan Ji's beautiful, yet beguiling visage sent chills down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and squeezed sideways through the narrow fissure in the rock. On the other side of the crevice, a vast natural cavern unfolded before Fang Chuang's eyes. Stalactites of peculiar shapes hung from the ceiling, with droplets of water falling rhythmically, echoing in the silent cave. What surprise awaited him as he groped along the rocky walls? He could not help but mutter to himself. The memory of Lan Ji's enigmatic smile when she mentioned the word surprise lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of foreboding. The deeper he ventured, the more expansive the cave became, and the path beneath his feet transformed from rugged to relatively smooth. Simultaneously, a dense hissing sound began to reach his ears, reminiscent of countless serpents slithering through grass, sending tingles of unease down his spine. Fang Chuang's heart raced, fearful of stepping on something he ought not to disturb. As he utilized the feeble light filtering in from the cave entrance and rounded a massive stalagmite, he was suddenly frozen in place, as if ensnared by an invisible force. A bone-chilling dread enveloped him. Snakes, countless snakes, an uncountable multitude coiled upon the cavern floor, forming a writhing sea of serpents. The larger ones were as thick as water barrels, while the smaller ones were wrist-thick, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a spilled palette of paint. They raised their heads high, their forked tongues flicking rapidly in the air. Amidst this serpent sea, upon a slightly elevated black rock, a peculiar plant thrived. Its long leaves resembled the finest orchid, exuding elegance, while its blossoms appeared to be sculpted from the purest azure crystal, translucent and radiating a soft, dreamlike blue glow. This was the very source of the light he had observed outside. Yolan, so this is what it looks like. Fang Chuang's lips quivered, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Was this truly the surprise Lan Ji had mentioned? Damn it! Was the woman with a heart of venomous intent intending for him to serve as a snack for these venomous serpents? Did she truly want him to enter this place? Overwhelmed, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. How could he not? He had unwittingly disturbed a nest of serpents, even with extraordinary strength. How could he contend against such a multitude of venomous creatures? In an instant, he would be reduced to mere bones, devoid of any remnants. He instinctively patted the few precious items on his person, the almost useless lace armor, the Xiao Chuang armor, and 100 Yunu Dan. Damn it, this was all he possessed. Did he have to don the lace armor with a Xiao Chuang armor, and then throw a handful of Yunu Dan into the serpent horde while proclaiming, "Here you go, my little ones, a treat from your master"? The image was so absurd that he could hardly fathom how creatively he would meet his demise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed that the previously agitated serpents, disturbed by his intrusion, seemed to receive some invisible command. An eerie spectacle unfolded. The venomous snakes all retreated in unison, creating a narrow passageway that allowed only one person to pass through. This winding passage led directly toward the black rock where the Yolan thrived. What was happening? Fang Chuang gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend the scene before him. The reversal was so swift and unexpected that his already slow-witted mind struggled to process it. As he stood there dumbfounded, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind the Yolan. This figure was not tall, and could even be described as petite and delicate. Yet, with her appearance, the very air within the cavern seemed to solidify. Even the venomous serpents that had just retreated to the sides lowered their sinister heads even further, as if in reverence to their supreme queen. Chapter 8. Merely passing through when the figure fully emerged from the shadows behind the Yolan. Fang Chuang's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. It was a young woman, perhaps excessively youthful in appearance. Her petite and exquisite frame was adorned in a simple white gown, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. In stark contrast to her delicate stature and understated attire was her visage, a face that could render all other colors in the world pale by comparison. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, resembling the purest jade hidden beneath a millennia-old glacier. Not a single imperfection could be discerned. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her lips were naturally tinted a rosy hue. This was a visage so perfect it bordered on the otherworldly, breathtaking to the point of rendering one unable to gaze directly at her. Yet what truly sent shivers down Fang Chuang's spine was not her beauty, but the aura she radiated. If Lan Ji's chill contained a hint of beguiling venom, then the cold exuded by this woman was the essence of pure frost. With her arrival, the oppressive atmosphere within the cave intensified manifold. The pressure previously imposed by the serpents now seemed trivial in her presence. Fang Chuang felt as if he had collided head-on with an invisible iceberg. When the name of my dear grandmother, he lamented inwardly. What level of boss is this? That wretched Lan Ji. Had she sold herself to an even more formidable serpent demon? The woman moved with graceful steps, each one seeming to tread upon the very tip of Fang Chuang's heart. He involuntarily shivered. She halted about 3 zhang away from him, her icy gaze piercing through him like the sharpest probe, scanning him inch by inch. When her eyes fell upon the barely visible black lace at his chest and the evidently ill-fitting armor, Fang Chuang distinctly sensed a further drop in the air temperature. He longed to find a crack in the ground to hide himself. Anything would be preferable to being scrutinized by such an ethereal beauty with a gaze that felt almost predatory. Why have you intruded upon this place? At last, the woman spoke. Her voice was as ethereal as her presence, echoing through the silent cavern. Each word struck Fang Chuang's nerves like shards of ice. He jolted, almost kneeling in place. This was no mere inquiry. It was a judgment. He felt as though he'd been thrown into an ice cellar, chilled to the core. His throat was parched, his tongue knotted, and for a moment, he could not utter a single word. Speak. The woman's voice remained devoid of inflection, yet it bore an undeniable authority. Fang Chuang realized that this was not the time for feigned ignorance. His life was at stake. He struggled to muster a smile more grotesque than tears. Esteemed lady, I did not intend to intrude, I swear. His gaze instinctively darted to the watchful serpents, fearing that a single misstep in his words would lead to him being torn to shreds by these guardians. The woman frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with his address and incoherent demeanor. Sensing her displeasure, Fang Chuang felt even more desperate and hastily corrected himself. It was Lan Ji. Yes, it was senior sister Lan Ji who sent me. In a moment of panic, he betrayed Lan Ji. A dead friend is better than a dead monk. That wretched woman led me here. He felt he owed it to himself to reveal her role in this predicament. Lan Ji. A flicker of barely perceptible intrigue passed through the woman's cold gaze. What did she ask you to do? Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang shook his head vigorously. I do not know, esteemed lady. You see, senior sister Lan Ji merely gave me a broken token, claiming it to be a surprise. Then the token glowed and brought me here. He fumbled in his pocket, producing the azure token and holding it aloft, fearing she might doubt him. I am merely a messenger, purely passing through. I swear to the heavens that I have no ulterior motives regarding your abode or this enchanting blue. Senior sister Lan Ji had not provided any specific instructions, only telling him to follow the token until he discovered the surprise. Fang Chuang's face was a picture of anguish as he nearly swore to the heavens. The woman listened quietly to his explanations, her gaze lingering on the azure token for a moment. The cave once again fell into an oppressive silence. Fang Chuang, holding the token high, felt his wrist tremble, not from the weight of the token, but from fear. Time ticked by slowly. Finally, the woman slightly tilted her head and gestured toward the token with a subtle motion. An almost imperceptible ripple emanated from her fingertip, gently brushing over the azure token. The ghostly glow upon the token seemed to brighten momentarily before returning to its original state. Indeed, it was her Yulan guiding light. Fang Chuang's eyes lit up instantly. There was hope. This token was indeed a talisman for survival. That wretched Lan Ji had not led him to his doom after all. Esteemed lady, do you recognize this token? Fang Chuang asked cautiously. The woman did not respond immediately, her gaze shifting from the token back to Fang Chuang. This item is a token of trust between Lan Ji and myself from years past, she said slowly, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. We agreed that if we were to meet while holding this token, it would be for a specific purpose. Fang Chuang was momentarily taken aback. A token of trust? His mind conjured countless melodramatic scenarios. However, his instinct for survival compelled him to suppress these thoughts. Now is not the time for gossip. What does senior sister Lan Ji seek from you? Fang Chuang probed, his heart racing. Surely, Lan Ji had not offended this powerful figure and sought him as a scapegoat? Given her nature, such a thing was entirely plausible. The woman's icy gaze swept over Fang Chuang once more, causing the momentary relief he had felt to dissipate. She sent you here to assist me in clearing out some items. Clearing out items? Fang Chuang blinked, momentarily at a loss. But upon reflection, he realized that surviving was better than being torn apart by countless serpents. No problem. Just tell me what to clear out, and I assure you it will be spotless. He immediately thumped his chest, eager to comply. As long as they did not kill him, he would do anything, even bark like a dog. The woman appeared unfazed by his enthusiastic response. This serpent den has accumulated a considerable amount of filth that requires cleansing. Serpent den? Fang Chuang's smile froze on his lips, his tongue stumbling. Merely hearing the words serpent den sent shivers down his spine, coupled with the image of the myriad vividly colored serpents within the cave. The notion of filthy items made him feel queasy. The woman's gaze shifted towards the depths of the cave. Those things, remaining here, would undoubtedly be a calamity. Her voice echoed softly. Lan Ji would indeed find someone, knowing that it was inconvenient for me to act personally. Fang Chuang's heart sank completely. From her tone, it was clear that this filthy matter was likely far from ordinary refuse. That damned woman, Lan Ji. She was clearly pushing him into a pit of fire. That noble lady. Fang Chuang's voice trembled with suppressed tears, his face more bitter than a bitter melon. Such coarse labor. I fear I may not perform adequately. Just look at my delicate skin. I cannot lift or carry anything. What if I inadvertently cause you trouble? The woman, however, did not even raise an eyebrow, merely coldly uttering two words, die or do. Chapter 9. The Snake-esque Caretaker. Faced with those emotionless eyes, Fang Chuang had no doubt that should he dare utter another negative word, he would become the appetizer for the beasts dwelling in the serpent's den. A true man knows how to bend and stretch. Better to live poorly than to die well. Fang Chuang forced a smile even more grotesque than tears, nodding vigorously. I will do it. Noble lady, you command, and I shall bravely tread through fire and water. Without hesitation, the woman cast a blank glance at him. She did not speak further, simply turning on her bare feet, her steps light as she ventured deeper into the cave. Her graceful silhouette, shrouded in the dimness of the serpent's lair, exuded an eerily enchanting aura. Fang Chuang dared not lag behind, quickly following her lead. As he walked, he hastily rummaged through his storage pouch. Soon, he tore 2 strips of cloth from an unknown tattered garment. Better than nothing, he consoled himself. After searching a moment longer, he held tightly to a black iron rod, roughly the length of his arm and the thickness of a finger. This was something he had kept just in case. Initially intended as a weapon, but he never anticipated it would be employed in such a manner. He was suddenly choked by the cloth stuffed in his nose, coughing a couple of times. Lan Ji, you sly fox. Once I escape, if you don't bear me 3 sons, I will hold it against you. The woman halted before a relatively spacious cavern. The light here was even dimmer than at the entrance. Even though Fang Chuang had plugged his nose with cloth, he still felt waves of nausea wash over him. This is the place, she said flatly, turning sideways and extending her pale hand to point deeper into the cave. Following her gesture, Fang Chuang initially saw nothing but darkness. He channeled a thin stream of spiritual energy to his eyes, barely managing to discern the grotesque scene within the cavern. His pupils dilated, and his mouth fell agape. The cloth stuffed in his nose nearly flew out from shock. What the hell? An exclamation escaped his throat uncontrollably. He admitted he had overthought the situation. Earlier, he had imagined the so-called filthy matter might be remnants of some sinister ritual, mentally preparing himself for the sight of bloody carnage and bleached bones. However, he had never expected to encounter such a grand spectacle. Good heavens, an entire football field's worth of excrement. No, perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as a mountain. A mountain composed entirely of serpent droppings, emanating an intensely suffocating stench. It stretched endlessly before him. It was nothing short of a biological weapon. Fang Chuang felt as if his mind was buzzing, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of filth before him. At that moment, the icy filter through which he viewed the woman shattered completely. It seemed even the most beautiful woman, even one resembling a celestial being, must deal with such sordid matters. Oh no, this was undoubtedly the work of serpents. Surely, the icy beauty wound soil her hands with such tasks? That was why she had found him. The unfortunate one. Yet, he reflected, he had never seen a celestial maiden needing to resolve such biological issues. Logically, cultivators, due to their refining of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, possess minimal bodily impurities, rendering such occurrences exceedingly rare. But here, how many serpents had contributed to this grotesque accumulation over the years? Standing before that mountain of excrement, with 2 pieces of cloth stuffed in his nose, Fang Chuang felt as insignificant as an ant lost in a giant's lavatory. His worldview was undergoing an unprecedented upheaval. "This is the matter you must clean." She paused, seemingly noticing his dazed expression, and added, "Get to work before I lose my patience." Fang Chuang swallowed hard, the saliva in his mouth carrying an imagined foul odor. He glanced at the iron rod in his hand, then at the towering mound before him. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Could this truly be resolved with an iron rod? Wouldn't it require a figure of legendary strength to move such a mountain? "Noble lady, could you perhaps provide a more suitable tool, or simply cast a spell?" Before he could finish, her frigid gaze interrupted him. "Either act or perish." "Damn, you're ruthless." Fang Chuang cursed inwardly, resigned to his fate as he turned away. He took a deep breath, the stench penetrating even through the cloth, causing tears to well in his eyes. He raised that pitiful iron rod, closed his eyes as if walking to the execution ground, and thrust it toward the edge of the mountain. With a squelch, Fang Chuang fought to suppress the upheaval in his stomach, exerting all his strength to pry off a small piece. The waste, accumulated over countless years, had solidified to a clay-like toughness. The iron rod only loosened a few scattered fragments, utterly insignificant against the vast expanse of the mountain. "Hurry up!" The voice behind him rang out again, laced with evident impatience. Fang Chuang dared not look back and could only hasten his movements. He jabbed and pried repeatedly, sweat soon soaking his clothes. The cloth in his nose had long since lost its effectiveness, the stench seeping into his senses, making him dizzy and nearly retching. Time dragged on in this desperate toil. On the first day, the area Fang Chuang managed to clean was hardly larger than the space where he lay down. The second day brought little progress. His arms ached to the point he could scarcely lift them, and his palms were raw from the iron rod, burning with pain. By the third day, he began to question his very existence. Here he was, a traveler from another realm, burdened with a system, yet reduced to cleaning filth, and worse, serpent filth. If this were to spread, how could he ever face the world of cultivation again? The woman remained like a cold overseer, standing nearby. She neither offered assistance nor departed, only occasionally issuing a chilling reminder when his movements lagged. "Do not waste time." Fang Chuang's patience and strength were rapidly depleting. He even began to hallucinate, feeling as if the viscous waste had come alive. Transformed into countless writhing serpents, they sought to engulf him. Thus, he muddled through the 7th day, his senses dulled. His movements became mechanical, his gaze vacant. His mind was a void, leaving only the instinct to wield the iron rod. Physically drained, he was sustained solely by an inexplicable willpower. That afternoon, as per routine, he plunged the iron rod deep into the mound of excrement, preparing to pry loose a larger, somewhat desiccated section. He stumbled, propelling himself toward the mound. Cursing, he instinctively reached out in desperation. His palm landed on a relatively flat area. Yet he sensed an unusual texture. It was not the previously encountered sticky repulsion, but rather a hollow sensation. He steadied himself, suppressing his nausea, and carefully used the iron rod to clear the surface filth. Soon, a small, dark cavity came into view. The opening seemed deep, with faint sounds of airflow resonating within. A bold hypothesis struck him. Could this be a blocked drainage outlet? Much like a clogged sewer. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, illuminating his despairing heart. He held his breath and cautiously inserted the iron rod into the opening. It appeared empty inside, but the edges were tightly sealed with thick excrement. There was a way. His spirits lifted, he disregarded his disgust and began to excavate the obstructive material with his hands. The remnants were dry and hard, exuding a long-standing foul odor. Yet, he felt as if he had unearthed a gold mine. With a vigorous tug, he dislodged a larger chunk. Almost instantly, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the surrounding blockage began to loosen. A powerful suction suddenly emanated from the opening. Startled, he quickly retreated. The nearby excrement began to collapse like quicksand. being drawn into the inconspicuous hole. Initially, it was merely a trickle. However, as the blockage was cleared by the rushing air and subsequent flood, the suction intensified, expanding in range. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a dam releasing a torrent. The entire mound trembled violently, and an avalanche of waste surged downward like a mudslide. The spectacle was both magnificent and revolting. The dark brown deluge roared within the cave, producing a deafening sound. Fang Chuang stood in bewilderment, witnessing this miraculous scene unfold. The mound of excrement that had tormented him for 7 days was visibly diminishing. It was being consumed as if it were mere water. This efficiency surpassed his efforts with the iron rod, which would have taken an eternity. In less than half an hour, the once boundless mound was reduced to a mere thin layer on the ground, accompanied by the lingering, pungent odor in the air. Exhausted, Fang Chuang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His face was smeared with filth and sweat, speckled with dubious brown stains, yet he wore a foolish grin. He had survived. Finally, it was over. After resting for a while, he struggled to rise and approach the woman who still emanated a chilling aura. Fairy, the filth, oh no. The impurities have been mostly dealt with. However, the ground remains quite dirty. Could you possibly conjure some water to wash it away? The woman surveyed the nearly emptied cave and then looked at the disheveled Fang Chuang. Without a word, she gently raised her hand. A stream of clear water appeared as if conjured from thin air. Like a docile spirit serpent, it began to wash the cave's floor under her command. Where the water flowed, the filth was swiftly removed, revealing a grayish-white rocky surface. Soon, the entire cave was left sparkling clean. Although a faint, odd odor lingered in the air, it was a far cry from the previous stench. After completing this task, the woman withdrew her hand, and the water dissipated. Fang Chuang gazed at the now pristine cave, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. These past 10 days had been the darkest, most humiliating, and most nauseating of his life. Dragging his weary body, he made his way step by step to the spot where he had entered 10 days prior. At last, he could finally leave. Fang Chuang murmured to himself. As he reached the entrance, the serpents seemed to part, no longer as formidable as when he had first entered. Could this be where the serpents had originally dwelled? Fang Chuang speculated, just as the woman approached from behind, her expression radiating satisfaction. You performed admirably. Much better than the last one. Her voice carried a hint of delight. Fang Chuang was taken aback. Much better than the last one? Oh, referring to the one he had buried. Thank you, Fairy, for your praise. Is what I ought to do. Chapter 10. The cleaner of the serpent cave, can I leave now? Fang Chuang inquired tentatively. The woman nodded, her voice cool. You may. In that instant, Fang Chuang felt as if the air had been let out of a balloon, collapsing onto the ground, scrambling towards the cave's exit. After only a couple of steps, the woman spoke again. Wait. He shuddered, nearly losing his composure. Fairy, do you have any further instructions? He gulped, feeling as though his heart was developing resilience under her scrutiny. This is your reward. She gestured, and a fist-sized blue crystal floated toward him. Upon receiving it, Fang Chuang nearly blinded himself with its brilliance. Although it appeared small and lightweight, the moment he grasped it, a pure essence surged into his being like spring. Is this a top-tier spirit stone? No, the woman replied nonchalantly. This is a serpent gall crystal, nurtured for 300 years at the cave's bottom. Surviving the cleanup earns you this. It is meant to prolong your life, replenishing your vitality and nurturing your soul. Fang Chuang's eyes brightened, quickly stowing it away. What do you mean by hard life? This is a life of resilience. Hesitantly, he continued, Fairy, I pose a question? The woman regarded him. Speak. Do I need to take some of the yuan back with me? You want some? She seemed to confirm. It's not for me. Lan Ji said it matches her attire. So I thought I'd collect a bit. Fang Chuang awkwardly scratched his head, genuinely fearing that she might take offense and bury him. To his surprise, she did not express anger. Instead, she casually waved her hand. The yuan's roots trembled as if grasped by an invisible force, and it was uprooted from the crevice, landing steadfastly in her palm. She enveloped it in an icy barrier, sealing it, and tossed it to him. Take it. Fang Chuang hurriedly caught it, feeling as though he had struck gold. Thank you, Fairy, for your mercy. No, thank you for your generosity. Let's go. The woman ignored his exuberance and turned to venture deeper into the cave. As the figure of the woman vanished completely into the darkness, Fang Chuang finally turned around, trembling, and cautiously retreated towards the cave entrance, fearful that she might change her mind. By the time he reached the entrance, he felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Damn it, this is nothing but a series of calamities, he muttered. System, come out. We need to have a word. As if in response, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has completed a special task. Serpent Cave Cleaner. Reward points, 500. Bonus rewards, snake gallbladder crystal, Yulon grass, and a fragment of Sect's confidential information. Would you like to view the fragment? Show me. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded. Instantly, a fragmented image appeared in his mind. It depicted a page from an ancient tome, detailing a legend. Beneath Qinghuan Peak lie the remains of a malevolent sect from a previous dynasty, nourished by blood for 300 years, sustaining 100,000 souls. To attain immortality, one must acquire the essence of 100 suns. Fang Chuang was momentarily stunned. This woman did not merely seek to absorb some essence. She aspired to attain immortality. A shiver ran down his spine. I can't possibly be a part of her grand plan for the 100 suns. Can I? He thought, discreetly checking his pants. Still intact. Relief washed over him. He needed to return quickly, devise a plan for defense. If she truly set her sights on his life, he might not escape unscathed. Gritting his teeth, he kicked the snake bone aside. You all are dead, yet I still live. I am resilient. With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. On his way back, his mind was consumed with one question. How on earth does one consume a snake gallbladder crystal? Should he make soup? Swallow it whole? Cook porridge? Stir-fry rice? The more he pondered, the hungrier he became, his stomach grumbling louder than a dog. First, I must return for a meal, then I will contemplate how to impress. Lanji, just wait. One day I, Fang Chuang, will make you sincerely call me husband. Fang Chuang hurried back to his dormitory, nearly tripping over the doorframe as he entered. Suyang, where's the food? He shouted, tossing the snake gallbladder crystal onto the bed. A clatter of pots and pans echoed from within, followed by Su Yang peering out. Oh, Fang Xixiang, you're back. I thought you had been drained dry by senior sister Lan. What you just said sounds ominous, Fang Chuang declared, plopping down and grabbing a steamed bun to munch on. Su Yang leaned closer, whispering, I heard you were sent to the back mountain on a mission. Don't even mention it, Fang Chuang replied, a pained expression crossing his face. I nearly got dragged into a snake's belly. Is that true? Su Yang's eyes widened. Weren't you just delivering a message? How did you encounter a snake? A snake? Fang Chuang scoffed. Have you ever seen a 30-meter-long serpent with patterns on its body? Su Yang gulped. Isn't that a jiao? Who cares what it is? I'm still alive, he said, pulling out the bluish snake gallbladder crystal and placing it on the table. See? I truly brought my life back. Su Yang stared at the object, hesitating. Should I go ask how to make soup in the kitchen? No need, Fang Chuang replied, rolling up his sleeves. We'll do it ourselves. Do we have a pot? Yes. Do we have fire? Yes. All right. Slice 2 pieces of ginger, throw in some scallions, add a bit of spirit spring water. And we'll have ourselves a pot of snake gallbladder crystal health soup, ready to serve. An hour later, Fang Chuang sat at the table, a steaming bowl of blue soup placed before him. He poked at the jelly-like snake gallbladder crystal with his chopsticks. Can it really be eaten? Su Yang swallowed nervously. Otherwise, will you keep it as a night pearl? Without further ado, Fang Chuang scooped a generous spoonful and brought it to his mouth. Upon tasting it, he was first met with a cool sensation, which was swiftly followed by an overwhelming bitterness. He nearly spat it out, unable to contain his expression. What is this? Is this meant for humans? Didn't you say you wanted to replenish your essence and nourish your soul? This could very well be the end of me. He pinched his nose and downed the entire bowl in one go. Immediately, he felt lightheaded. His forehead began to heat up, and a tingling sensation spread through his dantian. Whoa, there's a reaction. Suyang exclaimed. You're not really opening your meridians, are you? Not quite. Fang Chuang frowned, slamming the table. But I think I need to find a place to sleep. You're not planning to break through, are you? I haven't even perfected my chain of qi yet. So what breakthrough? I'm just really tired. He stumbled onto his bed, glancing at the system interface. Snake gallbladder crystal consumed. Physical constitution improving. Host current state. Hyperactive drowsiness. Recommendation. Maintain a horizontal position to avoid falling from a bed. System. Could you perhaps provide me with a pillow? Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted, and he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. A stirring event the next morning, the entire outer sect of Huan Sect was abuzz. The reason was simple. Last night, someone had seen Fang Chuang returning from Qinghuan Peak, spiritedly proclaiming that he wanted Lan Ji to call him husband. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would likely be deemed mad. Yet this was Fang Chuang, the only man alive to have traversed Qingyuan Peak multiple times. Once the rumor spread, it ignited excitement within the outer sect. No way. Did Fang Chuang actually win over Lan Ji? Is that true? Absolutely. My cousin's brother-in-law heard it with his own ears. Wow, that's impressive. Truly a role model for us. Even more absurdly, in the afternoon, someone hung a large red banner in the training grounds. Congratulations to Shixiang Fang Chuang on winning the favor of Qingyuan Peak's top beauty. Additionally, some disciples secretly left 2 jars of fine wine and a bag of uncooked rice at his doorstep. Su Yang stood at the entrance, utterly bewildered. Does this count as turning a misfortune into a blessing? He was just about to enter to inform Fang Chuang when the door suddenly swung open with a bang. Fang Chuang, sporting a messy hairstyle and dressed in his undergarments, emerged with a blade of grass in his mouth. Upon seeing the chaotic assortment of items at the door, his forehead twitched. Who did this? Su Yang whispered, I think it was old Wang from the next-door blacksmith hall. He heard about your good fortune and sent gifts ahead of time. I couldn't care less. Fang Chuang cursed, kicking the banner aside. I haven't even touched her, and now this is the outcome? What do you plan to make a move? Get lost. He rolled up his sleeves. This cannot just be brushed aside. What do you intend to do? Clarify the situation? Clarify? No way. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. I aim to seize the moment and make a grand gesture. Huh? Since the outer sect is already spreading rumors about my relationship with Lan Ji, I might as well make it a reality. A sly grin crept across his face. System. Open the store. I wish to purchase the most dazzling entrance outfit. Ding. Points have been deducted. Equipment is being generated. You have acquired Ecstasy Flight Attire. A floating outfit designed to attract female cultivators of the Hahuan category, automatically increasing charm by 20. Current task updated. This week, complete an intimate interaction with Lan Ji. Fang Chuang licked his lips and clenched his fists. Lan Ji, if you want tea, come to me, then I shall take the initiative. He rummaged beneath the bed for a dusty mirror and gazed into it. System, how does one activate this outfit? With a simple mental incantation, the automatic attire began to manifest. A friendly reminder flashed. Please close the window, or adverse effects may ensue. How considerate of you, thought Fang Chuang, as he cleared his throat and silently intoned, Activate. With a soft thud, a tempest swirled around him. Upon looking down, he was astounded. Was this truly attire fit for a human? The upper garment was a half-open, gold-trimmed, lacy vest that revealed his midriff. Below, he donned tiny shorts adorned with floating fire wheels, complemented by 2 flamboyant foxtails, one pink and the other blue, both decidedly ostentatious. On his feet were knee-high boots encrusted with gems, glowing with each step. In such a garb, not only would female cultivators stare, but even male cultivators would likely question their very existence. Su Yang at the door gazed at him, swallowing hard. Senior brother Fang, are you about to take flight? Not flight, but rather a bold endeavor. Are you not concerned that Sister Lan Ji might send you skyward with a mere glance? Fang Chuang snorted dismissively. If I do not act first, she might think I am genuinely timid. Should she take the initiative, I would find myself at her mercy. You do not comprehend. This is a matter of strategic retreat and counter-strategy. Su Yang replied. It sounds like an invitation for trouble. Silence. At the foot of Qingyuan Peak, Fang Chuang glided forward on his fiery wheels. It was indeed a glide, buoyed by the floating spirit array, complete with its own background music. As he approached the mountain gate, the music blared, waves crashing. The 2 female disciples sweeping the area looked up, nearly dropping their brooms in shock. Who is that? It looks like Fang Chuang, yet not quite. It is he. I recognize that pigtail. Has he lost his mind? Are you foolish? He is trying to flirt with Sister Lan Ji. What audacious behavior. This man is a bit of an artist. Fang Chuang floated by, drawing attention at every turn. The female disciples of Qingyuan Peak were nearly all enthralled by his flamboyant entrance, accompanied by his attention-grabbing music. Laughter erupted, whispers filled the air. And bets were placed. I bet he won T survive today. I wager he won T make it 10 steps inside. I bet he will be singing Conquer in the Peony Pavilion tonight. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the Peony Pavilion. Fang Chuang halted and glanced at the blue stone beside the door. A line of small characters boldly declared, Interferers shall perish. Gritting his teeth, he kicked the stone aside. Interferers? I'm a main event. With that, He pushed the door open. Inside, it was eerily quiet. The familiar fragrance wafted through the air, a sweet scent tinged with cinnamon that intoxicated his senses. Striding confidently inside, he called out, "Sister Lan Ji, I have arrived. You mentioned you would personally assess my cultivation results. I am here for that." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound emerged from behind the curtain. Lan Ji's voice drifted toward him, teasingly. "You are wearing that? Do you know what you resemble?" Fang Chuang placed his hands on his hips, adopting a defiant stance. "What do I resemble? A new shop just opened in the market, specializing in men's attire. Perfectly suited." Then he grinned. "Sister, care to take a look?" For a moment, there was silence. Then, a light laugh escaped her lips. "All right, since you've gone to such lengths, I shall see if your flamboyance has any merit." Fang Chuang inhaled deeply and stepped further inside, fully aware that this time, it was truly a matter of seduction. He licked his lips and mentally commanded the system. Activate automatique, dialogue assistance. Ding! The flirty dialogue package is activated. Mode, death grade charm offensive. A new cheesy line will be generated every minute for your discretion. The next second, the system chimed. "Are you an alchemist? Because my blood boils whenever I approach you." Fang Chuang turned pale. "Who authored these lines?" "Summon the planner. And I swear I one T let him live." "System, this was your highest rated phrase from last time. It has been default bound to you." "Damn it." The curtain fluttered, and Lan Ji emerged. Fang Chuang's mind went blank, yet his mouth betrayed him, uttering the system's line. "Are you an alchemist?" "Because my blood boils whenever I approach you." Lan Ji's expression turned serious. Fang Chuang thought, "I'm doomed." Lan Ji stepped closer, her crimson palace gown flowing gracefully. She leaned languidly against a pillar, studying Fang Chuang for several seconds. Chapter 12. Lan Ji goes mad, then she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! What costume did you pilfer from a theater?" Fang Chuang stood there, his composure nearly breaking. "System, is this what you call a 20-point charm boost?" "System, this attire has successfully attracted all attention. Effect achieved. Can you leave?" After Lan Ji had her fill of laughter, she slowly spoke. "So, you made such a grand entrance today, for what purpose?" Fang Chuang gritted his teeth, deciding to go all in. "Sister, I have come to an understanding." "An understanding of what?" "A realization. Doing leaguing me. I am a man of little value, resilient and unafraid of death. However, what I fear most is." He paused, striking a pose he deemed heroic, "missing out on you." Lan Ji raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, so you're being straightforward today?" "A direct approach has its perks." Fang Chuang plopped down on the edge of the couch. "Didn't you say you would assess my results?" "I'm here now." "Can you charm me with your words?" "Now what about it? Do you think I possess a certain level of skill?" Lan Ji hap vo tek sao. Her fingertips teasingly lifting the foxtail from Fang Chuang's collar. "You're quite bold today. That's because you pushed me to it. What do you intend to do? Aren't you the one seeking to engage with me?" Fang Chuang patted his thigh. "Come on, this is for you to sit on." The air thickened with tension. Then, without hesitation, Lan Ji perched herself upon him. Fang Chuang nearly buckled under her weight. "You actually sat down. You invited me. That was a metaphor. I do not care. Now, it is my turn to test you." "How will you test me?" Lan Ji poitang. And a cloud of mist materialized beside the couch. Inside the vapor, a complex diagram emerged, illustrating an intricate interplay of male and female energies, interwoven with the secret techniques of the Huan sect. "Is this the third layer of the myriad star technique?" "Indeed. You claimed you had not practiced it yet? Now, I wish to try. Am I merely your guinea pig? Would you be willing? Do you believe I would run away right now?" Lan Ji Tukka, raising her hand to seal the doors and windows with a resounding click. "Run if you wish. I'll one T stop you." Fang Chuang fell silent. The system chimed in again. Task updated. Engage in intimate interaction with Lan Ji. The dual cultivation trial mode has been activated. Please complete the challenge without fainting or fleeing. Successful completion rewards: 500 points, 10 reputation in the outer sect, and a favorability rating exceeding 50 with Lan Ji. Failure penalty: none. Seriously? No penalties. You should have mentioned that sooner. The system. The host voluntarily enters the trial, and the system refrains from interference. Fang Chuang took a breath. Lan Ji. I'm in. All right. He raised his hand and pushed the misty formation back in front of her. "You explain how to position yourself first." Lan Ji replied, "What?" Fang Chuang continued, "This diagram isn't clear. I fear I'll lose my way." Lan Ji held back a laugh for a moment before bursting into laughter. Okay, I'll teach you. Remember, with each step, you must be mindful, not just relying on your waist. First, inhale then exhale gently. Pay attention. Spiritual energy is not to be forced. It is to be guided. It's not about moving her. It's about leading her movement. Yes, if you move too quickly, it will become chaotic. Do not hasten the spiritual energy. You are here to cultivate, not to fight. Relax. Do not tense your lower dantian. Why are you tensing it? Try tensing it again. Do you have a problem? Let me tell you, this is called finesse. If you don't follow the proper method, I can truly drain you dry, believe it or not. Fang Chuang felt intimidated. He looked down at his extravagant flying attire and quietly thought, "System, give me a protective shield." The system activated an automatic defensive barrier for the host, lasting for the time of an incense stick. All right, then I'll give it my all. In the next moment, he moved. Lan Ji felt a slight tremor. The formation suddenly brightened. The air in the entire Mu Dan pavilion became instantly scorching. The board beneath them began to quiver. Outside, two female disciples passed by and exchanged glances. Are they testing newcomers again? Not a newcomer. It's Fang Chuang. TSK. That's it. He is probably in trouble. The Hehuan list will rise by 1 rank. This is a big deal. The air felt thick. Fang Chuang stood there, afraid to move, feeling cold sweat trickling down his back. Enough to extinguish a whole pot of fire. Lan Ji watched him in silence, the atmosphere becoming so awkward that one could almost carve a formation out of their toes. Meanwhile, the system continued its antics. Ding. Flirtation package is preparing the next line. Detected host's unstable aura. It is recommended to use the following reinforcement line. What cultivation technique are you practicing? It seems to have seeped into my heart. Shut up. Fang Chuang yelled silently. The system replied, flirtation in progress. Please do not interrupt the service. If you say another line, I will jump off a cliff right now. Finally, Lan Ji made a move. She did not get angry, nor did she laugh. With a casual wave of her hand, the hem of her palace dress swayed. And then she said calmly, "Are you having a fit today?" "No." Fang Chuang immediately responded, "I have awakened." "Awakened what?" "I have awakened the desire to pursue you." Lan Ji did not reply. She pointed to the soft couch in the room. "Seat." Fang Chuang asked, "Really sit? Weren't you here to accomplish something significant? Then sit down, don't be timid." Fang Chuang slowly moved over, and just as his rear touched the edge of the couch, Lan Ji took a few steps forward. Standing before him, looking down at him. Her tone was languid. "Is this all the courage you have?" "No." Fang Chuang swallowed hard. "I'm just afraid that you will slap me against the wall." "Then what else with this ostentatious outfit you're wearing today? It's for you to see." "Oh, it's not that I like you. It's that you should start to like me. You're quite the storyteller. It's not a fabrication. It's what my system recommends. You're not even trying to pass the buck anymore. It's my own creation." Lan Ji sat down, mere inches away from him. This proximity made Fang Chuang's ears start to burn. He wanted to shift slightly, but his legs seemed unresponsive. Lan Ji spoke up. "Do you know how the sect conveyed your achievements after you completed your last task?" Fang Chuang instinctively said, "They said I have an affair with you?" "Wrong." Lan Ji Bao said, "They said you could emerge unscathed, proving your exceptional bone structure and abundant essence. They even mentioned that you have a unique constitution. In short, all the peaks have begun to pay attention to you. You're no longer just the dog of Qing Wan Peak." Fang Chuang's heart sank. "Do you mean I will start to be rotated?" "It's not a matter of whether you want it or not. It's that you're now very valuable. With your flamboyant appearance and the ability to endure and provide for the sect, the cultivation manual has already made a note of you." Fang Chuang sat down heavily, his expression darkening. "I'm not a tool. What do you wish to be then?" "At the very least, a tool with dreams." Lan Ji chuckled softly, but remained silent. She stood up and slowly walked back behind the curtain, casually tossing over her shoulder, "Since you're here, stay tonight. I want to see what else you have besides tough words." Fang Chuang. System. Task updated. The conditions for spiritual resonance have been triggered. Would you like to activate the spiritual pulse resonance buff? Fang Chuang's temples throbbed. Activate the formation. If I do not connect the circulation of this week today, I will write my name backward. Ding. Buff activated successfully. Duration. 3 incense sticks. Side effects. After spiritual energy overload. A 3-day rest is required, during which the circulation cannot be activated. Fang Chuang stared at the message floating in the void. Is this what you call assisting cultivation? The core temperature of the formation has exceeded critical levels. The system responded. Energy-saving mode activated. May your path flourish. Behind the curtain, the lights dimmed. Fang Chuang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and walked in. As soon as he entered, half of his clothes were abruptly torn away. In his mind, only 4 words remained: start hard and fierce. Then, outside Qinghuan Peak, a white figure jumped down from the eaves, shook itself, and turned back to meow. Tonight the wind is strong. Someone is transcending tribulation. Fang Chuang, remember the rhythm. It's not about my pleasure, it's about my ascension. Lan Ji's voice floated from within the room, carrying a hint of deadly leisure. As soon as Fang Chuang stepped in, the entire couch trembled 3 times. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Is this woman even human? Is she practicing the Tai Shan collapse fist system? I feel like this ISNT transcending tribulation. It's mining. Host, please pay attention to the rhythm and maintain stable output. Suggested verbal guidance. Clear spiritual platform. Dantian circulating, bone structure reversing. Chi Si breaking the boundary. 30 breaths later, the door outside trembled gently. Then came 50 breaths. Then the first incense stick elapsed. Then Fang Chuang let out a miserable scream. Damn, my waist. Lan Ji's voice remained calm. You can't even endure the first layer? Is this your level? Fang Chuang nearly cursed the system to death on the spot. The system replied, what you need is a guiding release mode. Fang Chuang, what I need is first aid. Count down for the second incense stick, 30 breaths. You count down, you grandpa. He gritted his teeth and persevered. His dantian heated up as spiritual energy surged upwards like mad. In the next moment, a certain muscle in his body snapped. Lan Ji, however, allowed a gentle breath. Wait, this aura. She paused, her expression suddenly sharp. What are you practicing? Hee, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Fang Chuang's eyes glimmered mischievously, his gaze intense. There's no time to learn. You have to come with me. Come with you. Before Fang Chuang could finish his retort, he was pulled forward. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy erupted, illuminating the entire Mu Dan pavilion. The Grand Elder of Huan Sect, who was enjoying a midnight snack, dropped his chopsticks in surprise. Someone has broken through to the Golden Bone stage? At a certain spot on Qinghuan Peak, several old masters leaned forward, peering in. Why does this aura seem so familiar? A group of outer disciples pressed their faces against the window. Who is it? Their cultivation has exploded? Could it possibly be Fang Chuang? That flamboyant fellow. Listen to the resonance of this spiritual energy. It's a standard Huan formation, one only achievable through the triple cultivation method. Wait, has he ascended? No, it's not that he ascended. Rather, he facilitated someone else's ascension. As the third incense stick burned down to its head, Fang Chuang collapsed, resembling a salted fish after a bath. Lan Ji sat nearby, wiping her hands with a spiritual cloth, and casually patted his head. Still alive? I wish I weren't. Rest assured, your reputation has only grown. What did you say? The formation you just executed reached my physical 7th orifice, causing a stir throughout the entire sect. You shot straight to 2nd place on the Huan ranking. The first is me. So, Lan Ji turned to look at him, and from now on, you shall be my nominal furnace. Temporarily, provisionally, in an unofficial capacity. At that moment, Fang Chuang truly felt like crying. I didn't cultivate for you to flaunt me, but that is precisely what you are now. Moreover, did you not say it yourself? That I should call you husband? Fang Chuang. System. Congratulations, host, on completing this phase of the main quest. Points earned, 500. Special reward. Permission to change the title for Lan Ji once. Please select 1. Husband 2. Master 3. Chuangge for whatever you wish. Fang Chuang glanced at the options and slowly curled his lips into a smile. I choose 4. From this day forth, when you see me, you shall refer to me as your beloved charge battle god. The system was silent for 2 seconds. Flamboyance reactivated. Lan Zi, who was in the midst of drying her hands, paused at the mention of this title. Could you repeat that? Fang Chuang tugged at his disheveled robes, and, with utmost seriousness, repeated, from today onward, when you see me, you must call me your beloved charge battle god. If you mispronounce it, I shall punish you to recite the incantation 300 times tonight. Lan Ji slowly stood up and circled around him. Charge battle god? Yes. Beloved? Yes. Have you lost your mind due to spiritual energy? Fang Chuang sighed. You don't understand. This is a form of respect. I nearly shattered my spiritual root just now. If I don't receive a title, what is the point of my cultivation? Lan Ji huffed and flicked her finger, tossing him a jade slip. Is this the respect you seek? What is this? A temporary seal award from the Huan ranking. The sect has granted you the title of External Sect's Special Appointed Furnace. From now on, disciples from Qingwan Peak have the right to apply for your services for a night. Fang Chuang sat up abruptly, nearly putting his pants on inside out. Are you joking? It's not me, it's the sect. Do not speak such terrifying matters in that calm tone. Lan Ji smirked. Aren't you the charged battle god? Here's your battlefield. Aren't you grateful? I'm not fighting for anything. I wish to engage sincerely, while you wish to pursue the physical. At this moment, the system leisurely displayed a prompt. Host has become the special furnace number 001 in the blue district of the Hehuan ranking. Open modes, reservation, auction. Transfer requires personal consent. Current point balance, 520. Recommended items in the marketplace. Quick recovery medicine, waist-bending ointment, cleansing spirit liquid, life-saving elixir, on sale. Chapter 14. Who disturbed my little cauldron? Fang Chuang sprang up like a carp. I want to withdraw from the ranking. I want to quit. I want to cancel my identity. System, apologies, that title is registered with the Hehuan Sect headquarters. Cancellation requires the sect leader signature. Lan Ji pointed toward the door. As you step outside, the sect members are already aware of your remarkable achievements. Who knows, there might already be 168 people queuing outside. And you only have one waist. Fang Chuang plopped back down onto the couch, glancing at himself. I feel like the muscles in my waist have tied themselves into a deadlock. Lan Ji tossed a blanket over him. Just rest properly. But don't worry, I have applied for a recovery period as the chief furnace for you. For a month. No one is allowed to disturb you. Moreover, I can accompany you in practicing a gentler version of the qi returning technique. The word gentle alone inflicted psychological trauma upon Fang Chuang. Can you stop? I feel pain, even from the wind blowing. Yet, as if unperturbed, Lan Ji continued. There's one more thing. Yolan, you brought back that day. I've attempted to refine it into a cauldron. The medicinal properties are peculiar, strong enough that I cannot contain them. I suspect that herb is not an ordinary medicinal material, but a key to some kind of sealing structure. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang instantly perked up. Are you suggesting it could be a trigger for the coordinates of a secret entrance? There's a possibility. How about we join forces? Lan Ji glanced at him. What do you propose? I mean seriously. So do I. Let us make another trip to Duan Hun Cliff. After all, there's still unharvested Yulan below, and who knows what treasures we might unearth. This time, don't wear anything flamboyant. Then what should I wear? Dress like a person. Am I not a person? Lan Ji casually slapped his forehead. You're a battle god. My beloved charged battle god. Fang Chuang rolled over and lay down. I don't wish to speak right now. System, detecting host's mental fluctuations, automatically playing soothing sleep sounds. Currently playing, gentle version of a man should be strong. Fang Chuang, damn it. Lan Ji took a step toward the door. In 3 days, prepare your spiritual tools. We shall embark once more. By then, my beloved charged battle god, if you falter again, I will truly turn you into a soul weapon for refinement. Do not push me. Fang Chuang pulled the blanket over himself, enveloping entirely. He merely wished to fall into a deep slumber. Ideally, he would awaken back on Earth. Fang Chuang slept for a full day and a half. It was not that he wanted to sleep. He simply could not rise. His legs were weak, his waist ached, and even his breath carried the backlash of spiritual energy, making even rolling over feel like a challenge to his Dantian's limits. The system, however, remained quite proactive. You have entered recovery mode, qi and blood circulation in progress. Detecting slight pelvic vibrations and minor true essence conflicts, the post-battle healing patch has been activated. Estimated recovery time, 30 hours. Fang Chuang was on the verge of a breakdown. What kind of dreadful buff did you give me? The host voluntarily confirmed activation. The system bears no responsibility. I'll sue you for false advertising. You may appeal in the marketplace for 300 points, but the appeal period begins at 998 years. I'll curse you. I have no mother. On the 3rd day, when he was finally able to get out of bed, he managed to put on a more presentable outfit, a standard outer sect disciple robe of the Hehuan Sect, with a jade identity token hanging at his waist. Then, sporting a head of hair that resembled a bird's nest, he stepped out of the dormitory. 3 individuals were waiting outside. No, 2 outer sect disciples and a medicinal boy. The moment he emerged, the medicinal boy dashed over and clung to his thigh. Senior brother Fang, please save me. Fang Chuang nearly sat back down. What's going on? This is my first day back among the living. The 2 outer sect disciples hurriedly approached. Senior brother Fang, it's like this. You have entered the He Huan ranking, and now some senior sisters are not just eyeing you, but rather the cauldron you refined. Fang Chuang raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Your humble alchemical furnace has been stolen. What? Fang Chuang was momentarily stunned. The furnace itself held little value, as it was merely a hasty creation he had assembled for his alchemy class assignment. However, it contained several precious snake scales he had salvaged from the snake kiln during his last expedition, along with a few leaves of Yulan. These items were meant for his experiments in refining elixirs. Who could have taken it? The two disciples exchanged glances and whispered. It could be someone from Jingzha Peak. Jingzha Peak? Which Jingzha Peak? The one with those ruffians? Yes. Damn it. Didn't Tilan Ji say no one would dare touch me for 30 days? Perhaps they acted while she was away. Fang Chuang took a deep breath. Which alchemy chamber? The 7th alchemy building, the one on the west side. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode away. The young attendant clung to his leg, pleading, "Brother, are you really going?" Those senior sisters are not to be trifled with. They love to bully someone like me, with such short legs. Let go. You are the fearless battle god. How do you know that? It's all over the sect. You topped the weekly rankings yesterday. The headline read, "One man carries the entire Qingwan Peak." Fang Chuang's expression darkened. He kicked the attendant away and dashed towards the alchemy building. At the west side of the 7th alchemy building of Jingzha Peak, the flames were roaring. Several female disciples clad in light blue robes surrounded the furnace, tending to it. In the center of the furnace sat an old, battered black copper pot. The leading sister was tossing materials into it with a jade spatula. Where did this furnace come from? I heard it belongs to that brat Fang Chuang. Is that true? I heard it straight from the attendant, who mentioned he even stuffed in some monster snake scales. Does he still have the audacity to refine elixirs? I thought he only focused on physical training. Physical training, my foot. That is just a brute force technique relying solely on one word. They were laughing heartily when suddenly the door was kicked open with a bang. Fang Chuang stormed in, his face dark with fury. Who touched my furnace? The leading female disciple glanced back at him. Oh, the fearless battle god has arrived. Don't call me that. It makes me want to hit someone. You came at the right time. Your furnace just exploded halfway. It can still be salvaged. If you hadn't come, your precious snake scales would be burnt to a crisp. Fang Chuang rushed over and swatted the jade spatula from her hand. Do you even know what that is? If you mess it up, who will compensate for your mistakes? I'll compensate you, my foot. The female disciple smiled sweetly. You should consider your reputation. In the entire sect, who wouldn't want to see if you possess any skills beyond your brute force? I'm just curious if you can manage to refine an elixir while standing on 3 incense sticks. Fang Chuang's face turned a deep shade of black. You wait. He seized his battered copper furnace and made to leave, turning back before exiting to throw out a remark. Chapter 15. Alchemy is my domain. The art of alchemy belongs to me. The Hahuan ranking belongs to you. Today I, Fang Chuang, will show you what it means to be the fearless battle god of alchemy. The female disciple waved at him with a smile. I look forward to your explosive elixir. Fang Chuang carried the furnace back to Qingwan Peak, his hands trembling with rage. At that moment, the system activated, detecting intense, emotional fluctuations in the host. Would you like to activate focused alchemy mode? Would you like to enable the complementary repair function for the 3rd grade furnace along with automatic heat control? Yes. Tonight, I shall focus on the furnace, not on people. Upon returning to Qingwan Peak, he kicked the door open with such force that it broke the hinges. Su Yang, who was grinding spirit rice inside, nearly spilled it all upon seeing Fang Chuang enter with a battered copper furnace. Brother Fang, what are you planning to do? No noise. Today, I shall refine an elixir to show Jingzha Peak. Quickly bring me that whey support ointment. I need to secure myself. Su Yang looked bewildered. Fang Chuang placed the furnace in the center of the table and tossed a bag of assorted materials aside. System, activate automatic heat control. Activated. 3rd grade furnace is under repair. Repair completed. The furnace's temperature control has been calibrated. Would you like to enable the forced explosive elixir insurance mode? Yes. Current formula, snake gall Yulan cleansing elixir. Estimated refining time, 2 incense sticks. Fang Chuang rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged. He formed a series of hand seals and clapped towards the furnace. Rise. The lid of the furnace leapt slightly, releasing a wave of warm air. He deftly flicked his fingers, pouring the first main ingredient, snake gall powder, directly into the furnace. This was a whole chunk of dried snake gall he had scraped from the snake kiln, ground into a small bag of powder. As it entered the furnace, A ghostly blue flame erupted. Su Yang swallowed nervously and whispered, "Brother Fang, did you perhaps add too much medicine? This furnace isn't meant for refining health pills. It's for explosions. The flames need to be more intense for a proper blast." The second ingredient, Yulan leaves, was added next. That particular herb is extremely lean. Ordinary flames cannot melt it. The system automatically switched the flame type to Xianyin fire, a unique flame born from the essence of pure coldness. Though its temperature is not high, it penetrates into the marrow and scorches the soul without harming the body. As soon as the Yulan leaves were added, the entire furnace felt as if it had been frozen. Yet, in less than 2 breaths, steam began to rise and ghostly light swirled within. Su Yang was left speechless. Can this truly become an elixir? Show me how it's done. Fang Chuang ignored him, his hands moving relentlessly as he added 6 auxiliary ingredients in quick succession. Astragalus root, silver bone, 3-turn spirit dew, snake saliva resin, shattered spirit stone, and Sanyang fungus. Each ingredient caused the furnace to produce different sounds. Some hummed, others gurgled, while some even let out a small puff. Su Yang watched in terror. If this furnace explodes, how many bones will we have left? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He added the final ingredient to the furnace, withdrawing 3 needle-shaped spirit talismans and inserting them into the grooves on the side of the furnace. Lock. The furnace body immediately sank, and the previously tumultuous flames became eerily quiet. In their place, golden pattern formations began to rise from the base of the furnace, gathering spirit array, stabilizing chi array, and pill formation array combined into one. Su Yang was dumbfounded. Where did you learn all this? If I don't learn, how will I survive? Fang Chuang pulled out half of a pill recipe from his robe, a remnant of notes he had stolen from an alchemist years ago. This is the very essence of my survival. After 2 incense sticks had passed, the furnace remained stable. However, the energy within felt like a frenzied dragon trapped inside. The walls of the furnace emitted deep, resonant sounds. Su Yang's legs trembled. Is this a normal phenomenon? I don't know. Then why aren't you running away? If I flee, you'll really need to collect my remains. If I don't guard it, it won't become elixir, and it explode. If I guard it, it may explode on me. Which option do you think I should choose? Su Yang opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. He suddenly understood why Fang Chuang was the only one able to enter and exit the meat door of Qingluan Peak alive. It wasn't merely that he was tough. It was that he was fiercer than anyone else. At that moment, the system prompted, current temperature critical, probability of elixir formation is 65. Would you like to add the Spirit Breath Restoration Talisman to increase the success rate by 20? Yes. Would you like to expend all today's points to stabilize the infusion of spiritual energy? Burn them. Confirm? Confirm, damn it. Burn them. In the next moment, the Dan furnace shook violently. The spiritual energy in the entire room surged backward with a thunderous roar. Su Yang was pressed against the wall. Tables, chairs, water kettles, and dogtail grass were all swept away. With a loud bang, the top of the furnace exploded open. A rich aroma of herbs enveloped the air. 3 small, bean-sized Dan pills floated in the air, a deep azure color adorned with golden patterns, their surfaces entwined with wisps of spiritual energy. The system promptly displayed a series of notifications. Congratulations, host. Successfully refined the Shi Dan Yu Lan Xing Ling Dan, mid-tier 3rd grade. Special effects, soul refining, warming yang, stabilizing chi, enhancing spiritual perception accuracy. Can be used for stabilizing divine consciousness after high-intensity dual cultivation. Recommended to be shared. Fang Chuang collapsed onto the ground with a thud, his lips twitching. This was more exhausting than dual cultivation. The system replied, "Indeed, but you have succeeded, and you're about to unlock a new identity label, Dan Refining Charge Battle God." Fang Chuang lamented, "Can you refrain from adding prefixes? Just give me a normal name card, will you?" The system, "Your title has been automatically registered. Current labels. He Huan Bang number 2. Dark Horse of the Dan Refining Ranking. Charge Battle God. Dan Cultivation version. This will soon be uploaded to the Sect's Meat Ranking database. Don't upload it just yet. Too late." Outside the Dan Refining Room on Qingluan Peak, spiritual light erupted, and 3 fragrant trails of Dan soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the Sect's Meat Ranking quietly gained a new name, Fang Chuang. Beneath the label were inscribed 6 words: capable of charging, also capable of refining. At the moment the Sect's Meat Ranking was refreshed, The entire Yuan sect was thrown into chaos, especially the old fossils in the Dan refining hall. Each one, previously leisurely simmering concoctions, was now startled out of their wits by the entry of that dark horse. Fang Chuang? Which Fang Chuang? Isn't he the one from the Huan Bang? He asked refining Dan, and made it onto the ranking? Are you kidding me? The Dan refining hall promptly dispatched someone to send a message, requesting that he be brought in for a re-evaluation of his Dan fire qualifications that very day. Just as Fang Chuang had finished collapsing, his rear still firmly planted on the couch, the door was knocked on vigorously, sounding like a debt collector. Su Yang was nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself. Senior brother, should I open the door? Don't. Should I play dead? That won't do either. Then should I jump out the window? If you jump, I will too. So what do you suggest we do? Pretend to be a high master. Huh? Fang Chuang directly infused spiritual energy into his throat, sat on a rickety chair in the corner, closed his eyes to meditate, while the Dan furnace continued to emit heat. Chapter 16. Dan refining belongs to me. Huan Bang belongs to you. I, Fang Chuang, will say that if anyone asks you, just say, I am in closed-door cultivation. My Tao fire is unstable. Speaking will harm my spirit. Please do not disturb. Su Yang, looking bewildered, responded affirmatively. The door opened. Outside stood 3 middle-aged cultivators in long robes with purple borders from the Dan hall. One held a jade book, another cradled a Dan bottle, and the third had black paint on his lips, looking as if he had just consumed some toxic substance. Is this the Fang Chuang in question? Is this the furnace? Su Yang shrank back. Yes. Where's he? In closed-door cultivation, my Tao fire is unstable. Speaking will harm my spirit. Please do not disturb. The 3 exchanged glances. With so many tricks, this person must have issues. Serious issues. Can you casually hand me a mid-tier 3rd-grade Dan to test? The problem is he is a Huan furnace. He shouldn't know about this. Have you ever seen a furnace that can pack soul refining, warming yang, and stabilizing qi attributes in a 1 Dan? This is specifically for enhancing one's own cultivation, right? Quiet. The 3 fell silent in unison. The one with the painted lips spoke. The Dan is genuine. I tested half of one and nearly lost my true soul. The effect is too potent, stabilizing the spirit and clarifying the soul. This exceeds the standard of a 3rd-grade Dan. Moreover, he squinted and remarked that the herbs used are not commonly registered by the sect. I suspect he's concocting private formulas. He concocted it himself? A furnace crafting private formulas and successfully refining them? Do you think that's normal? Not normal. Then we must investigate. Fang Chuang heard everything clearly from within, nearly spitting blood in anger. System, you wretched thing, stop causing trouble. Host, please refrain from insulting the system. This honor ranking has been recorded and cannot be altered. I don't want to be famous. You're already famous. I never intended to show off. You have shown off enough. Can I escape now? No. The 3 outside are all at the nascent soul stage. Your legs aren't long enough. Fang Chuang covered his face. Su Yang, fetch me a Baigu Dan and brew a cup of spiritual tea. I need to project the image of a high master in closed-door cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. Also, write a sign at the door for me. What should it say? It should say, mundane beings, please do not disturb. The path of Dan is in my heart. Are you really going to force it? Once I'm done, I'll change careers. I'll refine Dan for a moment of pleasure. It's a daily Dan crematorium. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the sect, a jade slip from the Huan Bang was transmitted into the main hall. The sect leader, indulging in a bath while listening to music, took a glance at the jade slip and nearly choked on his tea. Who? Fang Chuang? The one from Qingwan Peak. Charge battle god? He made it onto the Dan ranking, and it's mid-tier 3rd grade? The sect leader suddenly questioned his entire existence. In this day and age, disciples who cannot speak do not even surpass a furnace that can refine Dan. What exactly is the Huan sect aiming for? Cultivation or forming a boy band? He slammed the table. Bring me that person. All right, he can't move right now. Then send someone to seal the furnace. This Dan furnace belongs to the Huan sect. Who dares to touch it? Break their legs. This furnace I must personally test. Meanwhile, on Jingzhi Peak, the news also reached them. At the 7th Dan refining building, the group of sisters who were joking about Fang Chuang suddenly fell silent. The leading sister, who had been laughing the loudest, was now applying makeup with a small mirror. I have matters to attend to. I plan to visit Qingwan Peak tomorrow. I want to explore the Dan refining insights of the charge battle god. The person beside her whispered, Didn't you say his furnace was a piece of junk? Yes. Then why are you still do you know what Annie refined? What? The high-intensity dual cultivation specialized Qing Han Wenji Hui Jing Dan. The entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, sister, I'll accompany you. I'll go too. Let us form a queue. First come, first served. Latecomers will be numbered, no cutting in line. For the charge battle god, we must maintain some decorum. Fang Chuang awoke from his slumber, roused by the noise. To be precise, he was awakened by a room full of visiting sisters. Just as he turned over on the couch, Su Yang was outside, clinging to the window, shouting, "Senior brother, it's terrible. The female cultivators from the Dan refining building have all come. They said they want to consult about Dan refining. Also, they want to borrow 2 Qing Han Dan to test the effects." Fang Chuang felt a twitch in his forehead. "What do you mean also? Those are my prized possessions. Are you going to see them or not? I want tea. They said if you don't, it will be considered that you're willing to be a shared furnace. They also said they would come in themselves. No need for you to open the door." Fang Chuang sat up straight. "System, set up a protective array for me. Initiated, anti-violent intrusion barrier, anti-embarrassing moans activation barrier, anti-seduction consciousness pollution barrier." Wait, what is that second barrier called? The system generates keywords automatically based on the host's past experiences of being trapped. Get lost. Before the scolding was finished, a loud knocking echoed from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chuang, open the door. We're just having a chat. I swear it's not about cultivation. If you don't open up, we'll burn the door down with fire talismans. Fang Chuang's face turned pale. Is there really a procedure for forcibly demolishing a door if the meeting doesn't go well? Su Yang, standing beside him, was so frightened that he spilled the spiritual rice all over the floor. "Brother, are you really not going to open it?" "Open what? I've only just caught my breath, and I haven't even finished eating 2 Qing Han Dan. Am I supposed to face social death now? You need to help me and tell them that I've gone into a trance from alchemy, and now I can't speak without losing my soul. Every time I speak, my voice changes, and when my voice changes, I recite love poems." Su Yang exclaimed, "That excuse is too absurd. If you can't say it, I'll teach you. Just recite what I say. Also, remember to bow first to calm them down." Su Yang rushed out, but returned in less than 5 seconds. "Brother, they said they can accept that you're in a trance. They're willing to help stabilize your soul. They even asked if you want to try the dual cultivation method for soul stabilization, and they want to charge you. I thank them, but don't say anything. I just want to run away now. You can't escape. You don't understand. I'm no longer alone. I'm the hope of the Dan ranking, the leader of the He Huan ranking, and the living emblem of the battle god." The system chimed in. Currently trending on the He Huan Sect forum. Fang Chuang's on-site alchemy explosion analysis. Second, a real experience evaluation of the Qing Han Dan, poorly written but highly shared. Third, senior sister Zhao from Jingzhi Peak knocks on Qingwan Gate at night. Can a legendary cauldron withstand the pressure? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. They took pictures of me? Indeed, with precise angles, accompanied by catchy captions like, "From the broken furnace, the Dan light rises, watching mundane men strive for self-improvement." Chapter 17. You are the battle god? You certainly are. Oh no, the comment section is filled with praises. He is our battle god, not just the battle god of Yihuan, but a miracle beneath the Dan fire. From senior sister Zhao at Jingzhi Peak, he cultivates not just Dan, but hope. Fang Chuang nearly slammed his head against the wall. Have you all gone mad? I'm merely refined to Dan, and you're treating me like a savior? Host, please acknowledge your explosive popularity. This is not a matter of your willingness. The entire sect is eagerly waiting to see if you can refine the dual advancement Dan in your next batch. Can I blow up the furnace now? You would blow yourself up. Can I pretend to be dead? No, they just summoned a medical practitioner, ready to rescue you at any moment. If I run away now, will I be wanted? Yes, the sect leader issued a furnace sealing order yesterday. Your Dan furnace is now registered property of the sect. Fleeing counts as theft. Is this sect a place for cultivating immortals or a business? The host's social status is now equivalent to a high-level offering. It is recommended to provide a dedicated agent, logistical protector, and uniform attire. Fang Chuang turned away in frustration. I don't even want to step out of this room. I just want some peace. Outside, the voices continued. Brother Fang, we're here. We're not stealing your Dan. We just want to borrow a little essence. If you don't speak, we'll assume you agree. Su Yang leaned out of the window and shouted back, Brother, they brought out the small furnace. They said if you don't teach today, they let the furnace fly. Fang Chuang suddenly jumped up. Stop. That furnace can't be moved. My belt from last time is still in there. The moment the door opened, the entire Qingwan Peak heard it. Fang Chuang stood at the doorway, hair disheveled, draped in half a Dan robe, a jade token hanging crookedly from his waist, and a Dan bottle in hand. In that moment, the air was silent. Then, the battle god of alchemy really came out. Is it a newly refined one? It smells even better than last time. Quick, sit down and ask questions. I'll start with the first one. Battle god, when you refine Dan, do you put in snake gall or ghost orchid first? Do you listen to music while refining Dan? Is it true you don't wear pants while cultivating? Didn't you just mention the belt? Fang Chuang slammed the door shut with a bang. I regret it. I don't want to refine Dan anymore. I'm not your battle god. As soon as the door closed, the room fell into a dead silence. Fang Chuang pressed against the door, gasping for breath, like a refugee who had narrowly escaped death. Outside, the sisters laughed, with one loud voice starting to sing, Battle God refining Dan, oh hey hey. The belt takes flight to summon the divine Dan. Charging forward without looking back. The furnace lid bursts open. People clap. Fang Chuang leaned against the door, his lips twitching. Have they all gone mad? Suyang leaned back in his chair, laughing uncontrollably. Brother, you're now even more popular than the goddess statue at the summit of Qingwan Peak. If you step outside, the outer disciples will have to make way. Wherever you go, incense will burn. If you set up a stall at the courtyard entrance and hang a sign saying Battle Goddess Signature Dan Refining, I bet the incense money could fill your bed. Fang Chuang growled, I'll refine your grandfather, Dan. I just want to go back and start over. I'd rather be a nobody who can't make it onto the He Huan ranking than be chased every day asking about the belt. He yanked open the furnace lid and stuffed the still fragrant Qinghun Dan bottle into his sleeve. I need to sneak out for a bit. Suyang was taken aback. Where are you going? To find Lanji. Are you crazy? ISNT, that like jumping from one frying pan into another pot of oil? At least she 1T make me explain the structure of the belt formation. Plus, she 1T sing. In the backyard of Qingwan Peak at the Peony Pavilion, Lanji was leisurely combing her hair with a jade comb, seated on her special spiritual crane cushion, the crane curled up like a hedgehog. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. A figure tumbled through the window, losing balance and knocking over her incense burner. What the Lanji set down her comb. Fang Chuang? Why did you come in like a drenched rat? Fang Chuang collapsed on the floor, panting. Don't ask. I tried to refine a Dan today and almost became a mobile wishing well for the sect. Now, I have to cover my pants every time I go out. I just want some peace for a few days, no Dan refining, no rankings, no soul returning. I just want to sleep. Lanji said nothing, walked over, pulled him up, and tossed him onto the soft couch in the room. I ate one of the Qinghun Dan you refined. It works quite well. Where did you get that Dan recipe? I made it up. You made it up? Lanji raised an eyebrow. You're quite bold. If I didn't make it up, where would I find a ready-made one? All the recipes from your He Huan sect are for Sanyang Tamai Dan and Jiuyu Kuji Dan. As a clean and innocent man, I just want to refine a light, refreshing Dan to replenish my essence and brain. I have to figure it out myself. And you all come to surround me for a meeting? I've never been this stressed selling insurance in my past life. While listening, Lanji took a spirit stone and casually shoved it into his hand. Take this. What does this mean? This is a protective communication stone. If you get surrounded again, just crush it. I'll send someone to rescue you. Are you really this kind-hearted? Lanji leaned against the window. The He Huan ranking doesn't lack fighters, but it lacks those who can refine Dan. You are a well-established brand, and I must protect you, lest you be taken away, and I be accused of failing to retain those of Qingwan Peak. Fang Chuang lies back, closing his eyes. Can I stay here for 2 days? Certainly. Truly no alchemy. No discussions of doctrine. No demonstrations of dual cultivation. None at all. Just sleep. Just sleep. Splendid. He turns over, covers himself with a blanket, and his voice begins to slur. Lanji, can you refrain from having me call you Shiji in the future? What would you prefer to call me? Boss lady. Have you surrendered? I have. I can no longer continue. The Hahuan sect is exceedingly exhausting. The next day, the Hahuan sect's leaderboard refreshes. Hahuan list. First, Lanji. Second, Fang Chuang. Alchemy list. First, Fang Chuang breakthrough. Trending comments. Charge, God of War. Not merely skilled in alchemy. The legendary dual cultivation mechanic. The 3-list male deity in a single night. After reviewing the leaderboard, the sect master remained silent for 3 breaths before looking up and inquiring. Where is Fang Chuang now? At Qingwan Peak. What is he doing? Sleeping. Do not disturb him. Let him rest well. When he awakens, I shall personally ask him if he wishes to take charge of our Huan Sect's pharmacy. Fang Chuang's slumber can be described as that of a reincarnated celestial. Chapter 18. It is not that I wish to manage the pharmacy. It is the pharmacy that insists on my management. I did not know what I dreamed of, but I occasionally murmured, "Do not encircle me. My belt truly does not possess such capabilities." When he finally awakened, the sky was already bright, and the courtyard outside was exceptionally quiet. Even Su Yang was absent. Upon turning over, he discovered a note in the room, written in Lan Ji's hand. "If you truly do not wish to see anyone, I have cleaned the back courtyard for a whole day. No one will disturb you. I have moved the alchemical furnace, extinguished the fire. Sleep peacefully. I have matters to attend to at the main hall. If you awaken, do not run away. Should you truly flee, I shall place your few bottles of Qinghan Dan directly on the sect's trading table." Fang Chuang gasped upon reading this. "Lun Ti, you truly can issue threats." He got out of bed and put on his clothes. Just as he opened the door, a wave of warmth rushed towards him. Two spirit cranes were perched at the entrance, looking at him with their nostrils flaring. A box of hot food lay at his feet. "Where is Su Yang?" The spirit cranes flapped their wings and produced a message talisman from behind. The message read, "I have been summoned to the alchemy hall to haul bricks. I heard you were to take over the pharmacy. I am afraid I might also be under your management, so I'm hiding for a few days." "Damn your pharmacy!" Fang Chuang shouted. No sooner had he yelled than a beam of spiritual light fell from the sky. A messenger clad in a purple and gold robe of the sect master leaped down from a flying vessel and bowed to him. "Senior Brother Fang Chuang, I am Huda, a personal guard of the sect master, here to deliver a decree. The sect master commands that you arrive at the main hall at noon to assume the temporary position of chief of the Huan Sect's pharmacy." Fang Chuang was taken aback. "What did you say?" The messenger produced a roll of golden talismans sealed with the sect master's personal seal, exuding fragrance. The message was clear. "Refuse?" Fang Chuang replied, "Can I choose to run away?" The sect master stated that if you dare to flee, he will send you to the soul-breaking cliff to recultivate the ghost orchid, while also keeping you up all night with Lan Ji to refine the second generation of Qinghan Dan. Fang Chuang fell silent for a moment. "I yield." "Very well. Let us proceed." "Wait, at least allow me to wash my hair." "There is no time. We shall use the spiritual path for teleportation." "You wait." Before he could finish speaking, the spiritual talisman glowed, and he was whisked away onto the flying vessel. Upon entering the main hall of the Huan Sect, Fang Chuang found himself surrounded by elders dressed in formal attire, each at least a yuaning level, with several elderly men wearing conical hats whose peaks he did not recognize. He plopped down, intending to ask a question, when the sect master raised a hand. "You are Fang Chuang?" "Yes." "The alchemist?" "That is a loose interpretation. Can you refine a stable, continuous dual cultivation replenishment pill that does not harm the soul?" "I can." "Are you interested in expanding the production line?" "What do you mean by that?" "We are preparing to establish a Qinghan Hall, primarily featuring your Qinghan Dan. You handle the technical aspects, and I will allocate personnel, land, and medicinal materials. If you are willing to sign, the original chief of the pharmacy can step aside." Fang Chuang's mouth twitched. "Did I not say I did not wish to become famous?" The sect master smiled. "You have already achieved fame. In the 700 years of the Huan Sect's establishment, you are the first of your kind to ascend to the second place on the Huan list. You are also the first for whom we are prepared to offer a salary, establish a hall, and grant seals. Just tell us, will you accept?" Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. "May I ask one question?" "Ask." "Am I still allowed to refine?" "Yes." "Do you have Xiao Dan?" "Yes, 3 boxes." "I yield." "Excellent." The sect master waved his hand, declaring that from this day forth, Fang Chuang shall oversee the Qinghan Hall and serve as the deputy chief of the pharmacy. For any matters, seek him out. The meeting is adjourned. As Fang Chuang stood up, an elderly man in a cloak quietly floated to his side. "In your next alchemy session, could you perhaps use less snake gall? My old partner has not spoken to me for 3 days after consuming your pill. Now, all I can think about is the scent of your belt." Fang Chuang nearly exploded. "I truly do not wish for fame. Yet, you have already become a furnace of popularity." As Fang Chuang exited the main hall of the sect, his legs felt weak. It was not merely due to standing for too long. It was because he was now responsible for not just one furnace, but an entire hall and half a pharmacy. 3 boxes of Xiao Dan could not mend my yearning heart for escape. Upon landing, he saw 3 rows of people standing ahead, a total of 18 female disciples. all dressed in the uniform of the Qinghan Hall, white with golden edges, the sleeves emblazoned with the character Qing. Upon noticing his arrival, they all bowed in unison. "We greet the Hall Master." Fang Chuang's expression twisted. "Who arranged this?" One stepped forward, introducing herself. "I am Zhong Ji, Deputy Coordinator of the Qinghan Hall, third-class alchemist of the pharmacy. By the sect master's order, I am here to assist Hall Master Fang with the circulation of medicinal materials. Single-party compilation, herb gathering, coordination, personnel administration, daily alchemy plans, application for approvals, and the allocation of Qinghan Dan to various peaks. Currently, you are the only alchemist available. I only refine, I do not approve. So, the approvals will be withheld? What is the function of the deputies? We manage the allocations, but we're not responsible for your furnace. Then I shall go on strike. That is acceptable. But the sect master has stated that you must produce 100 Qinghan Dan within 3 days. Otherwise, you will have to personally take the furnace to Jingzhe Peak for on-site teaching." Fang Chuang inhaled sharply. Who designed this coercive process? The sect master. Did he consume the wrong pill? He took the first Qinghan Dan you refined and claimed he dreamt of 3 ancestors taking turns enlightening him. You believe him just because he said that? The next day, he appointed you. Can I resign now? If you resign, he will have you accompany Lan Ji to restart the second generation of Qinghan Dan experimental furnace. Fang Chuang's head went numb. You're not human. Zhong Ji smiled. You are. You are the most exceptional furnace in the entire Hahuan sect. Now, 700 people in the sect are watching you, fearing you might truly abandon this furnace. Therefore, our first task today is to ignite the furnace for you. Fang Chuang was left motionless. He stood before the main furnace in the courtyard of Qinghan Tang, gazing at the newly cast 4th-grade alchemical furnace. Surrounding it were intricate talisman arrays, suffused with spiritual energy, comprising the transmission array, heating array, and stabilization array, all meticulously arranged. In the past, my furnace sufficed as long as it functioned, but this contraption is utterly extravagant. This is not mere alchemy. It is the forging of life itself. Zhong Ji handed over a jade slip. The elixir recipes you penned have been meticulously organized by us. Currently, the highest demand is for the number 1 Qinghan Dan. The number 2 is in trial production, and some disciples have specifically requested a simplified version, which only replenishes the soul without restoring essence. There is also an experimental direction concerning the remnants of the half-finished elixirs you produced that day. A disciple in the foundation establishment stage consumed it and reported a clear spiritual awareness, albeit feeling a bit cold. That concoction is toxic, and I refuse to acknowledge it. Yet the next day, she broke through her bottleneck and is now broadcasting live from the refining peak. You have gained fame as well. Chapter 19. The elixir is complete. The people go mad. Fang Chuang felt a shiver down his spine. Are all of you alchemists as competitive? Zhong Ji nodded. Now the entire sect wishes to outdo you. However, you must first establish your footing. Come on, Fang Tangzhu. Today we have prepared the medicinal materials. You merely need to ignite the fire. 20 Qinggundao, to be stored for trial use. Whether they succeed or fail depends on you. Fang Chuang stood before the furnace, with 18 female disciples standing behind him, awaiting his command. He sighed and retrieved the old belt that had once bound his former furnace, fastening it around himself. Very well, I shall attempt another batch today. But let me be clear, it is not out of my own volition that I manage the medicinal repository. It is because the repository insists I do so. He waved his hand, raising the furnace lid as flames surged forth. A handful of snake gall powder, a pinch of yulon powder, and 3 drops of 3rd-grade spiritual dew were added. The flames roared, creating turbulent waves of energy. Zhong Ji looked up at the flames and softly instructed, record the temperature, the properties of the elixir, and the viscosity of the elixir. Document the duration of the refining process and the frequency of the talisman pattern's fluctuations. Also, note whether Fang Chuang's belt is loosening. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang's hands trembled. Are you monitoring my belt? To prevent the furnace from flying away again? We cannot allow you to soar on the rankings once more. You are now the emblem of the Hahuan sect's alchemy. We believe in you. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth and thrust the remaining half-bag of materials into the furnace. You need not place your faith in me. If I do not blow up the furnace today, I will consume this belt during the live broadcast. The furnace roared. The 20 Qinghan Dan gradually manifested their aura. The Hahuan sect's alchemy rankings were updated that day. Fang Chuang produced 20 elixirs in a single day. Status: the furnace has not yet exploded. Evaluation: He did not soar, but we did. Fang Chuang remained seated before the furnace, having completed the 20 elixirs without rising. Zhongji approached, holding the jade tablet, her voice low. The first trial is complete. It is qualified. The average temperature was maintained at the lower limit of the 3rd grade, with stable elasticity and a viscosity increase of 5 compared to the previous batch. Your belt has not loosened. We will record this achievement for you. The sect master has relayed a message, commending your consistent performance. Produce another batch. Fang Chuang tilted his head and collapsed onto the ground. I am done. This batch is my final act of defiance. I truly cannot continue. If you dare push me further, I will go to Xian'an Valley tomorrow and sell this furnace to the corpse refining hall. Zhongji bent down to glance at him. We understand your plight, but lying down is not resting. You are now the master of Qinghun Tang, and the sect has 3 commission tasks. Task 1, personally approved by the sect master. Refine 50 exclusive Qingshun Dawn for the Elder Council. Task 2, a request from the disciples of Xuanmu Peak. Provide samples of elixir energy for high-level spiritual awareness testing. Task 3, stop right there. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. This is not an alchemy hall. This is a furnace for refining lives. Are you treating me as a mere tool for alchemy? Must the Hahuan sect always demand that someone suffer to cultivate properly? Why must I be compelled to explode with flames daily? Before Zhongji could respond, footsteps approached from outside. It was Lan Ji, dressed in training attire, her hair pulled up high, carrying a jug of iced spirit wine. Upon entering, she coldly declared, "Step back. I will take him away." Zhongji hesitated, but there are still tasks pending. I said to take him away. This is not a request. Lan Ji seized Fang Chuang, thrusting the jug of wine into his arms. Take a sip to awaken half your senses. Have another sip and then follow me. Before Fang Chuang could react, she poured the wine into his mouth. It was so cold that his teeth ached and his head buzzed. Then, she dragged him away. In the courtyard, in a side hall, the spiritual wind whispered softly. Lan Ji dropped him and said, "Your current state in Qinghun Tang cannot be called alchemy. It is madness. If you continue like this, in less than 3 days, you will truly become a furnace yourself." What is alchemy? It is not merely stuffing materials into a vessel and producing something. It is the ability to observe the heat, control the rhythm, and know when to extinguish the flames. You are treating yourself as fuel. Fang Chuang leaned against the door, his breath uneven. What do you want me to do? If I don't refine, the entire sect will scorn me. If I do refine, my name will be a trending topic on the Hahuan rankings every day. Now, even the disciples' booklets bear my image, proclaiming me a model disciple. How can I have any semblance of personal space? I have to cover my mouth while drinking water for fear of being accused of using the battle god's drinking method. Lan Ji fell silent for a moment before tossing him a storage talisman. Here is the list of materials I have secured for you. Choose from it. For now on, refine only 3 batches per week, control the heat yourself, and produce as many as you can. I will handle the remaining tasks. If the Hahuan sect dares to pressure you, let them first test my fist. If you dare secretly refine an extra batch, I will break your waist. Fang Chuang lowered his gaze to the list within the talisman. It was not extensive, mostly comprising yulon, snake gall powder, and a small amount of nurturing herbs he used for adjustments. He took a deep breath and took another swig of the iced spirit wine. Are you saying all this because you fear I might truly go mad? Lan Ji stood up and walked toward the exit. Whether you go mad or not is of no concern to me. My only concern is that this Qinghun Tang operates under the name of my Qinghuan Peak. If you end up exhausting yourself, I will be the one left to collect your remains. I have no desire to dig a grave. As she reached the door, she threw back a final remark. You're not a battle god. You are a high-pressure cooker of Qinghun. If you explode, the entire sect will be steamed along with you. The door closed. Fang Chuang sat there, still holding the wine jug, his head gradually leaning against the wall. He stared at the list of materials for several moments before slapping his thigh. Damn it, she makes a valid point. This is not alchemy. I am refining myself. I can no longer continue this way. I must adjust my approach. At that moment, the system activated. Detected host's mindset restoration. Would you like to activate the stable refining mode? Daily elixir limit, 3 batches. The system will automatically lock the fire, control the materials, and provide warnings for explosion risks. Note, under this mode, ranking data will not be counted. Fang Chuang did not hesitate. Activate. It is now active. Stable Qinghun refining package. Loaded. Today's objective. Refine elixirs without trending. Fang Chuang stuffed the wine jug into his clothing and shook his neck. All right, today I will quietly refine one batch of elixirs. Whether it explodes or not is of little consequence. I am alive, and my waist remains straight. That is victory. In the rear chamber of Qinghuan Tong, the spiritual formation lay in complete silence, the talismanic patterns dimmed to their lowest luminescence. A sign hung on the wall, reading currently refining elixirs do not disturb. Should anyone dare to knock again, they would find themselves inscribed among the materials of the esteemed Fang Tongju's alchemical endeavors. Fang Chuang sat beside the furnace, draped in a voluminous alchemist's robe, with 3 meticulously prepared bundles of ingredients at his side. The system activated the steady refining mode, and a pale blue prompt flickered on the interface, locking the fire, breath steady, lumbar spine intact. Chapter 20. You follow rules in alchemy, I follow fate in alchemy. Today, the objective was clear: 1 furnace, 1 life. No excess, no surplus. I aim to prove that alchemy can also be a means of nurturing health. As he muttered to himself, he gently placed the first batch of herbs into the furnace. The snake gall powder had been sun-dried in advance, properly handled for moisture absorption. The ylang powder was fine and free of residue, while the spiritual dew was added in a slow stream, precisely 3 drops at a ratio of 0.5, with the temperature adjusted to around 82 spiritual degrees. The heat was as stable as an elderly man's leg coated in glue. The system occasionally chimed in. Fire temperature optimal. Elixir energy pure. Host current status. Heart rate stable. Breathing even. Lumbar burden index extremely low. Fang Chuang hummed a tune as he refined, his thoughts wandering to what he would have for lunch. Beef stuffed spiritual buns? Or perhaps snake stew? Should he ask Xu Yang to order takeout? Could He Zong offer a delivery service for elixirs? Here he was confined to his work while someone else delivered meals. Just as he entertained these whimsical thoughts, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Tongju, someone is looking for you. I am not seeing anyone. They claim to be from Jingzhi Peak. I said I am not seeing anyone. She mentioned that you once said you would be available to explain fire control principles when you had the time, and left a business card. That was merely polite conversation. Fang Chuang could not help but lift the door, send her away. If I emerge from this furnace and make it onto the rankings, do you think I will have to move into your outer pharmacy to sleep on the floor next month? There was silence outside for a moment, until a sweet voice piped up. Fang Xixiang, if I don't watch you refine, I'll just sit outside and absorb some furnace air. Fang Chuang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You can go home and light a broken furnace with mugwort for that. Please don't encroach upon my last sanctuary. Another voice chimed in. Xixiang, didn't you say that consuming too many Qinghuan Dan could harm the lumbar spine? We specifically brought spiritual pillows. Get lost. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Fang Chuang forced himself back into his chair, his hands trembling. The system promptly alerted him. Emotional fluctuations exceeding limits. Spiritual fire unstable. Would you like to play the calming alchemical scripture broadcast? Play it. The next moment, the alchemical chamber resonated with a low chant. The furnace must be steady. The person must be righteous. With the furnace behind, the fire among us. Breath not erratic. Lumbar not disordered. Elixir not yet out. Heart must not be greedy. Fang Chuang closed his eyes. Yes, I must remain steady. If I falter now, Lanji will likely collect my ashes to be preserved as a memorial specimen. I must complete this furnace. Just 3 more furnaces. Once I finish, I will take a leave of absence. Time ticked away, and the first furnace successfully produced elixirs. The system flashed. 12 pieces of 3rd grade Qinghuan Dan, medicinal properties stable. Ready for storage. Fang Chuang took a deep breath, collected the elixirs without further inspection, and continued with the second furnace. Zhongji stood at the end of the corridor, observing the steady spiritual fire in the chamber, gently noting, no signs of elixir explosion today. The energy field is stable, and Fang Chuang has not scolded anyone. He has successfully produced elixirs from 2 consecutive furnaces. Currently deemed to be in an emotional control phase, it is inadvisable to disturb him. Continue observing. Just as she finished writing, a transmission talisman flew in. Upon opening it, she found a brief message. We from Xuanyingu intend to order a batch of Qinghuan Dan to balance the corpse elixir S energy. We inquire if he is available to discuss cooperation. Zhongji glanced at the back chamber, still wafting with the aroma of wine. Do not pressure him into madness again. He has only just returned to normalcy. Another push, and he may truly become a tool. The fire in the furnace surged, elixir energy swirling. Fang Chuang leaned against the furnace edge, reciting to himself, I do not wish to become a tool spirit. I am merely a laborer. I desire nothing more than to quietly refine this last furnace. If I am disturbed further, I may truly consume my belt. Fang Chuang focused on the furnace fire, having already placed the materials for the last furnace. This time he prepared with utmost care. The fire was warmed gradually, not hastening the process. The elixir guide simmered slowly, awaiting the emergence of the fragrant Yulan scent before adjusting the spiritual dew. The entire chamber was as silent as a funeral parlor. The system ceased sending notifications. The furnace fire flickered, occasionally emitting a sound reminiscent of fish frying in a pan. Fang Chuang gripped his belt, legs crossed, eyes closed in meditation. Steady. Let today proceed smoothly. Do not let anything go awry. In the corridor outside, Zhongji whispered to a messenger using sign language. He has not exploded yet. The third furnace is underway. Do not mention cooperation, or he may retaliate before exploding. The messenger nodded, taking a half step back without uttering another word. Zhongji continued documenting the state. The furnace temperature rose slightly, the elixir properties stabilizing. Fang Chuang had yet to remove his robe, indicating he was still holding on, not yet on the verge of exploding. Just as she noted this, a loud bang echoed through the chamber. Everyone instinctively looked up. The elixir furnace had not exploded. Rather, the door had swung open. Fang Chuang emerged, half of a broken lid in hand, his body covered in herb residue. Hair disheveled, as though he had just been through a calamity. I must clarify, that was not an explosion. I merely pressed a bit too hard while extracting the herbs, and the lid got stuck. When I applied force, it popped off. Zhongji stepped forward a couple of paces, speaking softly. Are you all right? Fang Chuang raised his head, his hands still trembling. I feel utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. I believe I have become part of the elixir furnace itself. If I refine one more furnace, I may spontaneously combust into an elixir guide. Zhongji looked down at the vial in his hand. Did this furnace yield any elixirs? Fang Chuang smirked coldly, shoving the vial into her hand. Open it and see for yourself. Zhongji opened it to find 7 pieces inside, entirely grayish white, with a hint of blue on the surface, the medicinal aroma mingling with an inexplicable coolness. She gently inhaled, and her spiritual sense trembled. This seems even more potent than the previous batch. What'd you add? Fang Chuang could not be bothered to respond. I added nothing. I merely infused it with resentment. One by one, you all come to find me. I endure for you. You demand elixirs, and I hold back to refine. Now, I can even taste the flames of alchemy in my breath. As for these 7, who among you dares to consume them? If you do not dream of the ancestors tonight, I will not believe you. I hereby announce that Qinghuan Tang's alchemical endeavors for today are at an end. I shall no longer refine. I am going for a stroll. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I will throw this furnace lid at their head. With that, Fang Chuang truly took the half lid and strode towards the back mountain. As he walked, his steps began to feel light. The system prompt appeared, emotional fluctuations detected, host's spiritual energy depleted, mental fatigue noted. Recommendation: pause all cultivation and enter a state of rest. Complimentary guide for today: alchemy is merely a means. Survival is the ultimate goal. Fang Chuang rolled his eyes. I am nearly out of strength for mere survival. I wish to take a leave of absence. Chapter 21. I am of Qinghuan Tang, not a kanji hall. A leave of absence requires verbal application to the sect master. Then forget it. He settled onto the stone platform of the back mountain, gazing up at the sky. The blue was strikingly artificial. The wind stirred, inciting a desire to curse. Just as he contemplated closing his eyes for a brief respite, he heard a soft rustling at his feet. Upon looking down, he saw a female disciple, clad in the attire of Qingling Palace, holding a small furnace from which white steam wafted. I am Tao Qingro. Our peak master sent me to find you, saying that the Qinghuan Dan you have recently refined is exceptionally effective. We wish to invite you to guide our alchemical apprentices. Compensation is negotiable. Fang Chuang remained silent, picking up the small furnace and raising it as if to hurl it away. Tao Qingro gasped, quickly kneeling. No, it's not for refining. It's for you to eat. This pot contains spiritual herb soothing porridge, said to alleviate fatigue and calm the spirit. I made it myself, intending for you to take a break. Fang Chuang scrutinized the porridge for a moment. It was green, flecked with a few red dates and thinly sliced snake gallbladder. He sniffed it and detected no poison. Then he sat upright. Are you truly here to deliver me a meal? Yes. Then return and inform your peak master. Today, I only acknowledge this. Should anyone dare to ask me to refine pills again, I shall leap from the mountain. Tao Qingro softly acquiesced. Would you like to add more? Yes, the more the better. Today, I wish to savor the essence of mortality. I shall take my time with cultivation. As for refining pills, whoever wishes to do so may proceed. He gulped down the first spoonful, the heat stinging his eyes, yet he did not relent. This porridge possessed a certain flavor. It was truly gentle. Tao Qingro squatted nearby, watching Fang Chuang consume every last drop of the green porridge. She had anticipated he might lecture on alchemical principles, erupt in anger, or flee. Instead, he sat upon the stone, steadily finishing the pot of spiritual herb-soothing porridge. The wind billowed his alchemical robe, resembling a deflated spirit beast's skin pouch. Once finished, Fang Chuang exhaled, plunging the empty bowl into the ground. Well, this meal has extended my life by half. The Qinghuandan saves souls, and this soothing porridge saves my life. From now on, should you come again with porridge, I shall treat you to Qinghuandan remnants. Consuming it may cause discomfort, but it will surely uplift the spirit. Tao Qingro could not help but chuckle. Are you not afraid I might truly try? Try if you wish. After consuming it, you may still ascend the rankings. Even I am nearing a breakthrough into the second stage of foundation establishment. Do not be deceived by my lack of sword practice. My soul cultivation is remarkably robust. With a hint of shyness, she lowered her gaze, covering the small furnace. Rest. I shall not disturb you. We at Qingling Palace will not pressure you into refining pills. Whenever you wish to share, we shall await your arrival. If you choose not to, that is acceptable as well. I can prepare something else. Fang Chuang leaned against the stone, shaking his head. Are you not afraid I might cause an explosion? Then let it explode. In any case, if you do, we shall save a great deal of time and lessons. After the explosion, you can return for porridge. You are neither our invited guest nor a puppet. You are simply an extraordinary alchemist, not a mere machine for refining pills. Listening to her, Fang Chuang fell silent. It seemed he began to comprehend the true purpose of their visit. Not for pill samples, not to extract information, nor to witness his misfortunes, but rather to affirm his humanity, to remind him that he was more than just a furnace. After finishing the porridge, feeling a bit warm-headed, he did not rush to depart. Leaning there in a daze, he vaguely heard a sound of transmission nearby. He casually caught it. It was a message from Lan Ji. The sect master inquired again whether you will accept the pill from Xuanyin Valley. If you do not wish to accept, simply close your door for 3 days, and I shall handle it. If he truly becomes impatient, I shall accompany him in silence. Do not rush, do not worry. Refining pills is your choice, not an obligation. Fang Chuang stared at the transmission talisman for several breaths, then quietly replied, Lan Ji, this time I shall heed your advice. I will not accept the pills for now. It is not that I do not wish to refine. I simply wish to wait until I feel inclined to do so. Just this once, I desire to make my own decisions. When he returned to Qinghuan Hall that evening, he found no one waiting at the furnace room door, not even Zhongji. Only a new sign hung outside. Hall Master Fang is resting today. All alchemical activities are suspended. Disturbances are prohibited for 3 days. Those who dare breach the door will be dealt with by Lanji. The lights in the furnace room were extinguished. Entering his own quarters, he pushed the door open to be greeted by the fragrant scent of herbs. In the corner lay 3 large bags of newly arrived spiritual herbs. As the pharmacy had anticipated his mood and conveniently sent 3 portions. There was also a note. If you do not refine, we shall not withdraw our trust in you. You owe us nothing. Fang Chuang chuckled as he squatted down. Very well. I shall truly rest for 3 days. Should you dare approach, I shall consume porridge. Should you press me further, I shall live stream my consumption of belt. As of now, I, the alchemist of Qinghuan Hall, hold the reins. The system also displayed a notification. Host's mindset stable. Status, human, not yet artifact formed. Remaining explosive pill attempts this week. 0, restored to normal disciple. Fang Chuang sighed in relief. Normal. Quite good. I am a member of Qinghuan Hall, not merely a purveyor of porridge. Yet today, I truly desire second bowl. The following morning, Fang Chuang rolled about in bed. The quilt was tangled like a silkworm cocoon, and a belt hung half off the headboard, emanating an aura of someone ready to commit self-harm should anyone dare call for pill refining. Just as he was about to turn over in a daze, He heard a rhythmic knocking on a wooden fish outside the window. Fang Hall Master, are you still alive? Qingling Palace has prepared new porridge for you, with a new formula that includes invigorating licorice. If you do not come out, I shall leave it at the door. Fang Chuang sprang up, draping the quilt over his shoulders and rushing to open the door. Sure enough, he found Tao Qingro squatting outside, holding a new pot, its lid adorned with a note. Porridge number 2, experimental version. Invigorating, alleviates fatigue, does not harm fire. Is it settled that I shall drink porridge daily? Tao Qingro smiled brightly. Regardless of whether you refine pills or not, your survival is paramount. Should you explode a furnace, Qinghuan Hall would be overwhelmed. No one could withstand it. Therefore, let us start with something warm. Once your spirits improve, we can discuss whether you wish to refine. Fang Chuang resignedly accepted the pot. Very well. In the future, inform me in advance when you bring porridge, and I shall grant you a license for the Qinghuan Porridge Hall. Do not suddenly knock on my window. You nearly caused me to retaliate with an explosive pill. I shall no longer be the alchemical war god. I shall be the king of Qinghuan porridge. He cradled the pot as he returned to his room, sitting on the floor, sipping while opening the system interface. Pending affairs of Qinghuan Hall, 3 items. Huan Sect external assistance. Can you provide a small quantity of Qinghuan Dan for reference and refining, expressing willingness to exchange resources for pill samples? Tianfeng Valley Fei Xin. Can Qinghuan Dan assist in alleviating spiritual overload issues, proposing collaborative development of a stable spirit consciousness elixir? Lanji herself left a message. Once you finish the porridge, contact me. I shall grant you a special leave for explosive pills. Fang Chuang stared at the last message for quite a while. She truly had thought it through. This is what it means to be human. Among the Huan Sect, only a few would allow me to survive. The system prompted. Do you accept the special leave monthly benefits? Explanation. During the special leave month, the host is not compelled to refine pills daily. All activity shall be voluntary, while the system can assist in the daily stable operation of the Qinghuan Tong. Fang Chuang selected yes. As the interface refreshed, an ethereal seal appeared on the Qinghuan Tong sign, inscribed with the 4 prominent characters. Do not urge him to refine. That seemed appropriate. I am not a pill furnace. I am an external technical consultant working for the Huan Zone. Anyone who wishes to pressure me must first bring kanji. No confie, no discussions. He took another sip, cradling the pot of green kanji, nearly evaporating into a comfortable spirit form. At that moment, another flying talisman entered. This time, it was not from some disciple, but from the sect master himself. Briefly, just 2 sentences. Next month, the sect will celebrate its 700th anniversary. Qinghuan Tong must present a program. You shall arrange it. Fang Chuang. Are you kidding me? You want me to perform? Do you see me as a person or a monkey? Just as he was about to curse, the talisman fluttered again, adding a final note. You may refuse. However, should you decline, Lanji has vowed to perform in your stead, narrating how you transform from the dual cultivation furnace into the head of Qinghuan Tong, complete with illustrations. Fang Chuang immediately hurled the bowl onto the table. I'll perform. I could even leap from the pill furnace. He tossed the bowl again, feeling utterly exasperated. I have just returned from the brink of pill explosion, and you expect me to take the stage? This is not a performance. It's akin to placing me back on the grill. He began pacing in circles, muttering to himself, I fear not the dance. What I dread is the sect master genuinely assigning me a stage play. Lanji is audacious enough to perform while narrating, and she might even dare to sing. If she recounts how dual cultivation led to the explosive creation of Qinghuan Dan, I might as well leave the sect. At this juncture, the system suddenly interjected. Prompt. The 700th sect anniversary is one of the premier events of the Huan Zone. Participating in a program will enhance the exposure of Qinghuan Tong, beneficial for stabilizing your status as a non-tool person. This system can assist in selecting program types, arranging scripts, and providing special effects. You're now the stage director? Indeed. Bonus feature. Automatic escape talisman triggered upon failure. Very well. However, I want to choose the program myself. Please share your thoughts. Fang Chuang pondered for a moment. Then a flash of inspiration struck. I have it. We shall enact the entire process of creating Qinghuan Dan. I shall neither sing, nor dance, nor show off. I will simply set up the furnace on site and give a lecture, refining a batch of Qinghuan Dan before the audience. Then, I will invite a disciple to consume it and witness her stabilize her spirit and essence without dizziness 3 times. This program is devoid of flashy techniques. It is all substance. This is the true essence of Qinghuan Tong. The system fell silent for a moment before presenting another prompt. Are you certain you wish to refine pills live? Are you truly willing to do so at the sect master's grand ceremony, amidst a crowded venue? Are you not afraid of an explosion? I am. Hence, I shall select a basic formula that guarantees stability. I will practice it 100 times in advance to ingrain muscle memory. I want them to understand that Qinghuan Tong does not rely on mere words for fame. I, Fang Chuang, am not a valiant warrior. I am the head of Qinghuan Tong, and I speak through the furnace. System, program settings recorded. A draft program list has been automatically generated. Program title, 1 Furnace of Qinghuan. Performance type, live instructional demonstration. Personnel required, Fang Chuang and 1 experimental disciple, submitted as a candidate to Qingling Palace. Special effects, rising furnace flames, pill vapor illusions, dancing waistbands optional. Duration control, 3 incense sticks. Fang Chuang slapped the table. Good. This is it. Anyone who tries to stop me will receive a bottle of concentrated Qinghuan liquid. That evening, the organizing committee for the sect's grand ceremony received the program application submitted by Qinghuan Tong. A reviewing junior glanced at it, reading aloud. Qinghuan Tong, 1 Furnace of Qinghuan, live pill refining. Huh. Isn't this the valiant warrior stepping onto the stage himself? He hesitated for a moment, passing the application up the chain. The elder in charge of logistics glanced at it, chuckling softly. It's him again. This child truly possesses a resilient fate. Let us arrange a suitable position for him. We want him squeezed at the edge. Place him right in the center of the pillway square. Let his furnace be seen by all. Meanwhile, Lanji had just finished bathing, drying her hair when she received the program arrangement forwarded by the sect master. Upon seeing Qinghuan Tong, Fang Chuang, 1 Furnace of Qinghuan, she quietly sealed her set of explosive pill chronicles. Then, she casually activated a communication jade talisman, dialing Fang Chuang. I hear you're preparing to take the stage to lecture. Would you like me to prepare a placard to hang in front of your furnace? Writing, Qinghuan does not explode. Only then will Fang Chuang run. Fang Chuang responded with a steady tone. Don't joke. I'm serious this time. I want them to see how far Qinghuan Tong can go, not relying on rumors or rankings, but on a single furnace of pills. Lanji remained silent for a moment before saying lightly, if you need someone to guard the stage, just let me know. I'll sit beside your furnace. Anyone who dares to speak will find themselves facing my blade. Fang Chuang nodded. Once I finish this furnace, I'll treat you to kanji. Double servings. 1 bowl for you, 2 for me. On the 6th day of the 700th anniversary countdown, Qinghuan Tong fully entered preparation mode. The spirit materials allocated from the pharmacy arrived in 2 carts, with just the Yolan and snake gall powder filling half the storeroom. Fang Chuang stood in the courtyard, gazing at the heaps of preparations, and sighed deeply. I originally intended to quietly teach a class. You all seem ready to open a furnace for tribulation. Zhongji flipped through a booklet beside him. You are refining live. The sect master said there must be no errors. Choose which batch of snake gall to use for the Qinghuan Dawn. Do you need the double temperature brewed Yolan juice? We VE pre-refined it. The furnace is a 4th-tier stabilized furnace crafted by the Refining Tools Hall, specifically calibrated for you. We have prepared triple layers of fire talismans, stability talismans, and explosion shields. If you wish to explode, you must first break through our layers of protection. Fang Chuang, upon hearing this, rubbed his forehead. Are you all raising me like a fire seed at the center of spirit stones? As long as my furnace does not extinguish, Qinghuan Tong will not collapse. Do you truly hold me in such regard? Zhongji turned a page of the pill recipe without lifting her head. If you do not sustain it, no one here can shoulder this burden. Chapter 23. The entire sect is watching. If I do not burn, it will rot. Qinghuan Dan is not something you cannot produce. It is that others cannot concoct it at all. Should you falter now, we must accompany you in consuming kanji. However, if you take the stage and stabilize this furnace, Qinghuan Tong will no longer be a mere tool hall. It will become a legitimate alchemical lineage within the sect. You're the spark. Yet, should you ignite, we shall all add fuel to your flame. After listening, Fang Chuang did not respond, but turned and entered the pill chamber. He lifted the furnace lid, skillfully inserting several ingredients, igniting it with just the right amount. 3 parts true fire, 1 part spirit guiding. The heat akin to that of the stove before the ancestor seclusion. The entire Qinghuan Tong fell silent. A furnace burned soundlessly. No one spoke. All knew he was testing his skills. A test for himself, and a test for the sect. Outside, the organizing committee for the Hahuan Zone Grand Ceremony was in complete disarray. The senior brother in charge of the arrangements for the event wiped the sweat from his brow while assigning tasks. The performance at Qinghuantang was scheduled for the early afternoon of the following day, and the furnace was already prepared. Fang Chuang insisted on having only a single table and one furnace, forbidding any additions, projections, or explanations. He had no intention of speaking a word, wishing to determine the outcome solely based on the result of his alchemical endeavor. The logistics team, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired what would happen if nothing materialized. The senior brother chuckled reassuringly, stating that if things went awry, even the sect leader would step up to applaud him. The entire sect was watching him, not to see if he would succeed, but to witness whether he had the courage to stand before them. Remember this, Fang Chuang. Alchemy depends on fate, but stepping onto that stage is never without sincerity. Meanwhile, at this very moment, in the back mountains, Lan Ji sat in a pavilion, dismantling a spirit wine jar. Tao Qingro stood beside her cautiously, asking if Lan Ji truly intended to sit by the furnace during the performance. Lan Ji affirmed her intent, inquiring if Tao Qingro was not concerned about others claiming the spotlight. Lan Ji replied that if she did not take that position, who would support him? She reminded her friend of the multitude expected to attend: elders from external sects, spectators from various factions, and the countless board UNing experts. Should anyone ask a disruptive question from the audience, Fang Chuan's focus would waver, and they could anticipate the Qinghuan dawn exploding. Tao Qingro bit her lip, questioning if Lan Ji feared he might fail. Lan Ji poured herself a cup of wine and drank it down in one gulp, admitting she was indeed afraid he might fail, but feared even more that he would not dare to attempt the furnace at all. If he were to declare before the entire sect that he would not refine, he would never hold his head high in the realm of cultivation again. Thus, he could not retreat. None of US could allow him to retreat. Her presence was not merely to bolster his courage, but to inform everyone that this furnace at Qinghuantang was not to be trifled with. Even if it exploded, it must do so with a signature. As night fell, Fang Chuang found himself alone in the furnace chamber, undergoing his final trial. The flames burned low, and spiritual energy swirled around him in concentric circles. He gazed quietly at the furnace opening until the furnace body shuddered, and 3 luminous Qinghuan dons slowly emerged. There was no explosion, no runaway flames. 3 pills from a single furnace, remarkably stable. He reached out, retrieved the furnace lid, and stood up. "All right," he declared, "for the 700-year ceremony. I shall neither leap, nor sing, nor perform. I shall refine this single furnace in front of the entire sect, whether it explodes or remains stable. This time it shall be Qinghuantang, showcasing its craft to you all. If the Qinghuan does not explode, it is mine to burn." On the day of the 700-year ceremony, before dawn, the exterior of Hahuan Zone was already teeming with people. 18 main stages have been erected in the Dondao Square, with the one at the center being the simplest: a table, a furnace, and a spirit stone inscribed with the words Qinghuantang, with an empty space beside it. Lacking even a backdrop, the disciples responsible for the setup stood by, whispering, questioning if this truly was Fang Chuang's stage. The senior brother in charge of the arrangements nodded as he flipped through the jade tablet, confirming it was indeed so, as he had explicitly requested no additional items. He wanted not a stage, but a furnace. Today, for this refinement, he required that those who understood should sit and listen, while those who did not should remain silent. The outer sect disciples, eager for entertainment, began to tease. Is the battle god not charging forward today? We're not used to him not exploding. One remarked that when he did explode, it was truly exhilarating. Another chimed in, questioning whether he had worn his belt today, as he had reportedly planned not to wear it, fearing it might fly into the sect leader's teacup. Laughter erupted, with the jesters speculating that if it did fly in, the sect leader would commend him for his precision. Fang Chuang disregarded them, donning the white robes of Qinghuantang as he ascended the eastern path slowly. Each step was deliberate. His belt was tightly secured, the pill vials close to his body, his consciousness sealed, and the spiritual flames tempered. He exuded a chill as if freshly emerged from a spirit spring, yet stood steadfast like a slab of stone. Zhongji, positioned to the side, quietly informed him, "I have saved you a spot. Lan Ji is behind you. If anything happens, she will rush to your aid." Fang Chuang nodded affirmatively, stating, "I will not explode. But if it does happen, I shall bear the consequences myself." At noon, the drums sounded thrice. The sect leader personally took the stage and delivered a symbolic speech about the 700-year legacy, shared prosperity for the future, and the hope represented by the younger disciples, words that felt largely empty. He then raised his hand gently, signaling for the next program. Qinghuan Tong, Fang Chuang, Alchemy. The audience fell silent, uncertain whether to applaud. Fang Chuang stood before the furnace, not lifting his gaze, but raising his hand to ignite the fire. The spiritual flames roared to life, the furnace trembled, and the intricate patterns glowed. He lifted his hand, introducing the first ingredient, snake gall powder, into the furnace. The flames adjusted, followed by the addition of Yolan powder. As the flames shifted, he added 6 types of materials: Sanjuan Ling Lu, Renxin Gan Sao, Hu Huan Ling Ji, and Wei Qing Jin, completing the process in less than 20 breaths with precision. The entire Dan Dao square was so silent that even the wind dared not speak loudly. All eyes were fixed on the furnace, and no one uttered a word. The sect leader, holding a teacup, turned to Lan Ji and asked, "Do you think he will succeed?" Lan Ji downed her wine and coldly replied, "If he does not succeed, I will assist him in exploding." On the alchemical stage, Fang Chuang stood firm. The furnace flames stabilized. The furnace core's spiritual energy surged. The temperature just right, and the consistency perfect. He remained motionless, staring intently for an entire incense stick's duration. Then, he raised his hand to gently cover the furnace. "Congeal dawn." As these words escaped his lips, the spiritual energy in the entire space quivered. The furnace's surface glowed, and a clear blue vapor gradually rose from the top. Soon after, 3 pills floated into the air, one after another. Their colors were uniform, their surfaces smooth, and the fragrance of the medicinal herbs lingered. The 3 pills emerged simultaneously, descending like rain, surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy. The applause erupted throughout the Dan Dao square. Laughter ceased, and even those who had previously assumed he relied solely on luck sat up straight. The sect leader sighed softly, acknowledging I misjudged him. I thought he relied on mere luck. But it turns out he possesses the skill to stabilize 3 pills. This is not luck. This is foundation. Lan Ji remained silent, simply taking a step forward. Chapter 24. For this furnace, I exchange for your acknowledgement that Qinghuan Tong is the orthodox lineage. As the applause began to dwindle, Fang Chuang slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, yet resonated clearly across the Dan Dao square. Qinghuan Dan, I am not the first to refine it, but I am the first to stand here and tell you how it is done. 6 ingredients, fire temperature controlled at 3.5 levels. Spiritual energy stable for 3 breaths, neither more nor less. Controlling the soul does not rely on explosive flames, but on rhythm. It is not merely igniting the fire that produces the pill. It is maintaining stability that allows the pill to manifest. This is not the residual pill from dual cultivation you imagine, nor is it a luck-based pill that anyone can produce with a mere sleep. This is Qinghuan Tong, crafted diligently, 1 furnace at a time. Upon finishing, he raised his hand, offering the pill vial to the first row of disciples below. If you wish to try, then do so. It won't kill you. But after consuming it, you must acknowledge that Qinghuan Tong is not built on empty words. We have forged it through fire, explosion, and boiling. Each of our furnaces is made of genuine materials. If you partake, you must respect it. The disciple trembled as he accepted the pill. Below, silence lingered for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Then the sect leader stood, marking the moment when Qinghuan Tong would become one of the legitimate lineages of Hahuanzong. An additional entry was added to the dawn list. Only those who can endure the flames can truly stand tall. This furnace is set. On the evening following the grand ceremony, the Hahuanzong was illuminated with lights. From a meat hall to the outer court, from the elders to the laborers, everyone knew that this time the Qing Huntang had genuinely established itself. It was not merely a nominal alchemy team, nor a temporary workshop of some branch. It was a legitimate lineage inscribed in the sect's main record. The 3 characters were etched into the newly established alchemy rankings. Qing Huntang, the 3rd in the main alchemical lineage of Hahuanzong. On that day, the hall master spoke no idle words. He produced 3 pills in a single furnace, sent 1 out for tasting, and directly stored the remaining 2. It was the only performance in the entire sect that did not rely on applause, special effects, or the color of garments to reach the pinnacle. It was achieved solely through gunpowder and life. Fang Chuang did not return to Qing Huntang that night. He wandered alone around the back mountain, his feet caked in mud, bearing the furnace on his shoulder. The system prompted, Host has completed a large-scale refining task. Special reward. Alchemical trust value increased by 300. Qing Hun Tang's independent refining authority elevated. Detection of sect status improvement. Current rank. Master of Qing Hun Zheng Tang. Fang Chuang sat atop the mountain, pondering. Am I here to chase rankings? Am I here to perform? I merely demonstrated a segment of heat control, and the sect leader elevates my position by 2 ranks. System. Could you pay attention to the storyline? System. This system records only. The sect leader's impulsive decisions are beyond control. Please, host. Act with restraint and refrain from taking the stage casually. If you perform another furnace, they might truly establish a faction for you. If I perform another furnace, I'll livestream myself eating dirt. If anyone mentions pills in the next few days, I'll serve them a pot of porridge. As he spoke, distant footsteps echoed from the mountain's foot. Shortly after, Lanji arrived, carrying a jar of wine and a bowl in hand. You did well today. Although I did not join you in shouting for the charge, the spectacle you produced in that furnace was impressive. I truly wanted to prepare a banner that declared as long as I don't explode, I'll keep going. Fang Chuang accepted the wine and gulped it down. Sit beside me. You don't need to speak. Just listen. Lanji replied, You're speaking? I am. He patted the furnace he had used for alchemy. His voice steady, each word resonating with weight. This furnace was honed in the snake kiln. The first Qing Hun Dan exploded out when I was on the verge of spitting blood. The subsequent furnaces were driven by your pressure. I bore the burden while they urged me to keep refining. In the end, I did not fire this furnace for the rankings, nor to showcase a haul for you. It was for me, Fang Chuang, to make a statement in this sect where many rely on others to achieve recognition, to rely on a furnace and my life to claim a voice. Now, I have achieved that. None of you can call Qing Hun Tang a mere furnace den anymore. I am not the furnace. I am the one who tends the fire. Lan Ji softly asked, Are you done? Fang Chuang nodded. Yes, now you may speak. Lan Ji set down the bowl and produced a letter. This is from the sect leader. Your status is sufficient now. He intends for you to take charge of external collaborations for Qing Hun Tang. If you are unwilling, he will send someone to intervene. However, he specified that this cannot be written in the letter. It must be conveyed through me. Fang Chuang took the letter, glanced at it, and noted it contained only 8 words. If you refine, I shall acknowledge. He threw it into the flames to burn. Then it is settled. I shall choose. I will choose my own people. Qing Hun Tang will not serve others. From that day forth, the Sect's rankings introduced an open collaboration quota for Qing Hun Tang. However, the note merely stated, Please think thrice before applying. We are not a casual pill-making class. We do not offer belts, nor do we perform explosive ascents. The Hall Master speaks little, yet the fire is steady. Do not be timid. If you truly wish to join, first finish a pot of Qing Hun porridge. On the day Qing Hun Tang announced open collaborations, a near fight broke out at the entrance of the sect. It was not over pill theft, but rather over porridge. The reception attendant, Zhong Ji, instructed early in the morning. Anyone wishing to sign up for collaboration must first register at the porridge stall. Those who can finish it without vomiting may stay. Those who cannot, regardless of which peak you come from or which senior brother recommended you, must leave. We in Qing Hun Tang do not judge by cultivation level, but by resilience. Tao Qing rose squatted beside the stall, wearing an apron, ladling out bowls of greenish Qing Hun porridge, reciting the procedure. 1 bowl per person, no extras, no abandoning midway. Upon finishing, recite, I willingly become a member of Qing Hun Tang's external cultivation. If you do not recite, you're not allowed to enter. If you fear hardship, explosions, or reprimands, take another route. Our Hall Master has stated that he speaks of alchemy, not affection. Someone couldn't help but ask, which branch of Yuanzong enforces such strict entry rights? Tao Qing Ro turned back. We are not strict. We are merely cautious that you might explode. You come here to cultivate, not to consume explosive residues from failed pills. Last time, a disciple entered unprepared and was scolded by Hall Master Fang. You cannot even light a fire, and you wish to learn alchemy? He was so furious he spat blood on the spot. If you truly have the capability, finish this porridge and endure, then we can talk. If you cannot withstand this, do not speak of pills. You will not last even a single incense stick here. Meanwhile, Fang Chuang sat in the hall of Qing Hun Tang, reviewing the application list. Zhong Ji stood beside him reporting. As of noon, we have received 217 applications. Out of those, 93 did not finish the porridge, 7 fainted on site, 46 vomited, and 23 broke out in rashes. Only 68 remained seated upright after finishing. We filtered through 3 times, eventually retaining 15 individuals. Fang Chuang nodded. Go down and notify them. Tomorrow morning we commence trials. We do not accept disciples. We accept those with strong wills. Whoever truly dares to enter the furnace room, to tend the fire, shall stand beside the furnace and listen to my teachings. Those who come merely to ride the wave, to take notes on alchemy, or to show off, may leave immediately. Zhong Ji noted this and inquired, Have you prepared the teaching materials? I do not teach lessons. I only teach fire. Let them observe the furnace, how I move my hands, how the fire flows, and how the herbs are blended. Should anyone dare to ask for a quicker method, I will immediately send them away. In Qing Hun Tang, there are no shortcuts, only endurance. If you fail, endure again. Only after enduring may one be worthy of hearing my second words. That evening, the Hehuan Zong Forum erupted again. Not because a new pill had been released, but because Qing Hun Tang published an official trial process diagram for collaboration. The diagram was simple, consisting of 3 steps. Step 1, drink porridge. Step 2, endure scolding. Step 3, persist. If you remain, you belong. The comments section exploded. Is this process too realistic? Other branches have a disciple initiation ceremony. Theirs is a direct trial by fire. Are they even refining pills? This is refining life, right? But I truly want to try it. Are you mad? I im nodmel, I seek kinghun. I desire stability. I do not wish to practice for years, only to fall into madness. I want to test that pot of porridge. Perhaps, indeed, it can make a difference. In the furnace room behind Qinghuan Tong, Fang Chuang stood before the furnace, gazing at the plaque he had personally inscribed. Qinghuan Tong, where false elixirs are not refined. Falsehoods are not spoken, the indolent are not welcomed, and the precious are not maintained. He lit an incense stick, dedicating it to the first batch of elixir manuscripts resting upon the table. I have conveyed what needed to be said. The subsequent matters, you must ignite yourselves. Qinghuan does not rely solely on my flames. Whoever wishes to take over this furnace, be prepared to stake your life. It is not coercion on my part. It is simply the path that must be traversed. On the day of the trial, as dawn broke, the courtyard of Qinghuan Tong was filled with individuals. The 15 disciples who had endured the porridge, withstood the scorn, and had not been frightened away, were all present. At the forefront stood a lad as thin as a twig, named by Xuan, who had previously worked as a herbalist on Lingsha Peak. Afflicted by fire poison and on the verge of retreat, he had ultimately persevered after consuming a pot of Qinghuan porridge. Beside him stood a female disciple, surnamed Shen, possessing dual spiritual roots and high talent. Yet her alchemical endeavors had frequently resulted in explosions, leading to her being dissuaded from the alchemy hall thrice before finally arriving here. The remaining 13 hailed from various backgrounds. Some were scattered disciples emerging from the side halls, while others belonged to lesser sects, their foundations in Hehuan Zone barely established. Yet, they all shared one commonality, a willingness to gamble their lives. Fang Chuang was not adorned in the customary white robes of Qinghuan Tong. Instead, he wore the tattered training garb from his earliest days in Hehuan Zone, the cuffs marred by numerous burn marks, and his belt a frayed gray cloth that had been wrapped countless times. He emerged from the furnace room, standing before the 15 individuals, and spoke his first words. Today, I shall not discuss elixirs, nor techniques. I shall only speak of fire. He gestured towards the central practicing furnace in the courtyard. You shall all stand there and observe. If anyone wishes to take notes, put them away. If anyone seeks to hear me expound on elixir theories, you may leave. I will not teach elixir theories, for you cannot even stabilize the flames. Before discussing fire, I must first have you burn away the rules that bind you. Alchemy does not rely on hand-copied manuscripts, nor on others imparting you with incantations. It relies on your courage to endure the flames. Extend your hands towards the fire and see if you tremble. If you do not tremble, then we may speak of alchemy. Bai Xuan was the first to speak. Does that mean we shall not touch any herbs today? Fang Chuang raised his hand, and with a resounding thud, he threw a pouch of snake gall powder onto the courtyard floor. If you dare to approach the fire, then you shall handle the herbs. If you cannot even draw near the flames, then do not enter Qinghuan Tong. Today's first lesson is straightforward. You will take turns standing before the furnace, 3 breaths each. I will ignite a 3rd-tier fire for you. You are forbidden from retreating, evading, or dodging. If the fire shakes you, you must acknowledge it. If it burns you, you shall apply the elixir yourself. Upon completion, I will proceed to the next step. The female disciple surnamed Shin swallowed hard. What if someone faints outright? Fang Chuang replied nonchalantly. Then they shall be sent to the porridge room to drink Qinghuan porridge for a few more days. There is no formal entry fee to Qinghuan Tong. However, we have a rule. Whether you can refine elixirs is first determined by whether you can withstand the flames. No one moved. Fang Chuang did not rush them. He approached the practice furnace and ignited the flames himself. The spiritual fire rose, stabilizing at the mid-range of the third tier, and with a whoosh, a blue flame shot upwards. He pointed into the courtyard. Bai Xuan stepped forward. Bai Xuan gritted his teeth and approached, standing before the furnace with his hands clasped behind his back, refusing to budge. 3 breaths passed, the heat of the flames billowing. His sleeves caught in the fiery current, sweat beading on his brow, his face reddening like a ripened persimmon, yet he remained steadfast. Fang Chuang nodded slightly and called out the second name. Shin Bi stepped forward. She walked over and steadied herself. As the fire intensified, she felt a moment of instability, her body swaying slightly. Fang Chuang neither spoke nor assisted. She gritted her teeth and endured the 3 breaths. Fang Chuang quietly remarked, "What you must learn is not merely to refine an elixir. It is to ensure that you do not prematurely self-destruct before the furnace explodes. The most challenging aspect of alchemy has never been the fire. It is whether you can endure those 3 breaths. The fire today is ignited by me. If you find it hot, that is normal. If you feel pain, that is acceptable. If you feel nothing, then do not bother coming back. If you cannot even perceive your own flaws, how do you expect to refine a stable elixir?" Absurdity. When the third disciple approached, he faltered before he could even stabilize his footing, collapsing to his knees before the furnace with a thud, nearly falling into the flames. Fang Chuang did not assist him. Zhongzhi handed him a medicinal ointment, which he applied himself, his face pale. Fang Chuang remained silent, merely gesturing towards the back of the furnace. "Go sit there and drink porridge slowly. You're not disqualified. However, today you are not worthy to approach this furnace. Qinghuan Tong does not deny opportunities. We simply do not tolerate disrespect. If you're not afraid of losing face, then stay. We will eventually teach you. But if you fear embarrassment, heat, and instability, then you may leave now and not waste the porridge." The circle of individuals repeated their turns. The one who stood most firmly, Bai Xuan, was called back to the furnace for another round. This time, the fire was raised to the maximum limit of the third tier, the spiritual energy coursing through him, causing his entire body to tingle, sweat cascading down, and his lips trembling. Chapter 26 is not my harshness. The fire does not recognize individuals. Yet he remained steadfast. As the flames subsided, the courtyard fell silent. Fang Chuang looked upon them. This is the first lesson of Qinghuan Tong. There are no theories, no diagrams, no techniques. Only you and the fire. You and the fire must stand as one. If you endure, then you become one of us. If you cannot endure, then you shall remain only a seller of elixir skins in the marketplace. Remember, you are not here to witness Fang Chuang's alchemical prowess. You are here to ascertain whether you can ignite a spark of spirit within yourselves. Qinghuan Tong, the following morning, before the furnace room doors opened. The 15 individuals stood in a row within the courtyard, not a word spoken. It was not fear. Rather, no one dared to utter a sound. After yesterday's third-tier flames had seared them, they understood that the rules of this hall were not about what they wished to hear, but rather how much fire they could withstand before they earned the right to hear a single word. Zhongzhi approached, setting down 15 low stools before them, each adorned with a different herb. Snake all powder, Yulon powder, Kang Hunji, Lianshi grass, Poki Ingen, Wenhuan Lu, Rongling sand. Look closely. Today is not about observing fire. Today is about observing herbs. You're not to memorize their properties, nor to recall how many grams correspond to how many drops. What you must learn is which herbs can withstand fire and which may cause an explosion. Each of these herbs can be refined into an elixir, yet they can equally lead to your demise. You must remember, as Fang Tongzhu has stated, if the herbs do not ignite, the fire does not recognize individuals. If you only focus on a manuscript, you will never know whether this handful of herbs, once cast in, will yield an elixir or calamity. At this moment, Fang Chuang emerged from the back courtyard, followed by a disciple, Bai Xuan, who had stood the most firmly yesterday. He approached the first stool, lifting a handful of snake gall powder. You are all familiar with this. It is the primary ingredient of Qinghuan Dawn. Most of the first to third tier elixirs you purchase in the marketplace contain it in abundance. Yet do you know what it fears the most? It fears a flame that is too small. You may believe it is potent, that you can take your time and steadily heat it, only to find the herb suffocating within, unable to dissolve, ultimately resulting in an explosion. To approach it with gentleness may provoke a harsh rebuff. Such a medicine, by its very nature, demand a firm hand. Should your flame lack intensity, it will reduce your entire concoction to a charred mass. He cast a handful of powder directly into the small furnace prepared beside him. With a sharp crack, flames surged 3 feet high. This is the essence of the medicine. It is not merely the lines of text in a book. It is the genuine act of casting it in, igniting the fire, and experiencing the response it yields. He then approached the second stool, pinching a delicate powder known as yolonma. This behaves in contrast to shi danfen. If your fire is too fierce, it will instantly evaporate, leaving no trace. One must simmer slowly, nurturing the flame gently, adjusting bit by bit. Only when it releases its essence without scorching or dissipating is it deemed correct. When combining these two medicines in a single furnace, one must be meticulous with time. Delay results in charring. Haste leads to an explosion. Therefore, do not inquire about my formulas in the future. Even if I divulge them, it will be of no use. You must learn to regulate the fire and observe the medicine before you can claim to practice alchemy. As he spoke, he instructed Bai Xuan to demonstrate for each case. Each time one gathers the medicine, the temperature of the fire varies, and the response of the medicine in the furnace differs. The flames of the furnace, akin to expressions, flicker, compress, leap, and suffocate. Shinbi, standing at the end of the line, felt warmth in her palms. I have never observed medicine in this manner before. A fellow disciple inquired, how did you learn before? By studying the Danpu. Do you dare to look at it now? No longer. I do not even dare to lift the furnace lid myself. Fang Chuang concluded his demonstration, extinguishing the fire. This lesson is complete. Upon returning, each of you must transcribe the fire line from today. It is not merely writing, it is drawing. If you cannot discern the nature of the fire, do not claim to be refining elixirs. That is tantamount to risking your life. Qinghuan Tong does not teach the art of risking one's life. We impart only one lesson, which medicines should be combined and which flames can be produced. If you can master these 2 points, all other texts and records of elixirs are mere waste paper. He turned back to the furnace room, leaving behind a remark. Tomorrow, you shall prepare your first trial elixir. Those who can produce color shall remain. Those who cannot, bring me a bowl of porridge and return to the porridge room. On the third day at Qinghuan Tong, the kitchen was the first to ignite without the crowing of roosters. 15 individuals stood in neat formation in the courtyard. The fire line diagrams copied from the previous day sprawled across 3 tables, and Zhongji flipped through them, feeling a chill run down her spine. It was not that they had written incorrectly. No one dared to write too quickly. The diagrams were a chaotic mess of tangled lines, with even the most stable Bai Xuan drawing as if tracing a map of mountain paths. The fire line resembled a labyrinth. Did they truly wish to escape from the furnace? No one spoke. Shinbi bit her lip in frustration. She had attempted to draw the fire line yesterday, but realized she could not recall whether the furnace jumped left or right at the moment the medicine was introduced. It was not that she could not, but rather that she had not observed closely. At that moment, she was solely focused on not causing an explosion, neglecting the fire line. Fang Chuang sat before the furnace, not flipping through diagrams, but fixated on the ancient furnace. Although the lid had yet to be lifted, he began to speak. Each of you will receive only 1 packet of medicine today. I prepared it personally. A single furnace is sufficient for 1 trial. Should anyone waste it, I will close the furnace today. What does it mean to produce color? It is not simply cranking the fire to its maximum and observing whether it shines. It requires controlling the temperature within the proper range, allowing the flavors and essences of the medicine to rise without becoming suffocating or overwhelming. When the fire is correctly tended, the elixir will naturally reveal its color as it emerges. You are not here to refine elixirs today. You are here to seek the fire. Seek the fire line, the essence point, and the steadiness of your hand in that moment. It does not matter if you cannot produce anything today. However, if you cause an explosion, I will send you to carry the furnace lid back to the porridge room. Bai Xuan was the first to approach. He received the medicine packet, first inhaling its scent before pinching it. When the fire ignited, he remained unhurried, adjusting it gradually. With a steady hand on the old furnace, the fire line wavered twice, corrected only after Fang Chuang kicked the furnace leg to realign it. The entire furnace burned for a full incense stick's duration, emitting a wisp of pale yellow smoke. Zhongji watched in astonishment. It actually produced color, not through an explosion, but through careful simmering. Shunbi followed closely behind. Her technique had improved significantly since yesterday. However, at the final moment of extinguishing the fire, her hand trembled, severing the fire line. The furnace did not explode, but the smoke turned blue, skewed. Fang Chuang approached her furnace. Your last pinch was too forceful. The Lingji sank, preventing the medicine from rising. You extinguished the fire too hastily. This furnace only achieved 70% completion. Shunbi lowered her head. Yes, but did not explode. You should be grateful that the talismans carved into the furnace's base are deep. If your hand trembles like that again, you might as well go draw talismans. Chapter 27. Unsteady hands, unstable talismans, unstable lives. The third disciple, during his trial, hurriedly tossed an entire packet of medicine into the furnace just as the fire was stabilizing. The fire line snapped instantly, and the lid of the furnace thudded, nearly leaping off. Fang Chuang, disinterested in yelling, raised his hand and slammed the lid back down firmly. Get out. You are not here to learn alchemy. You are here to serve as offerings. If I let you touch the main furnace, you would likely explode even the ancestral furnace of Qinghuantang. The porridge room is prepared. Remember to call out when receiving your bowl. The remaining few stood at attention. The fourth, fifth, and sixth disciples took their turns. Fang Chuang said nothing, simply standing behind the furnace, watching their hands. Those with trembling hands, erratic flames, and hasty medicine placements were all swiftly dismissed. Each expulsion was executed with precision. Only two managed to produce color, one yellow, one a bluish-green. Baisun's furnace was the most stable, yielding a viscous consistency, qualifying it as a semi-finished product. The rest were mere remnants of fire. Those who did not explode were praised. Your steadiness today is a testament to the remnants of yesterday's flame. For those who did explode, reflect on whether you truly wish to refine elixirs or merely incinerate yourselves. At Qinghuantang, we do not accept those who merely pile up medicine. We seek those who can master the furnace. Today, your ability to stand firm is merely the first step. However, do not assume you have comprehended it all. This is just the beginning. Tomorrow, we shall not ignite the furnace. We will practice talismans. If you cannot control the fire, it is due to a lack of courage. A lack of courage stems from an inability to accurately press the talismans. The fire at Qinghuantang has never been subdued by mere luck. We rely on the lines in our hands, the steadiness in our hearts, and the porridge you consume today. If you wish to remain, you must drink it hot and return to the furnace to burn again. On the fourth day at Qinghuantang, the furnace remained unlit and the fire unkindled. Yet the porridge room added another pot. 15 wooden tables were arranged neatly in the courtyard, each bearing a set of talisman papers, a fire control brush, a bottle of stabilizing ink, and a small copper plate engraved with the character stability. Zhongji approached, reciting the customary rules. Today, we will discuss talismans. However, these are not the talismans for refining tools, nor are they the fire control spells from external sections. What Qinghuantang teaches is known as the pressure line talisman. It is not for mere observation. It is to be wielded in your hand for controlling fire. An unstable fire line leads to trembling hands, resulting in elixirs that explode. You may perceive it as a flaw in a medicine, but in truth, it is your failure to grasp the talisman in that crucial moment. Baisun raised his hand. Addressing his senior sister, we have not previously encountered the pressure line talisman. What if we make a mistake in our drawing? Zhongji offered no response. Fang Chuang emerged from the backyard, holding a piece of paper that had been charred black. Mistaken? Just like this, he stated. If you draw incorrectly, this will be your furnace. It is not the fear of making a mistake that troubles you, but the fear that this furnace will indeed explode as a result of your flawed drawing. He stepped forward and slammed the paper down on the table before Baisun. Do not fear mistakes. It is this very fear that causes hesitation before the furnace. When you hesitate, the fire will escape. How do you draw this talisman? It is quite simple. Begin with a fixed point, press down following the flow of energy from your wrist, and then retract. This is not writing. It is not copying from a book, but rather an expression of your own self. If your talisman is stable, so too are you. If your hand trembles, no matter how bravely you speak, the furnace will sense your trepidation. As he spoke, he demonstrated. The pressure line talisman of Qinghun Tang differed from the commonly seen fire control talisman of the outer sect. It lacked the intricate and esoteric spiritual patterns, as well as excessive decorative strokes. The entire talisman comprises merely 3 strokes: initiate, lock, and retract. The first stroke must be decisive. The second stroke must be straight. The final stroke must be precise. Do you find this simple? By the time you reach your 10th drawing, your hand will reveal its true complexity. If you reach the 50th drawing without misaligning the line, I will allow you to practice fire control talismans tomorrow. If your hand is unsteady, you shall cover these walls and talismans until you can draw them as effortlessly as you breathe. Shunbai was the first to begin her drawing. Her strokes were relatively steady. The first stroke landed perfectly, but a slight tremor occurred as she drew the second stroke to the right, causing the line to break. Fang Chuang made no comment, simply walking over to take her talisman and tossing it to the ground, crushing it underfoot. This line represents the moment your furnace might explode tomorrow. You have just trampled it. Do not allow it to erupt. Shunbai nodded and commenced her next drawing. Bai Sun, on the other hand, drew slowly, each stroke resembling the meticulous copying of scripture. After completing his second talisman, he began to breathe heavily. Do not treat this talisman as an examination. You are outlining the contours of your life for tomorrow. This is not about aesthetics. It is about the decisiveness with which you inscribe. If your strokes are clean, the fire will be contained. If you are still pondering whether your drawing is crooked, do not write at all. A moment of hesitation alters the fire line. When the fire line shifts, you cannot maintain your stance. If you cannot stand, the elixir will crumble. Do not focus on how to avoid an explosion. Instead, concentrate on how to remain steady. Qinghun Tang does not dwell in the abstract. We do not teach techniques. We only instruct the hand. When your hand is steady, so too is the elixir. If your hand falters, Qinghun Tang does not accept those who cannot consume the elixir they produce. For an entire day, the 15 disciples meticulously drew talismans, each silent. By nightfall, the walls of the courtyard were adorned with a dense array of pressure line talismans. Each consisted of merely 3 strokes. Some strokes were thick, others trembled, some broke, and some veered off course. Yet every talisman was a product of the meticulous effort of these individuals. Fang Chuang stepped to the center of the courtyard and ignited one with a torch. The talisman burned swiftly, but before each one hit the ground, the energy of the fire line varied tremendously. Some leaped, some exploded, some floated, and others sank. He offered no evaluation, merely stating, "Tomorrow we will begin discussing fire control. In the first 2 lessons, you learned how to maintain your position. This lesson is about how not to cause explosions for others." The alchemy of Qinghun Tang has never been solely for one's own consumption. What you produce must also be suitable for others. If you cannot control the talisman, you cannot control the fire. If you cannot control the fire, do not claim you are refining medicine. You are merely gambling with fate. Tomorrow, if anyone's fire line breaks, they will explode. I will not rush you away. I will simply have you sit by the porridge stove for 3 days. If the stove is unstable, the fire will not be formed. Each stroke you drew today will be returned to you, stroke by stroke, tomorrow. The following morning, the refining area of Qinghun Tang had undergone a new arrangement. No longer seated at tables, they stood in place. Each person had a furnace, and each furnace had a designated fire talisman position. 15 old furnaces were aligned horizontally, with a spiritual line drawn between them. Should anyone's fire breach the standard line, they would be immediately dismissed from the furnace. Chapter 28. It is not a matter of who can concoct the medicine, but rather who dares to consume what they have produced. Each individual held not medicine, but the pressure line talisman they had drawn the day before. Zhong Ji personally approached to affix the talismans, inspecting each one. If anyone's drawing was misaligned, she would fix her gaze upon them. If your talisman was off yesterday, and today the fire follows suit, I will seal your waist first. The wind in the courtyard stilled. No one dared to move. Fang Chuang stepped forward, standing in front of the 16th furnace. Today, we will not discuss medicine, nor elixirs. We will only speak of whether you can transform yesterday's pressure line talisman into a genuine fire line. What you drew yesterday were lines. What you ignite today is your life. If your talisman is affixed firmly, the fire will not leap. If your talisman is weak, the entire furnace will follow suit. Here, at Qinghun Tang, refining elixirs is not merely an art. Each stroke is a testament to your ability to survive. Begin. All 15 disciples ignited their fires simultaneously. At the moment the flames surged, 3 furnaces erupted in the first surge, flames erupting chaotically. Zhongji immediately threw out the spiritual rope, pulling the 3 away from the edge of the furnace, coldly stating, "Tear up your talismans and stand behind. Today your hands are igniting a sacrificial fire, not controlling it." Bai Sun's hand remained the steadiest, with the fire line hovering 2 inches above the talisman, neither too high nor too low. He stood like a wooden post, unwavering, with neither the furnace exploding nor the fire slipping. Yet beads of sweat began to form at the corners of his eyes. Shunbai started off steadily, but by the 3rd breath, the fire pattern flickered, causing her to hastily supplement spiritual energy, which resulted in an overwhelming surge that drove the flames to the edge, causing the furnace to tremble. Fang Chuang's gaze bore down on her. "If you pursue the fire again, you will be sent to the fire scene as a laborer tomorrow." Shunbai gritted her teeth, withdrawing her hand. After 2 breaths, the fire line gradually corrected itself. Her furnace withstood the first round. Among the remaining disciples, some stood firmly, yet the fire sank, the furnace remained unmoved, and the elixir did not stir. "You are burning paper, not refining elixirs. If the fire does not stir, the elixir cannot be formed. This fire is for honoring ancestors, not for alchemy." Fang Chuang addressed each disciple, calling out those whose fire had strayed. He did not scold, but even a single word of withdrawal felt like a bucket of cold water poured over their necks. After 1 round, only 6 remained in the arena. The fire line stabilized, the furnace did not explode, and the flow of spiritual energy was appropriate. Bai Sun and Shunbai remained, along with 2 disciples who were experiencing their first complete round. One had previously exploded 3 times in alchemy, yet now their hands were steadier than anyone else's. Fang Chuang concluded the session, standing at the forefront. "Today, we will not discuss outcomes. We will discuss results. Those who did not explode today did not merely rely on luck. It was the precision of your strokes yesterday that secured your survival. If you drew haphazardly yesterday, everything must be repaid today. This is the nature of fire. Refining elixirs is not a matter of salvation. It is about not perishing first. If you cannot even control the fire in your hands, do not claim you can produce elixirs that others can consume with peace of mind. The talisman you hold is not a mere tool. It is a marker of life. Standing firm today is merely the first step. Beginning tomorrow, we shall commence our medicinal practices. Prior to administering the herbs, I shall reiterate, Qinghun Tang does not produce aesthetically pleasing pills. What we offer is the kind that both you and others are bold enough to consume. If you cannot manage the flame, refrain from meddling with the herbs. If you cannot even stabilize a single furnace, the concoction you produce is unworthy of your own consumption. On the 5th day, we shall engage in the inaugural practical session of alchemy at Qinghun Tang. There will be no tables laid out, no cloth spread. Each participant shall have a furnace and a packet of herbs. With 15 packets of materials, each ingredient is identical, yet no measurements are specified. Only the instruction to adjust according to the flame. When Zhongji distributed the packets, she made it abundantly clear, do not inquire about quantities. This marks the first trial of medicine at Qinghun Tang. The proportions, sequence, and timing of the herbs are entirely in your hands. The talismans you previously inscribed cannot contain the fire. Now, with the herbs you possess, you must not allow them to sink into the pot. If you fail, prepare to face the consequences. Only 13 individuals remain in the courtyard. 2 exited yesterday due to unstable flames. 1 returned to the porridge room, and another departed entirely. Bai Sun accepted the packets without uttering a word. He has grown accustomed to the rhythm of Qinghun Tang. Those who talk excessively often find their furnaces exploding prematurely. Fang Chuang sat at the stone table's end, surveyed the surroundings, and remarked softly, "Today's trial is not about producing pills. It is about assessing whether your first ingredient is correct. If your first ingredient is erroneous, everything that follows will also be flawed. The Qinghun Dan is not merely a matter of accumulation. The initial prescriptions from Qinghun Tang were meticulously derived from my own trials, where an error in judgment could result in an explosion. If you seek safety, you shall remain ignorant of what it means for spiritual energy to boil over. If you truly wish to create something consumable, you must first extract the fear that resides within you. The first round of trials begins now. Should anyone misplace the first ingredient, I shall have you consume Qinghun porridge for 3 consecutive days, dulling your sense of taste. Let us see if you dare to recklessly toss ingredients into the pot next time." Bai Sun was the first to proceed. He ignited the furnace slowly, maintaining a steady flame, and prepared the herbs with precision. The first ingredient, snake gall powder, had been pre-roasted in the porridge room. As soon as it entered the furnace, the flame contracted and the spiritual energy surged from the pot's base. Fang Chuang observed, "Commendable, yet your pace is lacking. The fire has outpaced you. If you continue to burn in such a manner tomorrow, I shall require you to watch the flame with your nose pressed against it." Today's success relied on the thickness of your talismans from yesterday. Shunbai followed, utilizing the stable soul dew as her first ingredient. The fire was manageable, yet the herb was too mild, causing the furnace to sink. Are you concocting a soup? Once the flavor is released, the entire furnace loses its temper. The first ingredient of Qinghundan is not to suppress, but to entice. You must first stimulate it before applying pressure. If you blanket it from the start, it will not rise. The third participant, having misheard the instructions, selected the lowest grade herb, breaking the qi silver root. Upon entering the furnace, the flames erupted into 3 layers, and the lid of the pot leapt half an inch high with a loud clang. Fang Chuang remained seated, unperturbed. Zhongji instinctively pulled him down, casually patting the furnace. "Do not use this one for now. Go to the porridge room and fetch 5 bowls of Qinghun porridge. Drink them all at once. This is not a punishment, but rather a means to stabilize your stomach." You could not even control your own actions just now. The remaining disciples were holding their breath. No one dared to explode, yet no one dared to abstain. The purpose of the trial was not to produce pills, but to instill in them the understanding that before introducing each herb, they must ask themselves, do you truly know its purpose? Do you genuinely understand its compatibility with the fire? Are you selecting this herb because you believe it should be added, or are you merely trying to fill the pot? As the day drew to a close, among the 13 furnaces, only 5 displayed a glimmer of color. Bai Sun's furnace was the clearest. Shunbai's was the most stable, while the remaining 3 produced patterns but lacked cohesion, barely earning a passing grade. Chapter 29. To command the herbs. Do not immediately apply pressure. Fang Chuang said nothing further. He rose and swept the remnants of the 5 furnaces into a discarded Dan pot before patting the stone table. Tomorrow we shall discuss adjusting the herbs. You have managed the flame and tested the ingredients. Next, you must learn how to negotiate with the herbs. You cannot solely apply pressure. You must discern when to yield. If you treat the herbs as adversaries, they will perpetually resist you. If you regard them as a part of your very being, they will willingly remain on your fire. At Qinghuntan, the first batch has concluded. For those who did not explode today, consider yourselves fortunate, yet it does not signify success. You aspire to achieve greatness. Tomorrow, present a method that can tame the fire, appease the herbs, and be consumable by humans. Should you fail, there will be no sustenance for you at Qinghuntan. You will have to return to the furnace and endure. On the 6th day at Qinghuntan, the courtyard was devoid of flames. Only herbs remained. The ground was covered with 4 coarse cloths, each piled with various types of herbs, all essential for the foundational Qinghundan. Snake gall powder, ghost orchid, refining wisdom grass, stable soul dew, breaking qi silver root, hiding spirit skin, racier powder, green root mud, and sweet guiding sand. 18 types in total. Zhongji walked along the cloth edges, pointing and reciting. Today we shall discuss adjusting the herbs. The focus is not on how swiftly you can grasp them, nor on how accurately you can mix them. It is about whether you dare to slow down. By taking your time, you will discern whether each herb in your hands is restless or tranquil, aggressive or compliant. When you rush, it is merely a desire to complete the task. When you slow down, you are inquiring if the herbs are willing to accompany you. Bai Sun had already crouched by the snake gall powder, reaching in slowly to weigh a handful. It was hot, almost burning, yet sticky enough to adhere. Fang Chuang was not by the furnace today. He sat beneath the tree in the courtyard, leaning against the trunk, a stick of sweet, guiding sand in his mouth, observing a group of disciples gathered around the herbs, kneading and flipping them. He remained silent until he witnessed one disciple hastily toss the hiding spirit skin into the herb grinder, moving as quickly as if preparing a meal, prompting him to mutter, "This is not your mother making chicken soup. You cannot merely throw a heap of herbs together. Do you know which ones should be turned first and which ones are delicate?" Adjusting herbs is not akin to kneading dough. It is a process where you must ask each herb if it is willing to enter the pot together with fire. If you do not question, do not blame it for turning to sludge instead of forming pills. Your task today is to each adjust a portion. No burning, no boiling, no fire. Yet, you must achieve a mix that, when stirred, does not scatter. The moment you halt, it should willingly coalesce. This is what it means for the herbs to heed your command. If your approach is one of indiscriminate grabbing and rough handling, do not be surprised when the herbs leap out and explode once they hit the furnace. Shenbai crouched before her furnace, meticulously blending the stable soul dew with erasure powder. Her movements were slow. Each action involved gently rolling the herbs into small balls before flattening and rolling them again. Upon a gentle test, the herb paste surprisingly began to cling to her hand. She paused momentarily. Fang Chuang noticed. Without praise, he simply remarked, "The herbs recognize you. Today, you have not acted foolishly. It is not a matter of your innate talent. Should you increase the fire tomorrow and attempt to apply force, it will still explode. You must remember, the herbs respond to individuals. It is not that you control the herbs. Rather, it is the fire within you that earns their trust. If you are unstable, they shall not combine. Only when you achieve harmony will they transform into pills." Bai Sun meticulously completed a batch of medicinal paste, carefully rolling it into a ball, then pulling it apart and spreading it out. Every inch of the medicinal mud was delicately layered with his spiritual energy, ultimately collected into a bowl, as light as cradling an eggshell. When he stood up, a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from his body, catching the attention of the passing servants in the porridge house. Zhongji, having recorded the last individual, nodded in approval. Today marks your first lesson in making the medicine obedient. Tomorrow, you will attempt to introduce it to the flames without it reacting adversely. Whether you succeed in forming a pill is not my concern. However, if the medicine explodes upon entering the fire, I shall not even attempt to save you with a talisman. The batch you have concocted today will serve as the foundation for tomorrow's fiery trial. If it's too diluted, the flames will not suffice. If too dense, the medicine will not ignite. The weight of your hands will be returned to you unchanged by the flames tomorrow. Fang Chuang stood up, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. You think the past few days were tough? You have yet to witness a furnace exploding 3 times and still managing to remain upright and breathe. If you wish to learn alchemy, you must learn to endure the flames without fear. But if you truly aspire to refine the Qing Hun Dan, you must first earn the medicine's trust. Let follow your lead. Do not fear it. Steady hands will yield a steady outcome. If you are righteous, it will burn for you to see. On the 7th day, at Qing Hun Tang, they commenced the first complete pill trial. The weather was stifling, and 10 furnaces were set up in the courtyard, 1 for each person. 2 spare water tanks were placed against the courtyard wall, alongside a canister for medicinal residues. All personally arranged by Fang Chuang. He stated, "Today is not for your entertainment. You will each throw your batch of medicine into the furnace and see if it recognizes you. Anyone who approaches with thoughts of pill formation will surely face failure today. This is not a test of skill, but of courage. If you fear it will not succeed, do not attempt to burn it. If you cannot even endure a minor mishap, how can you expect to refine a pill that others would dare to consume?" Each person held a batch of medicine they had prepared 2 days prior. No formulas were exchanged, nor were any ingredients added. It was entirely reliant on their own skills to withstand the fire. Zhongji meticulously aligned the fire talismans, and, as the flames ignited, there was not a whisper of wind in the courtyard. Bai Sun was the first to stabilize his furnace. Before adding the medicine, he paused for 3 breaths, firmly pressing the fire line with both palms, waiting for the core of the medicine to align with the flame's eye. As the first pinch entered the furnace, he did not rush. The furnace's inscriptions rippled, the fire neither exploded nor sank, and the medicinal mud began to shimmer with a faint glow along the lines. He gritted his teeth, maintaining the fire's pressure, hesitating to add the second pinch. Fang Chuang, standing at the center, remarked, "Well done. Your initial attempt is not bad. The next ingredient must not be rushed. Wait until the fire line has receded by half before adding it. If the flames are still expanding, throwing more into it is not refining medicine. It is merely feeding the fire. If your pill does not form, the fire will become sated, and you will not even realize where it exploded." Shenbai was the second to add her medicine. Initially, her hands were too light. The fire did not respond. And as soon as the medicine fell, the fire patterns did not stir, causing the medicine to suffocate. She hastily attempted to add the second ingredient, but was halted by Fang Chuang's sharp command, "Steady yourself. The fire is still struggling. What are you trying to sustain? Is this a rescue? You are merely stabbing it with a knife. If you dare to proceed, I will have you swallow this batch of medicine yourself. Shen beholdt, forcing herself to stabilize the talisman. After a brief moment, the fire line gradually regained its composure, and the medicinal ball began to react, indeed showing signs of life. In that instant, the entire furnace room felt as if it had been granted a soul. Fang Chuang remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In the 30th chapter, if you wish to teach others how to consume medicine, you must first finish your own pot. Among the remaining furnaces, some had medicine that collapsed upon entering the fire, while others had flames that were too stable, causing the medicine to neither rise nor explode, remaining stagnant. The most unfortunate one had 3 ingredients enter, all charred, and the lid of the furnace did not even warm up. Fang Chuang glanced over. This furnace mirrors you. Dead weight. Fire is alive, and so is the medicine. If you cannot even boil a pot of water with vigor, what alchemy do you wish to practice? Return and transcribe the fire patterns 500 times. If you dare to produce this substance again tomorrow, I will have you eat the furnace's bottom. Ultimately, among the 10 furnaces, 7 did not explode, but also did not succeed. The medicine merely floated a thin layer, at best resulting in a pot of spiritual porridge. Only Bai Sun's furnace truly formed a pill. The fire burned cleanly, the medicine rose, the furnace remained steady, and the flames did not leap. After the last ingredient was added, the pill pattern took shape. With a final clap of the lid, a single pill slowly emerged, pale blue and smooth without blemish. It was not of the highest quality, but it was indeed Qing Hundan, genuine and consumable. The courtyard fell silent for an entire incense stick's duration. No one spoke. Not even Zhong Ji took notes. Fang Chuang approached, holding the pill, spinning it between his fingers. He did not inquire about its quality, but simply asked Bai Sun, "Will you consume it?" Bai Sun swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes, I will eat it. I have made it myself, and I can consume it. If it explodes, I will take responsibility." Fang Chuang nodded, placing the pill in his hand. "Very well. This furnace does not signify your success, but rather that you are now worthy of sitting on that stool at the entrance of Qing Huntang. You are not here to bask in glory. You are here to stake your life. If you truly wish to remain here, each subsequent furnace must be more precise and fierce than today. You must not only produce it, but also be able to consume it. Once you have consumed it, you will have the qualification to share it with others." As Bai Sun swallowed the pill, the entire courtyard held its breath. Fang Chuang did not rush him, nor did he closely observe. He merely returned to his low stool, chewing on a piece of sweet sand and gazing at the sky as if it were an ordinary occurrence. I would not be surprised if someone failed, but if he truly consumed it, I would be curious to see if he dares to burn again tomorrow. Shunbai stood to the side, her expression somewhat stiff, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Sun. It was not jealousy. Rather, it was a pent-up breath of determination. Her own furnace had barely performed yesterday. The medicine had risen too shallowly to form a pill. Today, she did not wish to remain a mere spectator. As Bai Sun finished swallowing the medicine, there was no significant reaction. Spiritual energy began to flow slowly throughout his body. His consciousness fluctuated, and his breathing became more even. Zhongji noted it down softly, qualified. It was not a good pill, but it was indeed consumable. This does not signify your success. It means you did not deceive the medicine, nor did you deceive yourself. Bai Sun knelt in respect. Fang Chuang ignored him, merely waving his hand. Do not bow so easily. Qing Huntang does not accept disciples who kneel. If you wish to take the podium, you must earn it batch by batch. The next step is that after you consume it, you must have the courage to guide others into the furnace. If you cannot even support the flames for others' medicine, do not aspire to lead. If you genuinely wish to stand by my side during the next trial, you will stand in the row behind me. Those in the back do not refine. They only observe. If you can discern where others err, you may remain. If not, you shall leave with them. This was the first class at Qing Huntang dedicated to observing the flames. It was not merely about standing at the furnace, but about understanding others. Shunbai was the first to sign up. She positioned herself behind Bai Sun. Bai Sun did not waste words, igniting the fire and adding the medicine. As the first ingredient fell, she began to note the changes in the fire line behind him. It was not a spiritual diagram. She used the spiritual line as a pen, inscribing it onto the talisman paper. As the fire flickered, she would draw a line. When the fire faltered, she would pause. Before the third stroke could fall, she suddenly spoke. Your second ingredient was added too early. The fire is just reseated and is not yet stable. Bai Sun withdrew his hand and adjusted the furnace's patterns once more. Indeed, the color gradually returned. Zhong Ji nodded, acknowledging her discernment. It was not mere boldness. Rather, she had truly manifested the essence of the fire. To anyone who claims, I cannot discern your foraging for herbs in the back mountain. If you cannot even comprehend the nature of fire, do not speak of alchemy. You are merely practicing life, and in a blind fashion at that. At this moment, Fang Chuang finally stood up. Today's lesson was about transmission. It is not I who shall teach you, but rather you must learn how to observe others. If you are solely aware of your own furnace, no matter how long you burn it, you will never produce Qing Han Dan. If you wish to stand out, you must dare to challenge others' flames, not merely stand by and watch the spectacle. When someone falters, you should be bold enough to call for a halt. When someone tilts, you should be brave enough to adjust the furnace. If you're the only one capable of success, then you're not a senior brother. You are a solitary spirit. You must enable others to rise alongside you. Only then can you be considered part of Qing Han Tang. Beginning tomorrow, we shall exchange positions at the furnace. One will refine, while the other observes. If you dare utter the words that you only wish to refine for yourself, then do not come. Qing Han Tang does not nurture those who only dare to feed pills to themselves. We are the ones who nourish the fire. Only the fire that we cultivate can sustain a furnace of Qing Han. On the 8th day of Qing Han Tang, the exchange of positions began. Bai Sun swapped places with Shun Bai, and the others were arranged according to their performances from the previous day, with the top 5 taking turns at the front, while the rest stood at the back, fixated on the fire line. Each was limited to one furnace, continuing until completion. As was customary, Zhong Ji arranged the setup, affixed the talismans, ignited the fire, and hung the spiritual threads. Fang Chuang did not sit in the main position, but leaned against the stone wall in the corner of the courtyard, observing them as they took turns stepping forward, igniting furnace after furnace. In Qing Han Tang, there are no distinctions of primary and secondary. However, one must clearly discern whether one is extinguishing a fire or merely adding fuel. If you wish to be the operator of the furnace in front of others, you must first understand how to perceive the flaws in their flames. Shun Bai stood behind Bai Sun. Today, Bai Sun's fire rose more slowly than in the past 2 days, and the herbs were stable. However, during the second ingredients addition, his hand was a fraction too quick, causing the furnace's base fire to flicker dangerously close to an explosion. Shun Bai immediately called out, "Withdraw. You have added too much of the second ingredient. The fire is unstable, and you cannot maintain control." Bai Sun gritted his teeth and retracted for a moment, readjusting the fire. Shun Bai neither praised nor mocked him, but continued, "You released the stabilizing essence too early. You should not have introduced the stabilizing agent until the first ingredient had fully expressed itself. You feared an explosion. However, Qing Han Dan cannot be produced through cowardice. If you are soft-hearted, the herbs will perish. If you continue to burn like this, before the pill even emerges, you will be the one overcome by the furnace's fumes." Fang Chuang, listening from behind, nodded in agreement. There is truth in her words. If you genuinely fear that the herbs will not yield, you are unqualified to refine them. You must have the courage to withstand the fire and also grant the fire time. If you treat the herbs as explosives, they will always explode on you. If you regard them as mere mud, they will never rise. If you treat them as life, only then are they worthy of dancing within your furnace. If you can maintain control, then stability follows. If you panic, it will explode. In the second round, Shun Bai took over the furnace while Bai Sun observed from behind. The moment she ignited the fire, Bai Sun shouted, "Your fire is too small. The talisman has not been pressed into the furnace's core." Chapter 31. To allow the pill to awaken, you must first stabilize your own breath. Are you afraid of an explosion? If so, do not ignite it. Shun Bai said nothing, applying pressure, pushing the fire into the furnace's base, and the herbs began to stir. Just as she was about to add the second ingredient, Bai Sun intervened. "Slow down. You should not act at this moment. Wait half a breath. When the fire rises, then you can proceed. That is the proper timing." Shun Bai cast him a glance and retracted her hand. After half a breath, the fire indeed turned blue, and the patterns came alive. As she added the second ingredient, the furnace did not explode, and the fire remained steady. For the first time in Qing Han Tang, a furnace was successfully managed through the collaboration of the two. Fang Chuang stood up and approached, observing for a moment without declaring who was superior or inferior, merely examining the alchemical patterns beside their hands. Then he remarked, "Very well. Today, this furnace represents your mutual recognition. It is not about one suppressing the other. It is about both of you supporting each other. Qing Hun Tang does not advocate mere cooperation. It is about daring to stand behind another, and in turn, having someone entrust their life into your hands. You must remember, refining your own pill is skill, but controlling another's flame is transmission. If you do not transmit, you shall forever remain a solitary practitioner, consuming and refining for your own benefit. If you dare to support others, you can elevate a furnace, and thus a whole hall can be established. You do not wish to merely be called senior brothers. You must be able to stand before a group of disciples and confidently declare, "Let us refine together." To achieve this, you must first learn to stabilize the fire of another's furnace. Beginning tomorrow, we shall change the order. Those who did not experience an explosion yesterday will act as fire controllers. Whoever dares to withstand the flames shall proceed to the next step of adjusting the alchemical energy. Qing Hun Dan is not merely about placing herbs in the furnace. It is about allowing the energy to first align with you, and then with the herbs. Early in the morning, Fang Chuang stood by the main furnace, holding an old pill in his hand. Qing Hun Dan is not determined by the herbs alone. It is about whether the energy can be contained. The energy pattern within this pill has been shaped by the entire furnace's fire. It does not simply emerge by tossing in a few ingredients. Yesterday, some succeeded in controlling others' flames, while others were overwhelmed by the fire. However, today is not about controlling others, but about mastering oneself. If the alchemical energy does not rise, do not even mention its quality. Even if your furnace does not explode, it will produce a charred mess. Today, we shall focus on energy adjustment. Each of you must refine 3 distinct energies, one heavy, one forceful, and one stable. The heavy energy is used to compress the herbs. The forceful energy is for opening the pathway when igniting the herbs. The stable energy is what shapes the final form at the moment of sealing the furnace. If you cannot produce all 3 energies, do not approach the furnace. If you can produce them, you must also learn to blend them. Only through blending can you achieve the foundation of Qing Hun Dan. Shunbai was the first to step forward, compressing the energies of Lian Shichao, Wen Hun Lu, and Sanjuanling Sha. She said nothing, only inhaling deeply, gathering her energy, then exhaling, separating the 3 energies from her palm and placing them onto 3 spiritual copper rings. The rings glimmered. The first ring's pattern stabilized. The second ring wavered slightly, and the third ring exploded upon arrival. Zhongji took note, raising her head. Your stabilizing energy dispersed. You grew anxious. Shunbai closed her eyes and attempted again. Yet the third ring exploded once more. Fang Chuang interjected from his side. To stabilize, you must not simply suppress your breath. The more you hold back, the less compliant the herbs become. You must convey to them that you can truly endure. If your heart wavers, they will flee. To raise the energy, you must first stabilize your own breath. If you are steady, the energy will be steady. If you are restless, it will explode. Bai Sun began adjusting the second ring. This time he changed the herbs, using Ling GMO, Paqing Jin, and Qing Jin and I. When he completed the energy adjustments and placed them into the copper rings, all 3 rings lit up, their colors even, the fire talisman unmoved, and the spiritual thread stable. Fang Chuang approached, glancing at him. Your energy rises cleanly, but it is still not lively enough. You must allow it to circulate within the furnace. The 3 energies you have now can compress and support, but they do not flow. This is not alchemical energy. This is merely a stew beneath the fire. You must make it move. Movement is essential for the essence of the medicine to manifest. When the essence stirs, only then will the flames comply. If your entire cauldron remains inert, what spirit can you hope to refine? You must first establish a connection with the essence. Once it acknowledges you, the medicine will gravitate towards you. Should you truly aspire to extract the pure spirit, it is not a matter of how fiercely you can ignite the flames, but rather how long you can maintain that breath of essence. If you manage to summon 3 distinct essences today, then tomorrow, you must merge them into a singular force. Failure to do so renders your claims of sealing the elixir void. What you seal is merely a lid, not life itself. The Qing Hun Dan is a manifestation of your very existence. If your essence is misaligned, do not expect the medicine you produce to be deemed consumable by others. On the 10th day of Qing Hun Hall, we shall practice the fusion of 3 essences. This is not about igniting flames or adding ingredients. It is about synthesizing the three essences of sediment, surge, and stability that you have cultivated over the past 2 days into one cohesive force. It is not merely about blending them into a mass. Rather, you must enable these three distinct natures of spiritual energy to coexist in your palm without conflict, obediently following your will. Zhongji had prepared 10 empty cauldrons in advance. With no medicine inside, only a spiritual array was placed within. When the array activated, the flames did not rise, but the essence began to flow. Once you merge the three essences, it will illuminate. If the fusion is improper, the array will remain inert. Fang Chuang sat beside the main cauldron with his arms crossed, observing the 13 students lined up. If you cannot achieve the fusion of three essences today, do not practice further. Go directly to the porridge room. All your previous symbols, powders, and essences were wasted. While you may summon three essences, you fail to fuse them, which signifies the shattering of your existence. An explosion of the cauldron is irrelevant. The essence of your elixir is compromised from the outset. Qing'an Hall does not train you to be alchemists. We teach you how to avoid explosions. If you refuse to learn, return to your sect and continue your scribblings in the alchemical tomes. Shenbai was the first to try. Her essence summoned accurately. The first surge of sediment caused the array to illuminate halfway. As the second surge merged, the line trembled and nearly ruptured. Gritting her teeth, she stabilized the essence, preventing chaos, yet the flame began to drift. Fang Chuang interjected, "This is not a fusion of essences, it is mere force. You cannot cram three individuals into one cauldron without first inquiring who can remain seated. You merely aim to cover the lid. This is forcing the essences to bite each other. Should your elixir succeed, it will be a poison for the unwary. If you can consume it, then your existence is resilient. But for others, I would suggest you test it with 10 batches before making claims." Shunbai withdrew, returning silently to her position. Bai Sun was next. His essence rose slowly. Initially, he stabilized the sediment, holding it firmly, but could not summon the surge. Changing his approach, he initiated the surge first, igniting the array before stabilizing it again, resulting in a smooth rotation of the array. On the morrow, if you wish to seal the elixir, do not fear the possibility of an explosion. The patterns on the outer copper ring rose and fell in a stable rhythm. Zhongji took note. Fang Chuang did not offer praise. While your essences merged correctly, there was no fire. Your approach was overly subdued. The Qing'an Dan is not a mere porridge. If your essence remains stagnant, no one will have the desire to consume it. You must, at the moment of fusion, allow the flames to truly rise. If the fire does not elevate, your medicine will remain undercooked. Should your elixir remain undercooked, you are merely burning wet clay. Tomorrow, ensure that the flames can run alongside the essence harmoniously. Even if your fusion is perfectly stable, without a rise in the flames, it is still useless. As the remaining few took their turns, some experienced stability with the first essence, only for the second to falter, leading to an explosion of the spiritual array. Fang Chuang instructed him to sit at the cauldron side and copy the essence diagram, forbidding him from entering the next round. If you cannot even recognize your own essence, what do you hope to fuse? You are not merging essences. You are merely stirring water. After stirring, if you believe you have succeeded, what you produce tomorrow will be nothing but paste. Finally, the last participant, a quiet individual who had nearly caused 3 explosions previously, took his turn. He was slow to rise, but once he did, the essences alternated seamlessly, merging into the heart of the cauldron. The array suddenly illuminated to its peak, releasing a soft sound. Zhongji furrowed her brow. The fire array had not activated, yet his essence had jolted the array. Fang Chuang approached him, noting, "You are unstable, yet your existence is tenacious. These 3 essences do not yield to one another, but you manage to maintain control. When you enter the cauldron tomorrow, carry this intensity with you. Produce a fire that refuses to concede. Only then will I acknowledge you. This elixir may not be perfect, but it is genuine. What Qing'an Hall desires is this. Not your feigned stability, but the courage to withstand the flames, to merge the essences, and to produce a cauldron that compels others to submit. When you yourself submit to your essence, only then will the elixir recognize you, and the flames will not consume you. Tomorrow, the first cauldron of 3 essence, Qing'an Dan. If it does not explode, you shall consume it. If it does explode, you shall consume it still. You must dare to swallow the essence of your own existence. Only after consuming will you understand if you are worthy of refining another batch. On the 11th day of Qinghan Hall, we shall refine the first cauldron of 3-essence Qinghan Dan. The air was stifling. Long before dawn, the courtyard was filled with people. They were not disciples, but spectators for the assessment. There were members from the alchemy hall, external elders, disciples from other halls, and even a few who had crawled back from the porridge room, too timid to speak. Silence reigned. Today's cauldron does not concern whether it will explode, but rather if you will dare to continue refining even after an explosion. Each person has their own cauldron, with their 3-essence fusion symbols from yesterday displayed before them, along with their medicinal ingredients, arranged by their own discretion in terms of order, quantity, and material combination. Zhongji initiated the cauldron. Flames rose, and the spiritual array lit up. Fang Chuang stood in the center, holding nothing but stating, "Today, we will produce elixirs without regard for their quality. We will only consider whether you can consume what you have forged from your existence. If you dare to eat the elixir birthed from your essence, you deserve to sit at the cauldron. If you do not dare, continue to refine. Should you explode today, you will collect your own remnants. If you stabilize today, do not take pride. This does not mean you have succeeded, only that today the flames did not challenge you. Should you truly believe you have made it, I shall allow you into the main cauldron to explode 3 more times." Shenbai was the first to attempt. When the flames rose, her essence was fiercely adjusted, and as the first surge of medicinal ingredients was added, a radiant light shot up from the cauldron, with the flames flipping halfway. Before she could stabilize the second medicinal ingredient, the fire exploded, resulting in a muffled sound near the cauldron, nearly lifting the lid. Fang Chuang remained silent. Shenbai did not falter. She forcibly reined in the flames, pressed the symbols, and reattached the spiritual array, stubbornly supplementing the second ingredient. The flames were relentlessly pushed back. After 3 breaths, the medicinal essence surged, and the brightness in the cauldron stabilized once more. Fang Chuang quietly remarked, "You possess a resilient existence. Your cauldron did not explode. It was the symbols you drew yesterday that saved your life. However, your elixir cannot be perfected. You must consume it. Even if it is not perfect today, you must swallow it. If you cannot, do not enter tomorrow." The second attempt was Bai Sun. The flames rose slowly. The 3 essences emerged in harmony, and the medicinal ingredients were added in just the right amounts. The entire cauldron appeared to be enveloped in silk, the patterns flowing smoothly with a gentle hue. As the lid lifted, the elixir emerged, one Qinghan Dan, with 3 distinct essence patterns, correct in color and perfectly balanced in flavor. Zhongji recorded, "Edible." Fang Chuang did not nod, but merely gazed at him. "Your furnace has produced a beautiful outcome. Do not be timid with your next batch. If you continue to refine at this steady pace, you shall never achieve the second type of elixir. Your Qinghan can be consumed, yet it cannot sustain another. This elixir is sufficient only for your own cultivation. If you wish to provide for others, you must burn with greater intensity. A life cannot be sustained solely by your own nourishment. It depends on your ability to endure a precarious existence. You must produce a medicine that allows one to rise from bed after consuming a single Qinghan. You are still lacking in heat. In the subsequent batches, 3 have exploded. It is not due to your lack of stability, but because yesterday's energy was not fully harmonized. When the elixir's essence surged, the flames could not be contained, and the furnace lid was blown a foot high. The 3 individuals remained silent, collecting the remnants after the explosions, kneeling by the furnace to begin clearing the fire line. Fang Chuang did not rush them. Instead, he nodded. "You 3 will join the second batch for elixir testing tomorrow. It is not because you exploded with force, but because you remained even after the explosion. Your willingness to stay and clean up the remnants grants you the qualification to refine again. Alchemy is not merely a talent. It is the willingness to continue refining despite failures. If you possess this determination, the flames will acknowledge you. If you flee after an explosion, the flames will remember you. In the future, when you ignite the fire, it will first bite you. Do you wish to leave? Qinghan Hall never retains those who dare not light the fire again. If you wish to refine again, then you must consume the ash of your own failures. You gather the remnants today, and tomorrow you shall not make the same mistakes. On the 12th day at Qinghan Hall, today we practice sealing the elixir. This step is not about refining medicine. It is about refining one's very life. The fire has been contained, the medicine has been turned, and the energies have mingled. Now it only remains for you to seal the final pot tightly, and you will possess the elixir. If you cannot seal it, then all the practice of the past 10 days will have been in vain. Fang Chuang spoke only half a sentence today. Today you must seal it tightly. You enter the first page of the Qinghun Dan register. If you cannot seal it, you will be scraping the bottom of the pot in the porridge room tomorrow. 10 furnaces, 10 disciples. All are those who consumed their own elixirs yesterday and have yet to purge them. The medicinal materials have been uniformly prepared. The fire is stabilized by the spiritual formation beneath the furnace, and mid-course temperature adjustments or symbol alterations are prohibited. You are granted only one chance to ignite the furnace, one chance to raise the energy, and one chance to seal the top. After Zhong Ji affixed the last furnace symbol, she stood below the platform, silently flipping through the register. Fang Chuang, with one hand behind his back and the other holding an unsealed half-finished elixir, remarked, "Some of you were able to explode, yet still remain. Today, you should understand that the most challenging aspect of alchemy has never been extracting flavor from medicine." Chapter 33. Today you must recognize the remnants. Tomorrow you may call yourself an alchemist only if you dare to contain that fleeting moment of fire. Containing the fire at this moment is when the flames are at their most unruly. If you cannot hold on, they will turn against you. If you succeed, they will acknowledge you. That fire only recognizes the last individual daring enough to contain it completely. Unsteady sealing of the elixir signifies a lack of confidence. When you seal the elixir today, you are not permitted to tremble, to falter, or to hesitate, even if it costs you your life. Ensure that you complete the sealing before you purge. If you lack the courage to contain it, this elixir will merely become a lump of sticky mud. If you can seal it, even if the medicine is imperfect, the flames will not bite you again. Shen Bai's first furnace. She was the first female disciple to ascend to the furnace, and also the first to have an explosion reach the lid, yet she dared to return to refine. Today, her flames rose cleanly, the energies flowed smoothly, and the 3 medicinal ingredients maintained a steady rhythm throughout, with the spiritual lines circling the furnace a full 7 times before she began to seal. In the final moment, she did not call out to anyone. As the furnace trembled, the flames surged. She pressed down with her left hand and stabilized with her right, sealing the gesture, and the symbol fell, tightening the furnace mouth, with spiritual light erupting 3 fingers high. Success. Zhong Ji recorded. Shen Bai remained silent, descended from the furnace platform, and directly consumed one of her elixirs. In that moment of swallowing, the energy within her swirled chaotically before settling. Fang Chuang approached and examined her elixir shell. It had substance. It was not the most stable, but your flames were fierce. You may not have sealed it perfectly, but you sealed it with determination. That moment signified your life and your resolve. This is what Qinghun truly embodies. It is not about how beautifully you seal it. It is about the fact that even if the entire furnace exploded, you still managed to press it down to completion. The second was by Sun. His furnace operated too steadily. The flames were subdued, the energies flowed smoothly, and the medicinal colors were vibrant, refining like a painting. Yet at the final sealing, the flames did not leap, and the furnace did not tremble. He sealed it too gently. The elixir emerged as smooth as a mirror, devoid of impurities, yet lacking in explosive energy. Zhong Ji recorded, edible. Fang Chuang glanced at it, neither praising nor criticizing, only stating, "This elixir resembles warm water. Your current technique is suitable for brewing medicinal soup. However, if you wish to save lives, this elixir will dissipate before the recipient has even recovered." Qinghun Dan is not meant to soothe the mind. It is meant to be consumed when a life is wavering. A single pill should anchor the soul. Your elixir is too mild. Tomorrow, I expect you to adjust the energy patterns. If you continue to refine in this manner, you shall become merely a half-hearted healer, not an alchemist. In the following batches, some trembled, some failed to press the symbols down, and some, fearing an explosion, extinguished the flames at the last moment. As long as the sealing was unsuccessful, the entire assembly took note. Fang Chuang did not scold a single one. He merely instructed those few to squat in place, taking the unfinished remnants from their furnaces, scooping them out, and binding them with grass rope to hang around their waists for 3 laps. If you cannot seal it, do not sit here claiming you have refined Qinghun. If you have not sealed it, your furnace is not complete. If you do not seal it, the flames will not recognize you as their master. If you walk out without the remnants, Qinghan Hall will not acknowledge that your furnace produced an elixir. If you do not carry the remnants, the fire will regard you as mere ash. If you wish to ascend to the furnace again, first acknowledge your own failures. If you do not recognize your inability to seal, you shall never refine an elixir capable of anchoring a soul. On the 13th day, at Qinghan Hall, the weather was overcast and the wind was fierce. 3 individuals walked in the courtyard, their waists adorned with freshly produced remnants, grimy and falling apart, the wind blowing and scattering dust. Zhongji held the elixir register, marking the failures of today as sealing. Before slapping the book shut, you may not wish to carry it. However, if you do not, your efforts with this furnace will be in vain. Qinghan Hall never conceals wasted accounts. If you wish to return to the furnace, next time you produce an elixir, you must use these remnants as fuel. If you cannot succeed, these remnants will remain with you for life. Who wishes to carry them? You may consume the fire instead. If you can swallow it, you need not carry it. None of the 3 spoke. Some wished to laugh, but were silenced by a glance from Fang Chuang. On this day, Fang Chuang spoke little. Yet one sentence echoed throughout Qinghan Hall. Qinghan Dan can anchor the soul because it is sealed fiercely, the medicine is harmonized, and the flames are steadied. It is not simply about burning the medicine and sealing the furnace for it to grow on its own. If you cannot seal it today, you must look back and make amends. It is not a punishment. If you cannot make up for this sealing, do not expect to seal the next. No matter how much you refine, if you cannot seal, all prior efforts are in vain. Qinghan Hall never recognizes half a pot of elixir. You either produce the elixir or collect the remnants. There is no middle ground. Today is not about refining elixirs. It is about regulating the flow of vital energy. A piece of wood, a piece of elixir core, a spiritual needle, and several old symbols. The task is singular: to utilize the essence extracted from the elixirs of the past few days and, through the manipulation of qi, inscribe the sealing patterns upon the spiritual bones. This is not merely a matter of writing. It is about connection. Should you fail to connect, the elixir you have crafted will not convey any medicinal properties. No matter how meticulously you inscribe the talismans or how fervently you ignite the flames, consuming the elixir will merely yield a lump of comforting spirit stone powder. Zhongji spoke while arranging the formation. Those of you who consumed the elixirs yesterday must today extract your own elixirs for the purpose of inscribing. Who among you dares not to act? Do not claim to be an alchemist if you are too timid to handle your own creations. What then is the purpose of your labor? Bai Sun was the first to take his seat, placing his Qinghan Dan upon the bone array, drawing a single drop of blood. As the elixir's essence flowed, the spiritual needle pierced the core of the elixir without a flicker of hesitation crossing his brow. Fang Chuang glanced over and nodded, acknowledging his courage. Even if the seal is soft, if the elixir possesses qi, you must dare to engage with it to successfully connect. If you manage to weave the qi lines into the array thrice today, you shall earn the right to harness the flames of others' lives tomorrow. Shenbai also took her seat, her movements swift as she deftly manipulated the spiritual needle, extracting the qi with greater steadiness than Bai Sun. Yet her fingers trembled. Fang Chuang approached, observing her and remarking, "Your fear is not of pain. Rather, you dread making an error that would render the efforts of the past few days futile. You are apprehensive that the elixir you painstakingly crafted will, upon entering the qi array, reveal itself to be utterly ineffective. Allow me to clarify. Today, you must dare. If you do not make mistakes today, you will not be able to channel the qi bones tomorrow. The essence of the Qinghan Dan is not merely drawn. It is summoned from the very essence of your own life. Once you have sealed it, you must be courageous enough to connect. Should you lack the courage to connect, you will forever remain a mere pot of broth by your own furnace, unworthy of being called a disciple of Qinghan Tang. As dusk approached, the entire courtyard ceased its operations. Fang Chuang surveyed the scene and proclaimed, "Tomorrow marks the final lesson, connecting with the life bones. Our Qinghan Tang does not teach you merely how to produce a batch of elixirs. We instruct you on how to extract the last remnants of the soul from the deceased. The remnants of the elixirs you have worked with, residue, ash, qi, and fire, serve solely to prepare you for that pivotal moment. If you cannot grasp the life bones, do not dare to claim you are a practitioner of Qinghan." On the 14th day at Qinghan Tang, 6 corpses were laid out in the courtyard. Not mere fakes, but the remains of deceased disciples sent from the outer sect. Souls recently extinguished, their meridians severed, yet their bones remained, and their lingering souls had not yet departed. Fang Chuang opened the session with a clear declaration. Today is the final lesson, connecting with the life bones. The efficacy of your Qing Hun Dan in saving lives is not validated by your claims of stability. You must genuinely dare to embed it within a person's bones, not merely ingest it, but actively channel the elixir's essence into the deceased. If you fail to connect, do not blame the fragility of their lives when their souls scatter before you. Only by daring to connect can you rightfully claim to practice Qing Han. Shun Bai was the first to step forward. Before her lay the remains of a fourth-grade practitioner, the skull partially shattered, 3 ribs broken, the spiritual bone pattern still intact. Yet the qi had completely dissipated. Zhongji assisted her in positioning the spiritual needle and adjusting the elixir's essence into the formation. Fang Chuang instructed, before you proceed, you must remain silent. When you insert this needle, the outcome, life or death, is yours to bear. The Qing Han Dan cannot guarantee survival. It is merely the tinder with which you ignite another spirit. If you cannot ignite it, do not pretend to be an alchemist. You are but a mere bearer of ash. Shunbai retrieved the elixir she had sealed the previous day, placing it upon the bone array, gradually channeling its essence. As the needle descended into the center of the rib cage, the elixir remained motionless. For 5 breaths, there was no reaction. On the 6th breath, the lingering soul stirred. By the 7th breath, a fine thread of qi emerged from the spiritual bone. Fang Chuang observed in silence. By the 9th breath, the elixir's essence was fully absorbed. The corpse did not explode. The qi lines remained undisturbed, and the sealing array retracted autonomously. Zhongji recorded, elixir absorbed, qi stable, the lingering soul showing signs of revival. Shenbai withdrew and stood still. Fang Chuang regarded her and stated in a flat tone, your batch cannot save him. However, you have successfully connected the bones. Had you arrived a moment earlier, the elixir could have penetrated deeper. Your hand was slow by a half step. It is not that you are slow. It is that your heart is soft. You see his suffering and fear the elixir may not hold. That fear renders your fire weak. Such weakness leads to a shallow elixir. Should you hesitate again, do not ignite the fire. To save a life, you must dare to press into broken bones. Should you lack the courage to confront life, do not meddle with the elixir. The second was by Sun. Before him lay the corpse of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. His death incomplete, with severed heart meridians and a shattered dantian, leaving only 70% of the spiritual bone intact. Bai Sun produced his elixir, its spiritual patterns intertwined. And as he raised his finger, the qi did not rise. Undeterred, he drew qi with his left palm and sealed with his right needle, the needle descending beneath the navel. The flames did not erupt, nor did the array falter. On the 3rd breath, the corpse trembled slightly. By the 5th breath, spiritual energy surged, and a thread of elixir essence spiraled up from the remnants of the dantian. By the 7th breath, the spiritual lines were sealed. Zhongji stood to record. Successful connection of the elixir, residual life force intact, with soul and qi returning. Fang Chuang struck the furnace lid with his palm and called out, Bai Sun, step back. Your elixir is not merely a vessel for the soul. It can connect with the essence of a person. From today onward, you are worthy to manage the furnace. You may guide others in their forging. I would trust the elixirs you produce enough to consume them myself. If you can hold the qi, I will allow others to partake. You are not merely skilled. You possess the resolve to embed life within the bones of the deceased. You are not merely a senior. You are the fire that leads others across. After the 3, some failed to ignite their qi. Others misaligned their seals, and a few faltered, breaking their needles. Fang Chuang noted each instance. For those of you who did not secure your connections today, return and transcribe the bone diagrams. Should you dare to claim that you forge life-saving elixirs, I will compel you to consume your own failed concoctions. If you're unable to secure your seals, your elixirs are but a breath, scattered by a mere gust of wind. The Qing Han Dan is not meant to be stored in jade vials. It is intended to be thrust into the mouths of the deceased to coax their souls back from the gates of death. If you lack the courage to attempt this, do not profess to have studied Qing Han. On the 15th day at Qing Han Tang, also the final day of this stage, the elixirs had been forged, the qi adjusted, and the flames subdued. The corpses had all been sealed, and the next step was to inscribe upon the list. This was not the sect's main ranking, nor an outer sect leaderboard. It was the unique elixir ranking of Qing Han Tang. The list bore no names. Only 3 elements: furnace number, qi flow patterns, and records of successful seals. Fang Chuang, at dawn, brought forth the stone tablet from the rear courtyard of the elixir hall, positioning it in the center of the refining area. The tablet was devoid of inscriptions, with grooves designed to accommodate several unmarked stone tablets, each bearing traces of carving and elixir essence seals below. Zhongzhi held the ledger to call the roll. 11 individuals completed their elixirs, with 7 successfully sealing their corpses. Among them, 3 had the elixir's essence enter the bones, 2 partially connected, 1 maintained steady seals while the qi floated, and 1 merely succeeded in forming the elixir without any connection. The hall master established the sealing rules. Fang Chuang extended his hand, producing a fire nail and a fire needle. Today, those whose names grace the stone tablet will not merely be inscribed, they will be nailed. Nail your own life essence upon the tablet. If you cannot drive it in, you do not deserve to leave a mark. The stone tablet is not for mere decoration. To have your name inscribed upon it, you must possess the courage to forge, consume, seal, and connect. Should you falter at any step, do not approach this tablet. Bai Sun ranks first. He is the sole individual who successfully refined the Dan, sealed the corpse, and maintained the qi line without interruption. With all 3 segments recorded in the tome, as he stood before the steel in silence, he raised his right hand to retrieve the Dan and, with his left hand, dropped the fire nail. With a sharp crack, he drove the Dan into the first groove, and the fire patterns illuminated as they flowed down the nail's tip. Zhongzhi noted, Dan seal, Bai Sun, furnace 5, stable fire, proper qi, with 1 intact life bone, not dispersed. The stone tablet emitted a soft sound as the Dan's essence was completely sealed within the groove, the fire aligning perfectly, and a fine spiritual line glimmered at the center of the stone plaque. Fang Chuang, standing nearby, remarked casually, for others to replicate your Dan, they must first pay a price for the fire talisman. This furnace of yours cannot be learned for free. You are not merely a top contender. You're the first furnace truly capable of preserving lives. Sitting at this furnace, you are not just enhancing your own reputation. Should those who follow make mistakes, you have the right to demand accountability. The second was Shun Bai. Her Dan seal was fierce, the corpse connection precise, though the qi was not deep enough. Yet she resolutely sealed it without deviation, the fire pattern shallow but steady. Gritting her teeth, she drove the Dan into the second groove of the steel, her hand bleeding as the fire ignited. Zhongzhi recorded, Dan seal, Shun Bai, furnace 3, explosive fire, short qi, hard seal. The corpse seal was optimal. The spiritual line 2.5 connections. Fang Chuang nodded. Consuming your Dan would indeed be shocking. Yet, it has secured a life. The subsequent furnaces will struggle to match your quality. However, when it comes to sustaining lives, your Dan is the most formidable. Among the remaining 5, some failed to drive their nails in, causing the fire nails to crack, and they were sent back to the training furnace for a redo. Others succeeded in embedding their nails, only to find the fire did not ignite. At Zhongzhi's admonition that their Dan was unworthy of sealing, they were sent back to trace the fire line. Some were too timid, driving their nails just half an inch deep, prompting Fang Chuang to personally remove and discard it. If your Dan seal is unstable, then so too are you. Chapter 35. The Rules of Qinghan Hall. This furnace of yours is at best a soul-reviving broth. Do you truly wish to have your name inscribed on the steel? This concoction could hardly adorn the walls of your porridge house. Ultimately, 4 remained on the stone tablet. 3 had successfully refined their Dan, with stable seals and patterns. 1 was a madman, braving the volatile furnace and channeling the soul with reckless abandon. When the fire nail struck, the Dan exploded on one side, blood spraying 3 feet, and he shouted defiantly, I shall not change. This is my fate. Fang Chuang did not label him insane. He merely stated, if you can burn your life, you have the right to proceed to the next stage. You are now a member of Qinghan Hall. You are not a mere tool, nor a mere apothecary. You are a life repairer capable of withstanding the flames. From this day forth, once your name is inscribed on this steel, do not refer to me as your master. I am not your teacher. I am the life that supports you behind the furnace. If one day you find yourself unable to withstand the fire, you must dare to call out. I shall take responsibility myself. If you lack the courage to call out, then you shall erase your name from this steel. In Qinghan Hall, no one bears an empty name. On the day the steel was completed, Fang Chuang returned to his quarters and had just settled down when Zhongzhi burst in, brandishing the account book and slamming it onto the table. You claim having your name inscribed is insignificant. But how do we account for the damages caused by those who blew up their furnaces? The spiritual materials were all lost, and the hall's accounts are in deficit by 357 lingyu. And that madman, he injured his dantian, yet refuses to let us report the medicinal expenses, insisting that the cost of life is his to bear. Are you truly going to allow these individuals to continue this way? Fang Chuang did not rush to respond. He leisurely opened the account book and flipped through it. The explosion of a furnace is not the issue. The key is that he still stood after the explosion. As long as he remains upright, the compensation for the medicine is negotiable. I will cover it. Zhongzhi glared at him. How will you compensate? How much can you sell your bowl of Qinghan porridge for? If you truly consider this a charitable hall, then you should have stated so earlier. I would change the sign to Hall of the Compassionate Avalokiteshvara. Fang Chuang closed the account book, stood up, and patted her shoulder. Do not fret. This group is the heart of Qinghan Hall. Sooner or later, they must endure the heat. We shall see who can withstand it. If you genuinely wish to assist, create a record for me. Who exploded their furnace on which day, how it happened, and who dared to self-compensate for a furnace. Shifting their names one position to the right. Those who cannot withstand the heat will be removed from the steel every 3 months. We at Qinghan Hall do not maintain idle names. Zhongzhi gritted her teeth and nodded. Fine. I shall keep a meticulous record. If one day you truly find yourself in a position where you have nothing left, I will hang a cloth on the back mountain to declare your successful refinement. Fang Chuang smiled. Just remember to hang a red cloth. Do not make it look like a mourning banner. The next day, visitors arrived at the Dan Hall, led by the old steward from the Weapon Refining Institute along with a few disciples, who stated they wished to borrow a furnace for fire practice. Fang Chuang raised an eyebrow. This is the Dan Hall. Is the fire in your place not vigorous enough? The old steward shook his sleeves. It is not that the fire is insufficient. It is their hearts that are unsteady. These few have practiced fire for 3 years without even managing to refine a single stability bead. I see that your side is brimming with fiery energy, so I thought an ideal place to frighten them. If they cannot be intimidated, I shall advise them to return home and raise pigs. Fang Chuang did not refuse. Very well, but the rules must be clear. To enter my furnace room, you must first endure 3 bowls of Qinghan porridge. Those who cannot withstand it should leave immediately. Those who do endure will receive a fire nail at the moment you drive it down if you do not go mad. I will doubt your humanity. The old steward grinned. Fine, let us see who can endure the madness. By noon, indeed, 2 had fallen, unable to even lift the furnace lid before collapsing to the ground, retching. The remaining one was one of the rare female disciples from the Weapon Refining Institute, surnamed Yu, who typically kept a low profile. After finishing her porridge, she drove the fire nail down, biting her lip, and forcibly yanked down the pressure fire cord. The instability in refining stems from the lack of courage. If you lack courage, you must face the fire's burn. If I cannot endure today, I shall leave myself. The old steward laughed so hard he nearly hurt his back. I recognize this one. I will ensure she is registered with your hall. Fang Chuang looked at the furnace and nodded. If you dare to take it, engrave the phrase, I shall take responsibility myself on the back of this furnace. From now on, anyone who enters this hall must live by these words. To the right of the steel, from that day forth, a new line was added. Qinghan does not bear lives. Lives must be taken by oneself. As Yu Wanshan's furnace was just extinguished, Zhongzhi rushed over again to find Fang Chuang. This time, she brought with her a steward from the Meat Affairs Hall, stating that someone in Qinghan Hall had unilaterally altered the inscription on the sect's steel without reporting to the sect master, which constituted a violation. Zhongzhi had attempted to suppress her anger twice, but was ultimately unable to contain it, and she directly brought the person in. As the steward entered, he began to reference old accounts. The sect rules clearly state that, aside from the sect master, all hall inscriptions must be reported before carving. Who authorized this on your side? Who signed off on it? This is not a place where one can simply establish rules on a whim. Fang Chuang remained seated behind the furnace, with a fresh batch of Qinghan Dan just igniting, the flames racing along the furnace patterns. He simply stated, "You are here to inspect the steel. Then tell me which line up there is mere empty talk." The steward furrowed his brows. Sect rules are not meant to be invoked for matters of loyalty. Fang Chuang raised his hand and pulled out a small copper nail from the furnace, the head stamped with the word Qing on, and tossed it over. If you truly wish to adhere to the sect rules, then starting from this nail, every furnace must prepare for 2 lives, one for refining and one for the dead. Which sect or hall dares to do such a thing? The steward opened his mouth, unable to respond, when Yuan Shan stood up beside him, holding a pair of red-hot fire tongs. This steel was carved by me. That phrase, "I shall take responsibility myself," is what I wanted to write. My surname is Yu, not Fang. I write my own fate. The sect rules do not state that I cannot. The steward was taken aback. She added, "If you insist on invoking the rules, that is fine. I will go to the sect master to report you. If you dare obstruct others from establishing their lives and sever their soul lines, you will disrupt the flow of fortune. To see if our ancestors will acknowledge you." Fang Chuang chuckled from behind. "This girl has become one of us in Qinghan Hall. The steel is yours to carve. The words are yours to shout. You dare to accept the task. It is yours." The steward departed in a flurry, his robe caught by Yuan Shan, causing him to tumble into the dirt. As evening fell, Zhongji scolded while balancing her accounts, saying, "In the future, could you inform me beforehand about such matters? Today I have already compensated for 3 pots of tea. You seem to find it amusing, much like one collecting rent." Fang Chuang massaged his shoulder, assuring her, "Rest assured, we shall include the tea expenses in the accounts next time. Qing Tang may be lacking in resources, but remember this, where there is life, there are accounts that are not fixed." Zhongji huffed, refraining from retorting. She pushed the account book toward him, stating, "Then you ought to cover these expenses. The Refining Institute has also been listed. You must provide them with the necessary medicinal accounts. There is also a new issue. Tao Qingru has arrived." Fang Chuang paused, surprised. Did she not transfer to Yuling Tang as a scripture lecturer? Chapter 36. Settle accounts before entering the furnace. She said she completed her lectures and wishes to join you in the furnace. She claims to practice the pure body technique, which has the highest compatibility with the soul. She also mentioned she knows what you added to the Qing porridge. With a long sigh, Fang Chuang rubbed his temples. Standing up, this is it. No one could take on this life for me now. Tao Qingru arrived in the evening, bringing a furnace, a pot of porridge, half a piece of old talisman paper, and a book titled The 3 Taps of Soul Qi, which she seemed to have unearthed from somewhere. Upon entering Qing Tang, she exchanged no pleasantries, nor did she inquire about anyone. She directly moved the furnace to the corner of the side hall, affixed the talismans, and began to warm the furnace for pre-refinement. Zhongji nearly tore the account book in panic, exclaiming, "Is she really refining?" Fang Chuang glanced at the door, then sat down heavily. Now she is a scripture lecturer and has a thicker skin than us. She speaks of entering the furnace as if it were nothing. And if you owe her, you must pay with your life. Look at that pot of porridge. It resembles the one I once stole medicine with. This is the time for settling scores. Zhongji, feeling a headache approaching, asked, "What do you plan to do now? If she truly explodes, not only Qing Tang, but the entire sect will treat you like a fool." Fang Chuang sighed. "Thus, I must first settle an account." Just as Tao Qingru's furnace heated up, Fang Chuang approached her. He squatted across from her, saying nothing else, but first snatched the book The 3 Taps of Soul Qi from her, flipping it open to reveal blank pages. "Where did you acquire this book?" "From a pile at Hui Chun Fang." Tao Qingru ignored him, merely pressing the talisman paper further against the furnace. Fang Chuang sighed. "If you truly wish to enter my furnace, you must first settle the account. It is not fear. It is because you practice the pure body technique. This method is as pure as celestial water. Once you enter my furnace, your life force will not suffice to fry an egg." Tao Qingru finally spoke, her voice as cool as water. "What you added to that porridge was not the soul-nourishing powder, but fire essence. You claimed it was for soul replenishment, but it was actually for heart refinement. I have practiced the pure body technique for 5 years, and that bowl you gave me nearly forced me to open my soul gate. Is that not an account?" Fang Chuang slapped his thigh. "I acknowledge it. I truly do. I had no idea you were practicing the pure body technique at that time. That porridge was for Zhongji's fire trial, and when you walked in that day, I had no time to warn you." Tao Qingru lifted her head slightly. "Then how do you plan to compensate?" Fang Chuang pondered for 3 breaths before producing a small jade box from his sleeve. "This, the first batch of Qing Dan from my furnace. I have not dared to consume it myself. If you warm it in the furnace and refine the furnace fire, with 3 breaths of meat stabilizing the energy, I will accept your furnace. Tao Qingru received the box without opening it, coolly responding, in this furnace, I do not owe you a life account. What I seek is the fire essence you provided. For others entering your furnace, it is for alchemy. For me, it is to settle a grudge. As the furnace fire flared in the evening, the entire side hall heated up considerably. Tao Qingru placed the porridge pot beside the furnace, applying the fire talisman, which ignited, causing the entire furnace to emit a tremendous sound. Yu Wanshan was the first to rush over. Did she just explode? Fang Chuang shook his head. It did not explode. It has reached a critical point. She is refining in reverse, treating herself as the furnace. While we refine medicine, she is refining her heart. Zhongji turned pale. What if she miscalculates? What if she truly comes to settle a grudge against you? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. In that case, I can only compensate her with another bowl of Qing Hun porridge, in addition to 3 years of fire accounts and 5 years of hall membership. She can eat, sleep, and receive allowances at Qing Hun Tang every day. I shall bear this burden. He turned and walked toward the furnace. After all, that porridge was my concoction. The furnace fire was intensely hot, and as the talisman was affixed, even the floor tiles of the outer hall began to emit white steam. Zhongji stepped back, covering her sleeves and scolding. If she truly burns herself, can you afford to compensate? What if she succeeds in her refinement? Would you not have to promote her to Vice Hall Master? Fang Chuang did not respond, directly moving beside Tao Qingru, bringing his own small furnace with him. I will not hinder your heart refinement. However, if you truly intend to stuff yourself into the furnace, I must confront you with my own furnace. Tao Qingru sat before the furnace, not lifting her gaze, while fanning the flames and adding soul ash. What are you refining in this furnace? You. Myself. Fang Chuang raised his hand and slapped the fire, sending the Qing Hun Dan into the flames. Did you not say you wish to settle a grudge? Then let us ignite the fire. If my furnace can suppress your energy, you shall no longer speak of accounts with me. Tao Qingru asked, Do you truly wish to suppress me? Fang Chuang replied, I genuinely wish to acknowledge you. The flames on both sides surged, one side azure and white, the other crimson. Zhongji, clutching the account book, shrank back to the doorway. If you two truly burn this side hall down, I will directly reference the sect's budget. Claiming this place is in disrepair. Yu Wanshan leaned closer. I can help you draft an incident report, with the primary responsibility as erratic heavenly fire, and the secondary as the unsealed furnace mouth. Half an hour later, Tao Qingru's furnace extinguished first. The fire emblem was suppressed, with not a single ash escaping. She sat still, drenched in sweat, yet her hands clutched the furnace lid tightly, unwilling to relent. Fang Chuang's furnace also extinguished, taking a full 3 breaths longer. He looked at the dead furnace and grinned. You have suppressed it, but you must acknowledge my victory. Tao Qingru nodded, her voice low. You won. I owe you an account from now on. Fang Chuang shook his head. It is not an owing, it is a hanging. You must be registered in Qing Hun Tang. From the day you entered my furnace, it is not merely a grudge you came to settle. You have thrown yourself into my pot. If you can handle it, that is your skill. If I can afford it, then I accept my fate. Any accounts you have in the future will be recorded by Qing Hun Tang. Tao Qingru said nothing, merely rising to toss the empty page of the 3 taps of soul qi into his hands. Go back and check the 13th page. It is not blank. That was my writing. It recounts the night I first drank your porridge, feeling cold all over, my soul gate loosening, and I feared I would fall into madness. However, when I awoke, my heart channels were smooth, and my cultivation stabilized. What you owe is for that bowl of porridge, not for today. She turned to leave. Fang Chuang hurried after her, asking, So will you enter Qing Hun Tang or not? Tao Qingru did not stop, leaving a single remark. Once you truly settle my account, I will enter on my own. I will not demand your life in payment, but you must acknowledge the accounts. I am not here merely to register. I am here to shatter your pot of porridge. Tao Qingru departed without looking back. The stove remains in the side hall, the fire extinguished. Yet the lingering heat has not dissipated, causing cracks to form in the tiles surrounding it. Fang Chuang crouched down, retrieving the hunky Sanko Lu she had left behind. Flipping to the 13th page, a line of small text read, The fire presses the soul gate. The porridge compels the heart's barrier. Chapter 37. The porridge pot is not to be struck. The account must remain. Below, an annotation added. If this method truly alleviates heart ailments, it may reverse the refinement of the pure body, opening the primordial orifices. He gazed at it for a while in silence before tucking the book into his sleeve and standing. She intends to smash my pot. Zhongji leaned against the doorframe. Are you afraid? I'm afraid she won't smash it. If she truly does, I can at least engage in a price war. If she continues to leave debts unpaid, I won't even have an excuse to scold her. 3 days later, personnel from the Meat Affairs Hall arrived, claiming to ascertain the alchemical progress and accounts of the Qinghun Hall for the year. This time, it was not a steward, but the vice manager from the main hall, named Cheng Juan, who wore half a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had 2 scrolls of account documents tucked into his waist. He immediately stated, "Your Qinghun Hall's medicinal material consumption ranks among the top 3 in the entire sect. But where are your accounts? The elixirs are not listed in the sect's warehouse, nor are they circulated. Who is this account for?" Zhongji presented the account book. "We operate on a self-registered system. Anyone listed may take the elixirs and leave a written pledge. Each month, I conduct a thorough review, detailing the ratio of consumed materials to finished elixirs." Cheng Juan flipped through a few pages, snorted. "This method of writing does not comply with sect regulations. Are you attempting to go independent?" Fang Chuang chuckled. "It's not that we wish to go independent, but rather that you cannot suppress this pot. Let the sect leader take a look. Is this account truly for refining the Sudan? If he says we're not refining anymore, we will close the hall tomorrow. Should you attempt to pressure me solely based on non-compliance, I will also tell you this. The sect regulations state that life accounts are based on the fire's command. My life was forged from the flames of exploding elixirs. If you dare to seal it, then come and try my stove and handle it yourself." Cheng Juan's expression soured. "Do not use that stone tablet to intimidate me. I tell you, a life account is not a reason you can casually toss into the hall." Fang Chuang slapped the account book. "A life account is not merely a reason. It is the beginning of an account settlement. Look at this page. Tao Qing Ru. 1 bowl of Qingyun porridge. 1 method of entering the soul fire. The soul gate pressed. The fire account unresolved." She stated that if this account is truly settled, she will return to register her name. I now ask you, do you dare to stamp it and copy this account to present it to the sect leader? Cheng Juan stared at the page for 2 breaths, gritted his teeth, and truly pulled out a seal from his sleeve to stamp it. "Your hall. Regardless of how wild it may be, as long as your life account can withstand, I will allow you to maintain this account for 3 months on a trial basis. After 3 months, if your Qinghun porridge truly opens people's souls, I will present your account to the entire sect." That night, Tao Qingru did not return. However, on the wooden platform outside Qinghun Hall, a food basket was hung. Inside was a small green pot and a note. "I have placed my porridge pot here. I will not smash the account, but if you dare to deceive with that porridge to refine souls again, I will directly lift the door of your hall." Fang Chuang brought the pot back to the side hall, not daring to unseal it. He merely sat in front of the stove, sipping the remaining Qinghun porridge while murmuring, "She truly has returned. But this time, she has come to settle accounts." The next day, as the back hall of Qinghun Hall opened, Zhongji immediately tossed over a new form. Tao Qingru had personally added a signature to the hall's roster this morning. In the fire account column, it was clearly written, 1 mouthful of Qinghun porridge, life account split in half. Her implication was clear. Do you both intend to share the hall's life debts from now on? Fang Chuan took a sip from the porridge pot. She is not sharing. She is conducting an audit. If I dare to mismanage the ingredients in the future, she can justifiably pull me out of the stove. Zhongji flipped through a booklet. "So how do you plan to compensate now?" With her pot back, "We have just enough for 7 servings in our porridge room. If you still wish to open the hall for fire testing, you must first pass her assessment. If another explosion occurs, she could even bring down the sect's accounts on you." Fang Chuang glanced at the green pot, measuring the fire opening with a spoon handle. "Then let her have a dedicated stove with a number 1 designation. From today onwards, the first stove of Qinghun Hall each day will bear her name. Whoever wishes to consume that porridge must first settle her account. Anyone who dares not handle her fire can leave." On the same afternoon, the Instrument Refinement Institute sent over a new batch of furnace samples, stating that they wished to borrow the fire from Qinghun Hall to test a new pattern of spirit compression. Yuan Shan frowned upon reviewing the blueprints. "This is not spirit compression. This is fire entrapment. Bringing this to Qinghun Hall is akin to blowing air into a coffin with a bellows. It could suffocate even the living." Fang Chuang laughed. "Did you not just finish eating the furnace? Then consider it practice for heart techniques. If you can truly suppress this entrapment fire, you will be able to stabilize at the 3rd tier in your instrument refinement. Yuan Shan scoffed. And if I cannot suppress it, then you can go drink Qingruo's pot of porridge. Her porridge can cook a life to perfection. If you survive, your status in Qinghan Hall will be automatically elevated. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan immediately struck the furnace lid. You must keep your word. If I truly manage to suppress it, I will demand a portion of your hall master's meal. Fang Chuang replied. If you can eat it, I will let you have 3 bowls. If you cannot, then prepare to handle the first stove tomorrow. That evening, the fire in Qinghan Hall did not extinguish, burning until the second watch. Tao Qingru also arrived, dressed in lecture robes, standing at the entrance of the side hall without entering. She handed over a scroll. Did you not say I can check the accounts? Then I will indeed check. I reviewed your hall's medicinal list for the past 2 months and discovered that your porridge has averaged in excess of gunpowder once every 3 days. Are you using my pot as a seasoning? Fang Chuang took the scroll and glanced. My porridge is blended according to fire segments. Your pot's heat is too direct. I must adjust it before adding, or else if the soul line breaks, we'll take responsibility. Tao Qingru replied. If you truly fear the soul line breaking, then do not accept life accounts. If you dare to accept, then your porridge cannot feign gentleness. If you're to add ingredients, you must report honestly. This account does not count after you finish cooking. It must be recorded as soon as you lift the pot. Do you dare to write the ingredient list for every pot from now on? Fang Chuang nodded. I will write it. From today onwards, all recipes in the Qinghan Hall porridge room will be posted at the hall door. Anyone who dares to accuse me of deceiving porridge to refine souls shall be made to drink a pot without my adjustments. Tao Qingru stated, you had better keep your word. If you dare to deceive me again, I will strike your name off the Qinghan tablet and carve my own inscription. This pot I lifted with my own hands. Fang Chuang stirred the porridge with a ladle. Taking a sip, all right. But I will tell you this. If you dare to carve, I will dare to stamp. If you lift the pot, I will lift the hall. From today onwards, the bowl of porridge from Qinghan Hall will have half of your fire. The next day, a new sign appeared at the entrance of Qinghan Hall. Daily porridge accounts must be posted on the same day. Anyone who dares to recklessly add fire materials shall lift the pot themselves. Chapter 38. How to divide half a pot of fire. Zhongji, upon seeing the sign early in the morning, almost smashed the abacus in her hand into the pot. Are you two planning to turn Qinghan Hall into a medicinal kitchen? Daily accounts? Are you letting those outsiders who come to mooch off the fire keep track too? You cannot even distinguish how many pounds of soul ashes can fit in a pot of porridge, and you dare to post a list? Fang Chuang, squatting by the stove, stirred the pot without lifting his head. Whoever dares to eat must also keep track. Whoever keeps track must also take responsibility. Qingru said this pot of porridge is not for warming the stomach, but for refining the heart. If someone finishes eating and still claims nothing is amiss, it indicates they are not human, but rather stone. Tao Qingru sat to one side, meticulously transcribing the porridge recipe, each page embossed with the Hall S seal and affixed with a fire pattern mark. In a cold voice, she remarked, have you forgotten? I'm a scripture lecturer. What I expound upon are doctrines, not personal sentiments. Your methods of muddling through with a mere stir are not to be attempted here. Zhongji glared at the two of them, saying, so, are you implying that my hall will now require separate accounts for fire, personnel, and porridge? If I cannot remember them all, must I also drink a pot? Fang Chuang flashed a grin at her, replying, if you do not drink, the porridge room will lose its efficacy. Your presence is essential for the porridge's spirit. At noon, a disciple from the outer sect reported that the Dan Tower had sent 3 new trial disciples wishing to enter the Qinghan Hall for a test. Fang Chuang raised his head and asked who sent them. The disciple replied, it was Elder Shimen Jueshi. He even left a note saying that if you dare not accept these 3, just pretend you did not see them. Zhongji took the note and, upon reading it, angrily tossed the pot lid aside, exclaiming, that old fox again. The disciples he sends are either discarded spirits or madmen with severed soul lines. If you dare to accept them this time, I shall turn the porridge pot over your head. Tao Qingru calmly interjected, let them try. First, they must drink the porridge, then enter the fire. I will observe who truly wishes to enter and who merely seeks to mooch off the porridge. Fang Chuang nodded, agreed. You supervise the fire while I serve the porridge. But let us agree beforehand that if the furnace explodes, you are not to intervene. If they cannot endure, we will write it down and let them post a notice at the door. I cannot bear this, and I did not finish the porridge. In the afternoon, the 3 trial disciples arrived, 2 males and 1 female. One male was twitching uncontrollably, while the other had a bluish tinge at the corner of his mouth. The female appeared composed, carrying a furnace, and upon entering, her first act was not to greet anyone, but to crouch and examine the ash composition. Tao Qingru glanced at them and asked, "Which of you will go first?" The twitching male attempted to stand, but his legs giving way, knelt down, saying, "Can I go later?" Zhongzhi, closing the account book with a thud, retorted, "By uttering such nonsense, the porridge is already cooled. In Qinghan Hall, there is no dinner." Eventually, the female disciple finished first and looked directly at Fang Chuang, asking, "Is it true that you stole fire from Belinka that year, taking half a pound of leadstone from my furnace?" Fang Chuang nearly spat out his porridge, exclaiming, "You're the one from that year? Was your furnace destroyed?" The female disciple replied coolly, "The furnace was destroyed, but the fire did not extinguish. I have come today to reclaim my fire." Tao Qingru closed the porridge recipe book, stating, "Then I shall ignite this furnace. You wish to reclaim your fire? I will ensure you understand that our Qinghan Hall is not merely a fire pit. It is an account room." The female disciple set down the furnace without waiting for instructions, deftly extracting talisman paper to affix to the furnace pattern. She did not provide her name, but as the flames ignited, Fang Chuang recognized her. "Jiang Xian, you were refining the severed line fire core back then. When it exploded, it took 3 furnaces with it. The sect once thought you had gone into hiding." Jiang Xian ignored him, untying a gray cloth pouch from her waist and pulling out a black nail. "You recognize this, don't you? It was what you stepped on when you left that year. I retrieved it and repaired it for 7 years. Today, I bring it to ignite the fire and see if you dare to accept." Tao Qingru stood behind the furnace, remaining silent, merely waving her hand for Zhongzhi to move out the sun furnace, clear the ash, install the pattern, and engrave the spirit imprint, all in one fluid motion. She then turned and simply stated, "This furnace today will be recorded under my account. She seeks fire, I will accept. If she dares to press, I will acknowledge the account. If she cannot hold it, I will carve a tablet for her, inscribing, Jiang Xian's soul fire, acknowledged by Qinghan Hall." Fang Chuang squatted beside her, asking, "Are you out of your mind?" Her soul fire severed its line back then, and now refining it is tantamount to risking her life. If she dies at your hands, you, the scripture lecturer, will have to escort her soul. Tao Qingru's voice was as cold as the wind. "You provided me with a pot of porridge. Once I finish refining, that is the account settled. If she offers you half a furnace, what you owe is a life. I do not wish for her death, but I desire even less for you to continue evading this old debt. The fire you took from her was during your first year of serving porridge. If she truly dies, the Qinghan Hall's name will need to be changed. It will become the escape debt chamber." The furnace flames rose as Jiang Xian drank the Qinghan porridge and drove the black nail into the fire mouth. The flames erupted 3 inches high, and the furnace lid was pressed down, not allowing a single speck of ash to escape. Zhongzhi quietly noted, "The soul line S tremor is minor. The fire pattern is indeed stable, indicating she has truly regained her skills." Yuan Shan leaned closer, remarking, "If her fire stabilizes, that signifies she has reached a high level of soul entry. If you genuinely dare to accept her under your name, she will have to assume the position of your deputy furnace." Fang Chuang inhaled deeply. "If she is willing to take the deputy furnace, I will construct her a new stove. However, I must state clearly that I will acknowledge this debt. That fire is what I coveted back then. I took her furnace core and used it to test fire, refining a batch of Qinghan porridge. The foundational ingredients of the first batch of soul porridge contained half of her life." Tao Qingru said nothing, merely producing a vermilion brush from her sleeve and inscribing a line on the edge of the porridge account. "Jiang Xian enters the furnace, 1 account for fire. Half an account for life, acknowledged by Qinghan Hall." The furnace fire burned for a full 3 hours. In the final moment, Jiang Xian collapsed, utterly exhausted from the flames. Yet the lid remained on, the fire unextinguished, the elixir intact, and the soul line steady as in the initial refinement. Fang Chuang, squatting beside her, asked, "Do you still wish to reclaim the fire?" Jiang Xian, her breath faint, replied, "It has been reclaimed. This fire debt has lingered for 7 years. The fire you took from me that year, I return to you today, a soul in exchange. Now, if you truly acknowledge the account, grant me a name. I do not wish to be the deputy furnace of Qinghan. I wish to be recorded as the head of the old debt fire. I will supervise your pots of porridge and see if you dare to use improper fire. Fang Chuang gazed at the pot, gritting his teeth. Fine. You supervise. But while you can watch over others, I must ask, can you watch over your own life? Jiang Xian closed her eyes and replied, My fire has burned for 7 years. My life has long ceased to be mine. If you can bear it, I shall continue to live. If you cannot bear it, I will die at your stove. Will you accept or not? Fang Chuang did not respond but stood up, etching Jiang Xian's name at the top of the porridge room account wall. Chapter 39. The accounts of this hall have always been settled by lives. That line of text was 3 sizes larger than the others. Beside it, another line read, This fire carries a debt. This person does not evade. As Jiang Xian's fire settled, the furnace pattern at the back of Qinghan Hall automatically illuminated. This was a system-set engraving, activated only when the account room bore the 3 characters of life accounts. Fang Chuang glanced down and saw a new line of system prompts emerging from the furnace base. Side quest completed. Repay old debts in the Qinghan account. Reward issued. 1 copy of the Soul Refining Formula. Extreme Fire Segment. Note: debt accounts can be cleared. Life accounts must be continued. He remained silent, quietly stowing the copy into his sleeve and returning to the stove to stir the porridge pot. Tao Qing grew squatted beside him, perusing today's fire accounts, stating, If you are to accept such life accounts daily, your porridge pot will not endure for long. The individuals in this hall are not here to merely register names. They are here to pay with their lives. Fang Chuang chuckled bitterly. Yet someone must take the burden. You are correct. Qinghan Hall is not merely a fire pit. It is an account room. The lives in the account room must be borne by oneself. He placed the pot lid firmly, declaring, From tomorrow onward, we shall establish a new regulation. Life accounts shall be recorded separately, with daily fire segments divided into 3 tiers. Those with light lives will enter the warm stove to supplement the soul with fire. Those with medium lives will enter the main furnace to settle accounts and reinforce patterns. The matter of re-establishing one's fate is not to be taken lightly, devoid of acknowledgement, and not merely for the sake of recognition. It is a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, Zhongzhi nearly overturned the table, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? This is not a mere discussion. It is a matter of life and death. Do you comprehend what re-establishing fate entails? It signifies a crack in the soul line, a reversal of fiery energy, akin to someone who has 1 foot in the grave. If you truly accept such a person, our hall will transform into a hall of spirits within 3 days. Tao Qingru remained silent, merely picking up the black nail left by Jiang Xian and handing it to Zhongzhi, asking, Does she qualify as someone whose fate needs to be reestablished? Zhongzhi gritted her teeth and refrained from replying. Fang Chuang leisurely remarked, If we do not accept her, she will end up in someone else's care. In another's hands, they either refuse to acknowledge her fate or falsely claim her name. If she can withstand her fate, then our Qinghan Tang will gain an additional flame. If she cannot, I shall take responsibility for it. I have already stated, this hall is mine. I can bear the weight of any flame I ignite. Should anyone truly disapprove, they may affix their own fire seals and mark the pot's base. Those who do not, should not claim ignorance. In the evening, Jiang Xian awoke. She sat at the entrance, wrapped in a cloak, her face pale from the fever. Yet her eyes remained remarkably clear. She fixed her gaze on the porridge stall in the main hall, inquiring, Did you truly write my name? Fang Chuang settled himself on a stool, responding, Indeed, I wrote it. I even made it 3 sizes larger. This stall is not for you. It is my debt to repay. Jiang Xian nodded. Then I shall owe you nothing moving forward. I am now a member of Qinghan Tang. Should you dare to mismanage, I will still overturn the pot. Fang Chuang chuckled. If you overturn, I shall catch it. This hall has never maintained empty titles. Upon your entry, the porridge pot becomes yours. Should you dare to back away, I shall seal your pot. Jiang Xian ceased her speech and stirred the porridge. After 2 circles, she suddenly murmured, This pot is steadier than the one I cooked that year. Fang Chuang replied, Indeed. You were not stable back then. The water boiled away from you. I borrowed a flame from you that year, stealing a life. Now that you have returned, should I not serve a full banquet? Jiang Xian scoffed. Do not speak as if you possess great loyalty. Your porridge has never truly been bland. You two are excessively salty. Zhongzhi called out from behind. Cease your quarrel. If you continue, I shall strike both your names from the account. Qinghan Tang is not a place for emotional debts. The accounts here are always connected to life. This time, Jiang Xian truly had her name affixed. The following morning, Zhongji placed her name on the hall's registry, positioned after Tao Qingru, with a fire account stating, soul fire for 7 years, re-establishing fate, repaying old debts, bearing the hall's furnace, Qing Hun Tang acknowledges. Tao Qingru annotated beneath the line. The pot has been accepted, the fire is returned, porridge is supplied daily, and fate follows the account. Once the registry was completed, Zhongji instructed a disciple to erect a new sign outside. New regulations of Qing Hun. Fire accounts may be accepted, fate accounts self-acknowledged. Those who come to register must not choose the pot. That very afternoon, another visitor arrived from outside. This time, it was not a disciple, but an elder. Lu Lengji, the deputy head of the sect law hall of Hehuan Zone, personally came to the door, accompanied by a disciple in a white robe, stating that he had a request of Fang Chuang to forge a furnace of heart oath elixir. This elixir was not a standard medicine, but rather an auxiliary elixir for soul vows, generally used for sect vows or blood contracts to summon spirits. Fang Chuang glanced at it, but did not accept. You have come to the wrong place. Qing Hun Tang does not accept oath elixirs. Lu Lengji replied calmly, I am here to settle an account, not to request an elixir. The sect master has decreed that if you can refine this furnace of elixir, Qing Hun Tang may establish its own system, independent from sect. From now on, the accounts for medicinal materials, fate fires, and spirit materials will be managed independently by your hall. Fang Chuang remained silent and merely cast a glance at Tao Qingru. Tao Qingru was reviewing the porridge account, stating, what she says is the truth. However, if you accept this furnace, it is tantamount to establishing your own sect. From now on, whether this porridge pot thrives or perishes, it will all depend on you. I can oversee your account and draft the regulations for you, but I will not refine it for you. You must handle the entire furnace yourself. Jiang Xian leisurely added, if you truly wish to break away from the sect, then your hall's account must add a new column starting today. It shall be called Furnace Fate. Those who do not come to eat porridge are here to press the pot's base. Whoever signs bears the fate. If you dare to write, I shall dare to sign. Fang Chuang touched the fire contract application and looked at the white-robed disciple beside Lu Lengji, asking, who is he? There is no record of him in the fire register. Lu Lengji answered, he is the only son of the former sect master of Hehuanzhou. His soul line severed, his fire path completely extinguished. This furnace of elixir is to restore his heart contract. If you truly succeed in refining it, he will have a fate account. If he dies, you bear the fire. If he lives, you will establish your name. Fang Chuang placed the fire contract at the furnace's mouth and nodded in agreement. All right, then bring him in. I shall accept this furnace. But remember, I will not serve porridge for this pot. What I offer here is fate. Whoever wishes to partake must write their own account. From today onwards, I, Fang Chuang, seal this furnace as lonely fire elixir. If successful, it is his fate. If unsuccessful, it is my debt. Qing Hun Tang does not accept false fates. It only accepts true accounts. Lu Lengji said little more and led the white-robed disciple inside. The young man stood before the furnace, emaciated and ashen, his soul energy nearly extinguished, with only a flicker of warmth sustaining his life. Zhongji glanced at the fire account book beside her. This man truly has no fate left. This furnace you are about to refine is not for brewing medicine, but for burning a corpse. Jiang Xian coldly laughed. If it succeeds, it is a hard oath. If it fails, it is merely clearing accounts for the sect. If you truly refine it, then the name Qing Hun Tang must be changed. It shall be renamed Judgment of Fate Hall. Tao Qingru flipped through the old accounts, stating, do not change the name. Let the accounts remain. However, this furnace must adhere to our hall's regulations. Whoever enters the furnace must drink the porridge first. Fire does not enter the porridge, and the elixir does not enter the furnace. This pot is not solely your fate, Fang Chuang. It is an account for the entire hall. In Chapter 40, the fate account is established, and the porridge pot is stabilized. Fang Chuang nodded and retrieved the last soul fire nail from his sleeve, driving it into the lid of the main furnace. Let's clarify this. Qing Hun Tang will seal the furnace today. This furnace does not accept bystanders, does not allow idle listening, nor invites outside assistance. Whoever signs the account enters. Those who do not sign should not glare at the pot. He pointed to the white-robed disciple, saying, if you dare to enter, I shall grant you fate. If you do not dare, you may leave now. The white-robed disciple trembled, but ultimately stepped forward to the furnace, raising his hand to imprint a blood seal on the fire pattern. I am Yin Tingfeng, the son of the former sect master. This life of mine is a gift from my mother. Today, I do not seek to extend my life. I only wish to acknowledge the account. If I die, it is not your fault. If you succeed, my fate belongs to you. Fang Chuang softly replied. Remember your words well. The Qinghun furnace does not jest. Should you truly dare to cast your fate within, we shall indeed accept it. As the furnace fire ignited, all members of Qinghun Tang retreated to a distance of 2 zhong. Zhongji shouted, establish the fire name. Yin Tingfeng, the fire account takes precedence. The furnace is a lonely fire, the porridge account is not affixed, and the fate account is 3 pillars. Tao Qingru verified the fire materials. The soul materials were confirmed. Jiang Xian stabilized the fire, protecting the life of the entire furnace. Fang Chuang sealed the elixir at the main stove, the account holder's fate. From this day forward, Qinghun Tang shall have a furnace of lonely fire. The fate account is established and cannot be retracted. As the 3 pillars of fire lines ignited simultaneously, the furnace pattern shone brightly, and Yin Tingfeng bit his tongue, forcefully pressing his soul energy into the elixir base. The fire trembled thrice, the soul was disturbed once, and the energy faltered thrice. Tao Qingru shouted in a low voice, if it does not stabilize, it will shatter. Jiang Xian waved her hand. Control the gas at the turning point. Let the soul energy follow the reverse line. Fang Chuang clasped both hands over the furnace, directly pressing the unformed elixir into the center, declaring, it shall not explode. Your soul may be in turmoil, yet this life is undeniably real. Hold on, and I shall ensure you survive this day. Yin Tingfeng, with a face pale and darkened, his body overflowing with vitality, grit his teeth and uttered a single phrase. My mother once told me that if I were to have a life, it would belong to the sect. But I declare, this life of mine shall not belong to the sect. It is for myself. If this furnace fails, I will truly accept my fate. The flames erupted, unleashing the final crimson glow. The entire main stove trembled, releasing a wave of heat. When the smoke cleared and the lid was lifted, at the bottom of the furnace lay a pill, crimson as blood, resting steadily at the heart of the furnace. Tao Qingru immediately sealed the pill. Gu Wudan, success. Yin Tingfeng, with his soul threads severed and then restored, felt the fire patterns realign. This pill is tied to his life, and he is tied to the account. Qinghun Tang can handle it. Fang Chuang extended his hand to lift the pill, walking out towards the hall. Yin Tingfeng, from this day forth, you are no longer the sect master's son. You are the foremost account holder of Qinghun. When Yin Tingfeng consumed that Gu Huadan, he felt as if plunged into boiling water. With his soul thread rejoining, his dantian churned, and he nearly lost consciousness from the effort. Tao Qingru pressed on his back. Her palm firm. Do not move. Your soul thread has just been restored. If you breathe too hard, it might sever again. This pill is made from your life essence. If anything goes wrong, Qinghun Tang shall bear the consequences. Yin Tingfeng gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. I am fine. I live. I do not rely on others to prolong my life. I emerged from the furnace as my own. Fang Chuang stood before the stove, holding that fire contract, slowly tearing it in half. From now on, this life account belongs to Qinghun. You owe nothing to the sect. You're not some trial subject sent by an elder. You are under my account, and I shall support you. You refine my pills, and I shall give you a name. If you can endure, stay in this hall. If you cannot, no one will force you. Yin Tingfeng nodded, collapsing to the ground, panting, his soul energy in disarray, yet smiling. It was a smile as if a thorn had been drawn from his bones. Zhongji shouted from the doorway. Fang Chuang, I have already inscribed the account for this furnace. Yin Tingfeng, 1 life account, 1 furnace refined, soul fire restored. If you dare to recklessly open another life furnace, I will need to prepare a budget in advance. This year's spiritual material account has already exceeded 3 layers, and with each furnace you produce, I must sacrifice my own livelihood. Fang Chuang shouted back. Did you not say that accounts follow life? Then you should first sacrifice my porridge pot. From tomorrow, Yin Tingfeng shall procure his own materials and open his own stove. He is not here to merely carry a name. He has truly come to bear the burden. In the evening, a new notice was hung outside Qinghun Tang. From today onward, Qinghun Tang shall establish a life account list. Anyone who offers their life to refine pills Porridge, or stoves in this hall, may have their name listed. Those with stable soul fires shall remain on the list for 5 years. Those with intermittent soul fires shall receive materials monthly from the porridge room, supplementing their life for 3 terms. No account, no entry. No recognition of the account. No access to the stove. Tao Ching Gru personally sealed the hall's imprint, adding a small note. This list is not for glory or merit, but to recognize those who have a life. After reading it, Jiang Xian muttered, "Your hall is increasingly resembling an ancestral shrine. If you continue refining like this, it won't be long before someone brings a spirit tablet to hang on the wall." Fang Chuang, carrying a porridge pot, approached from behind, responding as he walked, "It's nothing. More walls mean more nails. If they truly dare to acknowledge their lives, I will boil that porridge endlessly. Even if one day I'm gone, Qinghan Tang must still have a pot that remains warm. The furnace is lit. The accounts are written. The people are remembered. This sect shall acknowledge the lives that others do not." Within 2 days of Fang Chuang's declaration, several peculiar notices appeared at the entrance of Qinghan Tang. They all read, "Voluntarily entering the account, seeking a furnace of Qinghan. The flames remain turbulent. The souls do not return to their seats. I wish to hang a life account, seeking to replenish a thread of life. My name is Wang Xiao, a member of the Flesh Sect. Retreating from cultivation for 3 years due to fire disaster. My Dantian ruined, seeking a porridge trial for my life." Zhong Ji read it, her head aching, yelling at him, "Are you insane? This hall does not collect lives. It gathers mourning. The sect has not yet held the winter festival, and your porridge pot is already turning into a fire sacrifice hall? If a few more with unstable spiritual roots come, your main stove will directly become a refining tower for the dead." Fang Chuang remained unfazed, scooping porridge while replying, "Those who come to hang their lives are true lives. Anyone bold enough to ask for porridge, I will still dare to boil for them. What I cook is not medicine, but accounts. Their lives may be twisted, but their life accounts can be straightened." Jiang Xian added from behind, "Remember to replace the water bucket by the stove. Last time, a soul pressed too hard and directly vomited by the pot. The smell scattered even a strand of my soul." Fang Chuang looked up and shouted, "Tao Ching Gru, do we still have stock of that Qinghan Dan?" Tao Ching Gru checked the accounts. There are still 7 furnaces of base material for can be refined. But if 2 more people come, you will be out of line. If you insist on supporting this life account, you must first consider whether we truly open separate furnaces for life porridge. The left for souls, the right for life trials, and the middle for clearing accounts. If you truly divide, I will truly approve." Fang Chuang bit his teeth. "Divide. I will write the accounts, and I will acknowledge the lives." Chapter 41. Boiling a pot of worthless life. But you must remember, from this furnace onward, no rewards, no tributes. Qinghan Tang shall no longer refine pills for the sect. It shall only boil a pot of life for those who owe their lives. Whoever can write a life account may sit at the stove. This declaration, barely spoken, was followed by the arrival of the sect's decree hall within 2 days. They did not come to question, but to deliver a letter. The letter bore 8 large characters. Allow Qinghan Tang to independently open life account furnaces. Lives can become pills, porridge can become scriptures. At the bottom, it was sealed with the imprint of the Huan Sect's master, accompanied by a remark. This hall does not accept redemption for lives, only takes life seriously. Whoever can establish an account shall live. Zhong Ji posted that letter on the notice board at the door, whistling. You have truly become the sect's first pot. The porridge has become a model. The pills have become a standard. In the future, do not speak of life accounts. If you wish to open a furnace to sacrifice to the heavens, no one will stop you. Fang Chuang spread open the new account book, turning to the first page. I do not wish to open the heavens. I merely want those who cannot write life requests, cannot recite soul incantations, and dare not even touch fire to know there is still a place to inscribe their names. A pot can still be heated. There are still people who dare to take on their lives. He dipped the ink and wrote down the first entry in the new hall. Wang Xiao, entering the porridge account, hanging the soul thread, testing 3 styles of life. The life fire is insufficient. I hope to reboil. Qinghan Tang accepts. After completing the entry, he closed the account book and told Zhong Ji, go to the porridge room and refill the pot. I do not care whether their lives are worth it. If they open their lives, my porridge must be boiled. Zhong Ji turned and entered the porridge room, and before long, flames erupted from the furnace. When the stove door opened, The entire Qinghun Tang could smell a new fire's aroma. This was neither the scent of Qinghun Dan nor ordinary medicinal fire, but a flavor of life boiled from ashes, fragmented souls, and stale air. Zhongji stirred the materials while cursing. Fang Chuang, you are truly insane. The ingredients you've put in this pot would make even the sect master suffer for 3 days. You really dare to use life fire-based material to cook porridge? Fang Chuang sat on the steps at the hall entrance, unmoved, slowly writing a line in the account book. Whoever dares to bring forth their life, I shall dare to cook them a pot of worthless porridge. Life fire paired with medicine cannot save a person, but porridge can sustain a breath. Jiang Xian emerged from the back hall, tossing a battered iron pot at his feet. If you burn through this porridge pot again, I will not replace it for you. You may take the soul nails and mend the seams yourself. By the way, you may as well have a bowl for yourself. Let us see whether this broken pot of yours brews life or mere mud. Fang Chuang chuckled. I eat, I drink, I accept. I fear not the boiling heat. Rather, I dread that no one will partake of what is brewed. Tao Qingru, standing nearby, stirred the congee ingredients. How many scoops do you intend to serve from this pot today? Fang Chuang looked up. No scoops. Whoever owes the debt shall serve. I do not judge whether a life is worth living, nor do I discern the stability of soul. I only acknowledge the declaration, I wish to take a life. At noon, Wang Xiao arrived. He was as thin as kindling, clad in a worn robe from 2 years prior, with a soul energy so faint that even dogs could not detect it. Yet, he knelt resolutely, holding the account slips steadily. Zhongji handed him a bowl of congee. Do you understand what it means to drink this congee? Once consumed, you step into the fire line. Should your soul drift away, we will not save you. If we do save you, we cannot guarantee your safety. Wang Zhao's hand trembled slightly as he steadied the bowl. I understand. I do not consume medicine. I consume a life. I come to Qinghun Tang not to seek life, but to secure a name worth inscribing. Tao Qingru nodded, opening the account book. Wang Xiao, the life account is established. The congee has been consumed. The soul is pending. Today, the furnace at the back will be tested. Life fire trials will occur, 3 trials of soul fire. Those who succeed will be posted on the board. Those who fail will be removed from the list. Jiang Xian turned to the back furnace to ignite the fire, cursing as he did so. If this furnace produces ash again, I will bury the next person directly in the pot. Qinghun Tang is not a place for life entrustment. It is a fire account venue. When Wang Xiao stepped into the fire circle, he could barely utter a curse. As the soul pattern connected, the flames burrowed into his heart, causing him to bite his tongue in pain. Fang Chuang remained unmoved in the outer hall, simply shouting at him. If you wish to retreat, now is the time. If you dare to accept, then hold that soul pattern tight. Wang Xiao, covered in blood, with a gaping wound on his tongue, his throat hoarse to the point of only having one breath left. I am holding on. Today, I will not retreat, even in death. I, Wang Xiao, am not worth a life. But my life is real. In that moment, the furnace's flames stabilized by 3 inches. The soul pattern did not shatter, and the alchemical fire did not explode. Jiang Xian threw a piece of soul stone from the back. He is stabilized. The soul may be rotten, but the bones are strong. Fang Chuang closed the account book, whispering, Wang Xiao, the soul fire trial remains intact, unbroken. Qinghun Tang acknowledges this. We have accepted that worthless life from the pot. At the moment when Wang Xiao suppressed the furnace fire, the entire back furnace of Qinghun Tang fell silent. The soul fire was steady, the energy lines connected, and the alchemical fetus did not explode, indicating that his life had been suppressed. Zhongji, flipping through the account book, remarked quietly, this person's soul power is like tattered cloth. You truly managed to brew something from it. Are you now considering giving him a raise? Fang Chuang replied succinctly, I will grant him a name. From now on, he shall manage the fire for the first furnace each month. Once he has suppressed his soul account once, he can do so 10 more times. Jiang Xian emerged from the back, wiping his hands as he said, do you truly believe he has succeeded? His soul imprint trembles like tofu. Had I not supplemented the fire at the mouth of the furnace, he would have exploded. Fang Chuang responded, your ability to supplement the fire means you dare to accept. His refusal to retreat indicates he can endure. What does it matter if the soul imprint trembles? Even if the pot bottom cracks, we can still brew a pot of clear souls. Jiang Xian, keep boasting. When he next explodes at the furnace, I will be the first to tear down that life account from the wall. Fang Chuang. If you truly dare to tear it down, I will indeed carve your name on that stone. I will inscribe a line. Jiang Xian does not acknowledge the accounts. The pot shattered, but the hall remains. That afternoon, when Wang Xiao was carried out of the stove room, he was covered in blood, his consciousness flickering, yet he was still alive. Tao Qingru handed him a bowl of clear soul kanji. You are now a person on the account. Do not think you merely salvaged a life. You have brewed a life back to existence. Wang Xiao, trembling, took the kanji, drank a sip, his mouth shaking. Will I be able to like them? Brew medicine and temper fire without being a disposable life used to settle accounts? Fang Chuang sat down, speaking deliberately. You are not a worthless life. You are a person on the account. Once your soul account is cleared and your life account is established from today forth. Anyone who wishes to harm, you must first come to Qinghuntang and undergo the life furnace. Anyone daring to jump the account without reporting will face my wrath. Qinghuntang does not produce medicine. It produces people. You are the first person of my successful life kanji trial. From today onward, your life belongs to you to write. The next day, a small sign was newly hung outside Qinghuntang. Wang Xiao, the furnace fire attendant of Qinghuntang, has successfully completed the trial of life. The kanji account has been cleared, and the soul account is established. He is the chief furnace fire at the back, with one trial each month. To be managed by himself, with no substitutions allowed. Beneath the sign, Wang Xiao took a knife and engraved the words, I am a person on the account. I am not firewood burnt in place of a life. 3 days later, news suddenly came from the eastern hall of the sect, stating that Wang Xiao was to be transferred to work on fire weapon trials. Fang Chuang, upon hearing this, did not consult the sect leader but simply replied, a transfer is acceptable, but first bring him back to Qinghuntang. I do not recognize external transfer orders. I only acknowledge life accounts. Wang Xiao is inscribed on my account. Anyone wishing to move him must first write a fire debt here. A life is rented monthly. Specify how much fire is used and how much soul power is exerted. I can bear the life account. You must acknowledge the fire debt. The envoy's disciple trembled, nearly collapsing. Are you not defying an imperial decree? This is a transfer order personally approved by the sect leader. Do you dare to obstruct it? Fang Chuang did not raise his voice, speaking each word deliberately. I am not obstructing. I am acting according to the account. If the sect leader has approved my opening of a life account furnace, then the life within it belongs to my account. If you wish to transfer him, you may draft 3 copies of the account, one for the outer hall, one for the stove room, and one to be affixed at the stove entrance. If you cannot draft it, then go back and ask the sect leader if he no longer recognizes the furnace life orders he signed himself. Zhongji, flipping through the accounts nearby, coldly interjected. Furthermore, Wang Xiao's life in that furnace was ignited by Qinghuntang itself. You may borrow a person, but you cannot borrow the account. If you wish to use his life to suppress the fire weapon array, you must first present a life-preserving pill and 3 soul seals. If the fire truly explodes and his soul line breaks, even if he dies at your furnace, his account will still hang on our wall. None of you will escape. The envoy disciple cowered, kneeling on the spot to seek permission to report back. The next day, the sect leader personally approved the fire seal response. One sentence clarified, Qinghuntang's living person may not be transferred without a fight. If transferred, the accounts must be cleared and documented. If the life exists, the person exists. If the life perishes, the person returns. Tao Qingru, upon reviewing the fire seal, nodded. The sect leader still acknowledges the account. Jiang Xian, holding a fire pattern strip, chuckled. Indeed, this account of Qinghun is truly painful to burn. Who dares to transfer a person on the account must first endure a trial by fire before even discussing borrowing a life. Fang Chuang secured the approval document and rose to address Wang Xiao. You may go. If you can manage the trials of the fire weapon workshop, then proceed. However, remember that you tread the path of clarity, not as mere expendable resources. If they require your life, then proclaim your identity as a seeker of purity. Should you succeed, return and inscribe the name Wang Xiao, having traversed the accounts, entered the fray, maintained the flame, and survived unscathed. Should you falter, they must offer 3 cauldrons of medicine in compensation for my single bowl of kanji. Wang Xiao bowed respectfully, nodding solemnly. I venture forth, risking my life. Upon my return, I shall bring back the accounts. I do not borrow life without recompense. I am a person of merit on the ledger. Zhongji scoffed from behind. Do not speak too confidently. If you dare let that soul thread falter upon your return, you shall first drink 3 bowls of bottom kanji before facing the flames. Fang Chuang laughed. The kanji is on me, but the life you must claim yourself. Qing Hun Tang does not sustain those who borrow life without purpose. On the day Wang Xiao departed, Qing Hun Tang neither rang the gongs nor bid him farewell. Fang Chuang stood at the hearth and uttered a single phrase. You take this life with you. The fire you must uphold yourself. If you can return and inscribe the accounts, then I shall prepare another pot of kanji for you. If not, do not blame me for my indifference. He left with determination, carrying the fire-patterned bag of Qing Hun Tang and a copy of the ledger, sealed with 2 layers of soul threads and stamped to the hearth. That evening, Zhongji moved his name from the inner cook to the external life borrowing ledger. Wang Xiao was temporarily out, life borrowed for 6 months. With the soul account retained, the fire does not return to the hall, and the accounts remain unchanged. Jiang Xian sat by the hearth, reviewing the firewood inventory. With his departure, we have 1 less person to test life in the inner kitchen. I think that fellow named Li Xianxing can take the spot. His soul seal has remained intact through 3 trials. Tao Qingru flipped through the records. Li Xianxing is an abandoned disciple from the outer sect, with remnants of old fire and a lost soul. His life account has yet to be established, so he cannot be inscribed. Let him undergo another trial. Fang Chuang pondered. Let him try the soul kanji. This pot of pure ingredients should not be infused with fire patterns or placed on the hearth. If he can finish it, I will record the kanji account for him. Zhongji raised her head. Are you trying to shoulder the burden yourself? Do you intend to turn Qing Hun Tang into a life debt shop? Whoever drinks a bowl of your kanji will be considered your relative on the ledger. Fang Chuang, not a relative but an account holder. I abide by the rule that if I dare accept a life, I shall dare record the account. If he finishes and cannot uphold the fire, I will inscribe on my hearthstone that this person was under my care. If the account must be compensated, I will not let him hang it for free. I wish to see how many within the sect dare to write that I am a person of the accounts. The next day, Li Xianxing came to test the kanji. He neither knelt nor shouted slogans, simply rolled up his sleeves and sat by the hearth. He finished a bowl of kanji in 1 breath, without pausing, forcing it all down to his dantian. After finishing, he merely said 2 words, not bad. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. Do you know that the ingredients in this kanji consist of 3 segments of fire remnants and soul fragments? Your soul's ability to withstand this pot indicates you are not a wasted life. Li Xianxing gazed at the kanji pot. I just want to live. Whether I am a wasted life is of no concern to me. If you and Qing Hun Tang dare to let me drink, then I shall drink. I do not trust elixirs or medicines. I only trust that this pot is brewed from life. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang plunged the ladle into the pot. Very well. Then I acknowledge this life as yours. I will write the kanji account, and you shall uphold the fire account. You, I shall record. Li Xianxing, from this day forth. The fire pattern in the inner kitchen is pre-inscribed, and the trial life kanji account is established. Qing Hun Tang shall record your name. It is not the sect that grants you life. It is you who has reclaimed it through your own will. As soon as Li Xuanqing's name was inscribed, Zhongji quickly circled it in the ledger. Remember, the pre-inscription lasts for 3 months. If he cannot uphold his flesh for 3 months, I shall personally erase this name from the kanji account. Qing Hun Tang does not sustain empty accounts. Jiang Xian munched on sunflower seeds nearby. Enough. You are now tougher than that group in the sect's law hall who carry seals. Chapter 43. Clarity or Obscurity. 1 pot will reveal all. I suspect you wish to be a deity of accounts yourself, punishing those who owe lives by making them drink kanji. Zhongji shot her a glance. I am not a deity. I am merely ensuring this hall does not succumb to wasted lives. More and more are coming to test the kanji, each one a discarded cultivator, severed spirit, or extinguished fire. If you do not establish a principle, it will not be long before people treat it as a garbage furnace. Tao Qingru, having reviewed the kanji ingredients, remarked blandly, but remember, this kanji can truly extract life. Not everyone can partake. Only those who can consume it are worthy of having their lives documented. Clarity or obscurity will be revealed with 1 pot. Fang Chuang, uninterested in further argument, gestured for Li Xianxing to sit. The hearth is still warm. You shall proceed today. The trial life furnace does not open the entire hearth. It is up to you to see if your soul fire can fill the circle. If you can uphold it, return in 3 months to record the fire account. If you cannot, you may leave without escort. Li Xianxing nodded, shedding his outer robe, bare to the waist, stepping into the furnace, with his soul thread unwavering. The moment the fire ignited, the hearth did not explode, and the soul's circle remained stable. Jiang Xian observed for 3 breaths and quietly remarked, "He is not merely enduring. He is sacrificing his life to brew. This man bears the marks of fire carving. Perhaps he truly has encountered the life furnace in the past." Zhongji's expression shifted slightly. No way. Did he not claim to be a discarded root from the outer sect? Where did the life furnace marks come from? Tao Qingru closed the ledger, unless he has perished. Alternatively, he may have been used to test a life formation. However, he has not severed his soul, indicating he has crawled out from within. Fang Chuang stood up. "Do not concern yourself with whether he is an old account holder. He is now my newly inscribed account. In Qing Hun Tang, we only recognize the fire of this moment. He drank the kanji himself and ignited the fire himself. Therefore, I shall now inscribe this line." Approaching the hearth wall, he took a knife and carved 6 characters. Li Xianxing, life, account, self-claimed. Zhongji observed and simply stated, "Then let us see if he can endure this pot. Clarity or obscurity, life speaks for itself." Li Xuanqing's furnace blazed from noon until the end of the afternoon. The fire did not extinguish, and he did not collapse. The soul circle remained as steady as a hearth nail. Even when he coughed up blood several times, he did not utter a sound of pain. Zhongji stood at the hearth, her voice cold. "If he can endure for another 2 hours, he shall be ready to emerge. I truly believe we must record this pot of kanji for him." Jiang Xian murmured from behind. "His soul marks are too orderly. They are clearly from the life testing formation. I suspect this person has long been an old hand on the accounts, merely erased from the records. Now he returns to settle the debts." Tao Qingru examined his fire pattern seal. The soul fire has been severed, but was not self-inflicted. It was externally sealed. His life has been previously sealed from fire, utilized as trial material. Yet now, he has returned on his own. I do not care who sealed him. As long as this account is clearly recorded, it suffices. Fang Chuang stood by the furnace, silent until the flames stabilized. Only then did he open the ledger and add a note behind the name. Li Xianxing, soul fire self-upheld, old seal cleared, new account established. 3 months of flesh to replenish 3 cauldrons. He closed the ledger, rose, and called, "Li Xianxing, emerge. This life, from today forth, belongs to you alone. Should anyone dare to use you to test formations, fire, or life, they must first come to me to record the account. I do not recognize the elixirs they gave you, nor the talismans they placed upon you. I only acknowledge the fire you have upheld yourself." As the lid of the furnace was lifted by Jiang Xian, white smoke billowed from the hearth. Li Xianxing stumbled out, his face smeared with blood and sweat, his clothes scorched with several holes from the fire patterns. He knelt immediately, gritting his teeth, and tossed a self-written life contract into the soul-sealed box by the hearth. Li Xianxing, self-acknowledged life account. From now on, the furnace account shall be self-managed, and the fire account shall bear its own burdens. Anyone who attempts to invoke names for borrowing or usurping fire transfers shall face dire consequences without exception. Fang Chuang chuckled and approached, giving him a pat on the shoulder. "Your soul contract has been accepted. The Qing Hun Tang will receive you. You are neither a remnant of the past, nor a redeemable soul. You are inscribed among the names at my hearth, a soul bound to the account wall." Jiang Xian flipped through the old account pages, humming a tune. "This individual can manage 3 furnaces. I shall elevate his fire mark by 1 level. However, let it be noted, should you too continue to accept those crawling out from trial formations, kindly remember to write me a note indicating a potential explosion next time, so I can prepare some ash." Tao Qingru ladled porridge into a bowl and handed it over. No need for ash preparation. If you truly dare to write a potential explosion, he would not dare to enter. Our Qing Hun Tang is not a place for waiting upon fate. It is a place for refining lives. In the end, Zhongji took a new wooden plaque and carved a line. Li Xianxing, 3 fires, 1 peak, old soul. Clear account. This person belongs to the hearth. This soul belongs to the furnace, and this account shall be self-managed. As she affixed it, she casually remarked, "This pot of fate is not pristine, but it is stable in its refinement. We do not discriminate against individuals. We only select accounts." That night, The fire in the back hall of the Qinghun Tang did not extinguish. It was not the sound of alchemy. Rather, the furnace had spontaneously ignited a trial fate furnace. Tao Qingru furrowed her brows as she perused the fire accounts. Is Li Xianqing practicing? Jiang Xian leaned out to glance. No. He has inscribed a soul symbol beneath the trial furnace, invoking a fire array. This individual intends to practice the furnace fire overnight and test the second segment. Zhongji snapped the account book shut. He has just completed one furnace. His soul has yet to be replenished, and he is attempting to test fate again? Does he truly believe this Qinghun Tang is his personal crematorium? Fang Chuang stood by the wall, rubbing the new wooden plaque in his hands. He is not mad. He understands he has no time left. Those whose souls have been sealed, the old imprint at the furnace cannot be erased. In 3 months, flesh will surely shatter. He seeks to ignite, wishing to lock his fate account before the soul imprint completely collapses. If he cannot lock it, his fate still belongs to others. He is not battling for survival. He is seizing his fate. Tao Qingru nodded. If you truly wish to let him seize it, then hand the furnace over to him. Do not impede further. Our Qinghun Tang has never guaranteed anyone's fate. If the fate account can hold, that is his ability. If it cannot hold, then we shall not claim it. Li Xuanqing's second furnace trial was that of reverse breath fire. The furnace fire surged in reverse. Soul energy not traversing the meridians, directly circumventing the dantian to suppress the soul consciousness. In other words, this is a soul-severing trial, not alchemy. Zhongji gasped and rushed out to stop him. You must be insane. This furnace is not about challenging fate. It is about extracting life. If the soul consciousness is severed, you cease to be an account holder and become a living sacrifice. Li Xianqing pressed the second soul contract onto himself. His voice hoarse like a cracked bowl. I no longer wish to be anyone's vessel. I'm neither a test subject for sex nor a discarded fire nail. I simply wish for a line of text to be inscribed upon the account wall, not given by anyone, but written by myself. This furnace today, I shall refine not for others, but for myself. Chapter 44. Before the hearth, we do not inquire of origins, only whether one's fate can endure. Jiang Xian stood by the hearth, observing for 3 breaths, and quietly remarked, the fire is too fierce. If his soul consciousness scatters even a fraction more, I will have to seal the furnace. Fang Chuang remained silent, merely pressing down on the furnace's sealing nails. Do not seal it. He is wagering his fate, not the materials. If he truly wishes to shatter his soul, it is for him to call a halt. We do not seal fate. We merely inscribe accounts. At the third watch, the furnace fire subsided. Li Xianqing crawled out from the furnace, blood filling his mouth, his soul consciousness fractured in 3 places, yet he remained alive. He did not wait for assistance, but stood up on his own and walked toward the account wall, meticulously inscribing, Li Xianqing, soul consciousness broken, fate account established. This fate shall undergo 3 trials, fire returning to self. If others seal me, I shall unbind myself. I am not a dead fate. I am a fate inscribed upon the account. In that moment, silence enveloped the entire Qinghun Tang. Fang Chuang gazed upon the inscription and slowly wrote, from this day forth, Li Xianqing shall be listed in the official accounts. Qinghun Tang does not discriminate against fates. One must be able to bear their own fate. Thus, they are an account holder. Li Xianqing inscribed those words while kneeling. The ash from the furnace mingled with bloodstains. Yet those characters, affixed to the furnace wall, were as solid as iron. Tao Qingru stood for half an incense stick's duration before speaking. He has severed 3 strands of soul consciousness, and his meridians have burned through 1.5 inches. By old regulations, he must be sent to the soul tower for sealing and nurturing the fire. Fang Chuang nodded. Send him, but not to nurture a waste. He is a person of the account. If he wishes to seal his soul, we of the Qinghun Tang shall send him to seal it. If he can be sealed, he shall return to tend the furnace. If he cannot be sealed, then I shall inscribe a monument for him myself. Zhongji flipped through the account records. Sealing the soul requires 3 fate seals. 1 is his own, 1 is the account hall's seal, and what of the third? Jiang Xian pulled the old fire seal from his waist and tossed it over. I will press the 3rd seal. This individual crawled out from the furnace. He did not rely on others. He bore his own fate. I, Jiang Xian, recognize him. If he truly falls, I shall complete that broken fate for him. We of the Qinghun Tang do not concern ourselves with appearances. We focus on whether there is anyone to support the pot. Fang Chuang raised his hand to stamp the fire seal. Agreed. Let's follow the procedure. Soul sealing for 1 month. Account position remains unchanged. Upon return, the furnace shall not be chosen, nor the materials, nor shall fate be a consideration. Since you have inscribed your name at the hearth, you are one of us. On the 3rd day after Li Xianqing was sent away, a new notice was hung at the hearth of the Qinghantang. The pre-account notice stated that any soul whose fire is unstable and whose fate account has not been established may attempt porridge, ignite fire, and respond to accounts. Those who succeed will be listed. Those who do not will remain nameless. Before the notice, no inquiry shall be made regarding origins, sect levels, or pasts. Only the fire line shall be acknowledged. Upon the issuance of this notice, those within the sect who could not stabilize their fire, could not refine their souls, and could not ascend the ranks went into a frenzy. On the 1st day, 7 individuals arrived, on the 2nd day, 13, and by the morning of the 3rd day, Zhongzhi directly replaced the notice board with a larger one, stating, "If we do not expand the list, this Qinghantang shall become a place for collecting broken lives." Jiang Xian swept the furnace ash while cursing. A bunch of people whose souls are on the verge of scattering still stubbornly affix themselves to the furnace. Do you truly intend to turn this place into a soul fire guild? Fang Chuang glanced at the new list and opened the account book. It is not that I wish to collect. It is that they dare to inscribe. Our Qinghantang does not extend grace. We offer opportunities. They fear not the shattering of their lives. So I shall not fear the explosion of the pot. If they can truly finish the porridge and withstand the heat, then I shall dare to lend my name. Tao Qingru stood at the entrance of the porridge house, casting a bag of ingredients. Let's first boil the porridge. The first batch of the trial naming roster has emerged. You must prepare at least 3 pots today. Tomorrow, there will be another batch of disciples from the outer sect, said to be personally approved by the sect master, who will send 5 individuals to be registered for the porridge account. Zhongzhi trembled, nearly dropping the account ledger. Has the sect master lost his mind? Sending trial souls our way? Does he consider our Qinghan Hall a reincarnation station for soul fire? Tao Qingru replied, "It is not madness. He wishes to see if we can endure this pressure. They do not await the outcome. They seek to observe whether our stove will explode. If it truly does, they can exchange your account plaque for resources from the trial alchemy tower. Should you withstand it, your account shall establish a new system." Fang Chuang chuckled softly, his voice low yet filled with fervor. Let them watch. We are not afraid of having too many. We fear that no one dares to truly write their fate. I shall open this pot. I will ignite the stove. Whoever comes, it matters not. If you dare to write, I will dare to register. If you can endure, I will accept. If you cannot, I shall not bury you. I will simply write your name at the bottom of the roster, inscribing a line. This person's life is worthless. Qinghan does not acknowledge this account. Jiang Xian struck the fire nails of the stove once more and turned to say, "For today as pot, I shall choose a fierce one. His name is Lu Chun, a disciple of the former Mingong, who was discarded 3 years ago and now registers as a rogue cultivator. Yet, when he arrived that day, he spoke not a word, finished the first bowl of porridge in 1 gulp, and activated his soul imprint himself. I see he truly dares to face death." Fang Chuang nodded. Let him try. Write his name on the roster, establish the fire account, and conduct the trial of fate in 3 stages. Before the stove, we do not inquire about your origins or the burdens you bear. We ask but one question: can your life withstand it? Lu Chun approached the stove in silence. Clad in the same gray robe from 3 years prior, its cuffs tattered, the imprint of his Mingong faded halfway. The remaining half of the character Chan affixed to his collarbone, resembling a mark torn by fire. Jiang Xian led him to the stove. For the 3 stages of the trial, no sealing of souls, no covering of the stove. If you dare to enter, you must affix the fire line yourself. Should your soul shatter, no one will collect it for you. Lu Chen nodded, shedding his robe, revealing the imprint of his Mingong, from which he withdrew a fire talisman, pressing it against his heart, 3 fingers smearing blood, a single stroke down. Chapter 45. Ignite life into the stove. The entire stove erupted with a surge of flames. Zhongzhi stood beneath the account wall, writing each character meticulously. Lu Chun, former Mingong disciple, registered as a rogue after being discarded. Qing account does not recognize sect affiliation. The trial porridge is ready. The fire line ignites autonomously. Today, the trial of fate will proceed in 3 stages. Establishing the account for preliminary review. Stove number. Rear stove, trial 1 furnace. Fang Chuang finished reading and remarked, "He truly dares to face death. Then we shall truly register him. This Qinghan Hall is not for prolonging lives. It is for clearing accounts." The first stage, static burning stove. Soul fire weaves through the meridians, not entering the dantian, assessing whether his soul fire is diminished. Lu Chun entered the stove for 5 breaths. The stove remained steady, the soul circle undisturbed, the fire line fixed at 3 inches. Jiang Xian nodded. He did not perish in this stage. He has died before. The soul fire crawled out from the depths of the old stove. Such a person, if he does not endure fate, will not survive. The second stage, dynamic fire stove. The fire courses through both hearts, targeting the broken points of his lifeline. Zhongji sat beside the furnace, observing for 2 breaths, then halted her pen. The stove cannot contain him. His soul imprint is dispersing, about to explode. Tao Qingru cautioned, "Do not interfere. This is not an explosion. He is sealing the line. If you seal the fire now, he will not perish. If he truly wishes to return to the Mingong, he must seal it back." The stove trembled. The soul circle bent half a ring. Lu Chun knelt, spitting 3 mouthfuls of blood, yet did not fall. Jiang Xian produced a soul nail and drove it into the stove's mouth. It is done. He has sealed it. The reconstruction of the lifeline is crude, but he lives. The third stage, chaotic pattern stove. This stage does not assess the soul. It examines whether he acknowledges the account. The stove ignited with the old patterns of Qinghan Hall, if he dares to accept. It would signify tearing the contract of the original Mingong. Lu Chun hesitated not, scratching away the half-character Chun, applying the ashes of Qinghan Hall to form the character Lu. Fang Chuang stood behind, saying, "Should you inscribe this character, you become one of us. Henceforth, should anyone wish to harm you, transfer you, or seal you, they must come to clear the account here." Lu Chun nodded. "I shall write. I no longer desire my Mingong. I only wish to clearly inscribe on a wall who I am, not as an accessory, nor as a test subject, nor as a discarded person. I am Lu Chun, the account bearer." Zhongji meticulously pinned his name atop the roster. Lu Chun, trial of 3 stages at Qing account hall completed, soul fire self-sealed, stove fire fixed. Old contract burned, account cleared and registered. Tao Qingru stamped the fire seal down with a firm tone. From this day forth, this person shall no longer bear sect affiliation. Life returns to Qinghan. Fire returns to its original furnace. This is not a life for alchemical use. This is a life that can withstand 3 stoves. Fang Chuang seized the account ledger, standing by the stove. "Lu Chun, your name is recorded in the Qinghan account wall. This hall does not acknowledge your history. It only recognizes whether your life is a result of your own determination. If you have chosen, then you are one of us in Qinghan Hall." Lu Chun knelt by the furnace, his palm pressed against the still warm fire imprint stone. His palm reddened from the heat, yet he did not utter a sound. Tao Qingru glanced at him and turned away, leaving behind a single remark. "There are 3 stoves. Endure for 1 month. Those who can withstand it shall have their names inscribed. Those who cannot shall find their own way out the back door." Fang Chuang snapped the account ledger shut. Addressing the disciples by the stove, "Lift the furnace and move it to the eastern stove. Lu Chun belongs to our stove. The Qinghan stove does not entertain those who come empty-handed. From the moment you lift the furnace, you are not working for anyone. You work for life." The disciples of Qinghan Hall nodded in silence, collectively lifting the still smoldering alchemy furnace to the eastern stove area. Lu Chun stood up, his knuckles turning white. "I do not know fire, nor have I practiced alchemy." Fang Chuang did not even glance at him. "You are not here to practice alchemy. You are here to endure. When this furnace is without fire, it is sustained by life. If your life is thin, now is the time to tear off the fire imprint and seek an outer sect steward from Lanji. If you wish to leave your name on this stove, first bind that belt around your waist." Lu Chun was taken aback, looking at the tattered cloth belt in his hand, embroidered with the character ding. Fang Chuang tossed it over. "This was left by your predecessor from the previous stove. If you wish to take his place, you must first wear his belt." Lu Chun said no more, picking up the belt and wrapping it around his waist in circles. At the stove, the rules continued. On the first day, do not practice alchemy, only practice sitting. Extinguish the fire and heat yourself. If you can sit through a stick of incense, then tomorrow I will teach you to observe the fire mouth. If you cannot endure, do not occupy this life position. Lu Chun settled into a cross-legged position, the residual warmth of the furnace swirling around him. He closed his eyes, steadfastly enduring. In less than half an incense stick, the corners of the belt began to smoke. Zhong Ji stood nearby, murmuring, "Can this fellow endure?" Fang Chuang scoffed. "It would be best if he could not. Qinghun is not a place for nurturing maggots. Qinghun is a place for nurturing life." That night, the eastern stove area still flickered with embers, and Lu Chun remained seated in place. Tao Qingru approached, placing a bowl of watery porridge capable of reflecting one's shadow before him. "If you are hungry, drink it. If you can withstand it, endure another night." Lu Chun opened his eyes, glanced at her, said nothing, and lifted the porridge, consuming it mouthful by mouthful. Fang Chuang observed from behind the stove, quietly remarking, "This person can remain." Zhong Ji frowned. "Are you not afraid he is an infiltrator? An infiltrator would be even better." Fang Chuang remarked that in this day and age, an undercover agent willing to risk their life is often more dependable than one's own kin. The next morning, as dawn broke, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of Qinghun Hall. Their attire did not conform to the sect's standard, and they bore talismans of the sect's authority at their waists. Leading them was a female cultivator, approximately 30 years of age, who spoke in a soft tone. "I am sent by the sect master to take LV Chen away. He has declared that he wishes to stake his life. However, he remains a nominal disciple of the sect, and is thus bound by its regulations." Fang Chuang stood at the door, holding the account book, and flipped through its pages. "If you seek LV Chen, you must first consult the accounts." It was inscribed, "Life belongs to Qinghun. Fire returns to its origin." The female cultivator frowned. "You are defying orders." "No." Fang Chuang closed the account book. "I am the account keeper. In our hall, we heed not the words of others, but how the fire burns and how life is sustained. LV Chun has endured throughout the night. He stays. If anyone wishes to take someone away, they must first offer their life in exchange." The female cultivator stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. "Qinghun Hall, indeed, lives up to its reputation. We will not take anyone. We will enter the furnace." As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 individuals behind her simultaneously removed their belts and tossed them on the ground. "The left furnace needs more hands, does it not?" Fang Chuang chuckled. "Very well. There will be no porridge cooked today. Add more fire. Let us have something substantial in our hall." By the stove, on that early morning, the 3 discarded their sect's outer robes, their sleeves fluttering in the fiery wind. One stood silently by the left furnace, another rushed straight to the west furnace, while the third nonchalantly dragged over a rickety stool and sat down behind the stove. Tao Qingru emerged from behind the stove and looked at the seated young man. "What are you doing sitting there?" The man replied, "I am in charge of the accounts. My name is Ren Ling. I was personally appointed by the sect master to serve as the deputy account keeper of Qinghun Hall. Today, I will record your accounts for several pots. Starting tomorrow, I will collect your fires." Chapter 46. The night before the explosion, Zhong Ji furrowed her brows, about to speak, but Fang Chuang interjected. "Deputy account keeper, do you have the accounts with you?" Ren Ling patted the bulging package at his side and laid it out. 2 account books, 1 fire list, and a sect authorization document. "If you wish to see, I can recite it for you." Fang Chuang chuckled. "No need. You arrived just in time. We need hands at the stove, not mouths. If you can remember how many lives this stove has consumed and how many herbs it has processed, you may sit here. If you cannot endure, you may leave." Ren Ling nodded, agreed. "I am not here to challenge you. I am here to learn. I have heard much about Qinghuan's operations. I just did not expect you to dare explode the bottom of the pot in front of the sect master." The sect master said that if it explodes well, we will add more fire. Zhong Ji raised an eyebrow. "Add fire?" Ren Ling opened the fire list. "As soon as you carried LV Chun into the furnace." The sect master immediately approved 3 fire tokens. One is for Feng Qi, another for Shi Ji, and the last is for the sect master's own nephew, the sect's commanding disciple, LV Tsong. All will enter the furnace, all will bear accounts, and all will refine pills. Upon hearing the last name, Tao Qingru paused. LV Tsong? Is he not just stabilizing his foundation? What pills will he refine? Ren Ling shrugged. The sect master said he wishes to explode. If he cannot succeed, he will explode people instead. If he is willing to sign the fire document, he is also willing to stake his life. We must accept this person. Fang Chuang remained silent, walked to the stove, loosened his belt, and then tightened it again. "I've seen the fire document. It is correct. Then let us throw him into the furnace. Qinghan does not turn away from life. But once life comes, do not expect to leave in one piece. Half an hour later, LV Tsang arrived. Dressed neatly, his face devoid of color, he bowed deeply to the stove upon entering. I come voluntarily. Before I stake my life, I wish to say this. I'm the sect master's nephew, and I stake the sect master's life. He wishes to see me burn. Thus, I wish to burn. Fang Chuang stood before the stove, watching as the life-staking cloth unfurled on the ground, the fire pattern creeping up from his feet, slowly wrapping around his waist. You are from the LV family? LV Tsang nodded. My father is LV Guan. Fang Chuang clicked his tongue. Then you had better not die. The Qinghan stove is not for repaying favors. It takes your life to refine our pills. If you cannot endure, even your father cannot protect you. LV Tsang directly sat in front of the eastern stove. I know. I have come to die and see if I can survive. Tao Qingru handed the new pill recipe to Zhong Ji. Change the pill. Fire pattern ding. 3 pounds of Tian mangrass. 2 drops of bone devouring milk. The pill being refined is the Zhuang Shui Dan. Whoever explodes the porridge room will have their name recorded. Whoever cannot withstand the Qinghan account wall will be marked off. Fang Chuang waved his hand, and the fire pattern surged. Today, all 3 stoves of Qinghan were ignited. The accounts opened for boiling. The stove fire roared violently. The 3 colored fire patterns intertwined beneath the alchemical cauldron, each furnace more frantic than the last, each stove more ferocious than the one before. On the left stove, Feng Qi stripped to the waist, his wrists bound with 4 layers of fire cloth, his skin steamed red. He gritted his teeth, using the tip of his tongue to dip the spiritual juice into the cauldron, the flames gnashing at the alchemical liquid, hissing as if they wished to consume a person. On the western stove, Shi Ji was far steadier, his movements exceedingly meticulous, yet the furnace flames danced wildly, strange noises resonating from the wind passage below. Zhong Ji frowned, tilted her head, and instructed, there is something unusual with that stove's wind. Investigated. A young disciple immediately rushed to the wind outlet and began to dig. A bloodfeather mouse has entered, blocking the wind outlet. Is it clear? Is it clean? It is stuck inside. Zhong Ji decisively ordered. Seal the wind outlet. Open a secondary passage. Let Shi Ji manage it himself. Let us see if he can withstand the furnace with his life. Meanwhile, Fang Chuang had not yet turned around when LV Tsang had already endured for 2 full hours at the eastern stove. The stove fire pressed down on him, yet he remained motionless. In the Zhuang Shui Ding before him, the alchemical liquid was already turning red, the fire pattern half floating, while the other half was stubbornly pressed to the bottom of the cauldron. Tao Qingru watched silently, taking out a piece of debris from the stove's bottom and placing it by LV Tsang's feet. This thing has exploded before in a previous furnace. If you cannot endure for half an incense stick longer, it will blow. LV Tsang's voice was hoarse. Let explode, then. This blood of mine is meant to be burned. If it must explode, let me and this furnace explode together. Just as the fire was raised, someone rushed into the porridge room. There is a problem with the account wall. Fang Chuang turned sharply. Whose name has fallen? The person gasped. It is not a name that has fallen. It is an additional one. An extra name appeared on the wall, and no one is listed. It has emerged by itself. It reads by Chu. Tao Qingru's complexion changed, and she directly seized the person. Isn't Bai Chu one of those who went missing 3 years ago upon entering the sect? Zhong Ji said coldly. How did he resurface? Ren Ling quickly flipped through the fire list, scanning it before shaking his head. He is not listed. Yet, I have seen this name in the sect master's record. He was one of the earliest furnace boys who failed in Qing Huin's trials. He perished in the flames, and his body was never recovered. Fang Chuang's expression darkened, and he raised his hand. Let us go. To the account wall. We shall see from which furnace he wishes to reclaim his life. In front of the account wall, talismans for the pill fire were affixed one by one, and the 2 characters, Bai Chu, floated right in the center, with no fire document, no furnace number below. Only a single line stating, this life is not yet dead. The stove fire has not yet ceased. Tao Qingru narrowed her eyes, finishing the line, her voice turning icy. Then what he wishes to reclaim is the furnace from 3 years ago. That furnace exploded, killing 3 people, and not a single pot of pills was refined. The fire from that furnace is a disgrace to our Qinghan. Fang Chuang stood before the wall in silence, and after a moment, he pointed at the line of text. List his name in tonight's stove schedule. Fornace number, Didzao. Furnace type, reverse life furnace. Main materials, bone ash, soul returning sand, red soul essence. If no pills can be refined, let the truth explode. Upon hearing this, Rinling was utterly taken aback. Have you lost your mind? The ground furnace is unguarded, and no one dares to touch the reverse fate furnace. You are driving yourself to destruction. Fang Chuang turned to glance at him. If this hall cannot even dare to accept the dead, it is unworthy of the name Qing Han. He pivoted and returned to the furnace, shouting, "Ignite the third furnace, reopen the ground furnace. Anyone who does not wish to enter the porridge room tonight may extinguish the flames and leave. For those willing to risk their lives, join me in this furnace." The atmosphere in the furnace hall grew increasingly tense, and the great cauldron that had been sealed for 3 years finally had its lid removed. The furnace's mouth seemed to gasp for air, and the bricks still bore the scorch marks from the past explosion, each one like a scar upon a living being. Zhongji pinned a fire talisman to the edge of the furnace, her tone resolute. Reverse fate furnace, 5 moments until explosion. Main fire using burn, auxiliary fire backflow. The formula remains the same as 3 years ago. Tao Qingru retrieved the faded old paper, reciting coldly. 1 tael of bone ash, 1/2 inch of red soul marrow. 7/10 of returning soul sand. Main medicine, Ming Jiju. Chapter 47. The soul account is completed. The sect is shaken. Rinling was left completely dumbfounded. Ming Jiju? There are only 2 in the entire sect, all locked away in the forbidden storehouse. Where did you get it? Without lifting her head, Zhongji replied. After the furnace explosion that year, I preserved one. I knew this furnace would need to be opened again one day. Fang Chuang nodded. This time, we are not exploding medicine, but human lives. We will compensate for by choose life account. And the causal ties of those 3 lives will also be detonated. Zhongji handed the formula to Lu Tsong. You practice the furnace quickly, so you shall take charge. Lu Tsong hesitated. You want me to refine the reverse fate furnace? I am barely stable in my foundation. Fang Chuang waved his hand. Just right. You are new. You are clean. This furnace must not be touched by the old hands. If you truly want to preserve Qing Han, begin with this furnace. Lu Tsong gritted his teeth and accepted the formula, placing the Ming Jiju into the furnace's core. Zhongji shoved a fire-locking needle into his hand. Remember, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, you must withdraw the needle after 5 moments. Failing to do so could vaporize you entirely. Lu Tsong nodded, turning to sit at the furnace. As the wind channel beneath the furnace opened, flames surged from the base, as if it had bitten down and sealed him in. The white wall behind the furnace suddenly radiated heat waves, revealing a new life inscription, by choose life, borrowed through Lu Tsong's body. To continue the furnace fire from 3 years ago, to replenish a cauldron of residual Dan. Rinling looked at the inscription, unable to restrain himself from muttering. You are all truly a bunch of lunatics, stuffing the dead into the living. Is Qing Han truly resorting to borrowing lives for alchemy? Tao Qingru turned back. Did you not say you came to learn? Then first learn how to record the dead's accounts. The furnace fire blazed ever brighter, and Zhongji fixated on the fire patterns on the furnace surface. Less than 2 moments after the Ming Jiju entered the cauldron, it erupted with a deafening roar, as if countless souls were turning over at the furnace's base. Lu Tsong gritted his teeth, clutching the fire-locking needle tightly, waiting for the fire patterns to form a ring. Finally, he saw it. At the end of the 4th moment, a circle of death inscriptions emerged at the mouth of the cauldron, mirroring the ring that had exploded during the previous furnace incident, now curling back to seal the furnace core. Zhongji slammed the table. It worked. Just as Lu Tsong was about to withdraw the needle, Tao Qingru suddenly shouted, Wait. The fragrance of the Dan is wrong. This is not the scent of Zhuo Shui Dan. There is still a medicinal ingredient that has not exploded. Rinling's expression changed. No, this scent is from Hun Ling Chao. That was an ingredient not listed in the original formula. It was secretly added by the sect master. It was the true cause of the explosion that killed those 3. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang rushed forward, firmly gripping Lu Tsong's shoulder. Don't pull out. Wait another moment for this ingredient to explode. Lu Tsong's face turned pale, his teeth clenched. I can't hold on any longer. The fire is choking me. My spiritual platform is beginning to crack. Fang Chuang whispered. If you want to know what your uncle truly intends for you, endure for another moment. If you back down now, those 3 lives will have died in vain. If you push through, Your life will be truly yours. Lu Tsang fell silent. He shut his eyes, gradually pressing the fire-locking needle deeper into the furnace's heart, not to withdraw it, but to stab back. In that instant, the cauldron erupted with a thunderous roar, the fire patterns exploded, and the entire furnace hall felt as if it had been struck with a mighty blow. The inscription on the wall suddenly turned black, tearing into 3 segments, then reassembling into a new inscription. Life compensated, cause revealed. True culprit. The sect master's handwritten edition of Hunling Chao. 3 tenths, controlling the heart to create illusions, mistakenly causing the explosion. The hall fell into a profound silence. Tao Qingru clenched her teeth. This matter has been acknowledged. Fang Chuang looked at Ren Ling. Now, you may report to the sect master. Inform him that Qing Han has returned to life, and also recorded a debt. Ren Ling stood frozen, clutching the account book, his face a tapestry of conflict. It was not that he was afraid to go, but he understood that once this life inscription was delivered, the matter would no longer be merely Qing Han's affair, but a matter concerning the entire Huan sect. He looked up at Fang Chuang. Do you realize that if you succeed in this, the sect master could execute you on the spot? Fang Chuang stood before the ground furnace, still smoking from the previous explosion, his hands clasped behind his back, coldly stating, I know, but our Qing Han Hall is not here to cover for him. We are here to clarify the matter for those 3 lives. He calls me a Dan artisan, then I shall refine the true Dan. He calls me the Hall Master, then I shall clearly document the life accounts. If he wishes to strike me down, let him first consider if he possesses that fate. Zhongji turned to Tao Qingru. Transcribe that account inscription. 3 copies, 1 to hang on the wall, 1 to deliver to the meat hall, and the last to send to the forbidden storehouse. Tao Qingru nodded, picking up the fire pattern brush to begin copying the text, speaking as she wrote. Once this is sent out, if the sect master truly takes action, it would mean severing the entire Dan line of Qing Han. Is he truly willing? Ren Ling's lips twitched. He is unwilling, but he will make others act. Fang Chuang scoffed. Then let them come. Let us see whether this sect is more about refining Dan or about sending people to their deaths. 2 moments later, the 3 copies of the account were completed, and Ren Ling personally delivered one of them. Before the 3rd watch, the forbidden area of Qing Luan Peak suddenly ignited. 3 flames of life soaring into the sky, directly striking the sect's main altar. This was the sect master's summon fire to mobilize the meat altar, indicating his personal acknowledgement of the matter. However, just when everyone thought Qing Han Hall would be sealed, a secret decree arrived at Qing Han Hall ahead of time. Zhongji opened it and was taken aback. The sect master says the reverse fate furnace has been well refined. Bai Chu's life account is completed, and the account inscription is acknowledged. Qing Han Hall is to be elevated in status, and the control of Dan Fire is delegated. Lu Tsang is appointed as the official account keeper of Qing Han. The hall erupted into a clamor. Lu Tsang was left in a daze. Me? Tao Qingru reacted quicker than him. He threw you into the furnace to burn, just for this. The account acknowledges you, and the fire recognizes you. He does not want to bear the blame himself, so he uses you to seal the matter. Fang Chuang stared at the secret decree with a cold smile. This move is exquisite, transforming a scapegoat into the official keeper while binding Qing Han under his account. From this day forth, if we encounter any issues in Qing Han, the blame will fall upon ourselves. Ren Ling quietly reminded, there's one more clause. He flipped to the last page of the secret decree, reading, the sect master commands Lu Tsang to report to Qing Luan Peak in 5 days, to explain the matter of reverse fate before Elder 7. Tao Qingru frowned. Elder 7? That is the sect master's sworn enemy. He is setting you up for a fall. Zhongji shot Lu Tsang a glare. Once you are on the account list, you become a living target. Lu Tsang lowered his head in silence, his hand tightly gripping the fire-locking needle within his sleeve. Fang Chuang placed a hand on his shoulder. If you truly fear it, I will acknowledge the account now. I can draft a life knot. If the soul lamp goes out, you will be free from Qing Han from this point onward. Lu Tsang slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. I am not afraid. When I entered this kitchen, I declared my intention to see if I could survive. Now that I have, I shall not leave. However, I must repay this debt myself. Ren Ling sighed. You cannot. In Chapter 48, Beishan Fire Pit, where madness reigns, the 7th Elder. Hailing from the Shachi Zone, preferred action over words. If you truly confront him head-on, in 5 days, you will either be dead or severely injured. Tao Qingrou suddenly laughed. That may not necessarily be the case. I recall a former disciple from Shachi Zong who transitioned to alchemy a few years ago. Zhongji, upon hearing this, also chuckled. Are you referring to that madwoman? The one residing in the Beishan fire pit? Isn't she currently refining for arching Huan Fu Zhao? Fang Chuang burst into laughter. Well then, we shall not only bear this burden ourselves, but we shall also use it to strike at others. Starting tomorrow, let's summon her back to refine the furnace. I want Lu Tsong to bring that true elixir to confront the seventh elder. Not to plead for mercy, but to cause a scene. The following morning, Qing Huan Tong issued 2 orders for personnel adjustments, one directed to Beishan and the other plastered on the wall outside the porridge house. The disciples within nearly spat out their porridge upon reading. Summon her? Are you all mad? The last time she refined the furnace, she caused the 3rd kitchen to overflow. She claimed the elixir was too lively, a tad more liveliness, and she would have lost her life. Tao Qingrou maintained a stoic expression. That incident was due to your own slow handling of the furnace. Her elixir's liveliness was a normal explosion. This time, we are not aiming for an elixir. We seek to create calamity. The Beishan fire pit, perpetually ablaze, bore 3 official seals affixed outside, 1 red, 1 black, and 1 purple. The red sign forbade entry. The black sign indicated abandoned furnaces, and the purple sign warned against disturbing the mad. Zhongji shouted from the pit entrance, Luoshan, do you wish to come out and smash something? A metal rod flew from the flames, piercing a nearby stone pillar. Shortly after, a scorched figure emerged, nose flushed, clutching a charred furnace core. Who dares to disturb me during my elixir's gestation? Zhongji spread her hands. Disturbance has indeed occurred, but the sacrificial furnace is here. Did you not wish to attempt reverse fire refinement? We have a ready-made furnace and a ready-made grudge. Dare you to explode once and create a hole in the wall of Huanzhong? Upon hearing this, Luoshan leaped with excitement. Whose grudge? What furnace? If it explodes, can I write my name on it? Then I shall go. Anyone who dares to stop me, I will stuff red fire elixirs into your mouths and make you suffer for 3 days. Tao Qingrou calmly stepped aside. Then you shall ascend the kitchen. You are assigned to auxiliary kitchen number 3. All the necessary medicinal materials are prepared. The soul bones you shall bring yourself. That afternoon, both the 3rd kitchen and auxiliary kitchen number 3 were sealed off, leaving only the refining fire. Upon entering the kitchen, Luoshan first shaved her hair into a wild style. Today, if anyone does not wish to be splattered, step back Tenjong. She set the furnace core on the stand, pointed her finger, and the fire patterns ignited in reverse. Zhongji leaned closer and whispered to Tao Qingrou. Are you truly certain she can refine it? Tao Qingrou's lips twitched. No, she can only cause an explosion. But that is not what we seek. We aim for an explosive manifestation. Let Lu Tsong bring this pot to shatter the heart of the 7th elder. Meanwhile, the 7th elder had received a flying order from the sect leader, which simply stated, Lu Tsong, there is a debt to settle. Bring the elixir to face me. The 7th elder scoffed. A debt? Qing Huan sends a debt to me for a bow. That waste of a disciple raised by the sect leader dares to speak? A disciple beside him whispered. That furnace is said to be the reverse fate furnace. It also exploded a debt from 3 years ago that remains unsettled. The 7th elder's expression changed. A debt? Whose? By Chu, the disciple's voice dropped lower. Moreover, the debt wall seal states that the batch of soul bells from 3 years ago was sanctioned by you, not the sect leader. In that moment, the 7th elder's demeanor turned icy. He stood up, his aura erupting. Is he trying to turn the tables on me? After exploding the elixir himself, he now expects me to shoulder the blame? If Qing Huan dares to bring the elixir before me, he coldly smiled. I will make him repay with both soul and life. I shall see who dares to approach. Before he could finish his thought, an urgent letter from Qing Huan Tong flew in, bearing 6 simple words. The elixir has exploded. Please receive. Attached was a fire pattern imprint, inscribed with 3 grand characters. Note: main ingredient soul bellgrass. Fire pattern rips the heart. Elixir stability uncertain. Exists for but a breath before collapsing. Whoever enters the soul field, their heart shall shatter. The 7th elder gripped the fire pattern, his hands trembling. He finally understood. This was not a request for atonement. This was an invitation from Qing Huan Tong. And this invitation, once it exploded, would cost lives. Clenching the imprint, veins bulged in his wrist. and a disciple beside him inquired softly, "Shall we stop it?" The seventh elder remained still, grinding his teeth, enunciating each word. "Let him come. Qing Huan intends to blast me from my seat. I shall see if their heart-exploding elixir can indeed move me." On the second day at noon, Lu Tsong of Qing Huan Tong, donned in ceremonial attire, stood before the main altar, cradling the elixir box with both hands. The box was sealed thrice, secured with a golden lock, bound with a soul rope, and the outermost seal bore Luo Shan's handwritten explosive label. The altar was already on high alert. The seventh elder having taken his seat several moments prior, flanked by 8 protective disciples, all with their spiritual senses fully attuned. Fang Chuang was absent, while Zhong Ji and Tao Qingro rested behind the stove. Only Luo Shan sat on the eastern side, observing the impending confrontation. The seventh elder's voice was like steel. "Lu Tsong, are you here to deliver your death or the elixir?" Lu Tsong clasped his hands. "The elixir is here, and so is my life. The seals are triple-layered. Once opened, there is no stopping. Upon tearing the seal, the elixir's essence shall emerge. According to the rules, you must personally open it. Qing Huan delivers a genuine elixir, not mere empty words." The seventh elder scoffed. "I can open it and withstand it. But if this elixir is truly deceitful, not a single person from Qing Huan Tong shall leave the main altar." Lu Tsong bowed his head. "If there is deceit, I shall detonate my soul lamp, needing not your intervention. However, if this elixir is genuine, I implore you to dare to consume it." Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. As the altar's defenses prepared to activate, the seventh elder gazed at the elixir box, suddenly clapping his hands. "Open." At once, all 3 seals shattered, and a wisp of crimson-black fire surged skyward, heart-wrenching and soul-rending. Several individuals in the vicinity immediately coughed blood and collapsed. The seventh elder's pupils constricted, and he struck at the elixir's essence, but instead of dispersing it, he inadvertently ignited its intention, sending it crashing into the soul field. This was not a refined elixir. This was a soul-sacrifice elixir, forged with bone and blood, designed to self-destruct. As he finished yelling, the elixir's essence erupted in the center of the altar with a deafening bang, a white fire ring sweeping across the venue, causing 6 individuals to faint on the spot, and shattering the jade table before the altar. The seventh elder staggered, spitting blood, retreating 5 steps before stabilizing himself. Luo Shan rose. "This is the additive you included that year. 3 parts soul bellgrass, the fire pressure unrelieved. The reverse fate elixir exploded into 3 fates." In Chapter 49, Non-Huang Account Fire, we declare that today, with the same materials, the same furnace, and the same fate, we shall explode you once more. Should you feign ignorance again, then you shall be compelled to consume an original. From her sleeve, she produced a blood elixir, its fire pattern still ablaze. With a flick of her thumb, she presented it before the seventh elder. "Dare you eat it?" The seventh elder's face turned ashen, his gaze fixed on the elixir in silence. Lu Tsong spoke. "Not eating is acceptable. However, I possess 3 more, 1 for the sect leader, 1 for the third elder, and 1 for the refining hall. Today, I do not come to plead for forgiveness, nor to seek mercy. I am here to seal the breach in the walls of the Qinghantang. Henceforth, should anyone dare to cast the dead into our hearth, they must possess a resilience tougher than this elixir." The seventh elder remained silent for a considerable time before slowly extending his hand to return the elixir. "I shall not inquire further into this matter. However, you of the Qinghantang, from this moment forward, should you dare to employ soul sacrifice methods against the walls of the Huan sect, I will leave no trace of your existence." Lu Tsong clasped his fists. "Very well. You do not ask, and we shall remain silent. But the names inscribed upon our scrolls are etched with the essence of life itself. Do not claim ignorance. Even if the heavens descend, we shall not erase them." Having spoken, he bowed and turned, stepping out of the main hall, each footfall igniting fiery patterns that only dissipated at the sect's threshold. The seventh elder returned to his seat, staring at the empty elixir box, gritting his teeth and muttering, "These madmen, more fervent than I ever was in my youth." That evening, a new inscription appeared upon the walls of the Huan sect, Qinghan Danzhong, self-written and self-recognized. From that moment on, none dared to casually point fingers at the Qinghan. Yet, the 5 characters were far from complete, for a message from the southern wilderness had arrived, landing in the hearth of the Qinghantang. The letter contained but a single line. Does your hearth also accept the lives of outsiders? The parchment, sealed with beast skin, exuded a pungent aroma of blood and grass upon being unsealed, and at that moment, the winds of the rear hearth ceased for 3 breaths, the flames flickering askew. Tao Qingru received the letter, read the line, and merely glanced at Fang Chuang. Fang Chuang lowered his head to unfold the parchment, revealing a small handful of ashes that were not from their sect. They were remnants left by the furnace of the southern wilderness, unmistakably from an outsider's life fire. This was not an inquiry. It was a declaration of war. Zhong Ji leaned in. Recently, the southern wilderness has appointed a new sect leader, and their new sect is called the Hoya sect. They exclusively recruit those expelled from their original sects, claiming to restore their destinies. Do you think this letter is an attempt by those of dubious origin to cast their souls upon Qinghan? Ren Ling rushed in from the porridge room, and, after hearing this, slapped his thigh. It's not a casting, it's a test. The Qinghuan's renown has grown, and they wish to ascertain whether you will accept external lives. If you do, they will deliver lives to you. If you refuse, next month they will surely hang you at the hearth's entrance, declaring that the Qinghan only recognizes the blood of the flesh sect, not the dispersed souls. Fang Chuang tossed the ashes into the fire basin. Their intention is to see if we will falter. One misstep, and the Qinghan will shift from savior to harbinger of death. Zhong Ji frowned. So, shall we accept or not? The lives of outsiders are tainted. Tao Qingru replied coldly. Yet even a tainted life is still a life. Our hearth accepts lives, not their origins. Fang Chuang fell silent for a moment, then suddenly wrote a line. The Qinghan hearth is open to the outside, without questioning origins, only the truth and willingness of those who wish to offer their lives. They must provide 3 portions of the elixir and endure 3 trials in the furnace, without retreating or faltering. The fiery patterns shall self-recognize. Ren Ling stared in disbelief. Are you serious? 3 trials mean 3 chances at life and death. This is not merely a test. It's tossing lives into the furnace. Fang Chuang did not lift his head. Do they not wish to see if we will accept? Then let them witness that the Qinghan is not a place they can besmirch. One comes, one shall be sacrificed. If they succeed, they may leave their names. If they do not, then let it be recorded on the fire tablet. We shall inform them that our hearth is not their back kitchen. Should anyone dare to use their life as a test paper, I shall show them how fire solidifies existence. Tao Qingru murmured, I will prepare the auxiliary hearth. Open 3 external hearths, erect a separate wall for lives, and record the fiery patterns independently. We must ensure that the Qinghuan's walls remain untainted while instilling no fear of dirt in the Qinghan. Zhong Ji rose as well. I shall procure the firegrass. This batch of visitors brings ill intent. The fuel must be fierce. If we do not claim lives, we cannot cleanse ourselves. Fang Chuang stood, sweeping his long sleeves, and affixed the letter to the rear hearth door, his voice coldly declaring, You inquire if we accept lives from outsiders? Come and test us. We do accept, but we only accept the authenticity of your life, not your courage to deliver it. Those who can afford to offer lives may leave their names. Those who cannot should not bring their lives to wager. That night, the rear hearth of Qinghan blazed with smoke ascending to the heavens. The second letter from the southern wilderness quietly entered the sect leader's meat hall during the night. This time, there were no words, only a fiery pattern seal stamped with a branding iron. The mark was clear. Hoya's envoy wishes to sacrifice a life to refine fire once. To discuss matters upon arrival. Upon reading, the sect leader sighed deeply and turned to the back of the hall. Go inform the 7th elder. The furnace of Qinghan has been completely awakened. On the 3rd day at noon, the main fire of the Qinghan rear hearth had not extinguished. While the 3 auxiliary hearths blazed simultaneously, the sounds of the furnace is heavier than usual, as if they were brewing an old account. A junior disciple from the porridge room returned with news that the scent from the hearth was amiss, reminiscent of mixed ashes from corpses and the fat of beasts. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ji silenced him, leaving only a single phrase. This is the rule of the external hearth. Tao Qingru sat behind the hearth, inscribing accounts. The auxiliary pages now replaced with black-edged account books, with fiery patterns sealed independently, not entering the main account wall. Fang Chuang watched the rolling black flames within the furnace and quietly asked, Are the soul tokens ready? Tao Qingru nodded. 36 pieces, even if only one from Hoya arrives. We shall provide him with a complete set. If he truly dares to offer his life, the soul token will be hung upon the wall by tomorrow. The Qinghan will give him a name and erect a tablet for him. Zhongji entered, carrying a piece of beast bone hearth brick. He has arrived. The individual has already entered the mountain gate. The sect leader did not stop him, allowing him directly into the hearth area. It is said he is an external guest, not subject to sect regulations. Fang Chuang chuckled. The Huan sect has calculated their moves precisely. If a life from Hoya is truly to be sacrificed, it will not be at their hands. Our hearth has now become a clear substitute for lives. As the hearth doors swung open, the envoy from Hoya stepped in. Clad in a half-beast skin cloak, his feet shod in marrow-extracting boots, each step echoing as if he were treading upon the account of lives. He bore no companions, but dragged along a rusted gray iron furnace, evidently aged, sealed thrice with death curses from the southern wilderness at its mouth. Tao Qingru raised an eyebrow. "Is this the furnace you brought?" The envoy from Hoya spoke in a gravelly voice. "This is the first-generation soul furnace of our Hoya sect. It has never processed elixirs, only lives. Today, I bring it forth to see if your Qinghan can withstand a life." Fang Chuang nodded, turning. "Auxiliary hearth number 2. Prepare for him. Do not add any auxiliary materials. Do not enhance it. Let him use his own furnace, ignite his own fire, and recognize his own life. We at Qinghan recognize only 2 words: true sacrifice." The envoy set the furnace down, shook open his cloak, and slapped his belt. "The lives of my Hoya are not valuable, but once cast, I do not look back. Today, I shall not refine elixirs. Instead, I shall forge a single phrase, to see if you dare to accept me." As his words settled, he drew forth a soul token, inscribing 2 characters, Nielai. "This is my name in Hoya. If you accept me, write it upon the account wall. If not, I shall detonate the furnace myself and leave once the fire is extinguished." Fang Chuang accepted the soul token, inscribing a line, "Auxiliary hearth number 2, external account number 1, life account Nielai." The hearth ignited instantaneously, the flames surging violently, the beast bone furnace creaking ominously, as if what churned within was not medicine, but the bones of lives. The first incense stick burned, the flames unstable. The base of the furnace erupted with the first sound, the elixir not yet formed. The second stick burned, soul fat released smoke, the flames dark with hints of red, the pressure of the fire beginning to fluctuate. The third stick ignited, a sudden burst of azure light erupted from the furnace mouth, the soul fire rebounded, and the furnace patterns began to crack. Yet Nielai remained unperturbed, swallowing a mouthful of lifeblood, then exhaling into the furnace. "You of Qinghan claim to accept true lives? Then today, I shall refine life to its end, and see if you dare to inscribe my second page of accounts." Zhong Ji shouted. "The furnace pressure has exceeded. It cannot withstand even half a stick of incense." Tao Qingru refrained from intervening, eager to witness whether he possessed the audacity to truly explode. Nielai pressed down on the cauldron with a single palm, causing the entire beast bone furnace to erupt with a thunderous boom, flames surging skyward and scattering the entire talisman of life along with it. The room fell into a profound silence for 3 breaths, and, as the flames dissipated, only a single Dan core remained, dark and tinged with green. Ren Ling murmured, his voice trembling, "Has it succeeded?" Tao Qingru stepped forward, inspected the Dan core, and coldly remarked, "It is not a Dan, it is bone. He has transformed his soul bone into the shape of a Dan. This is not a mere pledge. It is a gamble of life." Fang Chuang accepted the bone Dan and inscribed upon the wall of the auxiliary tent, Nielai, "The account of life has been collected." The soul bone ignites spontaneously, sealing the account in chains. Our Qinghan, from this day forth, will not merely be a collection of lives for the sect. The outer sect will also owe us a debt. That night, for the first time, the sky above Huan sect bore the flames of an external sect's life monument. The Nanhuang Hoya sect replied succinctly, "Our sect is willing to list Qinghan as an auxiliary line, sharing the life account, with fire supplies to be self-sourced." The leader of Huan sect gazed at the returned letter, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and quietly instructed, "Inform Dongling. Let them send a life as well. The flames of our sect cannot be solely fueled by Qinghan." On the 5th day, Dongling Yunmin sect replied without omission, "Life can be dispatched, but fire shall not be supplied." Upon hearing this, Tao Qingru slammed her palm on the furnace table, exclaiming, "They do not wish for lives. They seek to borrow flames." Zhongji flipped through the accompanying medicinal formula and scoffed. "To borrow our Qinghun furnace to refine their wretched Dan, they are unwilling to provide even the primary materials. They expect us to fill in the gaps, yet they do not dare to approach the furnace, merely dispatching a sorcerer to handle the ingredients." Renling read aloud. There is an attached note stating that their Qingmai disciples are forbidden from invoking lives. Do they wish to be freeloaders? The Hawan sect's allowance permits Qinghun to refine lives for others. Dongling intends for us to refine lives while bearing the consequences. Fang Chuang sneered. Very well. If Dongling desires this flame, we shall make them understand how it explodes. We will open the furnace for them. But if their people do not invoke lives, we will utilize a life-borrowing contract. Tao Qingru was taken aback. Are you mad? A life-borrowing contract is a secret method. If it is unstable during the refinement, the life master could directly explode. Fang Chuang asserted. They wish to avoid risking lives, yet covet the furnace? Then let us take their cleanest life and refine the dirtiest Dan. If successful, that life will be affixed to the Qinghun auxiliary account, and we shall collect the contract. If it explodes, we will inscribe it on the wall. Let their Qingmai disciples witness what it means for the furnace fire to be pure while the person is not. Zhongji fell silent for a moment before nodding. I accept. I will write the contract. On the 7th day, Dongling's sorcerers entered the furnace, a group of 6, all clad in sorcerers' robes, with none skilled in Dan refinement. The leader, named Liang Yi, tall and lean, spoke politely. Our group of disciples possesses a unique status, making it inconvenient to invoke lives, but we wish to attach our names to Qinghun via a life-borrowing contract. Should the Dan succeed, Dongling will offer 30 spirit pearls as gratitude. If the Dan fails, Qinghun shall bear full responsibility. Tao Qingru coldly retorted. Do you truly believe we are merely renting the furnace? Qinghun is not a Dan hall. It is a life refinement hall. The contract has already been prepared. We will not attach your lives. We will attach the primary contract of the Dan. Liang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This Dan is prepared for the true transmission of Dongling's command, whose primary life is currently in seclusion on the peak and cannot be present. Fang Chuang directly threw out a life contract copy, then let him sign a distant contract. If the life does not come, do not expect to collect the Dan. We Qinghun do not assist others in taking shortcuts. Liang Yu was momentarily speechless, hesitating for a moment before ultimately transmitting the message. That night, the primary life imprint was affixed, and a distant contract seal with a life recognition symbol was delivered to Qinghun. Tao Qingru accepted the contract and began to write the account, but her hand paused slightly. She stared at the imprint and declared, This person you see, his soul recognition is not from Dongling. He is one of those discarded mixed spirit blood from half a year ago. Zhong Ji's brow furrowed. Does this mean Dongling has gambled with the life of an outcast? If this Dan were to succeed, that person's life would be a lost account. Affixed to Qinghun's auxiliary account, they could still claim we cooked him to death. Fang Chuang gesneerd, fine. Then let us truly give them an explosion this time. I accept the contract, but whether the Dan succeeds or fails, I make no guarantees. This furnace shall be opened by us Qinghun. On the 8th day, the auxiliary furnace number 3 raised its flames. The distant contract's primary life, named Qin Lin, was absent, leaving only a soul stone. The pressure beneath the furnace was abnormal, and the Dan materials became a chaotic mass. Tao Qingru frowned. This soul stone cannot stabilize the materials. Fang Chuang glanced at it and wrote a line, Add my life. He casually tore off the belt of the Qinghun main account and tied it beside the auxiliary furnace's fire vat. I will provide a life for this soul stone. Whether it succeeds or fails, today is not for the Dan. It is for clearing accounts. To cleanse this dirty account of Dongling and their desire to borrow flames without acknowledging lives. Zhongji gazed at the furnace. What if it explodes? You have loosened your main account's belt. With a wave of his hand, the furnace flames surged 3 feet high. Then let me weave another. Do not write the main account, but the reverse account. From today onward, my life shall not be inscribed on the account wall, but shall specifically explode the account wall. After 3 quarters, the furnace flames violently surged, the soul stone shattered, and the fire patterns rebounded, causing the Dan cauldron to tear open a crack. Fragments of the fire talisman shot out, and the words Qin Lin appeared on the auxiliary tent wall. Tao Qingru shouted in astonishment. It did not shatter. It has truly borrowed a life. Chapter 1. Star of the sect, I truly feel as though I am cursed. Is it possible that this entire sect possesses no other men? Why am I being summoned again? A young man with a small braid and delicate features. A blade of dogtail grass clutched in his mouth, walked towards Qingwan Peak with his arms crossed behind his head, muttering curses. Along the way, peers greeted him incessantly, all of them revealing envy and jealousy in their eyes. Brother Fang Chuang. Off to Qingwan Peak again? Brother Fang Chuang, you must have perfect attendance this month. Brother Fang Chuang, to be honest, I have long yearned for Qingwan Peak, but due to the sect's rules, you understand. What is it like inside? If it is convenient for you, I have some exquisite wine that I stole from my master 2 years ago. What do you think? Faced with these inquiries, Fang Chuang wore an expression of impatience. All right. Instead of gossiping, you should focus on your cultivation and strive to be selected. When the time comes, you will all know what Qingwan Peak is like. No one noticed that as Fang Chuang spoke, a deeply hidden sorrow flickered in his eyes. Everyone's words conveyed a longing for a particular place, Qingwan Peak, the dual cultivation ground of Cultivation Sect. There one might say it is vibrant and colorful, or more bluntly, it resembles a brothel king, an uncrowned monarch. In comparison to mundane brothels, it is like a younger sibling. Your brothel may be lowly, but is there anyone farming at the entrance? Qingwan Peak has. Is there someone specifically responsible for clearing the drains? Qingwan Peak has. Are there communal milk cows? Qingwan Peak has. In simple terms, lust has been developed to its utmost degree here. Even if a high monk arrived, he could only clasp his prayer beads and murmur a prayer. Fang Chuang skillfully approached the foot of Qingwan Peak, gazing up at the towering mountain, perpetually enveloped in ethereal mist. If he were not aware of what sort of individuals resided within, he might have truly believed it to be a paradise. He arrived at the peony pavilion that had summoned him. Gently pushing open the grand door, an odd scent rushed forth to greet me. In a previous life, as a notorious libertine, Fang Chuang was all too familiar with such aromas. It appeared this time, the escapade was rather intense. Outer sect disciple Fang Chuang. I have encountered senior sister Lan. Fang Chuang stood firm, respectfully cupping his hands towards the figure on the bed, his demeanor reverent. At the foot of the bed lay a completely desiccated corpse, yet from its appearance, one could easily believe it had weathered a millennium outside. Junior brother Fang, you've arrived? A languid, sultry voice floated from the bed, capable of igniting fervor without even a glance at her visage. A true enchantress, a natural-born seductress. Fang Chuang felt a jolt within. Had this Lan Ji truly ascended to the second level of the Cultivation Sect techniques? The Cultivation Sect's art, known as Man Tian Xing, sounded grandiose, yet its contents were rather vulgar, teaching one not only to entice but also to ensnare, leaving no care for the aftermath. The first layer of Man Tian Xing involved the most fundamental allure through physical beauty, while the second layer enchanted through voice alone, rendering one utterly captivated. To put it plainly, it was akin to using one's voice to incite desire. The more outrageous the cries, the faster the rhythm, the more intense the sensation. By the third layer, the skill became formidable. With just a gaze, one could plunge into a paradise meticulously crafted by the other. In such a realm, one could act without restraint, even indulging in the most primal instincts without fear of consequence, as the illusions would surround one, celebrating their abandon. However, it was said that even the founder of the Cultivation Sect had never attained this level. Presently, all members of Qingwan Peak remained at the first layer of Man Tian Xing. The presence of these individuals only highlighted Lan Ji's extraordinary talent. Look up at me. The languorous voice beckoned once more. Fang Chuang, in a daze, raised his gaze, encountering a pair of exquisitely sculpted legs that resembled works of art. He mused. If nothing else, he could surely savor those fragrant limbs. Yet, alas, they were concealed beneath the sheets. On the other side, a stunningly beautiful face emerged, possessing an innate charm that exuded a fatal allure with every smile. Noticing Fang Chuang genuinely looking up, Lan Ji paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Finding this young man rather amusing and somewhat naive, she playfully remarked, "You, truly, lifted your head upon my request? Are you not aware that I specialize in siphoning the essence from men?" Fang Chuang, indifferent, replied, "I am aware." Knowing this, why act so recklessly? Because I am unafraid. Why unafraid? I simply am. At this moment, Fang Chuang had already discarded the dogtail grass from his mouth, revealing a handsome face with distinct jawlines. Upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to an exquisite young noble of the mortal realm. Lanji scrutinized Fang Chuang for a while longer, realizing she could glean nothing from his expression. With a sigh of ennui, she reclined against the pillow, red lips parting once more. Very well, take him away and attend to the matter. In 5 days, come to me. I shall personally assess your progress during this time. Understood. Fang Chuang was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure after a while, responding bitterly. He lifted the almost weightless figure from the ground and departed. Watching Fang Chuang's retreating form, Lan Ji's gaze turned contemplative. With her second-layer prowess in Man Tianxing, she had been unable to enchant him, not only failed to charm him, but she had also clearly observed that under 3/10 of her strength, Fang Chuang had not even offered a salute. Such an occurrence could stem from only 3 possibilities. The first being that Fang Chuang was a eunuch, lacking the necessary attributes. However, having been accepted into the Huan sect, this was naturally ruled out. The second possibility was that his cultivation far surpassed hers, which was also improbable. Who among the esteemed cultivators would waste time in such a minor sect, idling for 3 months and burying corpses for another 3? The trials of the mortal realm were not conducted in such a manner. Thus, only the third option remained. Fang Chuang harbored a secret, and a significant one at that. Contemplating this, Lan Ji fell silent, then glanced down. Full and round. Excellent. Meanwhile, having buried the gentleman who had just been drained of his essence by Lan Ji, he gently patted the earth with his shovel, reflecting, I wonder if in 5 days I too shall be drained in a state of ecstasy. Brother, perhaps in 5 days I shall join you. Perhaps we shall even become sworn brothers. Behind this small mound, there lay countless others. Each little grave contained a desiccated corpse, personally brought down from Qingwan Peak by Fang Chuang. Gazing at these small graves, he could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the lost lives, each one having fought fiercely to enter the immortal sect, unaware that beyond the threshold lay gaping jaws of insatiable hunger. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the multi-children and prosperity system. For each additional offspring, you will receive 100 points. For each advancement in their cultivation, points will be awarded based on the level achieved. These points can be used in the system shop to exchange for various immortal treasures and talismans. Dear host, please commence your journey in this alternate realm. Chapter 2. The Multi-Children and Prosperity System. Fang Chuang trembled with excitement, nearly dropping the shovel in his hand. If his ears had not deceived him, his golden opportunity had arrived. The Multi-Children and Prosperity System? The name itself was rather tantalizing, befitting his esteemed status as the foremost disciple of the Huan sect. System, what functions do you possess? Fang Chuang tentatively inquired within his mind. Although uncertain how to communicate with the system, he figured following the script would be foolproof. Each time the host adds a child, 100 points will be awarded. When the offspring's cultivation advances, points will be returned based on the level achieved. The higher the level, the more points rewarded. Congratulations, host, on entering this alternate world. Please embark on your journey of procreation. As this was the host's first activation of the system, an additional beginner-esque gift package was being offered. Would you like to open it? Fang Chuang's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he responded in his mind to open it. The beginner's gift package. This was indeed a delightful prospect. Many protagonists in the stories had been mere sons-in-law or pampered dependents before obtaining such systems. While the latter was indeed pleasurable, having traversed realms, one ought to achieve something substantial. At the very least, one should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Then, on a fateful day, the former underdog protagonist, laden with various negative identities, acquired the system and fortuitously received the beginner's gift package. From then on, shedding their former self, they rose to greatness, bravely venturing into the world. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the beginner's gift package. You have received 100 lustful maiden pills and 50 sets of 21st century erotic flesh garments. The ultra-thin Fangya Xiaodi enhancement device, crafted from celestial iron, is impervious even to the mightiest of transformation masters. Fang Chuang stood in a daze, staring blankly at the item in his hand. A large box, resembling the appearance of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, contained a potion known as Unidan. On the ground lay a cardboard box, for which a playful pink, fluffy tail toy mischievously emerged, along with a gleaming silver armor that unmistakably belonged to a Xiaoti. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have embarked on the main quest, to unite with Lan Ji and bear offspring. Reward: 100 points, century of cultivation. Fang Chuang felt disheartened. 1 Luwei Di Huang Wan, a box of rather risque attire, and a Xiaoti armor that, aside from its sturdiness, served little purpose. This was all the equipment he had to confront Lan Ji. What a difference does this make from courting death? No, I must first acquire some points to exchange for better gear before tackling the boss, Lan Ji. Fortunately, the task did not specify a completion time. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. As he walked, Fang Chuang pondered. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his heart again. Task updated. Main quest: engage in intimate relations with Lan Ji. Deadline: 30 days. Damn. In a fit of frustration, Fang Chuang hurled the risque attire onto the ground. Upon returning to his dormitory, he paused for a moment, instinctively hiding the items behind him, cursing inwardly. This damned system, providing such embarrassing items without even a storage ring. If a familiar face were to see this, he would have no place in Cultivation Sect. Those loudmouths would surely spread the word that an invincible cosmic pervert was outside the dormitory of an outer disciple, brazenly lusting after risque attire. Young man. Suddenly, a voice called out to Fang Chuang from beside him. Turning his head, he saw an elderly man sitting cross-legged atop a slightly smooth rock. The old man, with white hair and tattered clothing, was closing his eyes, savoring the essence of the world. Fang Chuang hastily concealed the items behind him, offering an awkward smile to the elder. Elder, were you calling me? Ha ha ha. The old man, sitting there, suddenly let out a loud laugh at Fang Chuang's words. I observe your bright eyes, your agile legs, and your youthful physique possessing remarkable strength. Upon closer examination, a powerful radiance emanates from your run and do meridians. You are a once-in-a-millennium talent in the realm of cultivation. The task of safeguarding the peace of the cultivation world and defeating the otherworldly demon clan shall fall to you. Fang Chuang's heart skipped a beat. He was familiar with this routine. If this were in the past, he would never fall for it. But now, he had traversed dimensions and awakened a system. It was indeed possible that some enlightened beings could perceive his status as the protagonist blessed by fate. With this thought, Fang Chuang stealthily tucked the Uni Dan into his pocket, kicking the risque attire and Xiaoti armor aside. With his hands freed, he quickly clasped his fist to the elder. Your gaze is piercing, and the aura of the Tao surrounds you, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Your eyes, when narrowed, command unparalleled authority. Could it be that you are the long-absent figure from the cultivation world? Indeed, I am Shimin Zhu, the master of the Tiangang Divine Fist. Fang Chuang felt a surge of joy. This person seemed quite easy to deceive. I must seize the opportunity to see if I can obtain some valuable treasures from him. Perhaps a heavenly tier mental cultivation method or a spirit-level artifact. Senior Shimin Zhu, the legends surrounding you are well known throughout the continent. Today, to behold your esteemed presence is truly a moment where I would willingly embrace death without regrets. Shimin Zhu cast a glance at Fang Chuang and snorted. Oomph. I have always loathed sycophants. For such individuals, I would slay them on sight. However, you are different. I can sense that your words come from the heart. Thus, I have several secret manuals here. It is fate that we meet today. Come and choose. No need for payment if they are indeed remarkable. Fang Chuang's heart leaped with joy. Here it comes. The pivotal moment. Whether he could complete the system's task of intimate relations with Lan Ji without injury, leading to a life of prosperity and abundance, hinged on this encounter. With that thought, Fang Chuang leaned in closer. Indeed, your collection is astonishingly rich. These manuals, just a glance sends shivers down my spine. They are clearly top-tier cultivation methods crafted by divine hands. As he spoke, he picked up one of the manuals. Take this Rili Divine Palm. Merely hearing its name is enough to stir the spirit. If I were to master it suddenly, Fang Chuang realized something was amiss. He quickly glanced at the other manuals laid out on the ground. Upon reading their titles, his vision went dark. 9 White Bone Claw, 9 Yon Divine Art, 9 Divine Art, The Heaven-Slaying Dragon and the Sword of the World, Gulliver's Travels. What the hell? No wonder that phrase sounded so familiar at the beginning. Even in a new world, you Haven T changed the props? Chapter 3. Are you sure you're a legitimate system? To be honest, staring at the pile of manuals before him left Fang Chuang bewildered. It felt as though he had traversed to a new world only to find himself in a familiar void. The air was thick with nostalgia. Elder, where did you acquire these? Fang Chuang's voice trembled. Ah, that is not important. Do you want them? If so, you must agree to my condition first. Shimin Ju stated, making a gesture with his hand. The meaning was clear. To acquire these items, Fang Chuang needed to fulfill one of his conditions. What condition do you have, senior? Fang Chuang inquired. Shimin Ju, with a righteous expression, replied, sleep with Lan Ji. What? Fang Chuang was momentarily stunned, then jumped up. The elder's condition was identical to the system's task. What exactly is this old man? Fang Chuang eyed Shimin Ju suspiciously, who was now picking his nose, shrouded in an aura of mystery. As the saying goes, to make someone infatuated, one must evoke their curiosity. Little did Fang Chuang know that he was in a perilous situation. Shimin Ju, having finished his task, sniffed and tasted what he had picked, and upon realizing it was somewhat unsavory, wiped his fingers on his tattered clothing. Ugh! Fang Chuang felt his stomach churning. Seizing the moment while the elder was distracted, he snatched a manual from the ground and fled. From a distance, he could hear Shimin Ju's voice echoing behind him. If you take my things, you must fulfill the task or face the consequences. Once back in his dormitory at Cultivation Sect, Fang Chuang hurriedly shut the door, gasping for breath. Brother Fang, what happened? Why are you running so fast? Su Yang, who was tidying up the bedding, was startled. Before coming to Cultivation Sect, he had been a wealthy heir with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, meticulously arranging his bed and blankets repeatedly. Shoo! Fang Chuang raised a finger to his lips, asking, do you remember that old man in our sect? He then briefly described the old man's appearance. Su Yang paused for a moment and replied, I haven't heard of anyone like that in Huanzhong. Brother Fang, could he possibly be a new elder? Impossible. Fang Chuang interrupted decisively. Huanzhong has never sought male elders. It cannot be him. Su Yang shrugged. I'm not sure then. However, Brother Fang, knowing that you're close with Sister Lan Ji, you should exercise some restraint. Noticing the misunderstanding in Su Yang's eyes, Fang Chuang forced a bitter smile. It appeared that the entire sect believed he had an intimate relationship with that woman, Lan Ji. Little did they know that the female disciples of He Huanzhong were a pack of insatiable foxes. Fortunately, he had acquired some items this time. He felt the contents of his storage ring, the lustful woman pill, a little armor, and a provocative outfit. At least it was the system's first gift. Regardless, it should serve some purpose. Time flew by, and half a month passed. During this period, Fang Chuang remained unchanged, basking in the envious gazes of the outer disciples. After all, he was the only man allowed to roam freely on Qingwan Peak. Such privilege was more thrilling than a breakthrough in cultivation for some male disciples. As the saying goes, fame brings troubles. Fang Chuang now felt the weight of this adage. He had been enjoying his days, taking time to indulge in the system's benefits. But recently, he noticed the gossip among the outer sect had intensified. Did you hear? Brother Fang can enter Qingwan Peak freely because he is a eunuch. Oh, I knew that long ago. That's why no outer disciple has ever gone to the restroom with him. Exactly. Think about it. How can a normal person go to the restroom alone? Isn't that boring? Why would one go alone? There must be a secret. The sound of sunflower seed shells flying echoed through the air. What kind of man goes to the restroom without company? Who would be afraid? They exchanged glances, and the conclusion was unanimous. A eunuch. Fang Chuang felt numb. This was ridiculous. Was it really true that he went to the restroom alone? It was merely that there was no one to accompany him. Those who had joined Huanzhong alongside him had long been buried in the little hill behind Qingwan Peak by his own hands. Now, all the outer disciples had to call him senior brother. Competing with a bunch of kids over who could urinate farther? That was absurd. If he were to compete, it should be with those closer to his age. That would present a real challenge. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on such trivial matters. After all, he was currently the brightest star among the disciples, and Fang Chuang believed he should carry some burden. He could not casually converse with his sect's disciples. It would shatter his idol's image. He retrieved the manual of Shimin Ju from his storage ring, preparing to study it thoroughly. Just days ago, when he was about to dive into the manual in his dormitory, he was summoned by the steward of Qingwan Peak. Finally, he had some private time to himself. As he took out the manual and read the 4 large characters on the cover, Fang Chuang's face darkened. The cover read, Kuai Bao Jian. Surely, it couldn't be that simple. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he opened the manual. Upon reaching the first page, despair washed over him. The text he was all too familiar with read. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. With a loud crash, Fang Chuang hurled the manual to the ground. Cursing, "What the hell? Knock, knock, knock." A voice came from outside. Is Fang Chuang there? Recognizing the voice of the protector from Qing Wan Peak, Fang Chuang quickly responded. I'm here. Sister Lan Ji from Qing Wan Peak is calling for you. Chapter 4. Blue Enchantress Sister Lan Ji? Fang Chuang's voice wavered slightly. Protector, may I inquire as to why Sister Lan Ji seeks me? The protector's tone remained flat, revealing no emotion. Sister instructed you to go to the Peony Pavilion on Qing Wan Peak immediately. Beyond that, I know not. After delivering the message, the footsteps faded away, indicating he had left. Fang Chuang sluggishly stood up. Damn it, this life is unbearable. He seriously suspected that He Huanzong was cursed against him. On his way, Fang Chuang felt increasingly anxious. Heavens, could it really be my turn? The phrase "more children, more blessings" echoed in his mind, and he cursed it repeatedly. If only he could change his surroundings, even to the mortal realm. With his looks, he could surely expand the great enterprise of more children, more blessings. Yet, where is he now? Who Tiger Mountain? Qing Wan Peak was the lair of the fiercest tigress atop this mountain. The women here were no ordinary folk. Each practiced insidious techniques to absorb yang energy from men. They could draw from the earth, let alone living beings. Those predecessors who had ventured here had all become fertilizer. Buried in the picturesque hills behind Qing Wan Peak, Fang Chuang had no desire to join their ranks, with not even a tombstone to mark his resting place. At best, during Qingming Festival, he might be recalled by some sentimental sister, with a splash of urine as a tribute. The more he thought about it, the heavier his footsteps grew. Qing Wan Peak was so enchanting, yet to Fang Chuang, it felt like honey laced with poison, beautiful yet deadly. From afar, he could hear an alluring melody emanating from the private chamber, an indescribable sound that made one's cheeks flush. Fang Chuang halted, feeling the hairs on his neck stand on end. This was unbearable. He was merely a young man brimming with vitality, who could only dare to harbor lewd thoughts in his heart. How could he have ever imagined such a scene? He stood outside the pavilion, hesitating whether to flee. During this internal struggle, the sounds from within the private chamber abruptly changed. The previous laughter and merriment were abruptly silenced, replaced by strained, muffled sounds as if someone were exerting every ounce of strength to utter desperate gasps. The voice resembled that of a man, choked as if struggling for breath. Gradually, the sounds diminished until there was complete silence. A chilling stillness enveloped the air. Cold sweat beaded on Fang Chuang's forehead. He didn't need to think. If that man had not perished, he would dig his own grave. Here, on Qing Wan Peak, a man's life was more fragile than paper. Indeed, the next moment, a voice that resonated to the very marrow of one's bones echoed from within. He, is that you, Fang Xiaodi? What are you doing lingering outside? Coming quickly. Your Shiji has been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon hearing those words, Fang Chuang shuddered, snapping back to reality. He took a deep breath, as if preparing for a death-defying leap. Gritting his teeth, he pushed open the intricately carved wooden door of the Mu Dan Pavilion. As he entered, a rich fragrance enveloped him, nearly causing him to stumble. The pavilion exuded an air of opulence, with semi-transparent silk curtains swaying gently in the breeze, shrouding the space in a hazy allure. In the center of the pavilion lay a grand soft couch made of zeton wood, adorned with embroidered silks. Leaning languidly upon it was the enchanting Lan Ji. Today, she wore a scarlet sheer palace gown, the neckline plunging low to reveal a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Her hair was piled high, adorned with resplendent phoenix hairpins, her seductive gaze fixed on the approaching Fang Chuang, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Fang Chuang's heart raced, as if grasped by an invisible hand. He dared not linger his gaze upon her, instinctively scanning his surroundings. In the corner of the pavilion shadow, a chaotic pile of clothing lay discarded, seemingly belonging to the male disciples of the He Huan Sect, now in a state of disarray. Beside that heap was something far more chilling, a vaguely human figure hastily covered by a rough white cloth. A chill crept up from Fang Chuang's feet, sending shivers down his spine. Lan Ji did not immediately react. Seeing Fang Chuang enter, she giggled softly and gracefully rose from the couch, her bare, exquisite feet gliding over the plush animal skin carpet as she approached him step by step. Fang Xiaodi, you have finally arrived. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't come to see your sister. Is it that this place does not meet your standards? Her gaze seemed to hook into Fang Chuang, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. He felt a dampness spreading across his back. With great effort, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears, appearing submissive while inwardly cursing Lan Ji and her ancestors. He understood all too well that if he could not articulate a coherent response today, he might truly find himself as one of those hidden beneath the white cloth. Steeling himself, Fang Chuang's expression shifted in an instant, the obsequious demeanor replaced by righteous indignation, tinged with a hint of unjust grievance. Shiji, how would you think of me this way? His voice rose sharply, sounding remarkably sincere. Your kindness towards me is as evident as the heavens and the earth. Were it not for your guidance, I would still be outside toiling in the muck, with no chance to stand here and converse with you. He pounded his chest dramatically, feigning deep sorrow. Do you think I avoided you out of fear? You are stabbing a knife into my heart. Lan Ji was momentarily taken aback by Fang Chuang's sudden display. The playful glint in her eyes deepened as she paused, crossing her arms over her chest. She watched him with keen interest, showing no inclination to speak, silently observing what he might say next. Fang Chuang, sensing her silence, felt a wave of desperation wash over him, but knew he could not falter. Taking a deep breath, he dispensed with any hesitation. His right hand brushed against the storage ring at his waist, and, with a flash of light, an object appeared in his hand. He raised it high. Shiji, please take a look. Lan Ji's gaze fell upon the item Fang Chuang held. It was a garment of flesh. Moreover, it was intricately woven from the finest silk thread, adorned with elaborate lace trimmings. What was more remarkable was that Fang Chuang seemed to have chosen it deliberately. The lace garment was a haunting shade of blue, echoing Lan Ji's own name. Shiji, Fang Chuang's voice brimmed with eager excitement. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. I went to great lengths to acquire the finest ice silkworm silk for this, even sneaking into several elder spirit silkworm gardens to obtain the best material. This silk is as light as a butterfly's wing, perfect for accentuating your unparalleled beauty and grace. I even named it the Blue Demoness. Fang Chuang's heartfelt words conveyed a sense of genuine devotion, as if he had truly traversed fire and water for the sake of this lace garment. As Lan Ji gazed at the silk garment in Fang Chuang's hands, a fleeting flash of astonishment crossed her eyes, almost imperceptible. Blue Demoness? Her voice dropped an octave. The previous teasing tone vanished without a trace. She extended her hand to accept the diaphanous garment from Fang Chuang, her fingertips grazing the soft, cool silk. Did you truly create this? Lan Ji lifted her gaze, her watery eyes intensely fixed on Fang Chuang. Upon witnessing this, Fang Chuang felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. He had successfully navigated this perilous situation. However, he dared not display any hint of triumph, instead adopting an even more earnest demeanor. He puffed out his chest, striking a noble pose. Shiji, how could you say such a thing? I dare not claim anything else. But if you can find another garment exactly like this Blue Demoness anywhere in the entire sect, no, across the entire Tianyuan continent, I will dig a pit on the back mountain and bury myself without a second thought, never wishing to bring you any trouble. His declaration was resolute, exuding a commanding presence. Seeing Fang Chuang's unwavering conviction, Lan Ji felt a ripple of intrigue stir within her typically icy demeanor. Perhaps beneath his slick exterior lay a heart of sincerity. However, while she may have felt a flicker of emotion, her expression remained unchanged, a hint of amusement flickering across her face. Very well, you have some merit, she acknowledged, placing the Blue Demoness beside her on the soft couch. Now, go and dispose of that unsightly thing in the corner. All right, just watch, Shiji. At her command, Fang Chuang nodded eagerly, determined to comply, knowing that survival was paramount, even if it meant dragging away a corpse. He had no choice but to confront the beast head-on, steeling himself for the challenge. He swiftly turned and dashed outside, fearing that Lan Ji might change her mind. In a brief moment, Fang Chuang returned, shouldering a crudely fashioned spear. This time, the panic that had gripped his face earlier was absent. While these individuals could be terrifying in certain respects, their words were undoubtedly trustworthy. Senior sister, I have returned. I have dealt with that fellow. Fang Chuang thrust the spear against the ground by the door and stepped into the room. However, as soon as he entered the meat chamber, he froze in place as if struck by a spell. Almost immediately, he felt a warm liquid surge from beneath his nose. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it. Nosebleed? Good heavens! One word, truly magnificent. The scene before him nearly overwhelmed him, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience. The meat chamber was filled with fragrant aromas. Lanji had donned the enchanting blue gown. The delicate, gossamer blue silk clung tightly to her exquisite form. Her ample bosom resembled ripe melons, almost bursting forth. Her long, snow-white legs were accentuated by the ethereal blue, making them even more striking. Fang Chuang felt parched and dazed, his mind buzzing. When he had presented the gift, he had only thought about how unique it was, hoping to please her, without daring to consider the deeper implications. Now, witnessing the blue gown on the enchanting Lanji, he comprehended the sheer power it possessed. At this moment, Fang Chuang was gazing at Lanji with an expression of awe, conveying the utmost respect. After all, in a place like Qingluan Peak, changing clothes was nothing to be shy about. Closing the door? Absolutely unnecessary. Just as Fang Chuang was entranced, a teasing voice drifted into his ear, pulling his wandering thoughts back to reality. You seem quite captivated, little brother. Lanji languidly leaned against the vanity, propping her chin on one hand, casting a sultry glance his way. What do you think of this attire, dear? Are you satisfied? She paused, her voice laced with an enchanting allure. Would you like to try it on? Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang's mind buzzed, nearly short-circuiting. The warm sensation in his nostrils surged once more. He hurriedly stepped back, only to stumble against the doorframe, almost losing his balance. Senior sister, please don't tease me. I wouldn't dare. His tongue felt tangled, and his eyes darted around, unable to meet the gaze of the blue enchantress. This woman was nothing short of a walking bomb of desire, possessing overwhelming allure. Seeing his flustered state, Lanji chuckled softly. She approached him with graceful strides. Oh, look at you, so frightened that your face is as red as a monkey's backside. Lanji extended her delicate, porcelain-like finger, her captivating eyes shimmering with mischief. What is the matter? Is it that I look unappealing? Or perhaps this outfit does not meet your expectations? The warmth from his nosebleed ultimately could not withstand the barrage of visual stimuli. A drop of bright red blood fell precisely onto Lanji's snow-white hand, a stark contrast. Fang Chuang, startled, momentarily lost his composure. He hastily pulled out a rag from his pocket. Beautiful, beautiful. Senior sister, you look wonderful in anything. This attire is tailor-made for you. A perfect match. Not even a celestial being could rival your beauty. He was genuinely terrified. This enchantress was clearly dancing on the edge of danger. If he did not play along, he might not see the sun rise the next day. Life was precious. Beauty, while captivating, required one to live to appreciate it, did it not? Lanji observed his comical, flustered demeanor and elegantly withdrew her hand. All right, I see your limitations. Her tone finally regained a hint of its usual languor. Fang Chuang dared not respond, lowering his head as if wishing to dig a hole and bury himself. Yet inside, he was fervently shouting, of course. How could I not want to? I dream of it. But such bold words would never escape his lips. Lanji seemed to have had her fun. She extended her finger, gently patting the empty space beside her. Comme c'est. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang's heart tightened. What did this mean? Was the test not over yet? He hesitated for a moment before steeling himself to approach, cautiously sitting about half a foot away from Lanji, barely touching the soft couch, terrified that being too close might ignite a fire. Lanji glanced at him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Seemingly pleased with his discretion, she diminished the flirtation in her gaze, her expression becoming slightly more serious, no longer filled with teasing. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Lanji began to speak slowly. The good task I mentioned before can now be revealed. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and straightened himself, adopting an earnest demeanor. Senior sister, please speak. I will face any challenge without hesitation. Although the statement was somewhat exaggerated, Lanji studied him with an amused yet scrutinizing gaze, as if weighing the sincerity behind his words. After a moment, she replied contemplatively, while facing challenges isn't necessary, this task indeed holds some intrigue and a touch of danger. Our Qingluan Peak has a secret location that has recently shown signs of unusual activity. Secret location? Unusual activity? Fang Chuang's heart stirred. Yes, Lanji nodded. The exact nature of this activity remains unclear for now. The upper echelons of our sect are quite concerned, yet they prefer to keep it discreet to avoid unnecessary panic and speculation. Thus, we need to send a reliable person to investigate quietly. Fang Chuang immediately grasped the significance of this task. For the sect's leadership to treat the matter with such gravity and caution, it was undoubtedly no trivial affair. Lanji looked at him. Originally, the person responsible for this was known to you. Fang Chuang's heart sank as he realized the unfortunate soul he had so decisively dealt with was indeed the one tasked with investigating the secret location's anomalies. No wonder Lanji had mentioned giving him a good task. The pit had already been dug, waiting for him to jump in. Senior sister, are you implying that I am to go? Fang Chuang cautiously inquired, though he was already 7 or 8 parts certain in his heart. Lan Ji's lips curled into a smile filled with significance, tinged with a hint of mockery. What are you afraid? Fang Chuang promptly straightened his back. Senior sister, you jest. Although my cultivation is modest, I assure you, I possess courage. Moreover, it is an honor for me to assist you with your troubles. I could not wish for more. The flattery he uttered made him feel somewhat embarrassed. I must admit, you do have some perceptiveness. Lan Ji nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with his response. The reason I chose you is twofold. First, you appear to be quite clever, not a dullard devoid of insight. Second, she deliberately elongated her tone. Fang Chuang felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat forming on his back. You are a fresh face, unlikely to attract unwanted attention. Finally, Lan Ji languidly articulated her second reason. That secret place, while discreetly located, is not devoid of keen noses and all-seeing eyes. Sending a familiar face would only alert the snakes in the grass, drawing unnecessary trouble. Fang Chuang suddenly realized, so that is how it is. This matter is of utmost importance. You must consider it carefully. Should anything go awry, she left her words hanging, yet the implication of her threat was unmistakable. Fang Chuang understood that he had no way out now. Having boarded Lan Ji's ship of mischief, he could only muster his resolve to navigate through the dark waters ahead. Rest assured, senior sister, Fang Chuang asserted with determination. I will exercise utmost caution and tread carefully, ensuring I do not fail your trust. Lan Ji gazed at him intently for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well, with your word, I feel reassured. She rose gracefully from her seat and walked to the dressing table. From an intricately carved jade box adorned with a phoenix motif, she retrieved a palm-sized, jet-black talisman. The talisman felt icy to the touch, inscribed with the character Lan in ancient seal script. This is my token. Keep it safe. Lan Ji handed the talisman to Fang Chuang. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone, including any other disciples of our sect. If even a hint of it escapes, Fang Chuang accepted the talisman, solemnly tucking it close to his chest. I shall maintain the utmost secrecy and will not betray your trust, senior sister. Good. Lan Ji's expression softened somewhat. She paced to the window, gazing out at the scenery. That secret location lies beneath the Duanhuan Cliff at the back of Qingluan Peak. The talisman will guide you to the precise location. Duanhuan Cliff? Fang Chuang's heart raced at the name, which sounded ominous. Indeed, Lan Ji turned to face Fang Chuang. There are quite a few surprises awaiting you there. She paused, as if recalling something amusing. Oh, within that secret place, there grows a peculiar kind of ghostly orchid. Its color is somewhat reminiscent of my blue demoness attire. If you happen to see it, do not hesitate to collect some for me. I may find it useful. Fang Chuang bowed deeply, only daring to straighten his back once Lan Ji's graceful figure had returned to the room, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Damn it. This woman is truly a ravenous demon who spares no bones. He cursed inwardly, yet dared not show a hint of disrespect on his face. He was acutely aware that his life was now firmly in the hands of this capricious senior sister. Duanhuan Cliff and ghostly orchids. He muttered these two phrases repeatedly, feeling an unpleasant bitterness in his mouth. What sort of dreadful place was Duanhuan Cliff? Who among the disciples of Qingluan Peak did not know its notorious reputation? It was a well-known forbidden zone within the sect. Ordinary disciples, let alone venture near, had to weigh their lives carefully. It was said that ferocious winds howled year-round, and poisonous miasma enveloped the area. Moreover, unknown ferocious beasts lurked within, ready to claim the unwary. With no time for complacency, Fang Chuang solemnly accepted his mission and swiftly departed from Yuden Pavilion, heading towards his dormitory. He refrained from making any noise. For Lan Ji had instructed that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Upon returning to his dorm, he was relieved to find it empty. Fang Chuang retrieved a few pieces of dry rations from beneath the bed and filled an old water pouch with fresh water. This constituted his entire supply for the journey. He once again took out the jet-black talisman, carefully concealing it close to his body, which provided him slight comfort. As night deepened, when the last group of patrolling disciples yawned while passing along the distant mountain path, Fang Chuang slipped out of his dwelling like a shadow in the dark. He chose to tread along secluded, unfrequented paths, his figure flitting between the shadows of trees and rocks, avoiding any possible encounters with the sect's patrols or others. Every rustle of leaves sent tremors of fear through him, terrified of being discovered. After several arduous hours of trekking, just as the first light of dawn began to appear on the horizon, Fang Chuang finally reached the fabled region of Duanhuan Cliff. Upon entering the area, a bone-chilling cold struck him. This cursed place truly lived up to its grim reputation. Chapter 7. Delivering benefits. Fang Chuang stood at the edge of the cliff, feeling a wave of chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The mountain was steep and perilous, shrouded in swirling mists. The atmosphere carried an aura of desolation and death, as if this were a realm devoid of life. He cautiously retrieved the jet-black talisman from his pocket. The moment the talisman came into contact with the air of Duanhuan Cliff, it reacted immediately. The previously icy surface began to tremble slightly, emanating a warmth that made it feel as though it were gently heating in his palm. Subsequently, the ancient seal-inscribed blue character at the talisman's tip flickered to life, glowing with a faint yet distinct azure light, resembling a slender pointer directing him toward a certain direction deep within the left lower part of Duanhuan Cliff. There's a way. Fang Chuang's heart leaped with joy. Lan Ji had not deceived him regarding this matter. Following the subtle guidance of the talisman's light, he began to search for a foothold along the steep cliff's edge. He did not forget Lan Ji's instructions. The ethereal blue light led him to a relatively gentle, yet still dangerously steep slope. Below the slope, the fog thickened, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Was he to descend from here? Fang Chuang swallowed hard, preparing to investigate. Suddenly, the blue light on the talisman flashed brightly, pointing toward a massive black rock situated about 10 zhang below the slope. The rock had a jagged form, exuding a chilling aura. Through the crevices of the rock, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint blue hue stubbornly penetrating through. Fang Chuang's heart stirred. Steeling himself, he ventured closer, pushing aside the withered vines that clung to the rock. He tentatively leaned his head into the narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a person to pass sideways. A faintly fishy breeze wafted out from the gap, sending a shiver down his spine. The source of the ethereal blue light flickered just out of sight within the crevice, like a gem buried deep underground. As Fang Chuang gazed intently at the blue glow, a sudden realization struck him. The Yuan that Lan Ji had mentioned must refer to this, right? He scratched the back of his head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. When Lan Ji assigned the task, he had been preoccupied with devising a way to sneak out of the sect undetected, hardly paying attention to the details, let alone clarifying what exactly the Yuan was, what it looked like, or its characteristics. Now, he found himself guessing based solely on instinct. However, the guiding talisman seemed to indicate that he had arrived at the right place. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Damn it, now that he was here, he couldn't return empty-handed, could he? If it were known that he hadn't even dared to enter and had retreated, he would surely be skinned alive. The thought of Lan Ji's beautiful, yet beguiling face sent a chill down his neck. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and squeezed his body sideways through the narrow rock fissure. On the other side of the crevice, he was greeted by a vast expanse. A massive natural cavern unfolded before Fang Chuang's eyes, with bizarre stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Water droplets fell rhythmically, echoing in the silent cave. What was the surprise that Lan Ji had mentioned? As Fang Chuang felt his way along the rocky wall, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. The peculiar smile that had graced Lan Ji's lips when she spoke of surprises lingered in his mind, filling him with a sense of foreboding. The deeper he ventured, the more spacious the cave became. The path beneath his feet transitioned from rugged to relatively smooth. Simultaneously, a dense hissing sound reached his ears, akin to countless slender snakes slithering through the grass, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Fang Chuang's heart raced. fearing he might step on something he shouldn't. As he navigated around a massive stone pillar, illuminated by the faint light filtering in from the entrance, he came to a sudden halt. A chilling sensation enveloped him. Snakes. A writhing sea of snakes sprawled across the broader cavern floor ahead. Countless snakes, some as thick as water buckets, coiled together like a small mountain, while others were as thick as his wrist, their colorful scales resembling a spilled palette of paint. They raised their heads high, flicking their forked tongues rapidly in the air. In the center of this serpentine sea, a peculiar plant emerged from a slightly elevated black stone. Its elongated leaves resembled the finest orchids, exuding an elegant posture. However, its blossoms appeared as if sculpted from the purest blue crystal, translucent and radiating a soft, dreamlike blue glow, the very source of the light he had seen earlier. So this is what the Yuan looks like. Fang Chuang's lips trembled, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. But is this the surprise that Lan Ji was talking about? Damn it! Was that serpent-hearted woman trying to turn him into a snack for these venomous snakes? Did she intend for him to venture in here? For a moment, he felt himself falter. How could he not? He had unwittingly disturbed a den of snakes. Even if he possessed the strength of 3 men and was as tough as iron, how could he contend with so many venomous snakes? In an instant, he would be reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones. He instinctively felt for the few treasures he carried, a lace armor that felt like a second skin, a small set of armor, and 100 Desire Woman pills. Damn it, this was all he had. Was he supposed to wear the lace armor, don the small armor, and then scatter the Desire Woman pills among the snakes while shouting, "Little ones, here's some treats for you"? The thought was so absurd that he could hardly imagine a more creative way to meet his demise. Just as the thought of retreating crossed his mind, he saw the snakes that had been agitated by his intrusion suddenly retreating to the sides, as if responding to some invisible command. An eerie scene unfolded before him. The venomous snakes parted, creating a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. This serpentine corridor wound forward, leading directly to the black stone where the Yuan grew. What on earth is happening? Fang Chuang gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the astonishing sight before him. The reversal was so swift and unexpected that it left his already muddled mind reeling. In that moment of stunned silence, a figure emerged from the shadows beyond the Yuan. The figure was not tall, perhaps even somewhat petite. However, with her appearance, the air in the cavern seemed to grow heavy and still. Even the snakes that had just retreated lowered their fearsome heads further, as if paying homage to their supreme queen. Chapter 8. Merely passing through as the figure fully stepped out from the shadows behind the Yuan. Fang Chuang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Before him stood a woman who appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps excessively so. She was indeed petite, clad in a simple white gown devoid of any embellishments. In stark contrast to her delicate frame and modest attire was her face, a visage that could render all colors in the world pale in comparison. Her skin was as flawless as the purest iced jade beneath a millennia-old glacier, devoid of any blemish. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips, naturally rosy, were perfect in form. This was a face so exquisite that it bordered on the otherworldly, breathtakingly beautiful to the point of being hard to behold. Yet, what truly sent shivers through Fang Chuang's heart was not her beauty, but the aura she emanated. If Lan Ji's coldness carried a hint of alluring venom, this woman exuded an icy chill that was utterly pure and frigid. With her arrival, the oppressive atmosphere within the cavern intensified manifold. The pressure he had felt from the serpent swarm paled in comparison to her presence. Fang Chuang felt as though he had collided with an invisible iceberg. My dear heavens! He inwardly lamented. What level of boss is this? That wretched Lan Ji. She hasn't sold herself to a more powerful snake demon, has she? The woman glided forward, each step seeming to tread upon Fang Chuang's very heart. He involuntarily shivered as she paused approximately 3 meters away from him. The pair of icy eyes resembled the sharpest of probes, meticulously scanning every inch of Fang Chuang's body. When her gaze fell upon the subtly revealing black lace at Fang Chuang's chest and the noticeably ill-fitting armor he wore, he distinctly felt the temperature of the air plunge further. He longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide, rather than endure the scrutiny of a breathtaking beauty regarding him with a gaze that felt disturbingly invasive. Why have you intruded upon this place? At last, the woman spoke. Her voice, much like her ethereal presence, echoed softly in the stillness of the cavern. Each word seemed to strike Fang Chuang's nerves like shards of ice. He flinched, nearly collapsing to his knees. This was not an inquiry. It was a judgment. He felt as though he had been thrown into an ice cellar, chilled to the core. His throat went dry, his tongue tangled, leaving him momentarily speechless. Speak. The woman's voice remained unwavering, imbued with an undeniable authority. Fang Chuang recognized that this was not the time for feigned ignorance. His life was at stake. He forced a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Esteemed lady, I assure you, I did not intend to trespass. I swear. His gaze involuntarily darted towards the serpents lurking ominously nearby, fearing that a single misstep in his words would result in being torn to shreds by these guardians. The woman's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased with his address and his incoherent rambling. Realizing this, Fang Chuang's heart sank further as he hastily amended his words. It was Lan Ji. Yes, it was Senior Sister Lan who sent me here. In his desperation, he promptly threw Lan Ji under the bus. A dead ally is better than a living enemy. That woman Lan Ji led me to this predicament. I would be remiss not to implicate her for the fright I have endured. Lan Ji. A fleeting glimmer of something imperceptible flickered in the woman's cold eyes. What did she send you here for? Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang shook his head vigorously. I truly do not know. Esteemed lady, your insight is unparalleled. Senior Sister Lan merely gave me a broken token, claiming it was a surprise. Then the token began to glow on its own and brought me here. He fumbled to produce the azure token from his pocket, raising it high as if to assuage any doubt. I am merely a messenger, passing through, I swear to the heavens. I hold no ulterior motives towards your abode or this enchanting blue hue. Senior Sister Lan had not informed him of any specifics, only instructing him to follow the token and discover the surprise upon arrival. With a despondent expression, he nearly swore to the heavens. The woman listened quietly to his defense, her gaze lingering on the azure token for a moment. Silence enveloped the cavern once more. Fang Chuang held the token aloft, his wrist trembling, not from the weight of the token, but from sheer terror. Time passed slowly. At last, the woman tilted her head slightly, gesturing towards the token with a delicate motion. An almost imperceptible ripple emanated from her fingertips, brushing against the azure token. The ethereal glow upon the token seemed to intensify momentarily before returning to its original state. Indeed, it was her Yulanin. Fang Chuang's eyes widened in realization. There was hope. This token was indeed a talisman for survival. That woman Lan Ji had not led him to his demise after all. Esteemed lady, do you recognize this token? Fang Chuang inquired cautiously. The woman did not respond immediately, her gaze shifting from the token back to Fang Chuang. This item is a token of my past association with Lan Ji. She spoke slowly, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. Years ago, we agreed that if we were to meet bearing this token, there would be a purpose. Fang Chuang was momentarily taken aback. A token? His mind conjured numerous melodramatic scenarios, but his instinct for survival compelled him to suppress such thoughts. Now is not the time for gossip. What does Senior Sister Lan seek from you? Fang Chuang asked tentatively, his heart racing. Surely, Lan Ji had not offended this formidable figure and sent him as a scapegoat. Given Lan Ji's nature, such a thing was entirely plausible. The woman's cold gaze swept over Fang Chuang once more, causing the brief relief he felt to evaporate. She sent you here to assist me in clearing out certain matters. Clearing out matters? Fang Chuang blinked, momentarily unable to comprehend. But upon reflection, surviving was paramount. It was far preferable to being dismembered by a multitude of serpents. No problem. Esteemed lady, whatever you require, I promise to handle it meticulously, leaving no trace behind. He immediately thumped his chest in assurance. As long as he wasn't killed, he would comply with any task, even if it meant barking like a dog. The woman, however, displayed no change in expression due to his eagerness. This serpent den has accumulated a great deal of filth that must be dealt with. Serpent den? Fang Chuang's smile froze on his face, his tongue feeling thick. The mere mention of a serpent den sent chills down his spine, especially when recalling the myriad of vividly colored venomous snakes within the cavern. Filth? Fang Chuang swallowed hard, already feeling his stomach churn at the thought. The woman's gaze shifted deeper into the cavern. Those remnants pose a constant threat. Her voice echoed softly. Lan Ji certainly knows how to find someone, aware that I cannot handle this myself. Fang Chuang's heart sank completely. From her words, It was evident that this filth was not merely ordinary refuse. That cursed woman Lan Ji had undoubtedly pushed him into the flames. Esteemed lady, Fang Chuang's voice quivered, his face resembling a bitter melon. I fear I may not be suited for such rough work. Just look at my delicate skin. I cannot lift a shoulder or bear a burden. What if I inadvertently make matters worse for you? Yet the woman did not so much as raise an eyebrow, coldly uttering 2 words, die or do. Chapter 9. The serpent's caretaker faced with those emotionless eyes. Fang Chuang had no doubt that should he utter a single word of refusal, he would swiftly become a snack for the creatures lurking in the serpent den. A true man knows when to bend and when to endure. Better to live than to die in vain. Fang Chuang forced a smile more pitiful than tears and nodded vigorously. I shall do it. Esteemed lady, command me, and I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. The woman cast him a fleeting glance devoid of expression. She said no more, simply turning to walk deeper into the cavern, her bare feet gliding gracefully. Her slender silhouette, shrouded in the dimness of the serpent den, possessed an eerie allure. Fang Chuang dared not lag behind, hastily following in her footsteps. As he walked, he quickly rummaged through his storage pouch. Soon, he pulled out 2 strips of fabric torn from an unknown tattered garment. Better than nothing, he reassured himself. After searching a little longer, he found a piece about the length of his arm. The finger-thick, dark iron rod was firmly grasped in his hand. It was initially intended as a precautionary measure, perhaps to serve as a weapon, yet today it was to be employed in this most unexpected manner. He coughed twice, choking on the cloth stuffed in his nostrils. Lan Ji, you cunning vixen, once I escape, if you don't bear me 3 sons, you'll have wronged me. The woman halted before a relatively spacious cave. The light here was even dimmer than at the entrance, even with the cloth blocking his nose. He was assailed by waves of nausea. This is the place, she spoke lightly, turning slightly and extending her delicate fingers to indicate the depths of the cavern. Following her gesture, Fang Chuang squinted into the darkness. At first, he could discern nothing, merely a pitch-black expanse. He summoned a faint thread of spiritual energy to his eyes, barely managing to make out the grotesque scene within the cave. His pupils trembled, his mouth agape, and the cloth in his nose nearly dislodged from the shock. What the hell? A curse involuntarily escaped his throat. He conceded he had overthought the situation. Previously, he had anticipated encountering some form of filth, perhaps remnants of a sinister ritual, bracing himself for a gruesome sight of blood and bones. However, he could hardly have imagined the spectacle before him. Goodness, an entire football field's worth of excrement. No, perhaps it would be more apt to describe it as a mountain formed from countless serpentine droppings, exuding a stench so overpowering it threatened to suffocate him. It stretched endlessly into the horizon. It was akin to a biological weapon. Fang Chuang felt as though his mind had been invaded by a swarm of flies. In that moment, the icy veneer of the woman before him shattered, revealing the harsh reality that even the most beautiful, ethereal beings must contend with such foul matters. Oh no, this must be from snakes. Surely a beauty like her wouldn't deal with such filth herself? Hence, she sought the unfortunate him. After all, he had yet to witness any celestial being grappling with such base biological issues. Conventionally, cultivators, having refined the essence of heaven and earth, seldom engaged in such matters due to their bodies being purged of impurities. Yet, how many serpents must have contributed to this abhorrent accumulation over the years? Standing before the mountain of waste, with 2 small cloths stuffed in his nostrils, Fang Chuang felt as tiny as an ant that had mistakenly wandered into a giant's lavatory. His worldview had been irrevocably shaken. This is what you must clean up. She paused, seemingly noting his dazed expression, and added, get to work before I lose my patience. Fang Chuang swallowed hard, the imagined stench of decay filling his mouth. He glanced at the iron rod in his hand, and then at the towering pile of refuse before him, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Is this something that can be resolved with an iron rod? Shouldn't I summon a laborer to move mountains? The celestial lady, he thought, perhaps could provide him with a proper tool or simply cast a spell. However, before he could voice this thought, her icy gaze interrupted him. Either you act or you perish. Damn it, how ruthless. Fang Chuang cursed inwardly, resigned to his fate. He took a deep breath, the noxious odor piercing through the cloth, making his eyes water. He swung the pitiful iron rod, closing his eyes as if heading to the gallows, and thrust it forcefully into the edge of the excrement mound. With a sickening squelch, he struggled against the rising tide of nausea, exerting all his strength to pry off a small chunk. The waste, having accumulated over countless years, had solidified into a consistency akin to clay. When he pried at it, only a few scattered fragments were dislodged, a mere drop in the ocean of filth. "Hurry up!" The voice behind him echoed again, laced with impatience. Fang Chuang dared not look back, hastening his efforts. He jabbed and pried, sweat quickly soaking his clothes. The cloth in his nose had long since been saturated, losing its effectiveness, and the stench assaulted him, making him dizzy and nearly vomit. Time crawled by in this desperate toil. On the first day, the area he had cleaned was scarcely larger than the space where he lay. On the second day, his progress remained slow. His arms ached, nearly unable to lift, and the skin on his palms was chafed raw by the iron rod, burning painfully. By the third day, he began to question his existence. Here he was, a traveler from another realm, equipped with a system, reduced to digging through snake dung. If this were to spread, how could he ever hold his head high in the realm of cultivation? The woman stood like a cold overseer, never lending a hand or departing, occasionally casting a frosty remark when his movements lagged. Do not waste time. Fang Chuan's patience and strength waned rapidly. He even began to hallucinate, imagining the viscous waste coming alive, transforming into countless writhing snakes eager to devour him. Thus, he muddled through to the seventh day, numb to it all. His movements became mechanical, his gaze vacant. His mind was a void, consumed solely by the instinct to swing the iron rod. His strength had long been depleted, sustained only by an inexplicable will. That afternoon, he plunged the rod deep into the waste once more, attempting to pry up a larger, somewhat dried section. He stumbled, his whole body pitching toward the mound of refuse. "Damn!" Fang Chuang exclaimed, instinctively reaching out. His palm landed on a relatively flat area. Yet the texture felt peculiar, not the sticky, repugnant sensation he had grown accustomed to, but rather, it felt slightly hollow. Regaining his composure, he suppressed his revulsion and carefully used the iron rod to scrape away the surface filth. Soon, a small, dark opening emerged before his eyes. The opening seemed deep, with faint sounds of airflow wafting through. A bold hypothesis surged within him. Could this be a blocked sewage outlet? Just like a clogged drain. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his previously despondent heart. He held his breath and cautiously probed the opening with the iron rod. It appeared empty inside, yet the edges were tightly sealed by thick waste. Their way. Fang Chuang felt invigorated, momentarily disregarding his disgust. He discarded the iron rod and began to dig at the edges of the blockage with his hands. The material was dry and hard, accompanied by a stale stench. Yet, at that moment, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a gold mine. A larger, solid piece began to loosen under his efforts. Immediately following, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the obstructions surrounding the cave entrance began to loosen. Suddenly, a powerful suction surged forth from the opening. Fang Chuang was startled and quickly retreated. The portion of snake feces near the entrance began to collapse like quicksand, being drawn into that unremarkable cave mouth. Initially, it was but a trickle. However, as the obstructions were cleared by the airflow and the subsequent torrent, the suction from the cave mouth intensified and expanded. It roared like a reservoir releasing floodwaters. The entire mound of excrement began to tremble violently, with vast amounts of waste cascading down like a mudslide. The scene was both magnificent and exceedingly repulsive. The dark brown deluge roared within the cavern, producing a deafening sound. Fang Chuang stood agape, witnessing this miraculous spectacle. The heap that had troubled him for 7 days was visibly diminishing. It was as if it flowed away effortlessly, entirely consumed. This efficiency surpassed even a millennium of labor with an iron pick. In less than half an hour, that once boundless mound of waste was reduced to merely a thin layer on the ground and an overpowering stench lingering in the air. Fang Chuang collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, his face smeared with mud and sweat, dotted with suspicious brown stains. Yet he smiled like a fool. He had survived. Finally, it was over. After resting for a while, he struggled to rise and approach the woman who still emanated a chilling aura. "Fairy, the filth, oh no, the impurities, have been mostly dealt with. However, the ground remains quite dirty. Might you conjure some water to wash it away?" The woman glanced at the nearly emptied cavern. Then, at the disheveled Fang Chuang. She did not speak, but gently raised her hand. A stream of clear water appeared as if summoned from thin air. Like a gentle serpent, it began to wash the cavern floor at her command. Where the water flowed, the filth was swiftly carried away, revealing a pale gray rocky surface. Soon, the entire cavern was left spotless. Although a faint odor still lingered in the air, it was a vast improvement from before. After completing this task, the woman retracted her hand, and the water vanished. Fang Chuang gazed at the now pristine cavern, feeling a tumult of emotions. These past 10 days had been the darkest, most humiliating, and most nauseating of his life. Dragging his weary body, he made his way step by step to the spot where he had entered 10 days prior. Finally, he could leave, Fang Chuang murmured to himself. As he reached the entrance, the snake swarm seemed to disperse, lacking the grandeur it had displayed upon his arrival. This must have been the original dwelling of those snakes, he speculated. At that moment, the woman approached from behind, her gaze radiating satisfaction. You performed admirably. Much better than the last one. Her voice carried a hint of joy. Fang Chuang was taken aback. Much better than the last one? Oh, she meant the person he had buried. Thank you for your praise, fairy. It was merely my duty. Chapter 10. The cave cleaner, am I free to leave now? Fang Chuang inquired tentatively. The woman nodded, her tone cool. Yes. At that moment, Fang Chuang deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground, rolling and crawling toward the cave entrance. After just 2 steps, the woman spoke again. Wait. Fang Chuang shuddered, almost exploding on the spot. Fairy, is there something else? He swallowed hard, feeling as though his heart was about to develop resilience under her pressure. This is your reward. With a flick of her hand, a blue crystal, the size of a fist, floated toward him. Upon receiving it, Fang Chuang nearly blinded himself with its brilliance. Although it appeared small and light, the moment he grasped it, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body like a spring. Is this a top-grade spiritual stone? No, the woman replied nonchalantly. This is a snake gall crystal that has matured for 300 years at the bottom of the cave. Surviving the cleanup earns you the right to this. It is meant to prolong your life. It can replenish your vitality and nourish your soul. Fang Chuang's eyes brightened, quickly stowing it away. What does hard to kill even mean? This was downright resilient. May I ask a question? He hesitated. Do I need to bring back some of that yuan? You want it? She seemed to be confirming. It's not for me. It's for Lan Ji. She said it resembles the color of her clothing, so I thought I'd collect some. As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head, genuinely fearing that the woman might suddenly become displeased and bury him as well. However, to his surprise, she did not get angry. Instead, she casually raised her hand. The yuan trembled at its roots, as if pulled by some invisible force, and was extracted from the crevice, landing securely in her palm. She swiftly encased it in an icy barrier and tossed it to him. Take it. Fang Chuang hurriedly caught it, feeling as if he had obtained a treasure. Thank you for your mercy, fairy. No, thank you for your generosity. Let us go. The woman ignored him and turned to venture deeper into the cave. Once her figure had completely vanished into the darkness, Fang Chuang trembled and slowly turned around, gingerly retreating toward the cave entrance, fearful she might change her mind. Upon returning to the entrance, he felt utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Damn it, this is more like a disaster than a blessing. He shouted inwardly, System, come out. We need to talk. He growled, and sure enough, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has completed the special mission, Cave Cleaner. Reward points, 500. Bonus rewards, Snake Gall Crystal, Yulan Herb, and a fragment of sect secret information X1. Would you like to view the contents of the fragment? Yes. Fang Chuang responded without hesitation. In the next moment, a broken image appeared in his mind. It was a page from an ancient tome, detailing a legend. Buried beneath Qinghuan Peak are the remains of a malevolent sect from a previous dynasty, nourished by the blood of 100,000 souls for 300 years. To attain immortality, one must obtain the essence of the 100 suns. Could it be that Lan Ji did not merely seek a bit of essence? She aspired to become an immortal? Fang Chuang shivered. Am I merely a pawn in her grand design for the 100 suns? He thought, silently checking his pants. Still there. I need to return quickly and devise a way to protect myself. If she truly sets her sights on my life, I might not escape. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth, kicking a snake bone away in frustration. You all may be dead, but I am still alive. I am resilient. With that, He strode confidently toward the exit. As he made his way back, one question dominated his thoughts. How should he consume the snake gall crystal? Soup? Swallow it whole? Cook it into porridge? Fried rice? The more he pondered, the hungrier he became, his stomach growling louder than a dog. After a hurried meal, Fang Chuang pondered how to impress Lan Ji. Just you wait. Lan Ji, one day, you'll sincerely call me husband. He dashed back to his dormitory, nearly tripping over the doorframe. Su-yang, where's the food? He shouted, tossing the snake gall crystal onto the bed. The sound of clattering pots and pans emerged from within, followed by Su-yang poking his head out. Oh, Fang Shixiao, you're back. I thought Lan Shiji had drained you dry. That remark is rather ominous, Fang Chuang retorted, plopping down and grabbing a steamed bun to munch on. Su-yang leaned closer and whispered, I heard you were sent to the back mountain on a mission? Don't mention it. Fang Chuang grimaced. I nearly ended up in a snake's belly. Is that true? Su-yang's eyes widened. Weren't you just delivering a message? How could you encounter a snake? A snake? Fang Chuang scoffed. Have you ever seen a 30-meter-long snake with patterns on its body? Su-yang gulped. Isn't that a jiao? Who cares what it is? I didn't die. He said, retrieving the bluish snake gall crystal and placing it on the table. See this? I truly return with my life. Su-yang stared at it for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, should I ask the kitchen how to make soup? No need. Fang Chuang rolled up his sleeves. We'll do it ourselves. How do we proceed? Do we have a pot? Yes. Do we have fire? Yes. Great. Slice 2 pieces of ginger, toss in some scallions, and add some spiritual spring water. A pot of snake gall crystal health soup, ready to serve. An hour later, Fang Chuang sat at the table. A steaming bowl of blue soup placed before him. He poked the jelly-like snake gall crystal with his chopsticks. Can we actually eat this? Su-yang swallowed. Or would you rather keep it as a night pearl? Come on, Fang Chuang said, scooping up a large spoonful and sending it to his mouth. Upon tasting it, a cool sensation hit first, followed by an overwhelming bitterness. He nearly spat it out. What the hell? Is this meant for humans? Did you not say it would replenish energy and nurture the soul? Fang Chuang exclaimed, this could very well kill me. Holding his nose, he gulped the entire bowl down in one go. Afterward, he felt slightly lightheaded. His forehead began to warm, and his lower abdomen tingled. Oh wow, there's a reaction. Su-yang gasped. You didn't really open your meridians, did you? Not quite. Fang Chuang frowned, slamming his hand on the table. But I think I need to find a place to sleep. Are you about to break through? Su-yang asket. I'm not even close to perfecting my chi chain. Let alone breaking through, Fang Chuang replied. But I am genuinely exhausted. He stumbled onto his bed and glanced at the system interface. Snake gall crystal consumed. Body constitution improving. Current status, excited drowsiness. Suggestion, maintain a horizontal position to avoid falling off the bed. System, can you give me a pillow? Before he could finish, his head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the outer sect of Hehuan Zone was abuzz. The reason was simple. Someone had seen Fang Chuang return from Qingwan Peak, invigorated and shouting that he wanted Lan Ji to call him husband. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would likely have been deemed insane. But this was Fang Chuang, the only man alive to have made multiple trips to Qingwan Peak. The rumor spread like wildfire. No way. Did Fang Chuang really win over Lan Ji? Is it true? My cousin Shixiang's sister's brother heard it firsthand. Incredible. Truly a role model. Even more absurd. Someone hung a large red banner in the training area that afternoon. Congratulations to Shixiang Fang Chuang for securing the top spot at Qingwan Peak. Some disciples secretly left 2 jars of fine wine and a bag of uncooked rice at his door. Su-yang stood at the entrance, nearly astounded. Does this count as turning a funeral into a celebration? Just as he contemplated going in to inform Fang Chuang, the doors suddenly swung open with a loud bang, revealing Fang Chuang, disheveled and dressed in shorts, a piece of grass hanging from his mouth. Upon seeing the chaotic array of gifts at his doorstep, his forehead twitched. Who did this? Su-yang whispered. I think it was old Wang from the refining hall. He heard about your good fortune and sent you gifts in advance. I'll be damned. Fang Chuang swore, kicking the banner aside. I haven't even touched her, and this is the result? So when do you plan to? Su-yang pressed. Shut it. Fang Chuang snapped. I need to seize this opportunity and make a bold move. Huh? Since the outer sect is already saying I've got something going on with Lan Ji, why not actually pursue her? A smirk crept across his face. System, open to shop. I want to buy the flashiest outfit for my entrance. Ding. Points have been deducted. Equipment generating. You have received Ecstasy Flight Outfit. A floating attire designed to attract Tijuan-type female cultivators, automatically increasing charm by 20. Current task updated. Complete an intimate interaction with Lan Ji this week. Fang Chuang licked his lips and clenched his fists. Lan Ji, if you want tea, come to me, then I shall take the initiative. He retrieved a dusty mirror from under the bed and examined himself. System, how do I activate this thing? Simply recite activate to automatically don the outfit. Friendly reminder, please close the window first to avoid adverse effects. How considerate, Fang Chuang chuckled. Clearing his throat, he mentally recited activate. With a soft pop, a gust of wind swirled around him. When he looked down again, he gasped. Is this even wearable? The upper part was a half-open, gold-trimmed, hollowed-out vest, exposing his abdomen. Below, he donned short shorts with floating fire wheels, adorned with 2 flamboyant tails, one pink and one blue, exceedingly ostentatious. On his feet were high boots inlaid with gemstones that shimmered with every step. With this ensemble, not only female cultivators, but even male cultivators would question their life choices upon seeing him. Su Yang stared at him, swallowing hard. Fang Xixiang, are you about to take off? Not taking off, but making a move. Aren't you worried Lan Ji will send you to the heavens with one look? Fang Chuang huffed. If I don't take the initiative, she'll think I'm truly timid. If she takes the initiative, I'll be at her mercy. You don't understand. This is called playing hard to get, a reversal of expectations. Su Yang replied. Sounds like a recipe for trouble. Silence. At the foot of Qing Wan Peak, Fang Chuang glided forward on his fire wheels. It was indeed gliding, as the equipment utilized a floating spirit array with built-in background music. As he approached the mountain gate, the music blared, waves upon waves. 2 female disciples sweeping the area looked up, nearly dropping their brooms. Who is that? Looks like Fang Chuang, but also not. It's him. It's him. I've seen that pink tail before. Has he lost his mind? Are you silly? He is flirting with Lan Ji Shiji. What audacious moves. This guy's madness has an artistic flair. As Fang Chuang floated by, he attracted all eyes. The female disciples of the entire Qingwan Peak were nearly all privy to the flamboyant background music that accompanied him. Some erupted in laughter, while others whispered behind their hands. A few even placed bets. I wager he won T-die today. I bet he won T last 10 steps inside. I bet he will sing Conquer in the Peony Pavilion tonight. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Peony Pavilion. Fang Chuang stood firm, casting a glance at the blue stone beside the door. A line of small characters boldly proclaimed, "Interferers shall perish." Gritting his teeth, he kicked the stone aside. Interfere? I am the rightful master. He then pushed open the door. Inside, it was eerily quiet. The air was filled with a familiar fragrance, a sweet aroma tinged with cinnamon that intoxicated the senses. Fang Chuang strode in confidently, exuding an air of swagger. Sister Lan Ji, I have arrived. Did you not say you would personally assess my cultivation results? Well, here I am to be tested. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound emerged from behind the curtain. The voice of Lan Ji floated through the air, leisurely. Is this what you're wearing? Do you know what you resemble? Fang Chuang planted his hands on his hips, adopting a defiant stance. What do I resemble? Like a newly opened shop in the market, specializing in men. Perfect. Fang Chuang chuckled. Sister, care to come browse? A moment of silence ensued, followed by a light laugh. All right then, since you've gone to such lengths, I shall see if your flamboyance holds any merit. Fang Chuang inhaled deeply and stepped further inside, fully aware that this time, it was truly time to engage. No, it was time to flirt. He licked his lips and silently commanded the system to activate automatic dialogue assistance. Ding. Love flirtation package activated. Mode. Death Quality Flirting Edition. A cheesy line will be automatically generated every minute. Please use it judiciously. The next second, the system indeed chimed in. Are you an alchemist? For some reason, my blood boils whenever I come near you. Fang Chuang's face turned pale. Who penned these lines? Summon the planner, and I swear I won T spare them. System, this is your highest rated line from last time, now default bound to you. Damn. The curtain fluttered, and Lan Ji truly stepped out. Fang Chuang's mind went blank. Yet his mouth uncontrollably uttered the system's line. Are you an alchemist? Why does my blood boil whenever I come near you? Lan Ji, the air suddenly fell silent. Fang Chuang, it's over. I'm doomed. Lan Ji slowly approached, still clad in her scarlet palace dress, her outfit revealing just the right amount of skin. She lazily leaned against the pillar, staring at Fang Chuang for several seconds. Chapter 12. Lan Ji is mad. and she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Where did you steal your costume from? Fang Chuang stood there, struggling to maintain his composure. System, is this what you call a 20-point charm boost? System, this outfit has successfully attracted all attention. Effect achieved. Could you kindly leave? After enough laughter, Lanji leisurely spoke. All right, you made such a grand entrance today. What do you intend to do? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth and decided to be bold. Sister, I have attained enlightenment. What enlightenment? I've come to understand something. Go on. I am a person of lowly fate, resilient to death. However, what I fear the most is... He paused, striking a pose he believed to be suave. Missing out on you. Lanji was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed, "Oh, why are you being so straightforward today? Directness brings excitement." Fang Chuang plopped down beside the couch. Didn't you say you wanted to assess my results? I have come, so let us see if I can charm you with a single line. And now, as I write this, I hope the reader remembers our domain name. Do you think I possess any skill? Lanji slowly approached, her fingertips teasingly tugging at the foxtail on Fang Chuang's collar. You're quite daring today. That's because you pushed me. What do you want to do? Didn't you want to have a fling with me? Fang Chuang patted his thigh. Come on. ISNT this seat for you. The air stilled. Then, without a blink, Lanji sat right down. Fang Chuang's legs sank, nearly causing him to kneel. Oh my. You actually sat. Didn't you invite me? I was speaking metaphorically. I don't care. Now, it's my turn to test you. How will you test me? With a flick of her finger, a mist of water vapor materialized beside the couch. Within the mist emerged a complex diagram illustrating the intermingling of male and female energies. Intricate and densely woven, depicting the secret techniques of the Huan sect. Wow, is this the third layer of the muxing skill? Yes. Didn't you say you hadn't practiced that yet? Well, I want to give it a try now. I'm going to be your test subject. Are you willing? Do you believe I'll run away right now? Lanji smiled, raised her hand, and with a snap, locked all doors and windows. Run, I want to stop you. Fang Chuang fell silent. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Task updated. Engage in intimate dialogue with Lanji. Double cultivation trial mode activated. Please complete the challenge without fainting or fleeing. Success will yield 500 points, 10 external prestige, and Lanji's favorability surpassing 50. Failure penalty, none. What? No penalties? You should have mentioned that sooner. System. The host voluntarily enters the trial. The system shall not interfere. Fang Chuang took a deep breath. Lanji. I'm going in. He pushed forward, returning the misty diagram back to her. Now explain how to position myself. This diagram ISNT clear. I fear I'll get lost. Lanji stifled a laugh for half a second before bursting into laughter. All right, I'll teach you. Remember, with each step, you must be mindful, not just using your waist. First, inhale, then release slowly. Pay attention. The spiritual energy ISNT just poured in. It's guided. You don't force it. You entice it to move. Yes. If you act too quickly, it will become chaotic. Do not provoke the spiritual energy. You are here to cultivate, not to fight. Relax. Do not clench your lower abdomen. Why would I clench it? Try clenching again. I dare you. Are you insane? I'll tell you, this is an art. If you don't follow the protocol, I can truly drain you dry. Do you believe that? Fang Chuang felt intimidated. He glanced down at his attire of blissful flight and silently murmured, System, please provide me with a protective barrier. The explosive meat shield formation has been automatically activated for the host, lasting for the duration of an incense stick. All right, I'll get my all. The next second, he moved. Lanji trembled slightly. The diagram blazed to life, and the air in the peony pavilion instantly turned scorching. The floorboards beneath the couch began to quiver. Outside, two passing female disciples exchanged glances. Are they assessing a new recruit again? Not a newcomer. It's Fang Chuang. TSK. That it. The couch will probably need replacing. Another spot will rise on the Hahuan leaderboard. This is serious. The air was thick with tension. Fang Chuang stood frozen. Feeling cold sweat trickle down his back, enough to extinguish a whole pot of fire. Lanji gazed at him in silence. The atmosphere growing so awkward it felt as if one could carve a magic circle with their toes. Meanwhile, the system continued its incessant chatter. Ding! The flirty dialogue package is ready. The host's energy field is unstable. It is advised to use the following reinforcing line. What kind of cultivation method have you practiced that has penetrated my heart? Shut up. Fang Chuang roared inwardly. The system replied, Flotation in progress. Please do not interrupt the service. If you utter another line, I shall leap off a cliff. Lanji finally moved. She neither fumed nor smiled, but with a casual flick of her wrist, her palace gown swayed. Then she calmly remarked, "Are you having a fit today?" "No." Fang Chuang instantly countered, "I have awakened." "Awakened to what?" "Awakened to the desire to pursue you." Lanji refrained from responding. She raised a finger and pointed to the soft couch in the room. "Sit. Really sit? Did you not come here to accomplish something significant? Then sit, do not hesitate." Fang Chuang slowly edged closer, his rear just brushing against the edge of the couch. Lanji took a few steps forward, standing before him, peering down at him. Her tone was languid. "Is this all the courage you possess?" "No." Fang Chuang swallowed hard. "I fear you might slap me against the wall." "Then what is with this flamboyant attire today?" "For your viewing pleasure." "Oh, it is not that I like you, but rather you ought to like me. You are quite the storyteller. I am not fabricating. It was recommended by my system. You are not even sincere in passing the buck. I made it up." Lanji sat down, mere inches away from him. This proximity made Fang Chuang's ears begin to flush. He longed to shift slightly, yet his legs felt unresponsive. Lanji spoke. "Do you know how your sect transmitted news of you after you completed your last mission?" Fang Chuang instinctively replied. "They said I had an affair with you?" "Wrong." Lanji paused. "They said you were able to come out lying down, proving your exceptional roots and abundant vital essence. It could also be said that your physique is unique. In short, every peak has begun to keep an eye on you. You're no longer merely the dog of Qingwan Peak." Fang Chuang's heart sank. "Are you implying that I will soon be rotated out? It is not a matter of your desire. It is that you are now quite valuable. With your flamboyant demeanor and the ability to withstand and nourish the sect, your cultivation manual has been annotated accordingly." Fang Chuang plopped down in shock, his expression turning grim. "I'm not a tool. What do you wish to be then?" "At the very least, a tool with dreams." Lanji laughed softly, remaining silent thereafter. She rose and slowly walked back behind the curtain, casually tossing out, "Since you have come, stay tonight. I wish to see what else you possess aside from a tough mouth." Fang Chuang, the system, task updated. The conditions for spiritual resonance have been triggered. Would you like to activate the spiritual pulse resonance buff? Fang Chuang's temples throbbed. Activate the formation. If I do not connect through this circulatory cycle today, I shall write my name backward. Ding. Buff activated successfully. Duration, 3 incense sticks. Side effect, after spiritual energy overload, rest for 3 days, during which you cannot operate the circulatory system. Fang Chuang stared at the prompt in mid-air. "Is this what you call auxiliary cultivation?" "The core temperature of the formation is already beyond the critical value." The system replied, "Energy-saving mode activated. Wishing you a prosperous path." Behind the curtain, the lights dimmed. Fang Chuang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, his clothes were yanked halfway off. His mind was consumed by 4 words: start hard and firm. Then, outside Qingwan Peak, a white figure leaped down from the eaves, shook itself, and turned back with a meow. "Tonight's wind is strong. Someone is undergoing tribulation. Fang Chuang, remember the rhythm. It is not for my pleasure, but for my ascension." Lanji's voice drifted from within, tinged with a deadly leisure. Just as Fang Chuang stepped inside, the couch trembled thrice. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Is this woman even human? Is she practicing the Taishan collapse fist? System, I feel this is not a tribulation, but mining. Host, please maintain the rhythm and stable output. Suggested voice guidance. Spirit platform clear, Dantian circulating, root bones reversing, Chi Si breaking boundaries. 30 breaths later, there was a gentle tremor outside the door. Then came 50 breaths. Then the first incense stick. Then Fang Chuang let out a wail. "Oh no, my waist." Lanji remained relatively composed. "You can't even withstand the first layer. Is this your level?" Fang Chuang almost cursed the system to death on the spot. The system replied, "What you need is a guiding release mode. What I need is first aid. Count down for the second incense stick. 30 breaths. You count down your grandfather." He gritted his teeth and persevered. His dantian was heating up, spiritual energy surging wildly upwards. In the next moment, a certain tendon in his body snapped. Yet Lanji on the other side let out a gentle breath. "Wait, this energy." She paused, her gaze suddenly sharp. "What have you been practicing?" "Ha. If you wish to learn, I can teach you." Fang Chuang shot her a flirtatious glance, his eyes burning with intensity. "There is no time to learn. Come with me. Come with you." Before Fang Chuang could finish his retort, he was pulled over. Instantly, the spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire mutant Ting in radiant light. The Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect enjoying a midnight snack, dropped his chopsticks. Someone is breaking through to the Golden Bone? Somewhere on Qingwan Peak. Several old masters crane their necks. Why does this energy feel so familiar? A group of outer disciples leaned against the window. Who is this? Has their cultivation exploded? It can't be Fang Chuang, right? That flamboyant one? Listen to this frequency of spiritual energy fluctuation. It's a standard Hahuan circular formation, only achievable with a 3-layer dual cultivation. Oh no, he has ascended. It is not he who ascended. He has facilitated another's ascension. When the head of the third incense stick burned out, Fang Chuang collapsed on the couch like a salted fish after a bath. Lanji sat beside him, wiping her hands with a spiritual cloth, and casually patted his head. Still alive? I wish I were not. Then do not worry. Your reputation has grown even larger now. What did you say? The formation you just executed reached my body's 7th orifice, causing the entire sect to sense it in a frenzy. You have shot straight to 2nd place on the Hahuan ranking. I am 1st. So, thus, Lanji turned to look at him from now on. You shall be my nominal furnace. Temporarily, provisionally, of the unofficial kind. In that moment, Fang Chuang truly wished to weep. I did not practice for you to flaunt, but that is precisely what you are now. Moreover, did you not say, for me to call you husband? Fang Chuang. The system. Congratulations to the host for completing this stage of the main quest. Points earned, 500. Special reward. Permission to change Lanji's address once. Please choose 1. Husband 2. Master 3. Brother Chuang 4. Whatever you want. Fang Chuang glanced at the options and slowly curled his lips. I choose 4. From today forth. Whenever you see me, call me my beloved charge forward, battle god. The system fell silent for 2 seconds. Flamboyant one back online. Lanji, who had been wiping her hands, froze upon hearing this title. Say that again. Fang Chuang tugged at the tattered hem of his clothes and, with utmost seriousness, repeated, I said from today forth. Whenever you see me, you must call me my beloved charge forward, battle god. If you shout incorrectly, I shall punish you by making you recite the incantation 300 times tonight. Lan Ji slowly rose, circling around him. The charge god of war? Correct, my dear. Indeed. Have you lost your mind due to the influx of spiritual energy? Fang Chuang sighed. You do not comprehend. This is a form of respect. I nearly shattered my spiritual roots just now. If I am not even awarded a title, then what is the purpose of my cultivation? Lan Ji snorted, flicking her fingers to toss him a jade slip. Is this the respect you seek? What is this? It is a temporary commendation from the Huan Bang. The sect has granted you the title of an external special furnace master. From now on, disciples of the Qingwan Peaks Meat Sect have the right to apply for a night of usage. Fang Chuang sprang up, nearly putting his pants on backwards in shock. Are you joking? It's not me. It's the sect, she replied calmly. Do not deliver such terrifying news in such a tranquil tone. Lan Zi Smai, are you not the charge god of war? I have given you a battlefield, and you do not express gratitude? What battlefield? I wish to engage my heart, while you wish to engage your desires. At that moment, the system slowly chimed in with a notification. The host has become the Special Furnace Master numbered 001 in the Huan Bang's Blue District. Open mode. Appointments available. Auctions permitted. Transfers allowed with personal consent. Current points balance, 520. Recommended products. Rapid Recovery Elixir, Waist Straightening Ointment, Bone Cleansing Liquid, Vitality Preservation Pill. On sale. Chapter 14. Who tampered with my little broken-down furnace? Fang Chuang immediately performed a graceful leap and declared, I want to withdraw from the list. I want to quit. I want to cancel my identity. The system responded, sorry, this title is registered with the Huan Sect's headquarters. Cancellation requires the signature of the sect's administrator. Lan Ji pointed towards the door. If you step outside now, the sect's members are already aware of your remarkable achievements. It is possible that there are already 168 individuals waiting in line outside, and you have but a waist. Fang Chuang plopped back onto the couch. Looking down at himself, I feel like the 2 tendons in my waist are now tangled into a dead knot. Lan Ji tossed a blanket over him. Rest well. But do not worry. I have applied for a recovery period as the chief furnace master for you. For a month, no one shall disturb you. Furthermore, I can accompany you in practicing a gentle version of the breath-returning technique. Fang Chuang immediately felt that the term gentle could inflict psychological trauma. Could you refrain from speaking? Even the sound of the wind is painful. Yet, Lan Ji appeared to be oblivious to his discomfort and continued, there's one more thing. The yulan you brought back the other day, I have tried to refine it into a furnace. Its medicinal properties are peculiar, so potent that I cannot suppress them. I suspect that the herb is not an ordinary medicinal material, but rather a key to some sort of sealing structure. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang instantly regained his focus. Are you suggesting it could be a trigger for the coordinates to his secret entrance? It is a possibility. Why don't we join forces? Lan Ji regarded him thoughtfully. What do you have in mind? I am speaking seriously. So am I. Let's visit the Duan Hun Cliff again. There may still be some unharvested yulan underground, and perhaps we can unearth some treasures. This time, do not wear anything flamboyant. What should I wear then? Dress like a human. Am I not human? Lan Ji casually slapped his forehead. You are the god of war. My beloved charge god of war. Fang Chuang rolled over on a couch. I do not wish to speak right now. The system chimed, detecting host's mental fluctuations, automatically playing soothing sleep aid sounds. Currently playing, general version of a man should strive for strength. Fang Chuang muttered, you bastard. Lan Ji stepped outside. Prepare your spirit tools in 3 days. And we shall set off again. At that time, my dear charge god of war, should you falter once more, I shall truly turn you into a soul weapon. Do not push me. Fang Chuang pulled the blanket over himself entirely, wishing only to fall into a deep slumber. Ideally, he would awaken to find himself back on Earth. Fang Chuang slept for a full day and a half. It was not that he wished to sleep, but he genuinely could not rise. His legs were weak. His waist ached, and even breathing felt like a backlash of spiritual energy. Rolling over felt akin to challenging the limits of his dantian. The system remained quite proactive. You have entered a recovery state. Qi and blood circulation in progress. Detecting pelvic tremors and mild true essence conflicts, the post-battle healing patch has been activated. Estimated recovery time, 30 hours. Fang Chuang's mindset was nearing collapse. What kind of ridiculous buff have you given me? The host actively confirmed activation. The system bears no responsibility. I will sue you for false advertising. You may file a complaint in the marketplace for 300 points, but the complaint period starts at 998 years. I curse you. I have no mother. On the third day, when he was finally able to stand, he donned a more presentable outfit. A standard outer disciple robe of the Huan sect, with a moderately sized identity, jade, token hanging from his waist. Then, sporting a hairdo resembling a bird's nest, he stepped outside his dormitory. 3 individuals were waiting outside. No, 2 outer disciples and a medicine boy. As soon as he emerged, the medicine boy rushed over and clung to his thigh. Senior brother Fang, please save me. Fang Chuang nearly fell back down. What is happening? This is my first day back in the mortal realm. The 2 outer disciples hurriedly approached. Senior brother Fang, it is like this since you entered the Huan Bang. Some senior sisters are not focusing on you, but rather on the furnace you refined. Fang Chuang raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Your little broken furnace has been stolen. What? Fang Chuang was stunned. The furnace was not valuable. He had merely pieced it together during his refining class as an assignment. However, it contained a few snake scales he had salvaged from the snake kiln and several yulan leaves. He intended to keep those for experimenting with alchemy. Who stole it? The 2 disciples exchanged glances, whispering, it might be someone from the Jingzhi Peak. Jingzhi Peak? Which Jingzhi Peak? The one that gathers herbs? Yes. Damn it. Didn't Lan Ji say no one would dare to touch me for 30 days? Perhaps they acted secretly while she was away. Fang Chuang took a deep breath. Which alchemy room? The 7th alchemy tower, the western building. Fine. Without further ado, he turned and strode away. The medicine boy still clung to his leg. Senior brother, are you really going? Those senior sisters are not easy to deal with. They love to bully someone like me with short legs. Let go. You are the charge god of war. How do you know that? The sect is abuzz with the news. You were even the top trending topic on the sect's weekly rankings yesterday, titled he alone supports the entire Qing Wan Peak. Fang Chuang's face darkened, and with a swift kick, he dislodged the medicine boy, gathering his energy to dash towards the alchemy tower. At the western side of the 7th alchemy tower in Jingzhi Peak, the flames were roaring, and several female disciples clad in light blue robes were gathered around the furnace, igniting the fire. At the center of the furnace sat an old Borunkupipot. One of the leading senior sisters was tossing materials into it with a jade spatula. Where did this furnace come from? I heard it belongs to that Fang Chuang kid. Is that true? I personally heard the medicine boy say he even stuffed in some demon snake scale pieces. Does he still have the audacity to practice alchemy? I thought he only practiced body refinement. How dare you? That is a technique of hard resistance, relying solely on one word. A few individuals were laughing heartily when suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Fang Chuang stormed in with a dark expression. Who tampered with my furnace? The leading female disciple glanced back at him. Oh, the god of charge has arrived. Don't use that name. It makes me want to hit someone. You came at the right time. Your furnace has already exploded halfway. It can still be salvaged. If you hadn't come, your entire stash of snake scales would have been burnt to a crisp. Fang Chuang hurriedly dashed over and swatted the jade spatula from her hand. Do you even know what that thing is? If you mess up and something goes wrong, are you going to compensate me? I'll compensate you with a headbutt. The female disciple smiled sweetly. You should consider your own reputation. Who in the entire sect doesn't want to see if you have skills beyond just charging in? I'm curious if your alchemy can withstand 3 incense sticks as well. Fang Chuang's face darkened instantly. Just wait. He grabbed his battered copper furnace and stormed out, throwing back a parting remark. Chapter 15. Alchemy is my domain. The art of alchemy belongs to me. The Hahuan ranking belongs to you. Today I, Fang Chuang, will show you what it means to be the god of charge and alchemy. The female disciple waved him off with a smile. I look forward to your explosion of pills. Fang Chuang returned to Qinghuan Peak, clutching the furnace, his hands trembling with rage. At that moment, the system chimed in, detected significant emotional fluctuations in the host. Would you like to activate the focused alchemy mode? An additional feature of third-tier furnace repair and automatic temperature control is available. Shall we proceed? Yes. I'm going to focus on the furnace tonight, not on people. Fang Chuang kicked the door open with a force that broke the door hinge. Su Yang was inside, grinding spirit rice. Seeing Fang Chuang storm in with that battered copper furnace nearly made him spill the rice everywhere. Brother Fang, what are you up to? Quiet. Today, I'm going to refine a batch to showcase for Jingzhi Peak. Hurry and bring me that whey support ointment. I need to sit steady. Su Yang was bewildered. Fang Chuang placed the furnace in the center of the table and tossed aside a bag of assorted materials. System. Activate automatic temperature control. Activated. The third-tier furnace is undergoing repairs. Repair completed. The furnace core is now automatically temperature calibrated. Would you like to activate the forced pill explosion insurance mode? Yes. Current formula, Snake Gall Yulon Clear Spirit Pill. Estimated refining time, 2 incense sticks. Fang Chuang rolled up his sleeves, exhaled, and sat cross-legged. He formed a seal with his hands and slapped the furnace's mouth. Rise. The lid of the furnace lifted slightly, a wave of warmth wafting out. He flicked his fingers, and the first main ingredient, snake gall powder, was poured directly inside. It was a whole piece of dried snake gall scraped from the snake kiln, ground into a small bag of powder. As soon as it entered the furnace, a ghostly blue flame erupted. Su Yang gulped, whispering, Brother Fang, did you use too much medicine? This furnace isn't for refining health pills. It's meant for explosions. A hotter flame will create a bigger bang. The second ingredient was Yulon leaves, which were extremely lean. Ordinary flames couldn't even melt them. The system automatically switched to a spirit flame type, utilizing Xianyin fire, a fire born purely from cold and materials. While not high in temperature, it could penetrate the marrow and scorch the soul without harming the body. As the Yulon leaves fell inside, the entire furnace core seemed to freeze. Yet within moments, steam began to rise and ghostly lights surged. Suyang Watjed in Awe. Can this really become a pill? Show me. Ignoring him, Fang Chuang continuously added 6 auxiliary ingredients: astragalus root, silver bone, Sanjuan spirit dew, snake saliva, broken spirit stone, and Sanyang fungus. Each addition altered the furnace's sound. Some buzzed, some gurgled, and some even released flatulent noises. Suyang was terrified. If this furnace explodes, how many bones will we have left? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth in silence. He added the last ingredient, pulled out 3 needle-shaped spirit talismans, and inserted them into the grooves around the furnace. Look, the furnace body suddenly sank, and the once turbulent flames quieted. In their place, golden patterns began to rise from the furnace's base, forming a formation, a combination of gathering spirit, stabilizing energy, and pill formation arrays. Suyang was dumbfounded. Where did you learn all this? If I don't learn, how will I survive? Fang Chuang produced a half-torn alchemy manual from his pocket, a record he had stolen from a master alchemist in his youth. This is my lifeline. As 2 incense sticks passed, the furnace remained steady, but the atmosphere inside felt like a frenzied dragon was contained. The furnace walls emitted deep, muffled sounds. Su Yang's legs trembled. Is this normal? I don't know. Aren't you going to run? If I run, you'll really have to collect my corpse. If I don't guard it, it won't form a pill, and it'll explode. If I guard it, it'll explode on me. Which option should I choose? Su Yang opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. He suddenly understood why Fang Chuang was the only one capable of entering and exiting the flesh door of Qingwan Peak alive. It wasn't that he had a strong fate. It was that he was more ruthless than anyone else. At that moment, the system prompted again. Current temperature critical. Probability of pill formation at 65. Would you like to add the Lingxi return source talisman to increase the success rate by 20? Yes. Would you like to expend all of today's points to inject stabilizing spirit energy? Yes. Confirm? Confirm, you bastard. Just burn it. The next second, the pill furnace trembled violently. A wave of spirit energy swept through the entire room with a thunderous roar. Su Yang was slammed against the wall. Tables, chairs, water kettles, and even dogtail grass were blown away. With a loud bang, the top of the furnace exploded open, and a rich medicinal aroma filled the air. Floating in the air were 3 pea-sized pills, Yulon-colored with golden patterns, their surfaces swirling with strands of spirit energy. The system promptly displayed a series of notifications. Congratulations, host. Successfully refined snake gall Yulon clear spirit pill, mid-tier 3rd grade. Special effects. Soul refining, warming yang, stabilizing energy, enhancing spiritual awareness precision. Can be used for stabilizing consciousness after high-intensity dual cultivation. Recommended to share. Fang Chuang collapsed to the ground with a puff, his mouth twitching. This is what it takes to refine a pill? It's even more exhausting than dual cultivation. The system replied, Indeed, but you have succeeded. You are about to unlock a new identity label, Alchemy God of Charge. Fang Chuang lamented. Can you please refrain from adding prefixes? Just give me a normal name card. The system replied, Your title has been automatically registered. Current labels, Hahuan ranking number 2, Alchemy Dark Horse, God of Charge, Alchemy version. This will soon be uploaded to the Sect's Flesh ranking database. Don't upload it yet. Too late. Outside the alchemy chamber of Qingwan Peak, spiritual light erupted, and 3 streams of medicinal fragrance soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the Sect's Flesh ranking quietly added a new name, Fang Chuang. Beneath the label were 6 words, capable of charging, also capable of refining. At the moment the Sect's Flesh ranking was refreshed, the entire Hahuan sect erupted in chaos, especially the old fossils in the alchemy hall. Each of them, who had been leisurely simmering soup and practicing alchemy, was startled by the dark horse entry on the leaderboard. Fang Chuang? Which Fang Chuang? Isn't he the one from the Hahuan ranking? He has refining pills now, and he made it onto the list? You must be joking. The Lian Dan Dian sent someone over directly via Fei Xin, requesting that a person be delivered for a re-examination of their Danhua aptitude on the same day. Fang Chuang had just collapsed, his posterior barely lifted from the couch when there came a series of raucous knocks at the door, akin to a debt collector demanding payment. Su Yang was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Senior brother, should I open the door? No. Should I pretend to be dead? That won't do either. Then shall I jump out the window? If you jump, I shall too. What then do you suggest we do? Pretend to be an expert. Huh? Fang Chuang infused a breath of spiritual energy into his throat, seated himself upon a dilapidated chair in the corner, closed his eyes to meditate, while the Dan furnace continued to emit warmth. Chapter 16. The alchemy belongs to me. The Huan list belongs to you. Fang Chuang, when someone inquires about you, simply say that I am in seclusion. My Tao fire is unstable. Speaking would harm my spirit, and please do not disturb. Su Yang, bewildered, affirmed with a simple all right. The door opened. Outside stood 3 middle-aged cultivators clad in purple-trimmed long robes of the Dandian. One held a jade tablet, another cradled a Dan bottle, and the last had his mouth smeared with a dark substance, the origin of which was uncertain. Is this the one linked to Fang Chuang? Is this the furnace? Su Yang shrank his neck, replying, Yes, yes. Where is he? In seclusion. My Tao fire is unstable. Speaking would harm my spirit. Please do not disturb. The 3 exchanged glances. With so many tricks, this person must certainly harbor issues. This is serious. Can you casually hand me a 3rd-grade mid-tier Dan for a test? The issue is that he is a Huan furnace. He should not comprehend this. Have you ever seen a furnace capable of using soul refining, warming yang, and stabilizing qi to fill a single Dan with all 3 attributes? This thing is presumably meant for self-cultivation in the future, right? Don't argue. The three fell silent in unison. The one with the darkened mouth spoke. The Dan is indeed real. I tried half of one and nearly had my true soul escape. Its potency is extraordinary, stabilizing the spirit and clearing the soul, surpassing the standard of a third-grade Dan. Moreover, he narrowed his eyes and remarked that the medicinal catalyst for this Dan is not a commonly registered herb within the sect. I suspect he is concocting a private recipe. Concocted it himself? A furnace crafting a private recipe and succeeding? Do you find that normal? Abnormal. Then it is imperative to investigate. Fang Chuang, within the room, heard every word clearly, nearly spitting blood in anger. System, you wretched thing, stop creating trouble for me. Host, please refrain from insulting the system. This honor roll has been officially recorded and cannot be altered. I do not wish to be famous. You're already famous. I never intended to show off. You have already shown off. Can I run away now? No. The three outside are all in the yuanying stage. Your legs are not that long. Fang Chuang covered his face. Su Yang, fetch me a Baigu Dan and brew a cup of spiritual tea. I must present myself as an aloof expert in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. Also, write a sign at the door. What should it say? Mortal beings, please do not disturb. The Tao of alchemy resides in my heart. Are you truly going to hold on stubbornly? Once I hold on, I will change careers. My alchemy is a momentary thrill. Every day in the alchemy furnace is a funeral pyre. Meanwhile, at the sect's main hall, a jade slip transmitted from the He Huan list into the main chamber. The sect master was enjoying a bath while listening to music when he received the jade slip. After a cursory glance, he nearly choked on his tea. Who? Fang Chuang? The one from Qing Wan Peak. The charge-forward war god? He has made it onto the damn list. A third-grade mid-tier at that? The sect master was instantly engulfed in existential doubt. In this era, disciples who cannot speak would be surpassed by those furnace dam practitioners? Is the He Huan sect aiming to cultivate immortality or form a boy band? He slammed the table. Bring him to me. All right, he cannot move now. Then send someone to seal the furnace. This Dan furnace belongs to the He Huan sect now. Who dares to touch it? Break their legs. I will personally test this furnace. Simultaneously, news also reached Jingzhi Peak. In the 7th Dan building, the group of sisters who had been joking about Fang Chuang fell into silence. The leading sister, who had previously laughed the loudest, now took out a small mirror to adjust her eyebrows. I have something to attend to. I plan to visit Qing Wan Peak tomorrow to inquire about the charge-forward war god's alchemical insights. One beside her whispered, Did you not say that his furnace is a piece of junk? Indeed. Then why are you still going? Do you know what kind of Dan he has? What? A high-intensity, dual cultivation special clear soul, stabilizing consciousness and gathering spirit Dan. The entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, sister, I will accompany you. Me too. Let's line up. First come, first served, no cutting in line. Even for the charge-forward war god, we must observe some decorum. Fang Chuang awoke to the noise. More accurately, he was awoken by a room full of visiting sisters. Just as he had turned over from the couch, Su Yang was clamoring at the window. Senior brother. It's terrible. The female cultivators from the Dan building have all come. They say they wish to seek alchemical wisdom. Also, they want to borrow a couple of clear soul dawn to test the effects. Fang Chuang's forehead twitched. What do you mean by also? Those are my most precious treasures. So will you meet them or not? I will not. They said that if you do not meet them, they will take it as you consent to being a shared furnace. They also said they will come in themselves without needing you to open the door. Fang Chuang sat up straight. System, set up a protective array for me. Already activated. Anti-violent intrusion barrier. Anti-flirtation stimulation barrier. Anti-seduction consciousness pollution barrier. Wait, what is the second barrier called? Anti-flirtation stimulation. Based on keywords matched from the host's past experiences. Get lost. Before he could finish his reprimand, knocking resounded from outside the door. Not gentle tapping, but a series of thunderous bangs. Fang Chuang, open the door. We are merely here to chat. Truly, no cultivation involved. If you do not open, we will use fire talismans to melt the door. Fang Chuang's face turned ashen. Is there really a procedure for forcibly demolishing the door if negotiations fail? Su Yang was so frightened that he spilled the spiritual rice on the ground. Senior brother, you cannot possibly intend to not open the door, right? Open what? I have only just regained my composure. I haven't even finished consuming 2 clear soul dawn before being forced into social embarrassment. Help me go out and tell them. I have gone into a frenzy from alchemy, and now speaking would cause my soul to depart. One word spoken would lead to a change in voice, and upon changing voice, I would recite love poetry. Su Yang, this excuse is too far-fetched. You cannot say it. I will teach you. Just recite it as I do. Also, remember to bow first to calm them down. Su Yang returned within 5 seconds, rushing back. Senior brother, they said they can accept that you have gone into a frenzy. They also said they are willing to help you stabilize your soul. They even asked if you would like to try the dual infusion soul stabilizing method, and they won't charge you. I thanked them. Then they said, stop talking. I just want to run away now. You cannot escape. You do not understand. I am no longer alone. I am the hope of the alchemy list, the pillar of the He Huan list, and the living emblem of the Charge Forward War God. The system also chimed in. Current trending topic on the He Huan Sect forum. Fang Chuang's Damn Live Explosion Analysis. Second, Clear Soul Dan Genuine Experience Evaluation. Poorly written yet widely shared. Third, Sister Zhao from Jing Zhapik knocks on Qing Wan's door at night. Can the legendary furnace withstand the pressure? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. They took pictures of me? Indeed, the angle is precise, complemented by subheadings such as, from the broken furnace, the elixir glows, gaze upon mortal men, and strive for strength. Chapter 17. You're not a war god? You are. My goodness. In the comments section, the most liked message reads, he is our war god. Not merely the war god of Huan, but a miracle beneath the alchemical flames. From the esteemed Zhao Shiji of Jingzha Peak. She comments, what he refines is not merely elixirs, but hope. Fang Chuang nearly collided with a wall. Have you all lost your minds? I've simply refined an elixir, and you elevate me to the status of a savior? Host, please acknowledge your sudden fame. This is not a matter of your willingness, but the entire sect is eagerly awaiting whether you can refine a dual advancement elixir in your next furnace. Can I blow up the furnace now? That would only blow yourself up. Can I pretend to be dead? No, they just summoned a healer, ready to rescue you at any moment. If I run away now, will I be wanted? Yes, the sect leader issued a furnace sealing order yesterday. Your alchemical furnace now belongs to the sect's registry. Running away would be considered theft. Is this sect a place for cultivating immortals or a business? The host's social status is now equivalent to a high-ranking offering. It is advisable to equip you with a dedicated manager, logistical protector, and uniform robes in a unified color. Fang Chuang turned his back. I don't even want to step outside. I wish to be at peace. The people outside are not at peace. Brother Fang, we're here. We are not here to steal your elixirs. We merely wish to borrow a bit of your essence. If you don't speak, we shall take it as your tacit approval. Su Yang leaned at the window and called back. Brother, they've brought out the small furnace. They say if you don't teach today, the furnace will take flight. Fang Chuang sprang to his feet. Stop. That furnace cannot be moved. My belt is still inside it. The moment the door opened, the entire Qingwan Peak heard the commotion. Fang Chuang stood at the entrance, his hair disheveled, draped in half alchemical robe, with a jade token crookedly at his waist, holding an elixir bottle. At that moment, the air fell silent. Then, the war god of alchemy has truly emerged. Is that freshly refined? It smells even better than last time. Quickly, sit down and ask questions. I'll start with the first. War god, when you refine elixirs, do you first add snake gall or yulan? Do you listen to music while refining elixirs? Is it true you don't wear pants while cultivating? Didn't you just mention a belt? Fang Chuang slammed the door shut. I regret it. I no longer wish to refine elixirs. I am not your war god. As the door slammed, the room fell into silence. Fang Chuang pressed against the door, panting as if he had successfully escaped from a dire situation. Outside, a crowd of female disciples laughed, and one with a loud voice began to sing. The war god refines elixirs. Oh hey, ya. The belt soars, summoning divine elixirs, charging forth without looking back. The furnace lid bursts open and people applaud. Fang Chuang leaned against the door, his lips twitching. Have they all gone mad? Su Yang leaned back in a chair, laughing uncontrollably. Brother, you are now more popular than the goddess statue at the peak of Qingwan. If you step outside, the outer disciples will make way for you. Wherever you go, there shall be an aura of reverence. If you set up a stall at the courtyard entrance, hanging a sign that announces the war goddess signature elixirs, the incense money could likely fill your bed. Fang Chuang growled. I curse your elixirs. I want to return to the furnace and start anew. I would rather be a mere footnote than be chased daily for the origin of my belt. He threw open the furnace lid, shoving the still fragrant Qing Hun elixir bottle into his sleeve. I need to escape for a while. Suyang paused. Where to? To find Lan Ji. Are you out of your mind? Going to her is like jumping from one fire pit into another boiling pot. At least she won tea make me explain the structure of the belt formation. Besides, she doesn't tea sing. In the backyard of Qinghuan Peak at the Peony Pavilion, Lan Ji was leisurely combing her hair with a jade comb. Beside her specially designed spirit crane cushion, the spirit crane was curled into a prickly ball. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from outside. A figure tumbled through the window, stumbling and knocking over her incense burner. Oh dear. Lan Ji set her comb down. Fang Chuang? Why do you enter like a drenched rat? Fang Chuang sat on the floor, gasping for breath. Don't ask. Today, while refining an elixir, I nearly became a mobile wishing well for the sect. Now, I have to cover my pants before stepping outside. I just want to hide for a couple of days. No elixirs, no rankings, no returning of souls. I just want to take a nap. Without a word, Lan Ji approached, pulled him up, and tossed him onto the soft couch in the room. You refined that Qinghan elixir. I consumed one. It's quite effective. Where did you get that elixir formula? I made it up. You made it up? Lan Ji raised an eyebrow. You really dare. If I don't make it up, where can I find a ready-made one? Your Huan Sect's elixir formulas are all about the Sanyang Tongmai pill and Jiyue Eko Shizi pill. As a clear and upright man, I just want to refine a mild one for replenishing essence and restoring the mind, but have to figure it out myself. And then you all gather around me for a meeting? I've never been this busy, even when I sold insurance in my past life. While listening, Lan Ji took a spirit stone and casually shoved it into his hand. Take this. What does this mean? This is a protective communication stone. If you're besieged again, just crush it. I will send someone to rescue you. Are you really this kind-hearted? Lan Ji leaned against the window. The Hahuan list lacks those who can fight, but it desperately needs those who can refine elixirs. You are a ready-made asset. I must protect you. Otherwise, if someone steals you away, it would reflect poorly on Qinghuan Peak. Fang Chuang lay there, closing his eyes. Can I lie here for 2 days? Yes. Really no refining elixirs, no lectures, no demonstrations of dual spiritual circulation? Not all. Just sleep? Just sleep. Wonderful. He turned over, covered himself with a blanket, and his voice began to slur. Lun Ci, can you not make me call you Shiji anymore? What would you like to call me? Boss lady, have you admitted defeat? I concede. I can't keep up anymore. Your Hahuan sect is utterly exhausting. The next day, the Hahuan sect's rankings were refreshed. Hahuan list first. Lan Ji Hahuan list second. Fang Chuang alchemy list first. Fang Chuang, breakthrough. Hot topics in the comments. The war god of charge. Not just a master of alchemy, a legendary dual cultivation mechanic. The overnight 3-list male deity phenomenon. The sect leader, after reviewing the rankings, fell silent for 3 breaths. Then raised his head and asked, Where's Fang Chuang now? Qinghuan Peak. What is he doing? Sleeping. Do not disturb him. Let him rest well. When he wakes, I will personally ask him if he wishes to take charge of our sect's pharmacy. Fang Chuang's sleep could be described as a reincarnation of an immortal. Chapter 18. It is not my desire to manage the pharmacy, but the pharmacy insists on being managed. I know not what dreams I encountered, but I often murmured, Do not surround me. My belt truly has no such functions. When he finally awoke, the sky was already bright, the courtyard outside was eerily quiet, and even Su Yang was absent. As he turned, he noticed an additional note in the room, pinned by Lan Ji. If you truly do not wish to see anyone, I have cleaned the backyard for a day. No one will bother you. I have moved the alchemical furnace and extinguished the fire. Sleep peacefully. I will handle some matters at the main hall. When you awaken, do not run away. In a fit of frustration, I declare that I would sell your precious Qinghan Dan directly at the sect's trading platform. Fang Chuang gasped in astonishment upon reading this. Lun Ci, you truly know how to intimidate others. As he donned his clothes and opened the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him. At the entrance, 2 spirit cranes perched, gazing at him expectantly. By his feet lay a box of warm food. Where's Su Yang? The spirit crane flapped its wings and tossed out a message talisman from behind. Inscribed upon it were the words, I have been summoned to the alchemy hall to do some heavy lifting. I heard you were taking over the medicine repository, and I feared I might fall under your supervision as well. I shall hide for a few days. To hell with your medicine repository. Fang Chuang bellowed. No sooner had he shouted than a beam of spiritual light descended from the heavens. A messenger clad in a purple gold robe of the sect's master leaped down from a flying vessel, bowing to him. Fang Chuang, Huda, a personal guard of the sect master. I have come to deliver a decree. The sect master requests your presence at noon in the main hall to assume the temporary position of the chief overseer of the Huan sect's medicine repository. Fang Chuang was taken aback. What did you say? The messenger produced a golden talisman sealed with the sect master's personal seal, emanating a fragrant aroma. The written words were clear and authoritative. Refusing was not an option. Can I choose to flee? Fang Chuang asked. The sect master has stated that should you attempt to escape, you will be sent to Duanhuan Cliff to replant the Yulan flowers. And you will have to accompany Lan Ji overnight for the refining of the second generation of Qinghandan. Fang Chuang paused for a moment. I yield. Very well. Let's proceed. But at the very least, allow me to wash my hair. There is no time. We shall take the spirit path for immediate transport. Before he could finish speaking, a bright talisman enveloped him, whisking him up onto the flying vessel. As Fang Chuang stepped into the grand hall of the Huan sect, he found himself surrounded by elders dressed in formal attire, all of whom were at least at the yuaning stage. A few elderly men wore conical hats, and he had no idea which peak they hailed from. He plopped down onto a seat, poised to inquire, when the sect master raised a hand. You are Fang Chuang? Yes. The alchemist? I suppose so. Can you refine a stable, continuous dual cultivation recovery pill that does not harm the soul? I can. Would you be interested in expanding the production line? What on earth are you talking about? We are preparing to establish a Qinghan Hall, primarily featuring your Qinghandan. You will handle the technical aspects while I provide personnel, land, and medicinal materials. As long as you are willing to sign, the original chief overseer of the medicine repository can step aside. Fang Chuang's mouth twitched. Did I not express my desire to remain inconspicuous? The sect master chuckled. You have already gained fame. In the 700 years since the founding of the Huan sect, we have never had an alchemist of your caliber. You are the first to elevate the alchemical path to the second position on the Huan leaderboard. You are also the first for whom we are considering issuing a salary, establishing a hall, and granting you a seal. Just tell us, will you accept? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. May I ask a question? Ask away. Will I still be able to refine? Of course. Then do you have Jiao Dan? Yes, 3 boxes. I yield. Very well. The sect master waved his hand grandly. From this day forth, Fang Chuang shall oversee the Qinghan Hall, concurrently serving as the deputy overseer of the medicine repository. If there is anything, seek him out. The meeting is adjourned. As Fang Chuang rose, an elderly man in a cloak glided silently to his side. Could you perhaps use less snake gall in your next batch of pills? After my partner consumed your concoction, he didn't speak to me for 3 days. Now, all I can think about is the scent of your belt. Fang Chuang nearly exploded on the spot. I truly do not wish to be famous. But you are already a furnace of fame, came the reply. As Fang Chuang exited the main hall of the sect, his legs felt weak, not from standing too long, but because he was now responsible for not just a single furnace, but an entire hall and half a medicine repository. 3 boxes of Jiao Dan would not soothe my yearning to escape this predicament. Upon landing, he beheld 3 rows of people standing before him. 18 female disciples, all clad in uniform attire of the Qinghan Hall, white with golden edges, and the sleeves marked with the character Qing. Upon seeing him, they bowed in unison. Greetings, Hall Master. Fang Chuang's expression contorted. Who arranged this? One stepped forward and introduced herself. I am Zhongji, the deputy coordinator of the Qinghan Hall and a 3rd-tier alchemist of the medicine repository. By the sect master's command, I am here to assist Hall Master Fang in overseeing the circulation of medicinal materials, compiling single prescriptions, coordinating herb gathering, managing personnel, daily alchemy plans, and applying for approval documents, as well as the distribution of Qinghandan among the various peaks. Currently, you are the only alchemist. I will only refine. I will not approve anything. Then the approval documents will be put on hold? What are the deputy overseers for? We handle allocations, but are not responsible for your furnace. Then I shall go on strike. That is permissible, but the sect master has stated that you must produce 100 Qinghandan within 3 days. Otherwise, you will have to personally take the furnace to Jingzhi Peak for live demonstrations. Fang Chuang inhaled sharply. Whose brilliant idea is this demanding process? The sect master. Did he consume the wrong pill? He ingested the very first Qinghandan you refined and claimed that night he dreamt of the 3 ancestral masters, taking turns bestowing enlightenment upon him. And you all believed him after hearing that? The next day, he appointed you. Can I resign now? If you resign, he will have you accompany Lan Ji to restart the 2nd generation of Qinghandan experimental furnace. Fang Chuang's mind reeled. You are all inhumane. Zhongji smiled. You are the one who is. You are the pinnacle furnace of the entire Huan sect. Now, 700 members of the sect are watching you, fearing you might truly abandon this furnace. Thus, our first task today is to fire up the furnace. Fang Chuang stood rooted to the spot. He stood before the main furnace of the Qinghan Hall, gazing at the newly forged fourth-tier alchemical furnace. Surrounding it were intricately inscribed talisman arrays, infused with spiritual energy for communication, heating, and stabilizing. My previous furnace was sufficient if it worked. This is an extravagance. This is not refining. This is refining life. Zhongji handed him a jade slip. The alchemical formulas you pen have been organized accordingly. Currently, the highest demand is for the first type of Qinghan Dan, while the second type is in trial production. Additionally, some disciples have specifically requested a simplified version that only replenishes the soul without restoring essence. There is also an experimental direction regarding the residual pills you discarded during your previous refining session. One foundation establishment disciple consumed it and reported clarity of consciousness, albeit with a slight chill. That concoction is toxic. I do not recognize it. Yet, she broke through her bottleneck the next day and is now live streaming at the refining peak. You have gained fame as well. Chapter 19. The pill is completed. The people are mad. Fang Chuang felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Are all of you alchemists this competitive? Zhongji nodded. Now the entire sect wishes to outdo you. However, you must first establish your footing. Come now, home Master Fang. Today, we have prepared the medicinal materials. All you need to do is ignite the fire. 20 Qinghan Dan, to be stored for trial use. Whether they succeed or fail depends on you. Fang Chuang stood before the furnace, with the 18 female disciples standing behind him, awaiting his command. He sighed and pulled out the belt he had used to secure the old alchemical furnace, wrapping it around himself. Very well, I shall attempt another batch today. But let it be known, it is not my desire to oversee the medicine repository. It is the repository that insists I take charge. He raised his hand. The furnace lid lifted, flames ignited. A pinch of snake gall powder, a sprinkle of yulon powder, and 3 drops of Linglu essence were added. The fire surged, and the air rippled with energy. Zhongji looked up, fixated on the flames, softly instructing, record the fire temperature, pill characteristics, and the viscosity of the pill liquid. Document the duration of the refining process and the frequency of the talisman pattern's fluctuations. Record whether Fang Chuang's belt is loose. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang trembled. Are you monitoring my belt? To prevent the furnace from exploding again, we cannot allow you to soar to the top once more. You're now the emblem of the Dan Dao for Hehuan Zone. We trust you. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth and poured the remaining half bag of materials into the furnace. You need not trust me. If I do not cause an explosion today, I will live stream eating this belt. Here we go. The furnace roared. 20 Qinghan Dan emerged, their essence gradually manifesting. The Hehuan Zone Dan refining leaderboard updated for the day. Fang Chuang, producing 20 Dan in a single day. Status, still intact. Evaluation, he did not explode. But we soared. Fang Chuang remained seated before the furnace, not moving. After refining the 20 pills, he did not rise. Zhongji approached with a jade tablet. Her voice soft. The first trial is complete. Passed. The average fire temperature maintained at the lower limit of the third tier. Stability improved. Viscosity increased by 5 compared to the previous batch. Your belt is still secure. We will grant you credit for this. The sect master has sent word, stating that you are maintaining well. Another furnace. Fang Chuang tilted his head and collapsed onto the ground. I am done. This furnace is my last act of defiance. I truly cannot continue. If you dare to push me further, I will go to Xian Valley tomorrow and sell that furnace to the corpse refining hall. Zhongji bent down to glance at him. We understand, but lying here is not resting. You are now the master of Qinghan Tang, and the sect has 3 commission tasks. Task 1, personally approved by the sect master. Refine 50 exclusive Qing Shun Dan for the Elder Council. Task 2, a request from the disciples of Xian Mu Peak. Samples of Dan Shi for high-level precision testing. Task 3, do not utter it. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. This is not a Dan Hall. This is a furnace for refining lives. Does Hehuan Zone not allow anyone to cultivate properly, forcing me to explode daily? Before Zhongji could respond, footsteps were heard from outside. It was Lan Ji, dressed in training attire, her hair styled high. She carried a pot of ice spirit wine. Upon entering, she coldly stated, "Step aside, I will take him." Zhongji hesitated, but there are tasks pending. I said to take him. This is not a request. Lan Ji yanked Fang Chuang up and shoved a pot of wine in his arms. Take a sip. Awaken half of yourself. Take another sip and come with me. Before Fang Chuang could react, his mouth was filled with the wine. It was cold enough to hurt his teeth, causing a buzzing in his head. Then he was dragged away. In the back courtyard, in the side hall, the spirit wind rustled. Lan Ji dropped him. Your current state in Qing Hun Tang is not called refining Dan, but rather madness. If you continue like this within 3 days, you will truly become a furnace. What is Dan Dao? It is not merely shoving materials into a furnace to create something. It is about observing the fire, controlling the pace, knowing when to extinguish the flames. You are treating yourself as fuel. Fang Chuang leaned against the door, his breathing unsteady. What do you want me to do? If I do not refine, the entire sect will scold me. If I refine, my name is plastered on the He Huan leaderboard every day. Now even my photo is printed in the disciples' booklet, stating I am a model disciple. How can I have any personal space left? I have to cover my mouth when drinking water for fear of being accused of practicing the battle god's drinking method. Lan Ji fell silent for a moment. Then she tossed him a storage talisman. Here is the list of materials I have withheld for you. Choose. From now on, refine only 3 furnaces each week. Adjust the fire temperature yourself, and produce whatever you can. I will handle the remaining tasks. If He Huan Zone dares to pressure you, let them test my fist first. If you dare to secretly refine an extra furnace, I will break your waist. Fang Chuang looked down at the list in the talisman. It was not extensive. Most were yulan, snake oil powder, and a small amount of nurturing grass he used for the base. He took a deep breath and downed another sip of the ice spirit wine. Are you saying all this because you fear I might truly go mad? Lan Ji stood up and walked out. Whether you go mad or not is of no concern to me. I only care that this Qing Hun Tang operates under the name of my Qing Wan Peak. If you truly exhaust yourself inside, I will be the one to collect your remains. I do not wish to dig graves. As she reached the door, she left behind a remark. You're not a battle god. You're a pressure cooker for Qing Han. If you explode, the entire sect will be steamed along with you. The door closed. Fang Chuang sat there, still holding the wine pot, his head gradually leaning against the wall. He stared at the list of materials for several moments. Then he slapped his thigh. Damn it, she has a point. This is not refining Dan, it is refining myself. I cannot continue like this. I must adjust. At that moment, the system activated. Detecting host's mentality restoration. Would you like to initiate stable refining mode? Daily limit for Dan production, 3 furnaces. The system will automatically lock the fire, control the medicine, and provide warnings for explosion risks. Note, under this mode, leaderboard data will not be counted. Fang Chuang did not hesitate. Activate. Mode initiated. Qing Hun stable refining package. Loaded. Today's goal, refine Dan, without trending on the hot list. Fang Chuang stuffed the wine pot into his clothing pocket and shook his neck. All right, today, I shall quietly refine 1 furnace of Dan. Whether it explodes or not is irrelevant. I am alive. My waist is not crooked. That is victory. In the back furnace room of Qing Hun Tang, the spiritual array was silenced, the talisman patterns set to the lowest brightness, and a sign hung on the wall stating, Refining Dan in progress. Please do not disturb. Knock on the door again, and I will add you to Fang Tang Zhu's Dan refining materials. Fang Chuang sat by the furnace, draped in a spacious Dan refining robe, with 3 pre-prepared material packets arranged beside him. The system had initiated stable refining mode, and a faint blue prompt danced on the interface. Locking fire, breath steady. Lumbar spine intact. Chapter 20. You follow the rules for refining Dan. I seek fate in refining Dan. Good. Today's goal is clear. 1 furnace, 1 life. No excess. No desire for more layers. I aim to prove that refining Dan can also be a means of nurturing life. He murmured to himself, while gently adding the first batch of materials into the furnace. The snake oil powder had been dried in advance, properly treated for moisture. The yulan powder was fine and residue-free, and the spirit dew was added in a slow stream at a ratio of 3 drops to 5, with the temperature adjusted to around 82 spiritual degrees. The fire was as steady as an old man's leg coated in glue. The system intermittently prompted, fire temperature good, Dan Qi pure, current host status, heart rate stable, breathing even, lumbar burden index, extremely low. While refining, Fang Chuang hummed a tune, his mind already pondering what to have for lunch. Beef-filled spiritual buns? Or perhaps snake soup? Should I ask Su Yang to order takeout? Can Huan Zong establish a Dan refining delivery service? I'm imprisoned here while he delivers meals there, just as he was entertaining himself with whimsical thoughts. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Tangzhu, someone is looking for you. Do not let her in. She claims to be from Jingzhi Peak. I said do not let her in. She said you once mentioned you could explain fire control principles to them when you had time, leaving behind a business card. That was merely polite talk. Fang Chuang could not help but lift the door. Let her go. If I emerge from the furnace today and trend on the leaderboard, just wait and see if I will have to move into your outer sect pharmacy to sleep on the floor next month. After a moment of silence outside the door, a delicate voice suddenly piped up. Fang Xixiang, if I don't watch you refine, I'll just sit outside and inhale the furnace's qi. Fang Chuang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. If you want to inhale furnace qi, you might as well go home and light some dried mugwort. Please don't encroach upon my last sanctuary. Someone outside chimed in. Xixiang, didn't you say that consuming too many Qinghundan can affect your lumbar spine? We specifically brought a spirit pillow. Get lost. The door slammed shut with a bang. Fang Chuang forcibly squeezed himself back into the chair, his hands beginning to tremble. The system notification immediately flashed. Emotional fluctuation exceeds limits. Unstable spiritual fire. Should we play the calming furnace scripture broadcast? Play it. In the next moment, a low chant echoed through the alchemy room. The furnace must be stable. The person must be upright. The furnace is behind the person. The fire is among the people. She should not be turbulent. The waste should not be disordered. The elixir is not yet out. The heart must not be greedy. Fang Chuang closed his eyes. Yes, I must remain steady. If I falter now, Lan Ji will probably collect my ashes in a medicine bottle as a commemorative specimen. I must complete this batch. Just 3 furnaces. Once I finish, I will take a leave. Time passed second by second, and the first furnace successfully produced elixirs. The system notification flashed. 12 stable qi properties of 3rd grade Qinghundan, ready for storage. Fang Chuang took a deep breath, collected the elixirs, and did not linger. The second furnace continued. Zhongji stood at the end of the corridor, observing the stable spiritual fire in the furnace room, gently jotting down a note. No signs of explosion today. The atmosphere was calm, and Fang Chuang did not scold anyone. 2 consecutive furnaces had successfully produced elixirs. Currently, it was assessed as an emotional control period. Disturbances were inadvisable. Continued observation. Just as she finished writing, a sound transmission talisman flew in. Upon opening it, there was only a brief message. My Xianin Valley intends to order a batch of Qinghundan to balance the corpse Dan's aura. I inquire whether he has time to discuss cooperation. Zhongji glanced at the back furnace room, still wafting with the scent of wine. Please do not push him to the brink again. He has only just returned to his senses. If you press him further, he might truly collapse. The fire in the furnace rose, and the Dan Qi swirled. Fang Chuang leaned against the furnace edge, muttering to himself, I do not wish to become a tool spirit. I am merely a laborer. I desire tranquility to refine this final furnace. If you disturb me further, I might truly resort to drastic measures. Fang Chuang focused on the furnace fire. The materials for the last furnace were already added. He prepared this batch with extra care. The fire was gently warmed without haste. The Dan guide was simmered slowly. Once the faint orchid fragrance arose, he would add the spirit dew. The entire alchemy room was as silent as a morning hall. The system notifications ceased. The furnace fire flickered, occasionally emitting a soft crackle, reminiscent of fish frying in a pan. Fang Chuang grasped his belt, legs crossed, and closed his eyes in meditation. Steady. Today must proceed smoothly. No disruptions. Outside in the corridor, Zhongji was quietly signing with a messenger. He has not exploded yet. The 3rd furnace was in progress. Do not mention cooperation. Otherwise, he might erupt before you can retreat. The messenger nodded, stepping back in silence. Zhongji continued to record the state. The furnace temperature slightly rose, and the Dan property stabilized. Fang Chuang had not yet removed his clothing, indicating he was still holding back. No signs of an outburst. Just as she was writing this, a loud bang resonated from the furnace room. Everyone reflexively looked up. The furnace had not exploded. It was the door that swung open. Fang Chuang emerged, half of a broken furnace lid in hand, covered in herbal residue. His hair disheveled, as if he had just been through a storm. I must clarify, that was not an explosion. I merely pressed too hard while retrieving the herbs, and the lid got stuck. When I exerted force, it popped off. Zhongji stepped forward, speaking softly. Are you all right? Fang Chuang looked up, his hands still trembling. I am utterly exhausted. I feel as though I have become part of the Dan furnace itself. If I refine one more batch, I might spontaneously combust into a medicinal guide. Zhongji glanced down at the medicine bottle in his hand. Did this furnace yield any elixirs? Fang Chuang sneered, stuffing the bottle into her hands. Open it and see. Zhongji opened it to find 7 elixirs, their surfaces grayish-white with a hint of green. The medicinal fragrance mingling with an inexplicable coolness. She gently inhaled, and her spirit sense trembled. This seems even more potent than the last batch. What did you add? Fang Chuang dismissed her inquiry. I added nothing, just a dash of resentment. You all came seeking me. I endured. You demanded Dan. I held back to refine. Now, even my breath's taste of the furnace's flames. Who among you dares to consume this? If you do not dream of the ancestral master tonight, I will not believe it. I now declare that the Qinghan Hall's alchemy session is concluded for today. I shall no longer refine. I'm going for a stroll. Anyone who dares to stop me will receive this furnace lid to the head. With that, Fang Chuang indeed took half of the furnace lid and strode towards the back mountain. As he walked, his steps began to feel unsteady. The system notification appeared. Significant emotional fluctuation detected. Host's spiritual energy is depleted. Mental fatigue observed. Recommendation: pause all cultivation and enter a state of rest. Today's relaxation guide. Refining elixirs is merely a means. Survival is the goal. Fang Chuang rolled his eyes. I'm nearly out of the strength to survive. I wish to take a leave. Chapter 21. I belong to Qinghan Hall, not to Qingzhou Hall. Requesting leave must be verbally submitted to the sect master. Never mind then. He sat down heavily on a stone platform on the back mountain, gazing up at the sky. The blue was almost unreal. The wind stirred, prompting him to curse. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, a faint rustling sound came from his feet. He looked down to see a female disciple, dressed in light and agile attire, holding a small furnace that was emitting white vapor. Who are you? I am Tao Qingru. Our peak master sent me to find you, stating that the Qinghan Dan you refined recently were exceptionally effective. We would like to ask for your guidance for our peak's alchemy apprentices. Compensation can be negotiated. Fang Chuang remained silent, picking up the small furnace and raising his hand as if to throw it. Tao Qingru gasped, quickly kneeling. No, it's not for refining. It's for you to eat. This is a spirit herb calming porridge that I brewed myself, said to soothe the waste and steady the spirit. I merely wish for you to take a break. Fang Chuang stared at the porridge for 2 seconds. It was green, with a few red dates and thinly sliced snake gall floating atop. He sniffed it. There was no poison. Then he sat up straight. You really came to deliver food? Yes. Then tell your peak master that today, I will only accept this. If anyone dares to ask me to refine elixirs again, I will leap from the mountain. Tao Qingru softly agreed. Would you like to add anything? Add more. The more the better. Today, I want to experience the feeling of being an ordinary person. As for cultivation, I shall take it slow. Anyone who wishes to refine elixirs can do so at their leisure. He gulped down the first mouthful. It was so hot that tears welled in his eyes, but he did not release his grip. This porridge had a certain flavor, yet it was truly gentle. Tao Qingru crouched beside him, watching as Fang Chuang finished the bowl of green porridge without leaving a single drop. She had originally thought he would lecture on alchemical principles, throw a tantrum, or flee with the pot. Unexpectedly, he sat upon the stone, consuming the pot of snake gall and red date congee spoonful by spoonful until it was entirely gone. The wind billowed his alchemical robe, reminiscent of a bag that had just been deflated. After finishing, Fang Chuang exhaled a sigh of relief and thrust the empty bowl into the ground. Well, this meal has extended my life by half a day. Qinghan Dan saves souls, and Qinghan Zhou saves my life. From now on, should you bring congee again, I shall treat you to Qinghan Dan. Eating it might cause a stomach upset, but it will surely invigorate the spirit. Tao Qingru could not suppress her laughter. Are you not afraid I might truly try it? Go ahead, if you do, you might still make the leaderboard. Although I do not practice swordplay, my soul cultivation is remarkably vigorous. She shyly lowered her head, securing the small stove. You rest. I shall not disturb you. Our Qingling Gong will not press you into alchemy. Whenever you wish to speak, we shall listen. If you choose not to, that is fine as well. I can prepare something else for you. Fang Chuang leaned against the stone, shaking his head. Are you not worried I might blow up the furnace? Then do so. Regardless, if you blow up once, we can save a great deal of time in lectures. After you're done, you can still return to drink congee. You are neither our honored guest nor a puppet. You are simply an exceptionally skilled alchemist, not a mere alchemical machine. Listening to her, Fang Chuang remained silent, seemingly beginning to understand the true intent of their visit. They were not there to beg for elixirs, extract information, or witness a spectacle. They genuinely wanted him to know that he was still valued as a person, not merely as a furnace. After finishing the kanji, feeling a bit warm-headed, he was in no hurry to return. He leaned there in a daze for a while and vaguely heard a voice transmission nearby. He casually intercepted it. It was a message from Lanji. The sect leader asks again if you will accept the batch of pills from Xianingu. If you do not wish to proceed, just shut the door for 3 days, and I will handle it. If he truly gets anxious, I shall accompany him in silence. Do not rush or fret. Alchemy is your choice, not an obligation. Fang Chuang stared at the message talisman for several breaths before softly responding. Lanji, this time I shall heed your advice. I will not accept the pills just yet. It is not that I do not want to refine them. Rather, I wish to wait until I am ready to do so. Just this once, I desire to make my own decision. Upon returning to the Qing Hun Hall that evening, he found no one blocking the entrance to the furnace room, not even Zhongji. Only a new sign hung at the door. Hall Master Fang is resting today. Alchemy is suspended. Anyone daring to disturb for 3 days will be dealt with by Lanji. The lights in the furnace room were extinguished. He entered his own room and was greeted by the fragrant aroma of herbs. In the corner lay 3 large bags of newly arrived spirit herbs. The pharmacy, fearing for his mood, had conveniently sent 3 portions. There was also a note. Even if you do not refine, we will not withdraw our trust in you. You owe us nothing. Fang Chuang squatted down and chuckled for a while. All right, I shall indeed rest for 3 days. If you dare come, I shall drink kanji. If you push me further, I will live stream myself eating a belt. Now, it is I, the alchemist of Qing Hun Hall, who calls the shots. The system also prompted a notification. Host's mindset stable. Status: human, not yet transformed into a tool. Remaining explosive pill attempts this week. 0, restored to normal disciple. Fang Chuang exhaled in relief. Normal. Quite good. I am of the Qing Hun Hall, not merely a kanji hall. But today, I truly wish for a second bowl. The following morning, Fang Chuang was still rolling in bed, the blanket cocooning him like a silkworm. The belt beside him hung halfway off the headboard, exuding an air of someone ready to self-harm should anyone mention alchemy again. Just as he prepared to turn over in a daze, a sound of wooden fish knocking came from outside the window. Zong, Hall Master Fang, are you still alive? Qing Linggong has brewed new kanji, with a new recipe that includes invigorating licorice. If you do not come out, I shall leave it at your door. Fang Chuang sprang up, wrapping himself in the blanket to open the door. Outside, indeed sat Tao Qingru, holding a new pot with a note affixed to the lid. Qing Zhou No. 2 experimental version. Invigorating without harming fire. Are you all determined that I must drink kanji daily? Tao Qingru smiled brightly. Regardless of whether you refine or not, your life is paramount. Should you blow up the furnace, Qing Hun Hall would be doomed. No one could bear it. Therefore, let us start with something warm. Once your mood improves, we can discuss whether to refine. Fang Chuang resignedly accepted the pot. Fine. In the future, inform me in advance when you deliver kanji, and I shall grant you a license for the Qing Hunzhou Hall. Do not knock on my window unannounced. You nearly frightened me into an explosive reaction. I am no longer the alchemical warrior. I am now the king of Qing Hunzhou. He returned to his room, sitting on the floor, drinking while opening the system interface. Pending affairs of Qing Hun Hall. 3 items. Tihuan Zong Outer Sect Assistance Request. Can a small quantity of Qing Hun Dan be provided for reference in refining, expressing willingness to exchange resources for pill samples? Tian Feng Gu Fei Xin. Can Qing Hun Dan assist in alleviating spiritual overload issues? Proposing collaborative development of a parallel consciousness stabilization pill. Lanji herself left a message. Once you finish the kanji, contact me, and I shall grant you a non-explosive special leave month. Fang Chuang stared at the last message for quite some time. She truly has thought this through. This is humanity. Among those in He Huanzong who can keep me alive, there are but a few. The system issued a prompt. Do you accept the special leave month treatment? Explanation. During the special leave month, the host is not obligated to refine daily. All refining is voluntary. The system can assist in maintaining the daily operations of Qing Hun Hall. Fang Chuang clicked yes. As the interface refreshed, a spirit seal appeared on the Qing Hun Hall sign, inscribed with 4 large characters. Do not rush him to refine. Now that is more like it. I am not a furnace for alchemy. I am an external technical consultant for Huan Zone. Should anyone wish for me to explode, they must first bring kanji. Without kanji, do not discuss matters. He took another sip, cradling the pot of green kanji, feeling as if he were evaporating into a blissful soul. At that moment, another flying talisman drifted in. This time, it was not from a disciple, but from the sect leader himself. Short and to the point, it contained just 2 sentences. Next month, the sect's 700-year grand ceremony. Qinghan Hall must present a program. You shall arrange it. Fang Chuang exclaimed. You still expect me to perform? Do you see me as a person or a monkey? Just as he was about to curse, the flying talisman trembled once more, adding a final note. You may refuse. However, if you do, Lanji will perform in your stead, detailing how you evolved from the dual cultivation furnace to the head of Qinghan Hall, complete with illustrations. Fang Chuang immediately threw the bowl upon the table. I will perform. I can jump into the alchemical furnace if need be. Fang Chuang hurled the bowl onto the table, feeling as if he might explode. I have just barely returned from the brink of an explosion, and you want to put me on stage? This is not a performance. This is setting me ablaze once more. He began to pace in circles, muttering to himself, I am not afraid of dancing. What I fear is that the sect leader truly intends to arrange a stage play for me. That woman Lan Ji dares to perform while narrating. She might even sing. If she recounts how the dual cultivation led to the explosion of Qinghan Dan, I might as well never show my face in the sect again. At this moment, the system suddenly sprang to life, presenting a prompt. The 700-year sect grand ceremony is one of the top-tier events of Huan Zone. Participation in this program will enhance the visibility of Qinghan Tang, thereby stabilizing its status as a non-tool sect. This system can assist in selecting the program type, arranging the script, and providing pyrotechnic effects. Are you now the stage director? Indeed. Bonus feature. Automatic escape talisman triggered upon failure. Very well, but I wish to select the program myself. Fang Chuang contemplated for a moment, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. I have it. We shall enact the entire process of crafting Qinghan Dan. I will neither sing nor dance, nor engage in pretentious acts. I will simply set up the furnace on site and deliver a lecture, demonstrating the refinement of a batch of Qinghan Dan right before their eyes. Then, I will invite a disciple to consume it, showcasing her immediate stabilization of soul and clarity of mind without dizziness. This program is devoid of flashy techniques. It is pure substance. This is what embodies the essence of Qinghan Tang. The system paused momentarily, then presented another prompt. Are you certain you wish to refine pills on site? Do you truly intend to perform alchemy in the bustling center of the sect's grand ceremony, the meat hall, during the 700-year celebration? Are you not afraid of an explosion? I am. Therefore, I shall choose a foundational formula that guarantees stability. I will practice it 100 times in advance until it becomes second nature. I want them to understand that Qinghan Tang is renowned not by mere words, but through action. I, Fang Chuang, am not merely a combat deity. I am a master of Qinghan Tang, and I will let the furnace speak for me. The system confirmed. Program settings recorded. A draft program list has been automatically generated. Program title, A Furnace of Qinghan. Performance format, on-site practical teaching. Personnel requirement, Fang Chuang and 1 experimental disciple, submitted to Qing Ling Gong for selection. Special effects, rising furnace flames, phantom elixirs, and dancing belts optional. Duration control, 3 incense sticks. Fang Chuang slapped the table. Excellent. This is it. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall receive a bottle of concentrated Qinghan liquid. That evening, the organizing committee of the sect's grand ceremony received the program application submitted by Qinghan Tang. A reviewing disciple glanced over it and remarked, Qinghan Tang's a furnace of Qinghan, on-site alchemy. Isn't this the combat deity stepping onto the stage himself? He hesitated for a moment before passing the application up the chain. The elder responsible for logistical matters chuckled softly upon reading it. It's him again. This child is truly resilient. Let's arrange a proper spot for him. We cannot allow him to be squeezed into a corner. Place him right in the center of the Dan Dao Square. Let him showcase this furnace for all to see. Meanwhile, Lanji had just finished her bath and was drying her hair when she received the program arrangement forwarded by the sect leader. Upon seeing Fang Chuang's name associated with the furnace of Qinghan, she quietly put away her outfit for the performance-explosive dantails. Then, she casually activated her communication Jade Talisman and dialed Fang Chuang. I heard you were preparing to deliver a lecture on stage. Would you like me to prepare a banner to hang in front of your furnace? It could read, Qing Hun does not explode. Fang Chuang does not flee. Fang Chuang replied with a steady tone, do not jest. This time I am serious. I simply wish to show them how far Qing Hun Tang can go, not relying on rumors or rankings, but solely on a furnace of pills. Lan Ji paused for a moment and replied softly, if you need someone to guard the venue, just say the word. I will sit beside your furnace. And if anyone dares to speak, I will draw my sword. Fang Chuang nodded. Once I finish this batch, I will treat you to kanji double portions. 1 bowl for you, 2 for me. With 6 days left until the 700-year grand ceremony, Qing Hun Tang fully entered the preparatory phase. The spiritual materials approved from the pharmacy arrived in 2 carts, with just the Yulan and Shi Dan powder filling half of the storage room. Fang Chuang stood in the courtyard, gazing at the heaps of preparations, sighing deeply. I originally intended to calmly give a lecture, yet it seems you are preparing for a furnace tribulation. Zhongji, standing beside him, flipped through a booklet, since you will be refining on-site. The sect leader said that there can be no mistakes. You must select which batch of Shi Dan to use for the Qing Hun Dan. Would you like the Yulan juice made from dual temperature extraction? We have already prepared it in advance. The furnace we have booked is a 4th-tier pressure-stabilizing furnace personally crafted by the refining hall, specially tuned for you. We have prepared triple layers of fire talismans, stability talismans, and explosion shields. If you wish to explode, you must first breach our layers of protection. After listening, Fang Chuang rubbed his forehead. You are treating me like the fire seed at the center of a pile of spiritual stones. As long as my furnace remains unextinguished, Qing Hun Tang shall not collapse. Do you truly hold me in such high regard? Zhongji turned a page of the pill recipe without looking up. If you do not hold your ground, none of us can bear the burden of this endeavor. Chapter 23. The entire sect watches. If I do not burn, it will spoil. The Qing Hun Dan is not that you cannot refine it, but rather that others cannot even concoct it. If you choose to shrink back now, we will only accompany you in consuming kanji. Yet, if you step onto the stage and firmly establish your furnace, then Qing Hun Tang is no longer a tool hall. It will be a legitimate alchemical lineage within the sect. You are the fire seed at present, but once you ignite, we shall all add fuel to your flames. Upon hearing this, Fang Chuang did not respond but turned and entered the alchemy chamber. He lifted the furnace lid and skillfully placed several ingredients inside, igniting the fire with precisely 3 parts true fire and 1 part spirit drawing, the temperature resembling that of the stove before the ancestors' secluded meditation. The entire Qing Hun Tang fell silent. A furnace burned soundlessly, and no one spoke. Everyone understood that he was testing his skills, both for himself and for the sect. Outside, the organizing committee for the Hehuan Zone Grand Ceremony was in a flurry of activity. The senior brother responsible for arrangements wiped the sweat from his brow while distributing tasks. The performance time for Qing Hun Tang is set for the early afternoon of the following day, and the furnace stage is prepared. Fang Chuang requested only a table and a furnace, with no additions, no projections, and no explanations. He intended to let the outcome depend solely on whether the pills were successfully refined or not. The logistics side could not help but ask, but what if nothing comes out? The senior brother chuckled. Rest assured, if he truly explodes, even the sect leader will applaud him. The entire sect is watching him, not to see if he will succeed, but to see if he dares to step forward this time. Remember this, Fang Chuang. Alchemy speaks of fate, but he never approaches the stage with pretense. At this moment, on the back mountain, Lan Ji sat in a pavilion, opening a jar of spiritual wine. Tao Qing Ro stood cautiously beside her. Sister Lan, are you truly planning to sit by the furnace on the day of the performance? Indeed. Aren't you afraid others will say you are stealing the spotlight? If I do not sit there, who will help him hold the ground? Do you know how many people will be present that day? Elders from external sects, those from different factions, and even bored yuaning old monsters will come. If anyone beneath the stage dares to ask questions, he will be distracted, and you can expect the Qing Hun Dan to explode like a celestial maiden scattering her flowers. Tao Qing Ro bit her lip. Are you also afraid he will explode? Lan Ji poured herself a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. I fear he might explode, but I fear more that he will lack the courage to ignite the flames. If he truly stands before the entire sect and declares he will not refine, he will never hold his head high in the realm of cultivation again. Thus, he cannot retreat, and none of us can allow him to retreat. My presence there is not merely to bolster his courage. It is to convey to all that this furnace of Qing Hun Tang is not to be trifled with. Even if it explodes, it must do so in a way that expresses his essence. That night, Fang Chuang was alone in the furnace room, conducting his final trial. The furnace fire burned low, and spiritual energy swirled around him in circles. He quietly watched the furnace mouth until the furnace body trembled, and 3 resplendent Qing Hun Dan slowly emerged. No explosion, no runaway fire. 1 furnace, 3 pills. It was absurdly stable. He reached out, removed the furnace lid, and stood up. All right, the 700-year grand ceremony. I 1T jump, 1T sing, 1T perform. I shall refine this furnace right in front of the entire sect. Whether it explodes or remains stable, it's all the same. This time, it will be my Qing Hun Tang, showcasing its skills for all to see. The Qing Hun will not explode. It is my duty to refine. On the day of the grand ceremony, before dawn, the Hahuan sect was already bustling with people outside the meat hall. The Dandao Plaza was adorned with 18 main stages, the simplest among them being the one in the center, a table, a furnace, and a spirit stone inscribed with the words Qing Hun Tang, while the sides were empty, not even a backdrop hung. The disciple responsible for the setup stood by, quietly asking, "Is this really Fang Chuang's stage?" The senior disciple in charge nodded while flipping through the J tablet. Yes. He specifically instructed not to add anything. He said he didn't want a stage, but a fire platform. For today's furnace, there would be no performance, no jokes. He wanted those who understood to sit and listen, and those who didn't to remain silent. The outer disciples watching the spectacle began to stir. Is the charge god really not going to charge today? We're not used to it, if there's no explosion. You can't deny, when his pills explode, it's quite exhilarating. Is his belt on stage today? I heard he plans to forego it this time, fearing it might fly into the sect master's teacup. Ha ha! If it indeed flew in, the sect master would surely praise his accuracy. Fang Chuang ignored them. Dressed in the white robe of Qing Hun Tang, he slowly walked up from the eastern path, each step deliberate. His belt tightly secured, pill bottles close to his body. His consciousness sealed and spirit fire controlled. He appeared as cold as if just emerged from a spirit spring, yet as steady as a solid stone. Zhongji stood to the side, noticing his approach, whispered, "I've saved a spot for you. Lanji is behind you. If something goes wrong, she can rush in." Fang Chuang nodded. "I want to explode, but if I do, I shall bear it alone." At noon, the drums sounded thrice. The sect master personally took the stage, symbolically uttering a few words about the 700-year heritage, shared prosperity for the future, and how young disciples are the hope of tomorrow. Then he gently raised his hand. Next up, Qing Hun Tang's Fang Chuang. The entire plaza fell silent. No one knew whether to applaud. Fang Chuang had already reached the furnace. He did not look up, but directly raised his hand to ignite the fire. The spirit fire roared to life. The furnace trembled, and the formation glowed. He raised his hand. The first ingredient, snake gall powder, entered the furnace. Fire temperature. The orchid powder followed. Fire turned. The 3-turn spirit dew, refining heart licorice. Soul-protecting spiritual mushroom, steady energy spirit gold. 6 types of medicinal materials fell into place within 20 breaths, executed cleanly and efficiently. The entire Dandao Plaza was so quiet that even the wind dared not make a sound. Everyone fixated on the furnace fire. No one spoke. The sect master, holding the teacup, turned to Lanji. "Do you think he will succeed?" Lanji downed her cup of wine and coldly replied, "If he fails, I'll help him explode." On the dance stage, Fang Chuang stood firm. The furnace fire gradually stabilized. The furnace core's spiritual energy surged, the temperature just right. The consistency perfect. He stood immobile, staring at the incense stick for a full duration. Then, he raised his hand and slowly covered the furnace lid. Condensing pills. As those words left his lips, the entire plaza's spiritual energy trembled. The furnace's light patterns flickered, and a clear, blue pill aura slowly ascended from the furnace top. Following this, 3 pills floated into the air, one after another. Their colors uniform, the surfaces smooth, the medicinal fragrance lingering. All 3 emerged together. The pills fell like rain, enveloped in a refreshing aura. The entire Dandao Plaza erupted in applause. No one laughed anymore. Even those old-timers who initially thought he was merely relying on luck sat up straight. The sect master sighed softly. "I misjudged him. I thought he only had a few furnaces of luck to rely on, but I didn't expect he could stabilize 3 pills." This is not luck. This is foundation. Lan Ji said nothing, but took a step forward. Chapter 24. This furnace of mine earned you the title of authentic Qinghun Tang. The applause had yet to diminish when Fang Chuang slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, yet the entire Dandao Plaza heard him clearly. Qinghun Dan. I am not the first to refine it, but I'm the first to stand here and tell you how it is made. 6 medicinal ingredients. Fire temperature controlled at 3.5 levels. Spiritual energy stable for 3 breaths, neither more nor less. Controlling the soul does not rely on explosive fire, but on rhythm. It is not that you ignite the fire and the pills appear. It is that when you stabilize, the pills come forth on their own. This is not the residual pill of your imagination, nor a luck pill that anyone can produce with a mere night's rest. This is the life refined, furnace by furnace. By my Qinghun Tang. Upon finishing, he raised his hand, offering the pill bottle to the first row of disciples below. If you wish to try, go ahead. It won't kill you. But once you consume it, you must acknowledge that Qinghun Tang is not built on mere words. We forge it through fire, explosions, and boiling. Every furnace we produce is genuine material. If you consume it, you must respect it. The disciple trembled as he accepted the pill. Below, there was silence for a full incense stick duration. Then, the sect master stood up. Henceforth, Qinghun Tang shall be one of the legitimate veins of our Huan sect. An additional column shall be added to the Dan ranking. Only those who can burn can establish themselves. This furnace is confirmed. That night, as the grand ceremony concluded, the Huan sect was brightly lit. From the meat hall to the outer courtyards, from elders to common disciples, everyone knew that Qinghun Tang had truly established itself. No longer merely a nominal alchemy team, nor a temporary workshop of any branch. It was a legitimate vein officially recorded in the sect's master ledger. The 3 words were inscribed in the new column of the Dan ranking. Qinghun Tang, the third in the main veins of Huan sect's alchemy. The hall master uttered not a single word of triviality during his pill refining, producing 3 pills in 1 furnace, offering 1 for tasting, while the remaining 2 were directly stored. The only performance that did not rely on applause, special effects, or colorful garments to ascend to the top. It depended solely on gunpowder and life. That night, Fang Chuang did not return to Qinghun Tang. He walked alone around the back mountain, his feet covered in mud, his shoulder still bearing the furnace. The system prompted. Host has completed a large-scale refining task that day. Special reward. Dandao Trust Value 300. Qinghun Tang Independent Refining Permission upgraded. Detected Sect Status Elevation. Host Current Rank. Qinghun Zheng Tang Master Authority in Control. Fang Chuang sat atop the mountain. Did I go for the ranking? Did I go to perform? I merely spoke about fire control, and the sect master promoted me 2 levels. System. Can you pay attention to this plot? System. This system merely records. The sect master's whimsical decisions are beyond control. Please, host. Exercise caution and refrain from randomly taking the stage. If you come up with another furnace, they might truly grant you a faction. If I come up with another furnace, I'll broadcast myself eating dirt. If anyone mentions pills in the coming days, I'll serve them a pot of porridge. Just as he was speaking, a distant sound of footsteps echoed from below the mountain. Shortly after, Lan Ji approached, carrying a jar of wine and a bowl in one hand. You did well today. Although I didn't go up to cheer for you, the momentum from that furnace explosion made me want to hold up a banner, saying if it doesn't explode, I'm in. Fang Chuang took the wine and gulped it down. Sit beside me. Today, you need not speak. Instead, listen to my words. Lan Ji inquired, You wish to speak? I responded affirmatively. He lightly tapped the alchemical furnace, his voice resonating with a quiet certainty. This furnace was crafted by my hands in the Shiyao. The first Qinghun Dan erupted forth just as I was on the brink of despair. The subsequent batches were the result of your pressures, my endurance, and their relentless urging for me to persevere in the refining process. In the end, I stoked this furnace not for accolades, nor to set a stage for you to display your prowess. It was my endeavor, my life, to carve out a place amidst your sect, which relies solely on leveraging others for recognition. Now I have achieved it. None among you can claim that the Qinghun Tang is merely a furnace's den. I am not the furnace. I'm the master of the flames. Lan Ji softly asked, Have you finished? Fang Chuang nodded. It is done. You may speak now. Lan Ji set down her bowl and produced a letter. This is from the sect master for you. Your status is sufficient. He intends to have you oversee the external collaborations of the Qinghun Tang. If you are unwilling, he will appoint someone else. However, he instructed that this cannot be mentioned in the letter. It must be conveyed by me. Fang Chuang took the letter, glancing at it briefly. It bore only 8 words. If you refine, I shall acknowledge. He cast it into the fire, affirming the decision. I shall choose. I alone shall select the individuals. The Qinghan Tang shall not serve others' interests. We shall not be the back kitchen of anyone. If collaboration is to occur, let it be on my terms. Following this day, the sect's rankings introduced an unprecedented opportunity for external collaboration at the Qinghan Tang. Yet, the note appended stated simply, please think thrice before applying. We are not a casual refining class. We do not offer rewards, nor do we perform extravagant displays. The head of this hall speaks little, yet the fire is steady. Do not be timid. If you truly wish to join, first consume a pot of Qinghan porridge. On the day that the Qinghan Tang initiated external collaboration, a near altercation erupted at the entrance of the sect. It was not over the elixirs, but rather the porridge. The receptionist, Zhong Ji, had instructed early in the day, those wishing to enroll in external collaboration must first register at the porridge stand. Finish your bowl, and if you can keep it down, you may remain. Those unable to finish, regardless of which peak you hail from or who recommended you, will be kindly turned away. The Qinghan Tang does not judge individuals by their cultivation level, but by their resilience. Tao Qing grew squatted beside the stand, adorned in an apron, ladling out the vibrant Qinghan porridge, reciting the procedure. 1 bowl per person, no additions, and no abandoning bowls midway. Upon completion, silently declare your willingness to be a member of the Qinghan Tang's external cultivators. Failure to do so will bar your entry. Those afraid of hardship, explosions, or reprimands, please take another route. Our hall master has stated that he now speaks of elixirs, not of feelings. Unable to contain themselves, some voiced their thoughts. Which branch of Huan sect enforces such stringent entry requirements? Tao Qingru replied, we are not strict. We fear you may explode. You enter to cultivate, not to consume the ashes of exploded elixirs. Last time, a disciple entered unprepared and was reprimanded by Hall Master Fang, who asked, you cannot even ignite a flame. How do you expect to refine elixirs? The disciple was so agitated that he spat blood on the spot. If you truly possess skill, drink this porridge and endure. If you cannot withstand even this, do not speak of elixirs. You will not survive even a single incense stick here. Meanwhile, Fang Chuang sat in the main hall of the Qinghan Tang, reviewing the applications. Zhong Ji reported from the side, as of noon, we have received a total of 217 applications. Of these, 93 could not finish the porridge, with 7 fainting on site, 46 vomiting, and 23 breaking out in rashes. Only 68 remained upright after consumption. We screened 3 times and finally retained 15. Fang Chuang nodded in approval. Go inform them. Tomorrow morning, we commence the trials. We do not accept disciples. We accept those with resilience. Whoever dares to join me in the furnace room to stoke the flames shall stand beside the furnace and listen to my teachings. Those merely seeking to bask in the warmth, to capture the essence of elixirs, may leave at once. Zhong Ji jotted down notes and inquired, have you prepared the teaching materials? Fang Chuang replied, I do not teach lessons. I only teach about fire. Let them observe the furnace, how my hands move, how the flames dance, and how the ingredients are combined. Should anyone dare to ask if there's a quicker method, I will promptly send them away. At the Qinghan Tang, there are no shortcuts, only endurance. If you explode, endure it, and then persist. Only after enduring will you be worthy to hear my second word. That evening, the Huan Sect forum buzzed with activity once more. This time, it was not due to the emergence of a new elixir, but rather because the Qinghan Tang released an official trial process diagram for external collaboration. The diagram was quite simple, consisting of 3 steps. Step 1, drink porridge. Step 2, endure reprimands. Step 3, do not retreat. You are one of us. The comments section erupted in disbelief. Is this process too real? While other branches host disciple ceremonies, theirs is a direct test of resilience under pressure. Is this cultivation of elixirs, or is it a trial of life? Yet, I genuinely wish to try. Are you mad? I'm not mad. I seek Qinghan. I desire stability. I do not wish to cultivate for years only to become possessed by my own power. I wish to test that pot of porridge. Perhaps it truly holds some significance. Meanwhile, in the furnace chamber of the Qinghan Tang's back mountain, Fang Chuang stood before the furnace, gazing at the plaque he had inscribed with his own hands. Qing Hun Tang. No false elixirs, no falsehoods. We do not accept the indolent. We do not support the extravagant. He lit an incense stick and offered it to the first batch of elixir manuscripts on the table. I have conveyed what I needed to. What follows? You must ignite yourselves. Qing Hun does not rely solely on my efforts. Whoever wishes to take this furnace must stake their life upon it. I do not coerce you. This path must be traversed in this manner. On the day of the trials, as dawn broke, the courtyard of the Qing Hun Tang was filled with people. The 15 who had successfully consumed the porridge, endured the reprimands, and had not been frightened away for external collaboration were all present. At the forefront stood a slender youth named Bai Sun, who had previously worked as a herbalist at Lingsha Peak. Afflicted by fire toxicity and nearly forced to withdraw from cultivation. However, after consuming a pot of Qing Hun porridge, he resolutely pushed forward. Beside him stood a female disciple, surnamed Shun, possessing dual spiritual roots and remarkable talent. Yet she had been expelled from the alchemy hall 3 times due to her frequent furnace explosions. In the end, she too had arrived. The remaining 13 were of diverse backgrounds, some emerging from the auxiliary halls, others of lesser sect origins within the Huan sect. However, they all shared a commonality. They were willing to stake their lives. Fang Chuang did not don the traditional white garb of the Qing Hun Tang. Instead, he wore the old training attire from his early days at the Huan sect, its sleeves bearing the marks of flames. And his belt was the same gray cloth that had been wrapped countless times. He stepped out from the furnace chamber, standing before the 15, and spoke the first words of the day. Today, I shall not speak of elixirs or techniques. I will only speak of fire. He pointed to the refining furnace situated in the center of the courtyard. You will all stand there and observe. Those wishing to take notes, put them away. Those desiring to hear about elixir theory may leave. I will not teach elixir theory, for you cannot even stabilize the flames. Before discussing fire, I must first cleanse you of the rules that bind you. Refining elixirs does not rely on transcribing recipes or on others imparting their secret mantras. It relies on your courage to endure the flames. Extend your hands towards the fire and see if you tremble. If you do not tremble, only then may we discuss refining. Bai Sun was the first to speak. So today, we will not touch the medicinal materials. Fang Chuang raised his hand and with a sharp sound, hurled a packet of snake gall powder onto the ground of the courtyard. If you dare to approach the fire, then prepare the medicine. If you are too fearful to even come close to the flames, then do not enter Qing Hun Tang. Today's first lesson is quite simple. You will take turns standing before the furnace, each for 3 breaths. I will ignite a 3rd-tier flame for you. You must not retreat, dodge, or flinch. If the fire shakes you, acknowledge it. If it burns you, apply the medicine yourself. After you have completed your turn, I will explain the next step. A female disciple surnamed Shun swallowed hard and asked, "What if someone faints?" Fang Chuang replied nonchalantly, "Then they will be sent to the porridge room to drink Qing Hun porridge for several days until they recover. There is no entrance fee to Qing Hun Tang. But we have a rule. Whether or not you can refine elixirs depends on your ability to withstand the fire." No one moved. Fang Chuang did not rush them. He stood by the furnace and ignited the fire himself. The spiritual flame rose, stabilizing at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, and with a whoosh, a blue flame shot upwards. He pointed into the courtyard. "Bai Sun, you go." Bai Sun gritted his teeth and approached, standing before the furnace with his hands behind his back, refusing to step back. As 3 breaths passed, the heat of the flames billowed his sleeves. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face flushed like a ripened persimmon, yet he remained steadfast. Fang Chuang nodded and called out the next name. "Shun Bai, your turn." She walked over and steadied herself. As the fire intensified, she felt slightly unsteady and swayed. Fang Chuang said nothing, nor did he offer assistance. She gritted her teeth and persevered through the 3 breaths. Fang Chuang softly remarked, "What you need to learn is not merely to produce a furnace of elixirs. It is to endure those 3 breaths without causing an explosion before the furnace does. The most challenging aspect of alchemy has never been the fire. It is whether you can withstand those 3 breaths. The fire today was ignited by me. It is normal for you to feel the heat. It is acceptable for you to feel pain. If you feel nothing at all, then do not bother coming here. If you cannot even perceive your own shortcomings, how can you expect to refine a stable elixir? Absurd." When the 3rd disciple approached, he knelt down before he could even steady his feet, collapsing to the ground with a thud, nearly falling into the fire. Fang Chuang did not assist him. Zhongzhi handed him a medicinal ointment, and he applied it himself. His face paling, Fang Chuang remained silent, merely pointing to a bench behind him, instructing him to sit and slowly drink porridge. You have not been eliminated. However, today, you're not qualified to approach this furnace. Qing Hun Tang does not deny opportunities. We simply do not tolerate disrespect. If you're not afraid of losing face, then stay. We will eventually be able to teach you. But if you fear embarrassment, heat, and instability, then you may leave now and not waste porridge. Everyone took their turn. Bai Sun, who stood the most steadily, was called back to the furnace for another attempt. This time, the fire was raised to the upper limit of the third tier, drawing spiritual energy that made his entire body tingle, sweat cascading down, his lips trembling. Chapter 26. It is not my harshness. It is the fire that does not recognize people. Yet he still stood firm. As the furnace fire diminished, silence enveloped the courtyard. Fang Chuang looked at them. This is the first lesson of Qing Hun Tang. There are no theories, no illustrations, and no techniques. There's only you and the fire. You and the fire become a pair. If you endure, then you belong to us. If you cannot endure, then you will only be able to sell elixir skins in the market in the future. Remember, you are not here to watch me, Fang Chuang, refine elixirs. You're here to see if you can ignite a spark of soul within your own life. Qing Hun Tang is not a place for idle porridge. It is a crucible for forging. The next morning at Qing Hun Tang, before the furnace room doors had opened, the 15 disciples stood in a line in the courtyard. Silent. It was not fear. Rather, no one dared to speak. After enduring the third-tier fire yesterday, they understood that the rules of this class were not about what you wish to learn, but about how much fire you can withstand before you earn the right to hear a single word. Zhongji approached and arranged 15 low stools before them, each adorned with a different medicinal material: snake gall powder, Yulan Mo, Tsang Hunji, Lian Chao, Pachin Jin, Wenhun Lu, Rongling Sha. Look closely. Today is not about observing the fire. Today is about examining the medicine. You're not to memorize the properties of the herbs, nor are you to recall how many grams correspond to how many drops. What you must learn is which drugs can withstand the fire, and which ones will cause an explosion. Each of these herbs can be refined into an elixir, but each can also lead to your demise. Remember, as Fang Tang Zhu has stated, if the medicine does not ignite, the fire does not recognize people. If you only look at the elixir recipes, you will never know whether a pinch of medicine will yield an elixir or a disaster. At that moment, Fang Chuang emerged from the back courtyard, accompanied by a disciple, Bai Sun, who had stood the sturdiest yesterday. He approached the first stool and pinched a handful of snake gall powder. You have all heard of this. It is the primary ingredient in Qing Hun Dan. Most of the first to third grade elixirs you purchase in the market contain about 80% of it. But do you know what it fears the most? A flame that is too weak. You may think it is fierce. You want to take your time to burn it steadily, but as a result, the medicine becomes trapped inside, unable to dissolve, and instead, it explodes into vapor. If you attempt to be gentle with it, it will turn against you. This type of medicine must be pressured firmly. If your fire is not strong enough, it will reduce your entire furnace to ash. He tossed the powder directly into the small furnace prepared beside him. With a loud crack, flame soared 3 feet high. This is the nature of the medicine. It is not merely a few lines of text. It is about what truly happens when you throw it in and ignite the fire and how it responds. He then moved to the second stool and picked up Yulan Mo. This one is the opposite of snake gall powder. If the fire is too strong, it will vaporize instantly, leaving no residue. You must simmer it slowly, at a low heat, adjusting it bit by bit. Only when it releases vapor, without burning or dispersing. Is it correct? If you combine these two medicines in the same furnace, you must be meticulous about timing. Too slow, and it will burn. Too fast, and it will explode. Therefore, do not ask me for formulas in the future. Even if I tell you the recipe, it will be of no use. You must learn to adjust the fire and observe the medicine before you can discuss refining. As he spoke, he had Bai Sun demonstrate each step. Each time they handled the herbs, the fire temperature varied, and the reactions in the furnace differed. The flames danced, sometimes flickering, sometimes pressing down, sometimes leaping, sometimes smoldering. Shinbai stood at the end of the line, her palms growing warm. I have never observed herbs in this way before. A fellow disciple beside her asked, "How did you learn before?" "By looking at the elixir recipes." "Do you dare to look at them now?" "I no longer dare. I am even afraid to lift the furnace lid myself." Fang Chuang withdrew his hands and extinguished the fire. This lesson is concluded. When you return, each of you will transcribe today as fire lines. This is not about writing, it is about drawing. If you cannot discern the nature of the fire, do not claim to be refining elixirs. That is merely gambling with your life. Qing Hun Tang does not teach the art of gambling with your life. We teach only one thing: which medicine should be paired with which fire. If you can master these 2 points, then all other herbals and elixir records are mere scraps of paper. He turned and returned to the furnace room, leaving behind one final remark. Tomorrow, you will prepare for your first trial elixir. Those who can produce color will remain. Those who cannot will fetch me a bowl of porridge and head to the porridge room. Begin your practice from a pot. On the 3rd day, at Qinghuan Tong, the morning commenced without the crowing of roosters, as the porridge kitchen began its preparations. In the courtyard, 15 individuals stood in orderly rows. The fire line diagrams, completed yesterday, were spread across 3 tables. Zhongji flipped through them one by one, her scalp tingling with unease. It was not that they had made mistakes, rather, no one dared to draw too swiftly, resulting in a chaotic array of tangled lines, reverse paths, and convoluted routes. Even the most steady-handed Bai Xuan had sketched his lines as though tracing a mountainous path. The fire lines resembled a labyrinth. Did you truly wish to escape from the furnace? If I were to throw you into a real furnace now, I fear you would burst into tears right there to extinguish the flames. Silence enveloped the group. Shinbi lowered her head, gritting her teeth. She had attempted to draw the fire yesterday, but found herself utterly oblivious to whether the furnace jumped left or right at the moment the medicine was added. It was not that she lacked skill. She simply had not observed. At that moment, her sole focus had been on avoiding an explosion, leaving no room for thoughts of fire lines. Fang Chuang sat before the furnace, not flipping through diagrams, but fixated on the old furnace itself. The lid had yet to be lifted, yet he began to speak. Today, each of you will receive only 1 packet of medicine. I personally prepared it. 1 furnace is sufficient for only 1 trial. Should anyone waste it, I will close the furnace today. What does it mean to produce color? It is not merely about turning up the flame to its maximum to see if it shines. You must control the temperature to the appropriate level, allowing the essence and aroma of the medicine to rise without being stifled or overly buoyant. When the fire is correctly managed, the elixir will naturally emerge with color. You are not here to refine elixirs today. You are here to seek fire. Seek the fire lines, seek the points of essence, and seek the steadiness of your hand in that fleeting moment. It matters not if you cannot produce anything. However, should you cause an explosion, I will assign you to carry the furnace lid back to the porridge kitchen. Bai Xuan was the first to step forward. He accepted the packet of medicine, first inhaling its scent, then pinching it. When the fire ignited, he remained calm, adjusting it gradually, with the old furnace firmly pressing down. The fire line wavered twice before Fang Chuang kicked the furnace leg, correcting its course. The furnace burned for a full incense stick, emitting a wisp of pale yellow smoke. Zhongji watched, her eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. A hue had indeed emerged, not from an explosion, but from careful simmering. Shimi followed closely behind, her technique markedly steadier than the previous day. Yet, at the crucial moment of extinguishing the fire, her hand trembled, severing the fire line. The furnace did not explode, but the smoke turned blue, off course. Fang Chuang approached, observing her furnace. You exerted too much force on that last pinch. The Lingji sank, and the medicine could not rise. Your extinguishing was too hasty. This furnace only reached 70%. Shimbi bowed her head in acknowledgement. Yes, but it did not explode. You should be grateful that the spiritual talisman engraved at the furnace's base is deep. If your hands tremble like this again, you might as well go draw talismans. Chapter 27. Unsteady hands, unstable talismans. Uncontrolled fate. When the 3rd disciple attempted, the furnace's fire had just stabilized. In a rush, he poured the entire packet of medicine into it, causing the fire line to snap abruptly, and the lid of the furnace clanged loudly, nearly leaping off. Fang Chuang, uninterested in shouting, lifted his hand to firmly press the lid back down. Out you go. You are not here to learn elixir refinement. You're here to offer sacrifices. If you truly handle the main furnace, you might even blow up the ancestral furnace of Qinghuan Tong. The porridge kitchen is ready. Remember to call out for your bowls. The remaining individuals stood rigidly. The 4th, 5th, and 6th stepped up one by one. Fang Chuang uttered not a single word, standing behind the furnace, his gaze fixed on their hands. Those with trembling hands, slipping flames, and haphazardly tossed medicine packets were all kicked aside, cleanly. Only 2 managed to produce color, one yellow and one a bluish green. Bai Sun's furnace was the most stable, producing a slightly viscous substance, thus deemed a semi-finished product. The rest were mere remnants of fire. Those who did not explode were praised. Your steadiness today is a testament to the remnants of yesterday's fire. Those who exploded must return and reflect. Do you wish to refine elixirs or merely burn yourselves? At Qinghuan Tong, we do not accept those who can merely stack medicine. We seek those who can suppress the furnace with their hands. Your ability to stand firm today is merely the first step. But do not assume you have comprehended everything. This is just the beginning. Tomorrow, we will not light the furnace. We will practice talismans. If you cannot control the fire, it reveals your lack of courage. A lack of courage indicates your talismans are imprecise. The fire of Qinghuan Tong has never been subdued through luck. We rely on the lines in our hands, the steadiness in our hearts, and what you consumed from that pot of porridge today. If you wish to remain, you must imbibe it while it is hot, then return to ignite the flames. On the 4th day at Qinghuan Tong, the furnace remained unlit and the fire unkind-led, while the porridge kitchen prepared an additional pot. 15 wooden tables were arranged neatly in the courtyard, each adorned with a set of talisman papers, a fire control brush, a bottle of stabilizing ink, and a palm-sized copper plate engraved with the character stability. Zhongji approached, as customary, and began to recite the rules. Today, we shall discuss talismans. However, these are not the crafting talismans you might assume, nor the fire control incantations from the outer sect. What we speak of at Qinghuan Tong are pressure line talismans. They are not for display. They are for you to hold and utilize in fire control. Unsteady fire lines lead to trembling hands, resulting in elixirs exploding. If you believe the issue lies with the medicine, or that the flames are too vigorous, in truth, it is your execution at that moment that falters in understanding this talisman. Bai Xuan raised his hand. Senior sister, we have not previously encountered pressure line talismans. What if we draw them incorrectly? Zhongji did not respond. Fang Chuang emerged from the back courtyard, holding a piece of paper charred black. Incorrect? It is akin to this. Should you draw incorrectly, this will be your furnace. You are not afraid of making mistakes. You fear that this furnace will indeed explode before you, reflecting your errors. He stepped forward and slapped the blackened paper on the table before Bai Xuan. Do not fear mistakes. It is this fear that causes you to hesitate before the furnace. In moments of hesitation, the fire escapes. How do you draw this talisman? Quite simply, begin with a fixed point, press down along the path that follows the flow of energy along your wrist, then retract. This is not akin to writing letters or copying texts. It is a reflection of yourself. If you draw the talisman steadily, you demonstrate steadiness in your being. Should your talisman tremble, no matter how steadfast your words, the furnace will discern your fear. As he spoke, he demonstrated. The pressure line talisman of Qinghuan Tong differs from the fire control talismans commonly found in the outer sect. There are no intricate spiritual patterns or excessive embellishments. The entire talisman consists of 3 strokes: start, lock, and retract. The first stroke must be firm. The second stroke must be straight. The final stroke must be precise. Do you find it simple? By the time you reach your 10th drawing, your hand will understand its complexity. If you have not drawn the line accurately by your 50th attempt, I will permit you to practice the fire control talisman tomorrow. If you cannot draw steadily, you shall fill these walls with your attempts until you can draw with greater ease than you breathe. Shunbi was the first to begin her drawing. Her initial strokes were relatively steady, the first stroke landing with precision, yet as she slid the second stroke to the right, her wrist quivered slightly, severing the line. Fang Chuang remained silent, walking over to take her talisman, discarding it on the ground with a stomp. This line you drew is the very moment your furnace will explode tomorrow. You have trampled it today. Shunbi nodded and commenced on her next drawing. Bai Xuan, on the other hand, moved slowly, each stroke resembling the copying of scriptures. Upon completing his second drawing, he began to breathe heavily. Do not treat this talisman as an examination. You are sketching the outline of your life for tomorrow. This is not about aesthetic appeal. When you put pen to paper, do so without hesitation. A clean stroke can contain the flames. If you find yourself questioning whether your lines are askew, then refrain from writing. The moment you hesitate, the fire line shifts. Once the fire line changes, your footing falters. If you cannot maintain your stance, the elixir will collapse. Do not dwell on how to evade disaster. Instead, focus on remaining steady. Qinghuan Tang does not indulge in the arcane or teach esoteric techniques. We instruct solely in the art of handcraft. When your hands are steady, The elixir will be stable. If your hands falter, Qing Hun Tang will not accept those who dare not consume what they have forged. For an entire day, 15 individuals meticulously inscribed talismans, each one silent. By dusk, the walls of the courtyard were adorned with countless tightly drawn talismans, each crafted with merely 3 strokes. Some strokes were bold, others trembled, some broke, and others deviated. Yet every piece was the product of the hands of these individuals. Fang Chuang stepped to the center of the courtyard and ignited one with a torch. The talisman burned swiftly, but before each piece touched the ground. The energy of the fire line varied immensely. Some leapt, some exploded, some drifted, while others sank. He offered no judgment, merely stating, "Tomorrow we shall discuss fire control. In the previous sessions, you learned to maintain your stance. In this session, we will cover how not to endanger others." The alchemy of Qing Hun Tang has never been solely about personal consumption. It concerns whether what you create can nourish another. If you cannot control the talisman, you cannot control the fire. If you cannot control the fire, do not claim to be refining medicine. You are merely gambling. Tomorrow, should anyone's fire line break or explode, I will not send you away. Instead, I will have you sit by the cooking stove for 3 days. If the stove is unstable, the fire will not form. Every stroke you made today will be returned to you in fire tomorrow. On the second day, the practice area of Qing Hun Tang underwent a new arrangement. No longer were there desks. Instead, there were standing positions. Each person had a furnace, and each furnace was assigned a fire talisman position. 15 old furnaces were lined up in a row, and a spiritual line was drawn in the center. Should anyone's fire leap beyond the standard line, they would be immediately extinguished and expelled from the area. In Chapter 28, it is not about who can concoct medicine. It is about whether you dare to consume what you have produced. Each person held not medicine, but the very talismans they had inscribed the day before. Zhongji personally approached to affix the talismans, checking each one meticulously. If anyone had drawn their lines askew, she would fix her gaze upon them. If your talisman drifts today, and the fire follows suit, I will bind you. The courtyard was still, and no one dared to move. Fang Chuang stepped forward, standing before the 16th furnace. Today we shall not discuss medicine or elixirs. We will only explore whether you can transform the talismans you inscribed yesterday into genuine fire lines. What you inscribed yesterday were mere outlines. What you ignite today is a matter of life and death. If your talisman is firmly affixed, the fire remains steady. If it is insubstantial, the entire furnace will follow suit. At Qing Hun Tang, alchemy is not merely drawing. It is a matter of inscribing your very survival. Let's begin. The 15 disciples ignited their fires simultaneously. In that moment, 3 furnaces exploded with the first surge, flames erupting chaotically. Zhongji immediately threw out the spiritual rope, pulling the 3 away from the furnace's edge, coldly stating, "Tear up your talismans and stand at the back." Today, your hands are igniting a sacrificial flame, not controlling fire. Bai Sun, with the steadiest hands, had the fire line rise 2 inches above the talisman, neither too high nor too low. He stood like a wooden post, unwavering, his furnace neither exploding nor sliding. Yet beads of sweat formed at the corners of his eyes. Shunbai began steadily, but when the fire pattern flickered at the 3rd breath, she hastily replenished spiritual energy, overcompensating and causing the flames to surge to the edge, shaking the furnace. Fang Chuang observed her closely. "If you pursue the fire again, you will be demoted to the fire scene tomorrow." Shunbai gritted her teeth, withdrew her hand, and after 2 breaths, the fire line gradually corrected itself. Her furnace survived the first round. Among the remaining participants, some stood steadfast, but their flames sank, the furnace unmoving, the medicine unturned. This is mere paper burning, not alchemical refinement. If the fire does not flip, the elixir will not form. Your fire is for ancestor worship, not for medicine. Fang Chuang called out, naming those whose flames strayed. He did not scold, but even a single word of caution felt like a bucket of cold water poured over your neck. After 1 round, only 6 remained unexpelled. The fire line stabilized. The furnaces remained intact, and the spiritual energy flowed appropriately. Bai Sun and Shunbai were among them, along with 2 disciples who had passed the full course for the first time, one of whom had previously experienced 3 explosions during alchemical attempts, but now exhibited steadier hands than anyone else. Fang Chuang collected the furnaces and stood at the forefront. "Today, we do not discuss outcomes, but results. If you did not explode, it is not due to luck today. It is because you inscribed correctly yesterday. If your strokes were haphazard yesterday, you must repay the consequences today. This is the nature of fire. Alchemy is not about saving lives. It is about ensuring you do not perish first. If you cannot control the fire in your hands, do not claim you can create elixirs that others would dare consume. The talismans you hold are not mere tools. They are lifelines. If you have stood firm today, it is the first step. Tomorrow we will begin adding medicine. Before we proceed with the medicine, I will reiterate, Qing Hun Tang does not produce aesthetically pleasing elixirs. We produce those which you would dare to consume, and others would as well. If you cannot control the fire, do not handle the medicine. If you cannot even stabilize a single furnace, the medicine you create is not worthy of your own consumption. On the fifth day, Qing Hun Tang embarked on its first true practical lesson in alchemy. No tables were set. No cloths were laid. Each person had a furnace and a packet of medicine. 15 packets of medicinal materials, identical in ingredients, without specified quantities, only stated as to be determined by the fire. When Zhongji distributed the packets, she made it abundantly clear, do not inquire about the amounts. This is Qing Hun Tang's first trial of medicine. The quantities, the sequence, and the timing of the medicine are entirely in your hands. If the talismans you inscribed could not contain the fire, then the medicine you hold cannot be placed in the pot. Prepare to be expelled from the scene. Only 13 individuals remained standing in the courtyard. 2 who could not stabilize their flames yesterday withdrew. 1 returned to the kitchen, and another departed entirely. Bai Sun accepted the medicine packet without further discussion. He had grown accustomed to the rhythm of Qing Hun Tang, where those who spoke excessively often faced early explosions. Fang Chuang sat at the stone table at the end of the courtyard, surveying the group, and spoke softly. Today, we will trial the medicine. Not to assess the elixirs, but to determine if your first ingredient is correct. If your first ingredient is wrong, everything that follows will be erroneous. Qing Hun Dan is not merely a pile of ingredients. The first batch of formulas from Qing Hun Tang was trialed by me, 1 ingredient at a time. The essence of trial is that if you err, you can expect an explosion. If you desire safety, you will never know what it means for spiritual energy to boil. If you truly wish to create something consumable, you must first expel that fear from your heart. The first round of medicine trials begins now. If anyone misplaces the first ingredient, I will have you drink Qing Hun porridge for 3 consecutive days, dulling your sense of taste entirely. Let us see if you dare to throw a handful of ingredients into the pot next time. Bai Sun is first. He opened the furnace slowly, maintaining a steady flame, finally grinding the medicine, neither too much nor too little. The first ingredient, snake gall powder, had been pre-roasted in the kitchen. As soon as it entered the furnace, the fire pattern contracted, and the spiritual energy surged upward from the pot's base. Fang Chuang glanced over. Not bad, but your hands are too slow. The fire has already surpassed you in swiftness. If you continue to burn like this tomorrow, I should make you observe the flames with your nose pressed against them. Your technique today has not resulted in an explosion, relying instead on the thickness of your talisman from yesterday. Shun Bai is second, having utilized the stable soul due as her first ingredient, which managed to tame the flames. However, the medicine was too mild, causing the furnace to sink immediately. Are you concocting a soup? Once your medicine releases its essence, the entire furnace will lose its temper. The first essence of the Qing Hun Dan is not to suppress, but to guide. You must first stimulate it before applying pressure. If you cover it with a blanket from the outset, it will simply refuse to stir. A third disciple, having misheard the instructions, grabbed the lowest grade of the broken chi silver root. As soon as it entered the furnace, the flames exploded into 3 layers, and the pot lid flew up half a finger's height with a crash. Fang Chuang remained seated, unmoved. Zhongji had already reached out to pull him down, casually patting the furnace. Do not use this furnace for now. Go to the porridge room and fetch 5 bowls of Qing Hun porridge. Drink them all at once. This is not a punishment, but a means to calm your stomach. Your recent actions are beyond your own control. The remaining disciples are holding their breath, none daring to explode or abstain. The purpose of testing the medicine is not to form pills, but to instill the understanding that before each ingredient is added, one must first ask oneself, do you truly comprehend its purpose? Do you genuinely know if it harmonizes with the fire? Are you adding this ingredient because you believe it should be added, or do you lack understanding and simply wish to avoid leaving the furnace empty? Throughout the day, among 13 furnaces, only 5 produced a luminous color in their medicine. Bai Sun's furnace was the clearest. Shun Bai's was the most stable. while the remaining 3 had medicine patterns floating but lacked solid color, barely acceptable. Chapter 29. To make the medicine heed your commands, do not immediately attempt to force it. Fang Chuang said nothing. He stood and swept the remnants of 5 furnaces into a discarded pill basin, then patted the stone table. Tomorrow we shall discuss the balancing of medicine. You have quelled the flames and tested the medicine. Moving forward, you must learn how to negotiate with the ingredients. You cannot solely apply pressure. You must know when to yield slightly. If you treat the medicine as an adversary, it will forever rebel against you. Treat the medicine as a part of your life, and it will willingly stand upon your flames. The first furnace of the Qing Hun Hall has been completed. Who did not explode today? It is sheer luck for you, not a sign of accomplishment. If you wish to succeed, tomorrow, present a technique that can make the fire comply, the medicine yield, and be consumable by humans. Should you fail to do so, there will be no sustenance for you in the Qing Hun Hall. You shall return to the furnace and brew your own. On the 6th day, in the Qing Hun Hall, there was no fire today, only medicine. The courtyard was spread with 4-course cloths, each piled with different types of medicinal herbs, all suitable for the foundational Qing Hun Dan. Snake gall powder, yulan, refining consciousness grass, stable soul dew, broken chi silver root, hidden spirit skin, racier powder, green root mud, and sweet guiding sand. 18 varieties in total. Zhongji walked along the edges of the cloth, pointing and reciting. Today we will discuss the balancing of medicine. This discussion is not about how quickly you can grasp or how accurately you can measure. It is about whether you dare to slow down. If you slow down, you will be able to discern whether the ingredient in your hand is restless or settled, biting or gentle. If you hurry, it is merely to submit your work. If you slow down, you are inquiring whether it is willing to accompany you. Bai Sun has already squatted by the snake gall powder, slowly dipping his hand into the pile, feeling its heat. It is hot, almost scalding, yet sticky enough to adhere. Fang Chuang is not by the furnace today. He sits beneath the tree in the center of the courtyard, leaning against the trunk, a stick of sweet guiding sand between his lips, observing the group as they gather around the herbs, kneading and flipping them. He remains silent until he sees a disciple hastily toss the hidden spirit skin into the grinder, moving as if preparing a dish. At which he softly remarks, "This is not your mother's chicken soup. You cannot simply toss a pile of herbs in. Do you know which ingredients should be flipped first and which are sensitive to pressure?" Balancing medicine is not like kneading dough. It is a process where you must inquire with each ingredient whether it will willingly enter the pot with fire. If you do not ask, do not blame it for turning into mud instead of forming a pill. Your task today is for each person to balance one portion. No burning, no boiling, no flames. Yet you must balance it such that when you stir, it does not scatter. The moment you pause, it should willingly come together. This shows that the medicine is heeding your command. If your hands are merely grasping and kneading without care, do not be surprised if tomorrow, upon entering the furnace, the medicine rebels and explodes. Shunbai was squatting in front of her furnace, carefully mixing the stable soul dew with the racier powder. Her hands moved slowly, each motion using the back of her hand to push the medicine into a small ball, then flattening and rolling it. When she gently tested it, the medicinal paste surprisingly began to coil around her hand. She paused for a moment. Fang Chuang noticed. He did not praise her, but simply said, "The medicine acknowledges you. It is because you have not acted foolishly today, not due to innate talent. If tomorrow the fire escalates and you attempt to force it again, it will still explode." You must remember that the medicine recognizes individuals. It is not that you control the medicine. It is the fire within you that earns its trust. If you're unsteady, it will not harmonize. Only when you harmonize can it transform into a pill. Bai Sun also completed his portion, carefully rolling it into a ball, then tearing it apart to flatten it again. Every inch of the medicinal paste extended gently with spiritual power, finally being gathered into a bowl as light as cradling an eggshell. When he stood up, a subtle wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, causing even the errand workers passing by the porridge room to pause and glance over. Zhongji recorded the last individual, nodding. "Good. Today marks your first lesson in how to make the medicine obedient. Starting tomorrow, you shall attempt to make the medicine enter the fire without rebelling. Whether or not you succeed in forming pills is not my concern. However, should the medicine explode as soon as it enters the fire, I will not come to your aid. The ball of medicine you have balanced today will serve as the foundation for your fire tomorrow. If you balance it too loosely, the fire will not hold. If you balance it too tightly, the medicine will not open. The weight of each of your hands will be returned to you unchanged by the fire tomorrow. Fang Chuang stood up, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. You think the past few days were difficult? Then you have truly not witnessed a furnace exploding 3 times, yet still managing to sit up and breathe. If you wish to learn alchemy, you must learn to endure the flames without fear. But if you genuinely wish to refine the Qing Han Dan, you must first earn the medicine's trust. Allow the medicine to accompany you. Do not fear it. If your hands are steady, it will be steady. If your character is upright, it will be willing to burn for you to witness. On the 7th day, in the Qing Han Hall, we began the first complete pill trial burn. The weather was muggy, and the courtyard was set up with 10 furnaces, 1 for each individual, with 2 spare water tanks propped against the courtyard wall and a medicinal residue barrel, all personally arranged by Fang Chuang. He stated, "Today is not for you to entertain me with a spectacle. You will each toss your portion of medicine into the furnace and observe whether it acknowledges you. Those who approach with thoughts of forming pills will certainly face catastrophe today. This is not a test of your skill, but of your courage. If you fear it will fail, then do not proceed to burn. If you cannot even dare to make a mistake, how do you expect to refine a pill that others would dare to consume? Each person holds a portion of the medicine they balanced 2 days prior. No alterations to the formula, no added ingredients. It entirely hinges upon the skill you possess to withstand the fire." Zhongji arranged the fire talismans in a single line, and as the flames rose, there was not a breath of wind in the courtyard. Bai Sun was the first to stabilize his furnace. Before adding the medicine, he stood firm for 3 breaths, his palms firmly pressing down the flames, awaiting the moment the heart of the medicine aligned with the fire eye. In the first attempt at the furnace, he was not hasty. The furnace's patterns undulated slightly, the flames neither flaring nor subsiding, as the medicinal paste glimmered softly in accordance with the lines. He gritted his teeth, maintaining a steady heat without daring to follow up with a second ingredient. Fang Chuang stood in the center, declaring, "Very well. Your initial attempt is commendable. Do not rush the next ingredient. Wait until the flames have subsided by half before adding more. If the fire is still expanding, throwing in more ingredients is not alchemy. It is merely feeding the flames. If your elixir has yet to emerge, the fire will consume it, and you will be left unaware of the explosion that ensues." On the other side, Shun Bai was the second to introduce her ingredient. Initially, her touch was too gentle. The fire did not respond, and as soon as the medicine was added, the flames failed to ignite, causing the mixture to smother. She hastily attempted to add a second ingredient, but Fang Chuang shouted for her to stop. "Steady yourself. The fire is still gasping. What are you trying to replenish? Are you saving it? You are merely stabbing it. If you dare to add more, I will make you swallow this concoction yourself when you leave today." Shunbai halted, forcing herself to stabilize the talisman. After a brief moment, the flames gradually calmed, and the medicinal clump began to react, indeed showing signs of improvement. In that instant, the entire furnace room seemed to have found its soul. Fang Chuang remained silent, merely nodding. In Chapter 30, one must finish their own pot before teaching others to consume elixirs. Among the remaining furnaces, some suffered failures. As soon as the ingredients were added, the flames collapsed, while others had flames too steady, causing the medicine to neither react nor produce any vapor. The most unfortunate one saw all 3 ingredients added, resulting in a complete char, with the furnace lid failing to heat up. Fang Chuang glanced at it and remarked, "This furnace is as heavy as you are. The fire is alive, and so is the medicine. If you cannot even heat a pot of water, what are you practicing? Go back and copy the fire pattern diagram 500 times. If you dare to produce such a thing again tomorrow, I will make you eat the furnace's bottom." In the end, of the 10 furnaces, 7 did not explode, but also did not succeed. The medicinal colors merely floated on the surface, at best resembling a pot of spirit porridge. Only Bai Sun's furnace truly took shape. The fire burned cleanly, the medicine reacted well, the furnace remained steady, and the flames did not leap. Once all 3 ingredients were added, the elixir's pattern formed beautifully. With a final tap on the lid, a single elixir slowly floated out, pale blue and smooth, unmarred. It was not the highest quality, but it was a Qing Han Dan, genuine and consumable. The courtyard remained quiet for an entire incense stick's duration. No one spoke. Even Zhongji refrained from taking notes. Fang Chuang stepped forward, held the elixir between his fingers, rotated it twice, and instead of questioning its success, he asked Bai Sun, "Will you consume it?" Bai Sun swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes, this is what I forged myself. I can consume it. If it explodes, I will take responsibility." Fang Chuang nodded, placing the elixir into his hand. "Very well. This furnace today does not indicate your success. Rather, it signifies that you are now worthy of sitting on that stool at the entrance of the Qinghan Hall. You are not here to bask in glory. You are here to forge your destiny. If you truly wish to remain here, each subsequent furnace must be more precise and ruthless than today's. You not only need to produce elixirs, you must also be able to consume them. Only by consuming them do you earn the right to share." At the moment Bai Sun swallowed the elixir, the entire courtyard held its breath. Fang Chuang did not rush him, nor did he stare. He simply returned to his low stool, chewing on a piece of Ganin Sha while gazing at the sky, as if it were an everyday occurrence. If someone explodes, I will not be surprised. But if he truly consumes it, I am curious to see if he dares to forge again tomorrow. Shenbai stood to the side, her expression somewhat stiff, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Sun. It was not jealousy, but rather a determination to prove herself. Her furnace had barely produced results yesterday. The medicine had reacted too lightly, failing to form an elixir. Today, she did not wish to play the observer. As Bai Sun finished swallowing the medicine, there was no significant reaction. Spiritual energy began to circulate slowly around him, his consciousness fluctuating for a moment, and his breathing became more even. Zhongji noted it down and quietly remarked, "Qualified. It is not a good elixir, but it is indeed consumable. This does not signify your success. It means you have neither deceived the medicine nor yourself." Bai Sun knelt in respect. Fang Chuang ignored him, waving his hand, "Do not bow so readily. The Qinghan Hall does not accept disciples who kneel. If you wish to ascend to the podium, you must earn it one furnace at a time. The next step is that after you have consumed it, you must also dare to guide others in the furnace. If you cannot even maintain the fire for others' medicine, then do not presume to lead. If you truly wish to stand beside me during the next trial, you will stand behind me in that row. Those in the back do not refine, they merely observe. If you can discern where others err, then you can stand firm. If you cannot, you will be cast out with them." This marks the first lesson in observing the fire at the Qinghan Hall. It is not about standing at the furnace, but about standing with the people. Shenbai was the first to sign up. She stood behind Bai Sun. Bai Sun wasted no words, igniting the fire and adding the first ingredient. As soon as it dropped, she began to note the changes in the fire's patterns. It was not about spiritual diagrams. It was about using the spiritual lines as a pen to inscribe on talisman paper. As the fire flickered, she would draw a line. When the fire faltered, she would pause. Before the third stroke fell, she suddenly spoke. "Your second ingredient was added too early." The flames had just stabilized, but were not yet solid. Bai Sun withdrew his hand, adjusting the furnace patterns, and indeed, the colors began to recover gradually. Ji nodded. She observes accurately. It is not mere bravery. She truly articulates the nature of the fire. Anyone who claims I cannot discern should go to the back mountain to cultivate herbs. If you cannot even comprehend the nature of the fire, do not speak of alchemy. You are merely practicing with your life, and blindly at that. Only then did Fang Chuang rise. Today's lesson revolved around transmission. It is not I teaching you. Rather, you must learn how to observe others. If you only understand your own furnace, you will not emerge from the Qinghan Hall even after 100 years of practice. If you wish to stand out, you must be willing to manage others' pots. It is not about merely watching others fail. When they falter, you must dare to call for a halt. When they stray, you must dare to adjust their furnace. If you are the only one who can succeed, you are not a senior brother. You are but a solitary spirit. Only when you can uplift others will you be counted among the Qinghan Hall. Starting tomorrow, they will exchange furnace positions. Bai Sun will switch with Shun Bai, while the others are ranked according to their previous performances. The top 5 will rotate to the front, while those behind will stand in the back to observe the flames. Each person is limited to one furnace until completion. Zhongji, as usual, prepares the venue, placing talismans, igniting the fire, and hanging the spiritual lines. Fang Chuang does not take the main seat, but leans against the stone wall at the corner of the courtyard, watching them step up in batches, igniting furnace after furnace. The Qinghan Hall does not distinguish between primary and secondary roles, but one must discern whether they're saving the fire or merely adding fuel. If you wish to be the one controlling the fire in front, you must first understand how to perceive the errors in others' flames. Shenbai stood behind Bai Sun. Today, Bai Sun's fire rose more slowly than in the previous days. but he maintained a steady pressure on the medicine. However, when adding the second ingredient, his hand was slightly too quick, causing the flames at the furnace's base to flicker dangerously. Shunbai immediately called out, "Steady. You have overfilled the second ingredient. The flames are too high, and you cannot maintain control." Bai Sun gritted his teeth and paused for half a breath, readjusting the fire. Shunbai did not praise or mock, but continued. "Your stability in the soul's settling dew was premature. Before the first flavor of the medicine could fully manifest, you hastily applied a stabilizing agent, revealing your fear of an explosion. However, the Qinghan Dan cannot be coaxed into existence through timidity. Your lack of resolve will lead to the demise of the elixir. Should you continue to apply excessive heat, you risk succumbing to the smoke before the essence is even released." Fang Chuang, listening from behind, nodded in agreement. Her words held merit. If you truly fear the medicine's failure, you are unworthy of attempting to refine it. You must have the courage to withstand the flames and grant them time. Treating the medicine as if it were a volatile explosive will only result in your own destruction. If you regard it as mere clay, it will never rise. Only when you regard it as a matter of life and death will it be worthy of leaping into your cauldron. Control it, and stability will follow. Panic will only lead to chaos. In the second round, Shunbai replaced the cauldron while Bai Sun stood behind. As she lit the fire, Bai Sun exclaimed, "Your flame is too weak. The talisman has not penetrated the heart of the furnace." Chapter 31. To coax the Dan into life, you must first stabilize your own breath. Are you afraid of an explosion? If so, do not ignite the flame. Shunbai remained silent, applying pressure. The fire sank to the furnace bottom, and the medicine began to stir. Just as she intended to twist the second ingredient, Bai Sun interjected, "Wait. You should not act at this moment. If you wait just half a breath longer, when the fire rises, then you may proceed." Shunbai glanced at him, retracting her hand. After half a breath, indeed, the flames turned blue, and the patterns awakened. As she added the medicine, the furnace did not explode, and the flames did not leap. For the first time in the Qinghan Hall, a cauldron of fire emerged, crafted through their combined efforts. Fang Chuang stood, approached, and observed briefly. He did not comment on who performed better or worse. He merely regarded the Danwen diagrams beside them. Then he stated, "Very well. Today, this cauldron signifies mutual acknowledgement. It is not about one dominating another. Rather, you have both supported each other. The essence of Qinghan Hall lies not in cooperation. It is about having the courage to stand behind another while entrusting your life into their hands. You must remember this. Refining your own Dan is commendable, but being able to manage another's flames, that is true transmission. If you do not transmit, you will forever remain a solitary practitioner, consuming your own alchemical endeavors. Should you dare to assist another, you can wield a cauldron, and thus, you can establish a hall. You aspire to be more than mere disciples. You should stand before a group of students and boldly proclaim, 'Let us refine together.' Therefore, you must first control the flames of another's furnace. Starting tomorrow, we will change the order. Those who have not faced an explosion will act as fire controllers. Those who can withstand the heat will advance to the next step of Danqi adjustment. The Qinghan Dan is not merely about placing medicine in the furnace. It involves infusing energy into the medicine, fire into the bones. If you cannot comprehend the workings of another's furnace, do not speak to me of alchemical inheritance. On the 9th day at Qinghan Hall, we will begin practicing Danqi adjustment. It is not about stuffing herbs into the furnace. You must first allow the energy you have cultivated over the past days to guide you before it can guide the medicine. Early in the morning, Fang Chuang stood by the main furnace, holding an old Dan. The Qinghan Dan is not judged by the herbs used, but by the strength of the energy that can be maintained. The energy patterns within the Dan are a manifestation of the entire furnace's fire. It is not sufficient to merely toss in a few herbs and expect results. Previously, some managed to control another's flames, while others were overwhelmed. However, today, the challenge lies in controlling oneself. If the Danqi does not rise, do not even speak of its quality. Even if your furnace does not explode, it will yield a burnt product. Today, we begin to blend energies. Each of you must produce 3 distinct energies, one heavy, one fierce, and one stable. The heavy energy is for compressing the herbs. The fierce energy is to open pathways when igniting the fire. And the stable energy is the defining structure at the moment of sealing the furnace. If you cannot produce these 3 energies, do not approach the furnace. If you can produce them, you must also be able to blend them. Only a harmonious mixture constitutes the foundation of Qinghan Dan. Shunbai was the first to step forward, channeling the energies of Lian Shichao, Wenhun Lu, and Sanjuan Lingsha. She remained silent, inhaling deeply, gathering her breath, and exhaling, separating the three energies in her palms and allowing them to settle into the three spirit-impressed copper rings. The first ring illuminated, its patterns stabilizing. The second ring trembled slightly, while the third promptly exploded. Zhongji noted this and raised her head, stating, "Your stabilizing energy faltered. You became anxious." Shenbai closed her eyes and attempted again. Yet, the third ring erupted once more. Fang Chuang interjected, "To achieve stability, it is not about holding your breath. The more you restrain your energy, the less compliant the medicine will be. You must allow it to feel your true strength. Should your heart waver, it will flee. To cultivate the energy, you must first stabilize your own breath. When you are steady, the energy will follow suit. If you are restless, it will explode." Meanwhile, Bai Sun began adjusting the second ring. This time, he selected different herbs: Ling GMO, Paching Jin, and Qing Jin and I. Upon completing his energy adjustments and placing them into the copper rings, all three illuminated, their colors uniform. The fire talismans remained still, and the spirit lines were firmly controlled. Fang Chuang approached to observe him. "Your energy rises cleanly, but it lacks vitality. You need to allow it to swirl within the furnace. Currently, your three energies can compress and support, yet they do not flow. This is not Danqi. It is akin to simmering beneath a bonfire. You must instigate movement. Only when the medicine stirs will it yield life. Once the medicine is animated, the fire will submit. If your entire pot remains stagnant, what spirit will you refine? You must first earn the recognition of the energy. Only then will the medicine gravitate towards you. If you genuinely wish to cultivate the Qing'an, it is not about how much fire you can ignite, but how long you can stabilize that breath. If you can produce the three energies today, tomorrow you must blend them into a singular force within the furnace. Failure to do so means you cannot claim to seal the Dan. What you seal is merely a pot lid, not life itself. The Qing'an Dan is born from your very essence. If your energy rises incorrectly, do not expect anyone to dare consume the medicine you produce. On the 10th day at Qinghan Hall, we shall practice blending the three energies. This is not about igniting the flame or adding herbs. It is about synthesizing the heavy, fierce, and stable energies into a cohesive force. It is not merely about forming a mass. You must ensure these three distinct energies coexist harmoniously within your palm, obeying your command and flowing as one. Zhongji prepared 10 empty furnaces in advance. With no herbs inside, she placed a spirit energy guiding array within. When the array activated, the flames did not rise, but the energy lines emerged. When your three energies unite, it will shine. If they do not blend well, the array will remain dormant. Fang Chuang took a seat beside the main furnace, crossing his arms and observing the 13 individuals lined up. If you cannot produce three energies in a single furnace today, do not practice further. Head directly to the porridge room. All those talismans, gunpowder, and energies from previous days will have been for naught. If you can produce the three energies but cannot fuse them, your life is forfeit. The potential for an explosion is one consideration. However, if your Dan is flawed from the outset, it is rendered useless. The Qinghan Hall does not instruct you to become Dan masters. We teach you how to avoid explosions. Should you refuse to learn, return to your sect and continue inscribing your Dan manuals. We, at Qinghan Hall, will not bear the burden of fatalities. Shenbai stepped forward first. Her energy rose accurately. The first heavy energy surged forth, illuminating half the array. When the second fierce energy merged, the line quivered precariously, nearly collapsing. Gritting her teeth, she fought to stabilize the energy. It did not falter, yet the entire energy line veered off course. Fang Chuang promptly remarked, "This is not a fusion of energies. You're forcing it. You cram three individuals into a pot without first inquiring who among them can withstand such confinement. Merely fixating on placing the lid atop, this compels a struggle amongst themselves. Your current endeavor is akin to a poison that incites discord. If you can endure, then you possess a resilient spirit. But what of others? I challenge you to attempt consuming 10 doses and then speak again." Shenbi's Viedrul, returning to her position in silence. Bai Sun was the next to proceed. His anger rose slowly. Initially, he suppressed the turbulence within, maintaining a steady demeanor. Yet he could not ascend beyond that. He altered his sequence, igniting the flames first to stabilize the energy, allowing the furnace array to gradually complete a full rotation. In Chapter 32, if you wish to refine a pill tomorrow, do not fear the possibility of an explosion. The copper ring's outer patterns fluctuated with stability. Zhongji made a note. The moment passed. Fang Chuang did not praise. Your three energies are well aligned, yet devoid of fire. You have maintained an overly tranquil state throughout. The Qing Hun Dan is not akin to boiling porridge. Regardless of how steady your energy may be, it will not rise, nor will anyone wish to partake. You must, at the moment of convergence, truly ignite the flames. It is not about an explosion, it is about rising. If your flames do not rise, your medicine will remain unrefined. If your medicine is unrefined, you are merely burning wet clay. Tomorrow, create a fiery line that can run alongside your energy. Even if your convergence is steady, if the flames do not rise, it remains worthless. One by one, the others attempted, some exhibiting stable first energies but floating second energies, leading to an immediate explosion of the spiritual array upon mixing. Fang Chuang instructed one to sit by the furnace and copy the energy diagram, forbidding further attempts. If you cannot even recognize your own energy, what can you achieve? You are not harmonizing energy. You are merely stirring water. After your stirring, if you believe you succeeded, what you produce tomorrow will be merely paste. When the final individual approached, a quiet fellow who nearly caused 3 furnace explosions days prior, he was slow. His energy rose late, yet once it did, the 3 energies intertwined without pause, converging into the furnace's core. The spiritual array suddenly blazed to its peak. Emitting a light sound, Zhongji frowned. The fire array had not activated, yet his energy shook the array. Fang Chuang stood and approached him. You are unstable, but your life force is formidable. Your 3 energies do not yield to one another. However, you can contain them. When you enter the pill furnace tomorrow, bring this vigor with you. Ignite a fire that refuses to yield. Only then will I acknowledge you. This pill may not be perfect, yet it is genuine. Qing Hun Tang requires this, not your lifeless semblance of stability. What we seek is your courage to withstand the flames, harmonize the energies, and create a furnace that others will respect. Once you acknowledge your own energies, the pill will recognize you. The fire will not consume you. Tomorrow, the first furnace of 3 energies for Qing Hun Dan. If it does not explode, consume it. If it does explode, still consume it. You must dare to swallow the essence you have forged from your life. Only after consuming will you understand whether you are worthy of refining another furnace. On the 11th day at Qing Hun Tang, the first furnace of 3 energies for Qing Hun Dan was to be refined. The weather was sultry and before dawn. The courtyard was filled with spectators, not disciples, but onlookers for the assessment. There were members of the alchemy hall, external elders, disciples from other halls, and a few who had timidly crawled back from the porridge room days before, now crouching silently in the corners. No one spoke. This furnace was not merely about explosions. It was about whether one would dare to continue refining after an explosion. Each person had their own furnace, with their respective 3 energy harmonization symbols arranged before them. And on one side, their medicinal packets, with the ingredients, sequence, and quantities entirely at their discretion. Zhongji ignited the furnace, raising the flames, illuminating the spiritual array. Fang Chuang stood at the center, holding nothing but stating, "Today we produce pills, not assessing their quality, but whether you can consume them. If you dare to eat the pill born from your own life force, you are worthy of the furnace stool. If you hesitate, continue refining. Should you explode today, you will gather your medicinal dregs. If you maintain steadiness today, do not become complacent. This is not a measure of your skill. It is simply that the fire has not yet turned against you. If you truly believe you have succeeded, I shall permit you to enter the main furnace for 3 more explosions." Shen Bai's first furnace saw the flames rise fiercely, the medicine pressed swiftly, and as the first energetic infusion was added, a luminous force surged half a foot from the furnace mouth, the flames swirling half a circle. Before the second infusion of stabilizing medicine could be added, the fire erupted, a muffled sound emanating from the furnace, nearly dislodging the lid. Fang Chuang remained silent. Shen Bai's hands did not tremble. She forcefully reined in the flames, pressed the symbol, and reapplied the spiritual array, stubbornly adding the second infusion. The furnace fire was effectively subdued by her efforts. After 3 breaths, the medicinal energy surged, and the light within the furnace stabilized once more. Fang Chuang murmured, "Consider yourself fortunate. Your furnace did not explode. It was the symbol you drew yesterday that saved your life. However, the color of your pill cannot solidify. You must consume it. Today, even without perfect color, you must swallow it. If you cannot consume it, do not return tomorrow." The second furnace belonged to Baisun. The flames rose slowly. The 3 energies harmonized smoothly. The medicine was added in precise measure, and the entire furnace appeared as if wrapped in silk, the patterns flowing seamlessly. The light colored delicate. As the lid lifted, a single Qing Hun Dan emerged, with 3 energetic patterns, proper hue, and balanced flavor. Zhongji noted, "Edible." Fang Chuang did not nod, but merely observed, "Your furnace turned out beautifully. Do not be conservative in your next attempt. If you continue to refine with such steadiness, you shall never achieve a second type of pill. Your Qing Hun is consumable, yet it cannot sustain another. This pill is merely sufficient for your own cultivation. If you wish to provide for others, you must burn hotter. Life is not merely about sustaining oneself. It is about whether you can withstand the burden of existence. You must produce a medicine so potent that consuming a single Qing Hun allows one to rise from their bed. Your fire still lacks intensity." The subsequent few furnaces resulted in 3 explosions. It was not that the individuals were unstable. Rather, the energies had not harmonized adequately the previous day. When the medicinal energy surged, the fire could not be contained, rising swiftly, causing the lid to explode a foot high. The 3 individuals remained silent, gathering their medicinal dregs after the explosions, kneeling beside the furnace to begin copying the fire line. Fang Chuang did not rush them, but nodded. "You 3 shall enter the second batch of pill trials tomorrow. Not because your explosions were intense, but because you dared to remain after the explosions. You exhibited the resolve to stay and clean up the remnants. Thus, you deserve to refine again. Alchemy is not a matter of talent. It is about your willingness to endure repeated failures. If you possess this determination, the fire will recognize you. If you flee after an explosion, the fire will remember you. When you ignite the flames in the future, it will first bite you. Do you wish to leave? Qing Hun Tang has never retained those who fear to ignite the flames again. Do you wish to refine again? Then consume the ashes of your own inferno. Today, you shall gather your medicinal dregs, and tomorrow, you must not repeat the same mistakes. On the 12th day at Qing Hun Tang, today marks the practice of sealing the pill. This step is not merely about refining medicine. It is about refining the essence of life. The fire has been controlled. The medicine has been released. The energies have blended. Now, it only remains to seal the final pot. If you can seal it, you shall possess a pill. If you cannot seal it, the preceding 10 days of effort will be in vain. Fang Chuang spoke but half a sentence today. If you can seal it, you will enter the first page of the Qing Hun Dan record. If you cannot seal it, tomorrow you will still be scraping the pot bottom in the porridge room. 10 furnaces, 10 disciples, all of whom have consumed their own pills and have yet to purge them. The medicinal herbs are meticulously prepared, with the fire stabilized by the spiritual formation beneath the furnace. Modifications to the temperature or the symbols are strictly prohibited during the process, allowing only a single opportunity to ignite the furnace and seal the top. After affixing the final furnace symbol, Zhongji stands silently at the side, flipping through the manual. Fang Chuang, with one hand behind his back and the other holding an unsealed semi-finished elixir, remarks that those who survived yesterday's explosion should now grasp that the most challenging aspect of alchemy is not merely extracting flavor from the herbs. Chapter 33 states that recognizing the dregs today allows one to claim the title of alchemist tomorrow. It is a matter of whether one dares to contain that fleeting moment of fire. The act of extinguishing the fire is when the flames are most unruly. If you falter, they will overpower you. If you endure, they will acknowledge you. The fire only recognizes the last person who dares to subdue it. If the elixir is not sealed correctly, it reflects a lack of confidence in oneself. You must seal the elixir today without trembling, hesitating, or showing fear. Even if it costs you dearly, complete the sealing before you falter. If you cannot contain it, your elixir is merely a lump of sticky clay. If you succeed in sealing it, even if the elixir is imperfect, the fire will no longer torment you. Shunbai is the first female disciple to approach the furnace, the first to have explosively breached the furnace cover. yet daring enough to return to refine again. Today, her flames rise cleanly, the qi flows smoothly, and the three herbs maintain a steady rhythm, coiling around the furnace 7 times before she begins to seal. In the final moment, she does not call out to anyone. As the furnace trembles and the flames surge, she steadies her left hand and compresses with her right, sealing with a gesture that causes the furnace mouth to tighten and spiritual light to erupt 3 fingers high. Success. Zhongji takes note. Shenbai remains silent, descending from the furnace to sit at the edge of the arena, directly consuming one of her elixirs. In that moment, as she swallows, the energy within her swirls chaotically before settling. Fang Chuang approaches, glancing at the shell of her elixir. It possesses structure, though not the utmost stability. Yet, your fire is relentless. You may not have sealed it most beautifully, but you have sealed it with ferocity. That moment was a declaration of your command over your fate. This is the essence of Qinghan. It is not about the aesthetics of the sealing. It is about the determination to subdue, even when the entire furnace may explode. The second is by Sun. His furnace operates with remarkable steadiness. The flames are deep, the qi flows smoothly, and the color of the herbs is vibrant, resembling a meticulously painted picture. However, when it comes time to seal, the fire does not leap, and the furnace does not tremble. His sealing is excessively tranquil. The elixir emerges smooth as a mirror, devoid of impurities and explosive energy. Zhongji records it as consumable. Fang Chuang glances at it, not commenting on its quality, simply stating that it has the flavor of warm water. Your current technique may be suitable for brewing medicinal soup, but if you aspire to save lives, this elixir will disperse before it can even provide relief. The Qinghan Dan is not meant for calming the mind. It is a remedy to stabilize the spirit when life hangs in the balance. Your concoction is too mild. Tomorrow, adjust your qi pattern. If you continue to refine in this manner, you will become merely a half-hearted healer, not a true alchemist. As the subsequent individuals attempt to seal their furnaces, some tremble, some fail to compress the symbols, and others, fearing an explosion, cut off the fire at the last moment. Each failure to seal is duly noted by all present. Fang Chuang refrains from scolding. Instead, he instructs those who falter to squat in place, taking the unrefined dregs from their furnaces and binding them with grass rope to wear around their waists while they walk 3 laps. If you cannot seal it, do not dare to claim you have refined Qinghan. If you have not sealed it, your furnace is incomplete. If you do not seal it, the fire will not recognize you as its master. When you step outside, Qinghan Hall will not acknowledge that your furnace has produced an elixir. If you do not carry the dregs, the fire will see you as nothing but ash. If you wish to ascend to the furnace again, you must first acknowledge your own failures. If you do not recognize your inability to seal, you will never create an elixir potent enough to stabilize a soul. On the 13th day at Qinghan Hall, the weather is overcast and the wind is fierce. 3 individuals walk through the courtyard, each adorned with clumps of recently produced dregs hanging from their waists, dusty and disheveled, with the wind stirring up powder. Zhongji holds the elixir manual, marking the failures of today's sealing attempts. After completing her notes, she claps the book shut and states that while they may choose not to wear the dregs, if they do not, their efforts will be in vain. Qinghan Hall never conceals records of failure. If you wish to ascend to the furnace again, the next time you produce an elixir, you must use these dregs as a guiding force. If you fail again, these dregs will remain with you for a lifetime. Who would not wish to avoid this? You can swallow the fire instead. If you can digest it, you need not wear the dregs. No one speaks among the 3. Some wish to laugh, but are silenced by a glance from Fang Chuang. Throughout the day, Fang Chuang has said little, but one phrase reverberates throughout Qinghan Hall. Qinghan Dan can stabilize the spirit because it is sealed with intensity. The herbs are harmoniously blended, and the fire is steadfast. It does not simply arise from burning the herbs and sealing the furnace. If you cannot seal it today, you must revisit your shortcomings. It is not punishment. It is an acknowledgement that if you cannot rectify this, do not expect to seal the next batch successfully. No matter how much you refine, if you cannot seal, all previous efforts are for naught. Qinghan Hall recognizes neither half-finished elixirs nor incomplete dregs. You must either produce a complete elixir or accept the dregs. There is no in-between. Today is not about refining elixirs. It is about controlling the flow of qi and blood. A wooden board, a piece of elixir embryo, a spiritual needle. and several old symbols are all that are required. The sole task is to connect the sealing patterns of the elixir embryos refined in previous days to the spiritual bone through qi-guided lines. It is not mere writing. It is a connection. If you cannot establish this connection, the medicinal qualities of your elixir will not transmit. No matter how securely you affix the symbols or how high the flames rise, the elixir consumed will be nothing more than a lump of soothing spiritual stone powder. Zhongzhi instructs while arranging the formation, urging those who consumed elixirs yesterday to dissect their own creations today and connect the patterns. Who dares not to act? Do not claim to be an alchemist if you cannot even touch what you have created. Why bother refining it at all? Bai Sun is the first to take his seat, placing his Qing Hun Dan onto the bone array, pricking a drop of blood as the elixir's qi circulates. The spiritual needle pierces the heart of the elixir without the slightest frown. Fang Chuang glances and nods in approval. You have courage, even if your sealing is soft. The elixir possesses qi. If you dare to engage with it, you can maintain the connection. If you can weave the qi lines into the array 3 times today, you will earn the right to handle the flames of others' lives tomorrow. Shenbai also sits down, her technique swift, with the spiritual needle moving delicately, guiding the qi even more steadily than Bai Sun. Yet her fingers tremble. Fang Chuang approaches, observes, and remarks that her fear is not of pain, but of making an error, realizing that her recent efforts were in vain. You fear that the elixir you painstakingly refined will prove ineffectual once integrated into the qi array. Allow me to tell you this. You must make mistakes today. If you do not err today, you will not be able to manifest the qi bone tomorrow. The essence of Qing Hun Dan is not merely inscribed. It is drawn forth from the courage to stake your life on it. Once you have sealed it, you must be bold enough to connect. If you lack the courage to connect, you will forever remain at the edge of your own furnace, merely brewing soup. You do not deserve to call yourself a member of Qing Hun Hall. As dusk approaches, the entire courtyard finally concludes its session. Fang Chuang surveys the group and declares that tomorrow will be the final lesson, connecting to the life bone. We at Qing Hun Hall do not teach you how to produce a single elixir. We teach you how to extract the last breath of a soul from the deceased. All the previous dregs, ash, qi, and fire serve a purpose for that moment tomorrow. If you cannot grasp that life bone, do not dare to claim you are a practitioner of Qing Hun. Chapter 34. To etch your name upon the Qing Hun Bang, one must burn their life with conviction. You are but the one tending the porridge. On the 14th day, at Qing Hun Tang, 6 corpses lay in the courtyard, not mere fakes, but the remains of deceased cultivators sent from the outer hall, their souls extinguished not long ago, veins severed, yet their bones remained, with lingering remnants of their souls. Fang Chuang began the day with a declaration. Today marks the final lesson. You shall connect the bones of the deceased. Whether your Qing Hun Dan can save lives is not determined by your claims of its efficacy. You must truly dare to infuse it into a person's bones, not merely consume it. You must connect the Dan Shi directly onto the deceased. Should you falter and their souls dissipate before you, do not blame their fate. If you dare to connect, only then may you claim to practice Qing Hun. Shenbai was the first to step forward. Before her lay the remains of a 4th-grade cultivator. Their skull partially shattered, 3 ribs broken, yet the spiritual bone patterns remained, albeit the vital energy was entirely severed. Zhongzhi assisted her in connecting the spiritual needles, channeling the Dan Shi into the formation. Fang Chuang spoke. Before you proceed with your needle, you must keep silent. With this needle, whether life or death, you shall bear the consequences. The Qing Hun Dan does not guarantee survival. It merely serves as fuel to ignite the flame of life. Should you fail to kindle it, do not pretend to be a cultivator of Dan. You would merely be a bearer of ashes. Shenbai retrieved the Dan she had perfected yesterday, placing it upon the bone formation, gradually drawing in spiritual energy. The needle pierced the center of the ribcage, yet the Dan light remained still. 5 breaths passed with no response. On the 6th breath, the remnants of the soul stirred slightly. By the 7th breath, a fine thread of spiritual energy emerged from the spiritual bone. Fang Chuang observed in silence. On the 9th breath, the Dan Shi was fully absorbed. The corpse did not explode, nor did the energy lines disrupt, and the formation retracted automatically. Zhongzhi recorded. Dan entered, energy stable. Remnants of the soul showed signs of revival. Shenbai withdrew and steadied herself. Fang Chuang glanced at her, his voice calm. You cannot save him with this batch, but your connection was correct. Had you arrived a moment sooner, the Dan could have penetrated deeper. Your hand faltered by half a step. It is not that you are slow, but rather that your heart is tender. You see his condition and fear that the Dan may not hold. This fear weakens the flame. This weakness renders the Dan shallow. Should you fear again, do not ignite the fire. To save a life, you must boldly press the Dan into the broken bones. If you do not dare to touch fate, do not touch the medicine. The second was by Sun. Before him lay a corpse of an outer sect cultivator in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, whose demise was incomplete. The heart vein severed, the Dan field shattered, with only 70% of the spiritual bones remaining. Bai Sun produced his own Dan, 3 spiritual patterns combined. As he raised his finger, the energy did not surge. He did not pause. With his left hand, he guided the energy, and with his right, he sealed it, the needle descending below the navel. The fire did not erupt, and the formation remained intact. On the third breath, the corpse trembled slightly. By the 5th breath, the spiritual energy surged. A strand of Dan Qi spiraled upward along the remnants of the Dan field. On the 7th breath, the spiritual line sealed firmly. Zhongji stood, recording. Dan connection successful. Life vein remains, soul returns. Fang Chuang clapped his palm upon the furnace lid, raising his voice. Bai Sun, step back. Your Dan is not for the soul's peak. Your Dan can connect with people. From today forth, you are worthy to manage the furnace. You may lead others in their burning. I would dare to consume the Dan you produce. You can hold the energy. I would allow others to swallow it. You are not merely skilled. You possess the resolve to seal life into the bones of the deceased. You are not merely a senior brother. You are the fire that guides others forth. After the 3, some failed to connect, others sealed incorrectly, and some faltered, breaking their needles. Fang Chuang took note of everything. Those of you who did not stabilize your connections today will return to copy the bone diagrams. If you dare claim that you refine life-saving Dan, I shall make you consume your own failed concoction. If you stabilize your seals today, then your Dan may earn its inscription. If you do not seal, then your Dan is but a breath scattered by the slightest wind. The Qinghan Dan is not meant to be placed in jade vials. It is to be thrust into the mouths of the deceased, allowing them to cough their way back from the gates of hell. If you do not dare to try, do not claim to have studied Qinghan. On the 15th day at Qinghan Tang, the final day of this stage, the Dan was completed, the energy adjusted, the fire tempered, and the corpses sealed. The next step was to ascend the rankings. This was not the sect leader's list, nor the outer sect standings, but the Dan ranking of Qinghan Tang itself. The board bore no names, only 3 elements: furnace number, Dan Qi flow, and sealing records. Fang Chuang retrieved a stone tablet from the back courtyard of the Dan Hall, placing it in the center of the refining area. The tablet was devoid of inscriptions, with grooves embedded for several unmarked stone plaques, beneath which lay channels, etchings, and seals of Dan Qi. Zhongji held the ranking book, calling names. 11 had completed Dan refinement, and 7 had successfully sealed the corpses. Among them, 3 successfully infused the Dan into the bones, 2 partially connected. 1 had stable symbols, but floating energy, and 1 merely formed the Dan without a connection. Fang Tangzhu established the sealing rules. Fang Chuang extended his hand, drawing forth a fire nail and a fire needle. Today, those whose names appear on the stone tablet will not merely be inscribed, they will be nailed. Nail your own life, forged by your own hand, upon it. If you cannot drive it in, you are unworthy to remain. The stone tablet is not for mere decoration. To leave your mark upon this tablet, you must dare to burn, to consume, to seal, and to connect. If you hesitate at any step, do not approach this tablet. Bai Sun ranked first. He was the only one to successfully refine a Dan, seal the corpse, and maintain an unbroken energy line, with all 3 patterns recorded. He stood before the tablet in silence, raising his right hand to retrieve the Dan, his left hand bringing down the fire nail with a resounding crack, embedding the Dan into the first groove, the fire pattern illuminating as it descended. Zhongji recorded, Dan sealed. Bai Sun, furnace 5, fire steady, energy correct. 1 life bone connected, not dispersed. The stone tablet emitted a light sound, the Dan Qi fully sealed within the groove, the fire patterns merging, and a slender spiritual line shone forth at the center of the stone plaque. Fang Chuang stood to the side, calmly stating, your Dan, should others wish to replicate it, they must first pay you a fee for the fire symbols. This batch of yours is not something others can simply learn for free. You are not merely at the top. You're the first furnace worthy of a life. You now sit upon the furnace stool, not for your own pride, but to oversee those who may err behind you. Second was Shunbai. Her dam was sealed firmly. The corpse connected accurately, though the energy did not penetrate deeply enough. Yet she clung to the seal. The patterns remained aligned, the fire pattern shallow but steady. Gritting her teeth, she drove the Dan into the second groove of the tablet, blood spilling from her hand as the fire ignited. Zhongji noted, Dan sealed. Shunbai. Furnace 3, fire explosive, energy short, seal firm. The corpse was fully sealed. The spiritual line 2.5 merged. Fang Chuang nodded. This Dan, once consumed, will certainly elicit a reaction, yet holds on to life. In comparison, your subsequent batches will struggle to match your color. However, when it comes to bearing lives, your Dan is the fiercest. Among the remaining 5, some failed to embed their nails, their fire nails cracking, and were sent back to the refining area to reforge a batch. Others drove their nails in, but the fire did not ignite, and were chastised by Zhongji with, "Your Dan does not deserve sealing," and sent back to trace the fire lines. Some exhibited weakness, embedding their nails shallowly. Fang Chuang personally withdrew theirs and tossed it to the ground. Your Dan is unstable, and so too are you. Chapter 35. The Rules of Qinghuntang. This batch of yours is, at most, a spirit-reviving soup. Do you still wish to etch your name upon the stone tablet? This pot of medicine can barely hold the wall of your porridge shop. In the end, only 4 names remained upon the stone tablet. 3 had successfully refined their Dan, sealing them firmly with stable patterns. One was a madman who, while channeling energy to revive the soul, smashed the fire nail down, resulting in an explosion that splattered blood 3 feet away, shouting, "I will not change. This is my fate." Fang Chuang did not deem him insane. He merely uttered a single phrase. If you can endure the flames, you are worthy to proceed to the next stage. You are now a member of Qinghuantang, not a mere tool, nor a mere apothecary. You are a vital force capable of withstanding the fire. From this day forward, having inscribed your names upon this monument, do not dare to call me master. I am not your teacher. I am the essence that sustains you in the furnace. Should you falter under the flames, you must summon the courage to call my name, for I shall answer. If you lack the courage to call, then remove your name from this stone. In Qinghuantang, we do not harbor empty titles. On the day the monument was completed, Fang Chuang had barely seated himself when Zhongji burst in, clutching the account book, and hurled it onto the table. You claim that inscribing names holds no significance. Yet how shall we account for the compensation owed from the alchemical explosions? We have lost all the spiritual materials, and the hall's accounts are in deficit by 357 spiritual jade. Furthermore, that madman has injured his Dantian, refusing to let us report the medicinal expenses, insisting that he will bear the cost himself. Are you truly willing to allow them to continue like this? Fang Chuang did not respond hastily. He leisurely opened the account book and perused its contents. The explosion itself is not the issue. The crucial point is that he is still standing after it. As long as he remains upright, we can negotiate the compensation for the medicine. I will cover the costs. Zhongji glared at him. And how do you intend to cover it? How much can you possibly earn from your meager bowl of Qinghuan porridge? If you truly believe we are a charitable hall, then kindly inform me, so I can rename this archway the Guanyin Temple of Life-Saving. Fang Chuang closed the account book, rose, and patted her shoulder. Do not be anxious. This batch of individuals is the very heart of Qinghuantang. Sooner or later, they must endure the heat. We shall see who can withstand it. If you genuinely wish to assist, create a record for me detailing who exploded their furnace on which day, how it transpired, and who dares to compensate for their own furnace. Those who cannot endure shall be cleared from the monument every 3 months. We at Qinghuantang do not maintain empty titles. Zhongji gritted her teeth and nodded. Fine, I will keep a precise record. If there comes a day when you truly lose everything, I will ensure a piece of cloth is hung on the back mountain to declare your successful refinement. Fang Chuang laughed. Just remember to hang a red cloth. Do not make it resemble a mourning banner. The following day, visitors arrived at the alchemical hall, led by the old steward of the Weapon Forging Academy, accompanied by several disciples. They expressed a desire to borrow the furnace for fire practice. Fang Chuang raised an eyebrow. This is an alchemical hall. Do you not have sufficient fire on your side? The old steward shook his sleeves. It is not that the fire is insufficient, but rather that their hearts are unstable. These individuals have practiced for 3 years and have yet to succeed in refining a single pattern bead. I see that your flames are vigorous. It would be ideal to borrow this space to instill some fear in them. If they remain unafraid, I shall advise them to return home and raise pigs. Fang Chuang did not decline. Very well, but the rules must be clarified. To enter my furnace room, you must first consume 3 bowls of Qinghuan porridge. Should you find it unbearable, you may leave immediately. If you endure, I shall provide you with a fire nail. The moment it is driven in, if you do not lose your sanity, I will question whether you are truly human. The old steward grinned, agreed. Let's see who can withstand the madness today. By noon, indeed, 2 had collapsed, unable to even lift the furnace lid before they lay on the ground retching. The remaining one, a rare female disciple from the Weapon Forging Academy, surnamed Yu, typically kept a low profile. Upon finishing her porridge and receiving the fire nail, she clenched her jaw and yanked the fire suppression cord directly from its place. Instability in refining arises from a lack of courage. If one lacks courage, one must endure the flames. If I cannot withstand this today, I shall leave myself. The old steward laughed heartily, nearly injuring himself. I acknowledge this one. I shall recommend that she be inscribed in your hall. Fang Chuang regarded the furnace and nodded. If you dare to accept, inscribe the words, I shall bear it myself behind the furnace. From now on, anyone who enters this hall must live by these words. To the right of the monument, a new line was added. Qinghuan does not bear empty titles. Life is to be taken up by oneself. Just as Yuanshan's furnace fire was extinguished, Zhongji rushed in again to find Fang Chuang. This time, she had brought the steward of the meat affairs hall, who asserted that someone from Qinghuan Tong had unilaterally altered the inscription on the religious monument without notifying the sect leader, thus committing an infraction. Zhongji attempted to suppress her anger twice, but ultimately could not contain herself and brought the steward directly in. Upon entering, the steward began to cite old regulations. The sect rules clearly state that, except for the sect leader, any modifications to the hall inscriptions must be reported beforehand. Who authorized this? Who signed off on it? This is not a place where you can simply establish rules as you please. Fang Chuang remained seated at the furnace, his hands beside him tending to a fresh batch of Qinghuan pills, the flames racing swiftly along the furnace patterns. He simply stated, You are here to inspect the monument. Then tell me, which of the inscriptions above is mere empty talk? The steward frowned. The sect rules are not for you to use as a matter of personal honor. Fang Chuang raised his hand and retrieved a small copper nail from the furnace, its head imprinted with the words Qinghuan, and tossed it over. If you truly wish to adhere to the sect rules, then starting from this nail, each furnace must prepare 2 lives, one for refining and one for death. Which hall or sect would dare to operate under such conditions? The steward opened his mouth, but had yet to respond when Yuanshan stood up, brandishing a pair of red-hot tongs. This monument was inscribed by me. The phrase, I shall bear it myself, is one I wish to write. My surname is Yu, not Fang. I write my own life. The sect rules do not state that I cannot. The steward was taken aback. She added, If you insist on invoking the rules, then I will return to report you to the sect leader. If you obstruct a person's right to establish their life or sever their spiritual connection, you will disrupt their fate. Consider whether our ancestors would recognize you. Fang Chuang laughed from behind. This girl belongs to Qinghuan Tong. The monument is yours. The words are yours. If you dare to accept your life, it belongs to you. The steward left in defeat, and, as he departed, Yuanshan caught hold of the corner of his robe with the tongs, causing him to stumble and fall. In the evening, Zhongji, while recording accounts, scolded. In the future, if you engage in such matters, could you at least inform me in advance? Today, not only did I suffer losses, but I also had to pay for 3 pots of tea. Meanwhile, you seem to be smiling as if you were collecting rent. Fang Chuang rubbed his shoulder, rest assured. Next time we will include the tea expenses in the accounts. Qinghuan Tong is not devoid of people, merely somewhat impoverished. Remember, in places where lives are taken up, the accounts are never dead accounts. Zhongji huffed, but did not retort. She pushed the account book toward him. Then you should cover these expenses. The individuals from the Weapon Forging Academy have also been inscribed. You must provide them with the corresponding medicinal accounts. There's also a new issue. Tao Qingro has arrived. Fang Chuang was taken aback. Did she not transfer to Yulingtong as a scripture lecturer? She claims to have completed her teachings and wishes to enter the furnace here. She says she cultivates the pure body technique. which has the highest compatibility with the soul. She also mentioned that she knows what you added to the Qinghuan porridge back then. Fang Chuang sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he stood up. This is it. There is truly no one who can bear this life for me now. Tao Qingro arrived in the evening, bringing with her a furnace, a pot of porridge, half a sheet of old talisman paper, and a book titled The Three Knocks of Soul Energy of Unknown Origin. Upon entering Qinghuan Tong, she exchanged no pleasantries, made no inquiries, but rather moved the furnace to a corner of the side hall, affixed the talisman, and began to warm the furnace for pre-refinement. Zhongzhi was so startled that she nearly tore the account book in half. Is she really refining? Fang Chuang glanced toward the door and then plopped down in a seat. She is now a scripture lecturer, and her audacity surpasses ours. She claims that upon entering the furnace, one must repay what they owe with their life. Look at her pot of porridge. It is identical to the one I used to steal medicine years ago. This is indeed the time for settling accounts. Zhongzhi was troubled. What do you intend to do now? If she truly explodes, not only will Qinghuan Tong suffer a loss, but the entire sect will hang you up as a laughingstock. Fang Chuang sighed. Thus, I must first go and settle the accounts. Tao Qingru had just kindled the furnace when Fang Chuang approached her. He squatted opposite her, remaining silent for a moment before reaching out to snatch her hunky Sanko Lu, only to find it filled with blank pages. Where did you acquire this tome? From a pile at Huichun, Fangsling Yu San? Tao Qingru ignored him, merely pressing the talisman paper closer to the hearth. Fang Chuang sighed. If you truly wish to enter my furnace, you must first settle the account. It is not fear that holds me back. It is the fact that you practice the Jingdi Ju. This technique is as pure as celestial water, and once you enter my furnace, your meager life force would scarcely suffice to fry an egg. At last, Tao Qingru spoke, her voice as cool as spring water. The porridge you added is not Yanghan San, but Huijing. You claim it nourishes the soul, yet it is actually meant for refining the heart. I have practiced the Jingdi Ju for 5 years, and your bowl nearly forced me to open my soul gate. Is this not worth an account? Fang Chuang smacked his thigh in acknowledgement. I concede, I truly did not know you were training in the Jingdi Ju. That porridge was intended for Zhong Zhi's fire trials. You walked in unannounced, and I had no time to warn you. Tao Qingru lifted her gaze. So how do you intend to compensate? After pondering for a moment, Fang Chuang retrieved a small jade box from his sleeve. This, Qinghan Dan from the first furnace, which I have not even dared to consume myself. You can warm it in the furnace, then refine the fire. For 3 breaths, if the meat can stabilize without dissipating, I shall recognize your furnace. Tao Qingru accepted the box without unsealing it, responding coolly, my furnace does not require your life account. What I seek is the fire you provide. Others enter your furnace to refine pills. I enter your furnace to forge enmity. As the furnace blazed alive in the evening, the entire side hall became noticeably warmer. Tao Qingru set the porridge pot beside the furnace, pressed the fire pattern, and ignited the talisman paper, producing a resounding crash from the furnace. Yu Wanshan rushed over first. Did it explode? Fang Chuang shook his head. It did not explode. It is simply backfiring. She is refining in reverse, treating herself as the furnace. We refine medicine, while she refines her heart. Zhongzhi turned pale. What if she misfires? What if she truly comes to settle enmity? Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. Then I shall have to compensate her with another bowl of Qinghan porridge, along with 3 years of fire accounts and 5 years of hall membership, ensuring she can dine and sleep at Qinghan Hall daily. This burden I shall bear. He turned and walked towards the furnace. After all, it was my porridge that was involved. The furnace was intensely heated. Once the talisman was affixed, even the floor tiles of the outer hall began to emit steam. Zhongzhi stepped back, covering her sleeve, scolding, if she truly burns herself, can you afford that? What if she succeeds in her refinement? Do you need to promote her to Vice Hall Master? Fang Chuang did not respond, instead moving directly to Tao Qingru's side and bringing his small furnace closer. You refine your heart, and I shall not interfere. However, if you truly intend to shove yourself into the furnace, then I must counter with my own. Tao Qingru sat before the furnace without lifting her head, fanning the flames while sprinkling soul ash inside. What are you refining in this furnace? You. Myself. Fang Chuang raised his hand and slapped the Qinghan Dan into the fire. Did you not say you sought enmity? Then I shall forge the fire. If my furnace can suppress your breath, you are henceforth forbidden from discussing accounts with me. Tao Qingru asked, do you truly wish to suppress me? Fang Chuang replied earnestly, I genuinely wish to acknowledge you. Flames surged from the furnace, one side azure white, the other crimson red. Zhongji huddled by the door with the account book. If you two truly burn this side hall down, I will directly report to the sect about the dilapidation of this building. Yuan Shan leaned in. I will assist you in writing the accident report. The primary cause will be attributed to the rogue flames, while the secondary cause will be the unsealed furnace mouth. Half an hour later, Tao Qingru's furnace extinguished first. The fire was suppressed completely, with not a speck of ash escaping. She remained seated, drenched in sweat, her hands firmly pressing the lid of the furnace without yielding. Fang Chuang's furnace also died down, but it took him a full 3 breaths longer. He looked at the extinguished furnace, grinning. You have managed to suppress it. Yet, you must acknowledge my victory. Tao Qingru nodded, her voice low. You have won. I owe you an account. Fang Chuang shook his head. Not an O, but a hang. You must register your name at Qinghan Hall. From the day you entered my furnace, you did not merely come to settle enmity. You have thrown yourself into my pot. If you can withstand it, that is your ability. If I can afford it, that is my fate. Any accounts you have from now on will be recorded at Qinghan Hall. Tao Qingru said nothing, simply rising to toss the blank hunky Sanko Lu into his hands. Return and check the 13th page. It is not blank. That is what I wrote. It details my first experience drinking your porridge, how my entire body fell cold, my soul gate loosened, and I feared I would lose control. Yet upon awakening, my heart pulse stabilized and my cultivation steadied. You owe for that bowl of porridge. Not for today. She turned to leave. Fang Chuang took a few steps after her, asking, So, will you enter Qinghan Hall or not? Tao Qingru did not pause, leaving only a parting remark. If you truly settle my accounts, I shall enter of my own accord. I will not demand your life, but you must acknowledge the debt. I did not come merely to register. I came to shatter your porridge pot. Tao Qingru walked away without looking back. The furnace remained in the side hall. The fire extinguished, yet the residual energy lingered, causing the tiles near the furnace to crack. Fang Chuang crouched down, retrieving the hunky Sanko Lu she had left behind. Flipping to the 13th page, a line of small characters read, Fire suppresses the soul gate. Porridge pressures the heart's closure. Chapter 37. The porridge pot remains unshattered. Yet the account persists. The following line bore an annotation. If this method truly alleviates heart ailments, it may reverse the Jingti Ju and penetrate the primordial openings. He contemplated this for a while, remaining silent, before tucking the book into his sleeve and standing up. She intends to shatter my pot. Zhongji leaned against the doorframe. Are you afraid? Fang Chuang replied. I fear that she may not shatter it. If she truly does, I can at least engage in a price war. If she continues to leave her accounts unsettled, I will have no excuse to scold her. 3 days later, personnel from the Meat Affairs Hall arrived, stating their intention to assess Qinghan Hall's alchemical progress and accounts for the year. This time, it was not a steward but a vice manager from a main hall, named Cheng Jun, who wore half a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had 2 rolls of sealed account documents at his waist. He began by stating, The material consumption of Qinghan Hall this year ranks among the top 3 in the sect. But what are your income? The elixirs are not recorded in the sect's warehouse, nor do they circulate. Who is this account written for? Zhongji handed over the account book. We operate on a self-registered system. Anyone registered may take elixirs, leaving written pledges. Each month, I conduct a thorough review, listing the ratios of materials used to elixirs produced. Cheng Juan flipped through a few pages, snorting disdainfully. This method of recording is against sect regulations. Are you attempting to go independent? Fang Chuang chuckled. We are not seeking independence. It is you who cannot contain this pot. Let the sect leader come and see if this account pertains to the refining of Sudan. If he declares it no longer valid, we will seal the hall tomorrow. If you attempt to suppress me solely based on regulatory discrepancies, let me remind you, the sect regulations state that life accounts are established based on fire. My life was forged from a pile of exploded elixirs. If you dare to seal it, then you should come and try my furnace for yourself. Cheng Juan's expression darkened. Do not use that stone tablet to intimidate me. I tell you, life accounts are not reasons you can throw into the hall at will. Fang Chuang slammed his hand on the account book. Life accounts are not merely reasons. They mark the beginning of clearing the accounts. In a realm where the essence of life intertwines with the delicate art of alchemy, Tao Qingru presented a bowl of Qinghan porridge, accompanied by a ceremonial gesture to invoke the spirit fire. She declared that should the accounts be settled accurately, she would return to assume her rightful place. I now pose a question to you. Would you dare to seal this agreement and transcribe it, presenting it before the sect leader? Chungjin scrutinized the page for a brief moment, gritting his teeth, and ultimately retrieved a seal from his sleeve to affix it. Your hall, regardless of its tumult, shall be provisionally accountable for 3 months, provided that your soul-reviving porridge truly enlightens the spirits. After 3 months, if your concoction succeeds in awakening the souls, I shall endorse your account for the entire sect. That night, Tao Qingru did not return. However, upon the wooden platform outside Qing'an Hall, a basket was suspended, containing a small blue pot and a note. I have placed the porridge pot here. I shall not dismantle the account, but should you dare to deceive with that porridge again, I shall not hesitate to confront you. Fang Chuang carried the pot back to the side hall, refraining from unsealing it. He sat by the hearth, sipping the remaining Qinghan porridge, murmuring to himself, "She has indeed returned. Yet, her return is to settle accounts." The following day, as the rear hall of Qinghan Hall opened, Zhongji tossed over a new ledger. Tao Qingru had personally inscribed her name in the hall's registry, clearly indicating in the fire account, 1 bowl of Qinghan porridge, life account halved. Her intention was unmistakable. Would you two be sharing the burdens of the hall's life debts from now on? Fang Chuang took a sip from the pot. This is not a matter of sharing. She is initiating an audit. If I dare to misuse the ingredients in the future, she will have the authority to extract me from the furnace. Zhongji flipped through the records. What are your plans for compensation? With her pot returned. We now have enough for 7 portions. If you wish to proceed with the trial, you must first pass her scrutiny. Should another furnace explode, she could even revoke your sect account. Fang Chuang glanced at the blue pot, measuring the flame. Then let us designate a special furnace just for her. From today onwards, the first batch at Qinghan Hall shall bear her name. Anyone wishing to partake in that porridge must first settle their accounts with her. Should anyone hesitate to accept her flame, they are free to leave. That same afternoon, the Refining Institute delivered a new batch of furnace samples, intending to borrow the fire from Qinghan Hall to test a new spirit engraving. Yu Wanshan examined the blueprints and frowned. This is not spirit engraving. It is entrapment of fire. Bringing this here is akin to blowing air into a coffin with a bellows. It could suffocate the living. Fang Chuang chuckled. Did you not just complete the fire test? Consider it an exercise in mental discipline. If you can master this entrapment of fire, you will stabilize at the 3rd tier in your refining. Yuan Shan scoffed. And if I fail, then you shall drink from Qingrou's pot. Her porridge has the power to solidify life. Should you survive, your standing in Qinghan Hall will automatically be elevated. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan promptly struck the furnace lid. You better keep your word. If I truly succeed, I demand a share of the hall master's meal. Fang Chuang replied. If you can eat, I shall let you have 3 bowls. If not, you may take the first batch tomorrow. That evening, the flames of Qinghan Hall remained lit until the 2nd watch of the night. Tao Qingru arrived, donned in her lecture robes. Standing at the entrance of the side hall without entering, she extended a scroll. Did you not say my purpose here was to audit? I have indeed audited. I reviewed your medicinal record for the past 2 months and found that your porridge exceeds the threshold of gunpowder every 3 days. Have you been using my pot as a mere seasoning? Fang Chuang glanced at the scroll. My porridge is crafted with segmented fire ingredients. Your pot has too much intensity. I must temper it, lest the soul lines sever. Who would be responsible then? Tao Qingru countered. If you truly fear the severance of soul lines, do not accept life accounts. If you dare to accept, then your porridge must not feign gentleness. When you prepare, you must report honestly. The account is not settled upon completion. It must be recorded as soon as the pot is lifted. Will you dare to write an ingredient list for each batch henceforth? Fang Chuang nodded. I shall comply. From today, all recipes in Qinghan Hall shall be displayed at the entrance. Anyone who accuses me of deceiving with porridge shall be made to drink a pot without my adjustments. Tao Qingru remarked. You would do well to keep your promises. Should you dare to deceive me again, I shall strike your name from the Qinghan monument and carve my own upon it. Inscribing, this pot was overturned by my own hand. Fang Chuang stirred the porridge with a ladle and took a sip. Very well. But I warn you, should you carve, I shall seal. Should you overturn the pot, I shall overturn the hall. From this day forward, the bowl of porridge at Qinghan Hall shall bear half your flame. The next day, a new sign appeared outside Qinghan Hall. Daily porridge accounts shall be recorded on the day. Those who dare to misplace the fire ingredients shall overturn the pot and take responsibility. Chapter 38. How to divide half a pot of fire. Zhongji, upon seeing the sign that morning, nearly dropped her abacus into the pot. Have you too conspired to transform Qinghan Hall into an apothecary kitchen? Daily accounts? Are you also keeping records for those outsiders who come to borrow fire? You cannot even ascertain how many pounds of soul ash are in a pot of porridge, and yet you dare to post a notice? Fang Chuang, squatting by the stove and stirring the pot, did not look up. Anyone who wishes to eat must keep a record. Anyone who records must take responsibility. Qingru has stated, this porridge is not for warming the stomach, but for refining the spirit. If anyone consumes it and claims no effect, that means they're not human, but stone. Tao Qingru sat to the side, transcribing the porridge ingredient lists, each page stamped with the hall seal and marked with fire inscriptions, coldly stating, have you forgotten? I am a lecturer. I teach principles, not favors. Your method of stirring a pot to evade accountability will not work here. Zhongji glared at the two. So what you're saying is, in the future, shall my hall accounts also include fire accounts, personal accounts, and porridge accounts? If I cannot keep track, must I also drink a pot? Fang Chuang grinned at her. If you do not drink, the porridge room will not thrive. Your pen is what tempers the porridge's essence. Around midday, an outer sect disciple reported that the Dan Tower had sent 3 new trial disciples, seeking to enter Qinghan Hall for a fire test. Fang Chuang inquired, who sent them? The disciple replied, it was Elder Shimen Jueshi. He even left a note stating that if you do not wish to accept these 3, simply disregard it. Zhongji snatched the note, and upon reading it, threw the pot lid. That old fox again. The disciples he sends are either those who have failed their pills, or those whose soul lines are severed and mad. If you dare to accept them, I shall place the porridge pot over your head. Tao Qingru calmly suggested, let them try. First, they must drink the porridge before entering the fire. I wish to see if they truly desire to join, or merely wish to sponge off the porridge and spare their lives. Fang Chuang nodded, agreed. You oversee the fire while I serve the porridge. But I must make it clear, should the furnace explode, you shall not intervene. If they cannot withstand it, we will record their accounts, and they shall post a note at the entrance. I cannot bear the burden. And I did not finish the porridge. The 3 trial disciples arrived that afternoon, 2 men and 1 woman. One man's face twitched incessantly, while the other had a bluish tinge to his lips. The woman appeared calm, carrying the furnace, and upon entering, her first action was to squat down and examine the ash composition. Tao Qingru glanced at them. Who shall go first? The twitching man attempted to stand, but weakened, immediately knelt. Can I go last? Zhongji snapped the account book shut. The moment you uttered that nonsense, the porridge is already cooled. Qinghan Hall does not serve dinner. The female disciple was the first to finish her bowl, lifting her head to directly question Fang Chuang. When you stole fire at by Linko that year, did you not take half a gene of yin when stoned from my furnace? Fang Chuang nearly spat out his porridge. You are that person for back then? Wasn't your furnace destroyed? The female disciple replied coldly. The furnace was destroyed, but the fire has not ceased. I have come today to reclaim my fire. Tao Qingru closed the porridge ledger. Then I shall handle this furnace. You wish to reclaim fire? I will make you see clearly that our Qing Hun Tang is not a mere fire pit, but an account's chamber. The female disciple placed the furnace down and, without waiting for instruction, deftly drew talismans and affixed them to the furnace's patterns. She did not reveal her name, but when the flames ignited, Fang Chuang recognized her. Jiang Xian. You were refining the Duan when fire core back then. The explosion took out 3 furnaces, and the sect thought you had gone rogue. Jiang Xian ignored him, untying a gray cloth pouch from her waist and producing a black nail. Do you recognize this? It was broken underfoot when you left that year. I retrieved it and repaired it over 7 years. Today, I bring it to nail the fire. Let us see if you dare to accept. Tao Qingru stood behind the furnace in silence, merely waving her hand for Zhongji to bring out the sun furnace, clear the ash, install the patterns, and carve the energy imprint, all in one seamless motion. She turned and said only, for this furnace today, charge it to my account. She seeks fire, I shall accept. If she dares to press, I will acknowledge it. If she cannot contain it, I will carve a stone tablet for her, inscribed, Jiang Xian's soul fire. Qing Hun Tang acknowledges the account. Fang Chuang squatted beside her. Are you insane? Her soul fire severed the soul line that year. To refine it again is to risk her life. If she dies at your hands, you, the scripture master, will have to escort her soul. Tao Qingru's voice was as cold as the wind. You provided me with a pot of porridge. If I complete the refinement, that is the account. She gives you half a furnace, and you owe a life. I do not wish for her to die, but I desire even less for you to evade this old debt. The fire you took for her was the first year you produced porridge. If she truly dies, then the signboard of Qing Hun Tang must be changed. It shall become the escape from debt study. As the furnace flames rose, Jiang Xian consumed a mouthful of Qing Hun porridge and drove the black nail into the fire mouth. The flames erupted 3 inches high, and the furnace lid remained pressed down, not allowing a speck of ash to escape. Zhongzhi quietly noted, the soul line's tremor is small. The fire patterns can indeed contain her. She has truly regained her ability. Yu Wanshan leaned closer. If she can maintain this fire, it signifies a high-level entry into the soul. If you dare to accept her under your name, she will have to sit in your deputy furnace. Fang Chuang inhaled deeply. If she is willing to sit in the deputy furnace, I will build her a new stove. But one thing must be stated up front. I acknowledge this debt. That fire of hers was what I coveted back then. I borrowed her furnace core and used it to test fire, refining a batch of Qing Hun. The base material of the first batch of soul porridge from Qing Hun Tang contains half of her life. Tao Qingru remained silent, retrieving a vermilion brush from her sleeve and inscribing a line at the edge of the porridge account. Jiang Xian enters the furnace. The fire account is 1 unit. The life account is half a portion, acknowledged by Qing Hun Tang. The furnace fire burned for exactly 3 hours. In the final moment, Jiang Xian collapsed, completely drained from the flames. Yet the lid remained on, the fire unextinguished, the elixir intact, and the soul line steady as it was at the beginning of the refinement. Fang Chuang squatted beside her and asked, "Do you still seek fire?" Jiang Xian's breath was faint. "It is done. This fire debt has lasted 7 years. You stole fire from me that year. Today, I return you a soul. Now, if you truly acknowledge the account, grant me a name. I will not take the Qing Hun deputy furnace. I will take the old debt firehead. I will oversee your cauldron of porridge, ensuring you do not dare to use biased fire." Fang Chuang remained silent, simply rising and etching Jiang Xian's name at the top of the porridge room's account wall. Chapter 39. This hall's accounts have always been tied to lives. That line of text was 3 sizes larger. Next to it, a simple phrase read, "This fire has a debt. This person does not evade." As soon as Jiang Xian's fire settled, a line of furnace patterns at the back of Qing Hun Tang automatically lit up. This was a system set pattern that only activated when the words life account were hung on the account. Fang Chuang looked down to see a new line of system prompts emerging from the furnace base. Side quest completed. Repay old debts in Qing Hun account. Reward issued. A copy of the soul refinement formula, extreme fire segment. Note, debt accounts can be cleared. Life accounts must be renewed. He remained silent, quietly stowing the copy in his sleeve and returning to stir the porridge pot. Tao Qingru squatted nearby, flipping through today's fire accounts. If you are to accept such life accounts daily, your porridge pot will not last long. The people in this hall come not to hang names, but to repay lives. Fang Chuang gave a bitter smile, but someone must accept. You are right. Qing Hun Tang is not a fire pit, but an accounts chamber. The lives in the accounts chamber must be borne by oneself. He placed the pot lid on. From tomorrow onwards, we shall establish new regulations. Life accounts will be hung separately, with daily fire segments divided into 3 levels. Light lives will enter the warming furnace, supplementing soul and fire. Medium lives will enter the main furnace, accepting accounts and reinforcing patterns. Heavy lives will enter the rear furnace. With no records kept, no names hung, life and death self-acknowledged. Zhongzhi nearly overturned the table upon hearing. Are you insane? This is not a hall, but a hall of lives. Do you know what heavy life means? It signifies a ruptured soul line, turbulent fire energy, a person on the brink of death. If you truly accept such individuals, this hall will become a spirit hall in 3 days. Tao Qingru said nothing, merely picking up the black nail left by Jiang Xian and handing it to her. Does she count as heavy life? Zhongzhi bit her lip in silence. Fang Chuang leisurely replied, if we do not accept her, she will enter someone else's furnace. In someone else's furnace, either they will not accept accounts, or they will falsely hang names. If her life can withstand it, Qing Hun Tang will gain another fire. If it cannot, then I will take this porridge pot. I have said it before. This hall is mine, and I can bear any fire. If any of you truly cannot stand it, tomorrow you may apply fire patterns yourselves. Affix them to the pot's bottom. Whoever does not affix Do not say you do not acknowledge it. In the evening, Jiang Xian awakened. She sat at the door, wrapped in a cloak, her face pale from the burn, yet her gaze was remarkably clear. She fixed her eyes on the porridge account in the front hall. Did you truly write my name? Fang Chuang moved a furnace stool to sit down. Indeed. I wrote it. I even wrote it 3 sizes larger. This account is not what you sought. It is what I must repay. Jiang Xian nodded. Then I will no longer owe you. I am now a member of Qing Hun Tang. If you dare to use biased materials, I will also lift the pot. Fang Chuang smiled. You may lift it. I will accept. This hall has never maintained empty names. The moment you enter, the porridge pot belongs to you. If you dare to back out, I will dare to seal your pot. Jiang Xian ceased her words, reaching out to stir the porridge. After stirring twice, she suddenly murmured, This pot is steadier than the one I used to cook. Fang Chuang replied, Indeed. Back then, your soul was not stable. You burned all the water away. When I borrowed your fire that year, I stole a life. Now that you have returned, should I not repay you with a full banquet? Jiang Xian scoffed. Do not speak as if you were so righteous. Your pot of porridge has never truly been bland. You two are quite salty. Zhong Ji called from behind. Stop arguing. If you continue, I will strike both your names from the accounts. Qing Hun Tang is not a debt of emotions. The ledger of this hall has always been governed by fate. Jiang Xian has truly passed away this time. The following morning, Zhong Ji affixed her name to the hall's roster, positioned after Tao Qingru, with the fire ledger stating, Soul fire for 7 years, a formal resurrection. Repaying old debts, managing the hall's furnace. Qinghan Hall acknowledges this. Tao Qingru annotated beneath. The cauldron is received, the fire is restored, porridge is offered daily. Life follows the ledger. Once the roster was completed, Zhongji instructed her disciples to erect a new sign outside the hall, stating, New regulations of Qing'an. Fire ledgers may be accepted. Life ledgers are self-acknowledged. Those coming to register shall not select the cauldron. That noon, another visitor arrived from outside the sect. This time, it was not a disciple, but an elder. Lu Lingji, the vice-head of the Zhongfa Hall of Hahuan sect, personally came, accompanied by a disciple in a white robe, stating he had a request for Fang Chuang to forge a heart oath elixir. This elixir is not a standard remedy, but rather a support potion related to soul contracts, generally used for oaths or blood contracts to summon spirits. Fang Chuang glanced at it and declined, stating, You have come to the wrong place. Qing'an Hall does not accept oath elixirs. Lu Lingji responded nonchalantly, I am here to settle an account, not to request an elixir. The sect master has decreed that if you can forge this elixir, Qing'an Hall may establish its own system, independent of the sect. From now on, the account for medicinal materials, life fire, and spirit materials will be managed separately by your hall. Fang Chuang remained silent, merely casting a glance at Tao Qingru. She was examining the porridge ledger, saying, What she speaks is the truth. However, if you accept this elixir, it is tantamount to establishing your own sect. From this point onward, the fate of this porridge cauldron, whether it lives or dies, rests entirely upon you. I can monitor your ledger and draft regulations for you, but I will not forge it for you. You must handle an entire cauldron on your own. Jiang Xian added languidly. If you truly wish to separate from the sect, then you must add a new category to your hall's ledger, called Fate of the Furnace. This is not for porridge. It is to bear the weight of destiny. Whoever signs shall bear the fate. Fang Chuang touched the fire contract application and looked again at the white-robed disciple beside Lu Lingji, asking, Who is he? There is no record of him in the fire ledger. Lu Lingji replied, He is the sole son of the former sect master of Hahuan sect, with his soul severed and his fire path entirely obliterated. This elixir is to restore his heart contract. If you truly succeed, you'll have a life ledger. If he dies, you shall bear the fire. If he lives, you shall establish your name. Fang Chuang placed the fire contract at the furnace's mouth and nodded in agreement, saying, All right, then bring him inside. I shall accept this cauldron. But remember, this cauldron does not contain porridge. What I will place in here is destiny. Whoever wishes to partake must write their own ledger. From this day forth, I, Fang Chuang, shall seal a cauldron, naming it Lonely Fire Elixir. If it succeeds, it is his life. If it fails, it is my debt. Qing'an Hall does not accept false destinies. It only accepts true ledgers. Lu Lingji said no more and led the white-robed disciple inside. The individual stood before the furnace, emaciated and pale as ash, his soul energy nearly extinguished, with only a flicker of warmth sustaining his life. Zhongji glanced at the fire ledger with a look of concern, stating, "This person truly has no life left. This cauldron you are about to forge is not for crafting medicine, but for incinerating a corpse." Jiang Xian scoffed. "If it is successfully forged, it is a hard oath. If it fails, it is merely sweeping the ledger for the sect. If you truly wish to forge it, then the name of Qinghan Hall must be changed to Judgment of Fate Hall." Tao Qingru sifted through the old ledgers, asserting, "Do not change the name. Let the ledger remain as it is. However, this cauldron must adhere to our hall's regulations. Whoever enters the furnace must first partake of the porridge. Fire does not enter the porridge, and elixirs do not enter the furnace. This cauldron is not solely for your fate, Fang Chuang. It is the collective ledger of the entire hall." Chapter 40. The life ledger established, the porridge cauldron steady. Fang Chuang nodded and took out the last soul fire nail from his sleeve, driving it into the main furnace lid. "Let us clarify things. Qinghan Hall shall seal the furnace today. This cauldron does not accept spectators, does not allow eavesdroppers, and does not invite outside assistance. Whoever signs the ledger shall enter. Those who do not write their names shall not gaze upon the cauldron." He pointed at the white-robed disciple. "If you dare to enter, I will grant you life. If you do not dare, you may leave now." The white-robed disciple trembled, but ultimately stepped forward, raising his hand to press a blood imprint on the fire pattern. "I am Yin Tingfeng, the son of the former sect master. This life of mine was left by my mother. Today, I do not seek to extend my life. I only wish to acknowledge this ledger. If I die, it is not your fault. If you succeed, my life belongs to you." Fang Chuang replied softly, "Remember your words. The furnace of Qinghan does not jest. If you truly dare to cast your life into it, we shall genuinely accept it." As the furnace fire ignited, everyone in Qinghan Hall stepped back 2 paces. Zhongji called out, "Establish the fire name. Yin Tingfeng, the fire ledger takes precedence. The furnace is to be the lonely fire. The porridge ledger shall not be affixed. The life ledger shall have 3 pillars." Tao Qingru confirmed the fire materials, and the soul materials were designated. Jiang Xian stabilized the energy and controlled the fire, safeguarding the entire cauldron. Fang Chuang sealed the elixir in the main furnace, marking the ledger with the individual's fate. From this day forth, Qinghan Hall shall possess 1 cauldron of lonely fire. The life ledger is established and irrevocable. The 3 pillars of fire lines ignited simultaneously, and the furnace pattern gleamed. Yin Tingfeng bit his tongue, forcefully channeling his soul energy into the elixir base. The fire trembled thrice. The souls became chaotic once, and the energy faltered 3 inches. Tao Qingru shouted, "If it does not stabilize, it will shatter." Jiang Xian waved his hand, "Control the energy's turn. Let the soul energy flow against the current." Fang Chuang clasped his hands over the furnace, pressing the unformed elixir directly into the center, declaring, "It cannot explode. Your soul may be in disarray, but this life is not false. If you endure, I will ensure you survive today." Yin Tingfeng, pale and breathless, clenched his teeth and managed to utter, "My mother once said that if I have life, it belongs to the sect. But I declare, this life of mine is no longer for the sect. It is for myself." As the furnace fire erupted into its final crimson glow, the entire main furnace emitted a 3-foot heat wave. When the smoke cleared, the furnace lid was lifted. At the bottom of the furnace lay a Dan, crimson as blood, firmly seated at the heart of the furnace. Tao Qingru immediately sealed it, proclaiming, "Lonely fire elixir, successful." Yin Tingfeng, his soul line, severed yet restored, saw the fire pattern return to its place. This elixir bears a life. This person bears the ledger. Qinghan Hall is capable of accepting it. Fang Chuang reached out to lift the elixir and walked towards the hall's exit. "Yin Tingfeng, from this day forth, you are no longer the son of the sect master. You are the first individual of Qinghuan's life ledger." As Yin Tingfeng consumed the lonely fire elixir, he felt as though he had been seared to his very bones. His soul lines converged, and his dantian churned, nearly causing him to roll his eyes back in distress. Tao Qingru pressed her palm against his back, instructing, "Do not move. Your soul lines have just been restored. A sudden gasp could sever them again. This elixir is born from your life. If anything goes awry, Qinghan Hall will take responsibility." Yin Tingfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his complexion turning ashen. Yet he managed to articulate, "I am fine. I am alive." I do not rely on others to extend my life. I emerge from the furnace by my own strength. Fang Chuang stood before the furnace, holding the fire contract, and slowly tore it in two. From now on, this life ledger belongs to Qinghan. You owe no debt to the sect. You are not a test subject assigned by any elder. You register under my ledger, and I will protect you. You forge my elixir, and I shall establish your name. If you can endure, remain in this hall. If you cannot, no one will force you. Yin Tingfeng nodded. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, his soul energy chaotic, yet he smiled. It was a smile that seemed to draw out a thorn lodged deep within his bones. Zhongji called from the entrance. Fang Chuang, I have already inscribed the ledger for this cauldron. Yin Tingfeng, one life ledger established, one life cauldron forged, soul fire restored. If you dare to recklessly ignite the furnace again, I shall prepare a budget in advance. This year, the total account for spiritual materials has already escalated to 3 layers. With each furnace you produce, I am compelled to compromise my own livelihood. Fang Chuang retorted, did you not say that the account follows the life? Then you may as well cut off my porridge pot first. Starting tomorrow, Yin Tingfeng shall personally collect the materials and operate the stove. He is not merely here to hold a title. He is genuinely here to bear the burden. In the evening, a new notice was posted outside the Qinghan Tang. Effective today, the Qinghan Tang shall establish a life account leaderboard. Anyone who dedicates their life to alchemy, porridge making, or stove operations within this hall may have their name listed. Those with stable soul flames shall remain on the board for 5 years without removal. Those with intermittent soul flames shall receive monthly supplies from the porridge room, supplementing their life for 3 terms. No life, no account, no acknowledgement of the account, no entry into the pot. Tao Qingru personally affixed the hall seal with a small note beside it. This board is not for honor, nor for merit, but solely for the recognition of life. After Jiang Xian finished reading, he mumbled, your hall increasingly resembles an ancestral shrine. At this rate, someone will inevitably bring a spirit tablet to hang on the wall. Fang Chuang approached from behind, carrying the porridge pot, and remarked, no worries. With many walls, there are also many nails. If they truly dare to acknowledge their fate, I will continue to simmer that porridge, even if I am gone one day. The Qinghan Tang must have a pot that remains warm. The furnace is lit. The accounts are written. The people are remembered. This sect does not recognize unacknowledged lives. I shall take them on. Within a couple of days, Fang Chuang's word spread, and several peculiar posts appeared at the entrance of the Qinghan Tang. They all read, voluntarily entering the account, seeking a furnace of Qinghan. The flames of chaos have not settled, and souls have yet to return. Willing to hang their lives on the account, seeking a thread of life. My name is Wang Xiao, a disciple of the Meat Sect. Having suffered 3 years of fire collapse, my Dantian ruined, seeking a porridge trial for my life. Zhongji read it and exclaimed, have you gone mad? This hall is not for collecting lives. It's a place for mourning. The sect has not yet held the winter festival, and your porridge pot has already become a sacrificial hall. If a few more with unstable spiritual roots come, your main stove will directly become a tower for refining the dead. However, Fang Chuang remained composed, ladling porridge while replying, those who come to hang their lives. I see them as true lives. Those who can ask for porridge still have the courage to simmer. What I'm boiling is not medicine, but an account. Their lives may be crooked, but the life account can be straightened. Jiang Xian added from the back, make sure to replace the water bucket by the stove. Last time, a soul was too overwhelming and splashed over the pot's edge, leaving a stench that scattered my spirit. Fang Chuang called out Tao Qingru. Do we have any stock of Qinghandan left? Tao Qingru checked the accounts. There are 7 furnaces worth of base materials. 4 furnaces can be refined. But if 2 more people come, you will run out of connections. If you insist on maintaining this life account, you must first consider whether we truly open a separate porridge furnace for lives. Left side for souls, right side for life trials, and in the middle clear the accounts. If you truly separate, I will approve it. Fang Chuang gritted his teeth. Separate. I will write the accounts. I will acknowledge the lives. Chapter 41. Boiling a pot of worthless lives, but you must remember clearly, from this furnace onward, no rewards, no offerings. The Qinghan Tang will no longer refine pills for the sect. It will only boil a pot of life for those who owe their lives. Whoever can write the life account shall sit at the stove. Just after these words landed, the sect's decree hall arrived. They were not there to question, but to issue a letter. The letter bore 8 large characters. Allow the Qinghan Tang to independently open a life account furnace. Life can become a pill. Porridge can become a scripture. It was stamped with the seal of the Huan sect master, with a note below. This hall does not accept life ransoms. Only serious lives. Whoever can establish an account can survive. Zhongji posted the letter on the notice board at the entrance, whistling. You have truly become the first furnace of the sect. The porridge has become a model. The pills have become a rule. From now on, do not mention life accounts. If you wish to open a furnace to sacrifice to the heavens, no one will stop you. Fang Chuang spread, opened the new account book, and turned to the first page. I do not wish to open the heavens. I merely want those who cannot write a life request, who cannot recite the soul incantation, and who do not dare to touch the fire to know there is still a place to write their names. There's still a pot that can be heated. There are still people who dare to receive their breath of life. He dipped the brush in ink and wrote down the first entry of the new hall. Wang Xiao, entering the porridge account, hanging the soul line, testing 3 forms of life. Life fire is insufficient. May it be re-simmered. The Qing Hun Tang accepts. After finishing this entry, he closed the account book and said to Zhongji, go to the porridge room and add to the pot. I do not care whether they're worth it. They have priced their lives. My porridge must be boiled. Zhongji turned and entered the porridge room. Before long, flames erupted from the stove. When a stove door opened, the entire Qing Hun Tang was filled with the scent of new fire. This was not the fragrance of Qing Hun Dan, nor was it ordinary medicinal flames. It was the essence of life simmered with ash, shattered souls, and old energies. Zhongji, while mixing the ingredients, cursed, Fang Chuang, you are truly insane. The ingredients in this pot would make even the sect master suffer for 3 days. You truly dare to use life fire as the base for porridge? Fang Chuang remained seated on the steps of the hall, slowly writing down a line. Whoever dares to take their life out, I shall dare to cook them a pot of worthless porridge. Life fire combined with medicine cannot revive a person, but porridge can sustain a breath. Jiang Xian emerged from the back hall, tossing a broken iron pot at Fang Chuang's feet. If you burn another pot, I will not replace it for you. You can patch it up with soul nails yourself. By the way, you should eat a bowl yourself. See if this broken pot cooks life or mud. Fang Chuang chuckled. I will eat. I will drink. I will acknowledge. I am not afraid of it being hot. I fear there being no one to drink it. Tao Qingru stood nearby, sorting through the porridge ingredients. How many scoops do you plan to serve from this pot? Fang Chuang looked up. No scoops. Whoever hangs an account comes to serve. I do not discriminate against the worth of lives, nor do I judge whether their souls are stable. I only recognize their declaration of wanting to receive life. At noon, Wang Xiao arrived. He was as thin as kindling, dressed in an old robe from the meat sect 2 years ago. His soul energy so faint that even dogs could not detect it. Yet he knelt decisively, holding the account slip firmly. Zhongji handed him a bowl of porridge. Do you know what it means to drink this porridge? Once consumed, you enter the fire line. If your soul drifts away, we cannot save you. Even if we do, we cannot guarantee your safety. Wang Zhao's hands trembled slightly as he steadied the porridge. I understand. I am not consuming medicine. I am consuming life. I come to the Qing Hun Tang not to seek life, but to seek a name that can be written. Tao Qingru nodded and opened the account book. Wang Xiao, life account established. Porridge consumed. Soul awaiting determination. From today, stove number 3 shall be trialed. Life fire shall be tested, with 3 trials of soul fire. Those who succeed shall hang on the board, while the failure shall be removed. Jiang Xian turned and headed to the back stove to ignite the fire, cursing as he did. If this furnace produces ash again, I will directly bury the person in the pot next time. The Qing Hun Tang is not a life entrustment hall. It is a fire count arena. As Wang Xiao stepped into the fire circle, he stumbled over his incantation. As the soul pattern connected, the flame pierced his heart, causing him to bite his tongue in pain. Fang Chuang sat outside the hall, not moving, only shouting at him. If you wish to retreat, do so now. If you dare to accept, then hold on to that soul pattern. Wang Zhao's face was bloodied, his tongue punctured, his throat hoarse to the point of having only a breath left. I am holding on. I will not retreat today, even if I die. My life may not be worth much, but my life is real. At that moment, the furnace fire steadied by 3 inches. The soul pattern did not shatter, and the pill fire did not explode. Jiang Xian threw a piece of soul stone from behind the stove. He is stabilized. The soul is tarnished, but the bones are resilient. Fang Chuang set aside the account book and murmured softly, Wang Xiao, The soul fire trial is neither severed nor shattered. The Qing Hun Tang acknowledges this. His life, which holds little value, we have accepted. The moment Wang Zhao's furnace fire was suppressed, an eerie silence fell over the back kitchen of the Qing Hun Tang. The stability of the soul fire, the seamless flow of energy lines, and the intact Dan tie together indicated that his life had been secured. Zhongji leafed through the account book and remarked quietly, "This person's soul power resembles tattered cloth. You truly managed to extract it. Are you going to give him a raise now?" Fang Chuang replied succinctly, "I will give him a nominal title. From now on, he will oversee the first furnace each month. Once he has stabilized his soul account once, he can do so 10 more times." Jiang Xian emerged from behind the stove, drying his hands as he spoke. "Do you truly believe he has succeeded? His soul imprint trembles like tofu. Had I not supplemented the fire at the stove's mouth, he would have exploded." Fang Chuang countered, "Your ability to supplement stems from your courage to take the risk. His refusal to retreat signifies his resilience. What does a trembling soul imprint matter? Even if the pot bottom cracks, one can still brew a pot of clear souls." Jiang Xian replied, "Keep boasting. When he explodes next time, I will be the first to tear down your life account board from the wall." Fang Chuang responded, "If you truly dare to tear it down, I will inscribe your name on that stone tablet, writing a line. Jiang Xian denies the account. The pot shattered, but the hall remains." That afternoon, when Wang Xiao was carried out of the kitchen, he was drenched in blood, his consciousness wavering, yet he still lived. Tao Qingru handed him a bowl of clear soul porridge. "You are now a person on the account. Do not think you merely salvaged a life. You have brewed your life back." Wang Xiao trembled as he accepted the porridge, taking a sip, his lips quivering. "Will I, from now on, be able to brew medicine and refine fire, not merely a disposable life sent to cover debts?" Fang Chuang sat down and spoke deliberately. "You are not a wasted life. You're a person on the account. Your soul account is cleared, and the fire account is established. From today, anyone who wishes to harm, you must first visit the Qing Hun Tang to face the life stove. Should anyone dare to jump accounts without reporting, I will not hesitate to smash pots at them. The Qing Hun Tang does not produce medicine. It produces people. You are the first account person I have successfully brewed from the life porridge. From this day forth, your life belongs to you to inscribe." Chapter 42. Account Pressure Adjustment Order. The hall does not sustain disposed lives the next day. A small sign was newly hung outside the Qing Hun Tang. Wang Xiao, the firekeeper of the Qing Hun Tang, has successfully passed the trial. His porridge account is cleared, and his soul account is established. The main furnace of the back kitchen is to be tended monthly, with no substitutions allowed, and no jumping of accounts permitted. Beneath the sign, Wang Xiao carve a line with a knife. "I am a person on the account. I am not fuel for another's life." 3 days later, news suddenly arrived from the Eastern Hall, stating that Wang Xiao was to be assigned to test fire weapons and pharmaceuticals. Fang Chuang, upon hearing this, did not inquire with the sect leader, but simply replied, "The transfer is acceptable. However, he must first return to the Qing Hun Tang. I do not acknowledge external transfer orders. I only recognize life accounts. Wang Xiao is recorded in my account. Anyone wishing to move him must first register a fire debt with me. Once done, I will release him. If not, no one shall take away the life recorded in my account." The individuals from the Eastern Hall arrived promptly, bearing the sect's decree in an official document. They stated that it was a personal directive from the sect leader, assigning Wang Xiao to the fire weapon workshop for a 6-month trial, emphasizing urgency and the need for cooperation from the Qing Hun Tang. After reviewing the transfer order, Fang Chuang did not even sit down but stood at the door, declaring, "I will accept your decree, but I will not stamp this document. Wang Xiao is a person recorded in my life account. He is not mere ash for your fire weapon workshop. If you wish to transfer him, a life debt must be recorded. For each life, a monthly rental is to be documented, specifying how much fire is used and how much soul power is exerted clearly. I can bear the life account, but you must acknowledge the fire debt." The envoy's disciple trembled, nearly losing composure. "Are you not defying the order? This is a decree personally approved by the sect leader. Do you, as a hall master, dare to obstruct?" Fang Chuang did not raise his voice, but spoke each word with clarity. "I am not obstructing. I am adhering to the accounts. If the sect leader has personally approved my opening of the life account furnace, then the lives of my furnace belong to my account. If you wish to withdraw someone, you may draft 3 copies of the account, one for the outer hall, one for the kitchen, and one to be nailed to the stove. If you cannot draft it, then return to ask the sect leader whether he no longer recognizes the life account terms he himself signed. Zhongji, who was nearby, flipping through accounts, coldly added, "Moreover, the life of Wang Xiao in that furnace was ignited by the Qing Hun Tang itself. You may borrow people, but you cannot borrow the account. If you wish to use his life to pressure the fire weapon array, you must first provide a life-saving pill for 1 furnace and 3 soul seals. If the fire truly explodes and his soul line breaks, even if he dies on your stove, his account will still hang on our wall. None of you can escape." The envoy's disciple, cowed, knelt down on the spot to request a report. The following day, the sect leader personally issued a fire seal in response. The decree stated, "The Qing Hun account is a matter of flesh and blood. Transfers must be justified. If transferred, the account must be cleared and made evident. While the life remains, the person remains. If the life is lost, the person returns." Tao Qingru nodded after reading the fire seal. The sect leader still acknowledges the accounts. Jiang Xian, holding the fire seal strip, chuckled. "Indeed, the Qing Hun account is truly painful to maintain. Anyone who dares to transfer a person from the account should first endure a furnace fire before even discussing life borrowing." Fang Chuang carefully stored the decree and stood up to address Wang Xiao. "You may go. If you can withstand the trial at the fire weapon workshop, then proceed. But remember, you are departing with a clear account, not as a disposable resource sent out. If they want you for your life, then make it clear that you are a Qing Hun person. Should you succeed, return to inscribed. I, Wang Xiao, have passed through the account, entered the array, maintained the fire, and have not lost my life. If you fail, they must compensate me with 3 furnaces of medicine for a single pot of porridge." Wang Xiao bowed deeply, nodding earnestly. "I go to risk my life. I return to bring back the account. I'm not a disposable life." Zhongji snorted from behind. "Do not speak too confidently. If you dare to let that soul line burn through, I will ensure you drink 3 bowls of pot-bottom porridge before you even get to the fire." Fang Chuang laughed. "The porridge is on me, but he must take responsibility for his life. The Qing Hun Tang does not sustain disposable lives." On the day Wang Xiao departed, the Qing Hun Tang neither rang bells nor sent him off. Fang Chuang simply stood at the stove and uttered, "You take this life with you. The fire you must bear yourself. If you can return to hang it back on the account, then I shall brew you another pot of porridge. If you cannot, do not blame me for not acknowledging you." He left without a trace, carrying the fire seal pouch of the Qing Hun Tang upon his back, along with a copy of the account, the soul line sealed twice, and his name inscribed at the stove's mouth. That night, Zhongji transferred his name from the back kitchen's furnace keeper to the outer life borrowing account. Wang Xiao was temporarily out, with life borrowed for 6 months. While the soul account remained, the fire does not return to the hall, and the account does not change hands. Jiang Xian, sitting beside the stove, reviewed the fire material list. With his departure, we have an opening for a trial person in the back kitchen. I believe the one, named Li Xianqing, will do. His soul seal has held steady for 3 consecutive trials. Tao Qingru flipped through the records. Li Xianqing is an abandoned disciple from the outer sect, with remnants of old fire and soul. His life account has not yet been established, so he cannot be recorded. Let him undergo another trial. Fang Chuang contemplated. Let him try the soul porridge. This pot of clear ingredients should not be ignited with fire seals or placed on the stove. If he can finish it, I will record the porridge account for him. Zhongji raised her head. "Are you planning to take on the burden yourself? Do you intend to turn the Qing Hun Tang into a life debt establishment? Whoever can finish your bowl of porridge becomes a relative on your account." Fang Chuang replied, "Not relatives, but account holders. I adhere to one principle. If someone dares to take on a life, I dare to record the account. If he manages to finish the porridge without any adverse effects, I shall inscribe on my hearthstone that this individual is under my care. Should the account indeed incur losses, I shall not let him hang in vain. I am merely curious to see how many within the sect possess the courage to acknowledge that my life is bound to this account." The following day, Li Xianqing arrived to test the porridge. He neither knelt nor shouted slogans, simply rolled up his sleeves and sat at the hearth, finishing a bowl of porridge without taking a breath, forcing every drop into his dantian. Upon completion, he uttered but 2 words, "Not bad." Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow beside him. "Are you aware that the ingredients in this porridge consist of remnants from 3 stages of fire and fragments of soul? The fact that your soul can withstand this pot indicates you are far from a worthless life. Li Xianqing gazed at the pot. I simply wish to live. Whether I am a worthless life or not, I do not care. If you, Qing Hun Tang, allow me to drink this, I shall drink it. I do not believe in pills or medicine. I only believe that this pot is forged from life itself. Fang Chuang, upon hearing this, plunged the ladle into the pot. Very well. I accept your life. I shall write the porridge account, and you shall bear the fire account. This person I shall mark. Li Xianqing, from this day forth, the fire pattern at the rear hearth is hereby marked, and the trial porridge account is established. The Qing Hun Tang records this. It is not the sect that grants you life. It is you yourself who has reclaimed your life through this drink. Once Li Xuanqing's name was inscribed, Zhongji immediately circled it in the ledger. Remember, the pre-register duration is 3 months. If he cannot withstand the meat of 3 months, I shall personally remove this name from the porridge account. Qing Hun Tang does not support empty accounts. Jiang Xian, munching on seeds beside him, remarked, All right, you're now tougher than those in the sect law hall who carry seals. Chapter 43, Clarity and Integrity. One pot will reveal all. I suspect you might as well want to become a god of accounts yourself, punishing anyone who owes life to drink porridge. Zhongji shot her a glance. I am not a deity. I merely wish to ensure this hall does not succumb to the influx of worthless lives. More and more individuals are coming to test the porridge, all of whom are cast-out cultivators, severed spirits, or extinguished flames. If you do not establish a rule, it will not be long before people regard it as a rubbish furnace. Tao Qin grew, upon inspecting the porridge ingredients, spoke softly. But remember, this porridge can truly extract life. Not just anyone can partake, but those who can drink it are worthy of their account. Clarity and integrity. One pot will reveal all. Fang Chuang, uninterested in arguing, gestured for Li Xianqing to sit down. The hearth is still warm. You shall begin today. The trial furnace does not open fully. It solely depends on whether your soul fire can fill the circle. If you can maintain it, return in 3 months to mark the fire account. If you cannot, you shall leave on your own, without anyone to escort you. Li Xianqing nodded, shedding his outer robe, ready to face the furnace, his soul line unwavering. The moment the fire ignited, the mouth of the hearth did not explode. The soul circle remained stable. Jiang Xian observed for 3 breaths, whispering, He is not merely enduring. He is sacrificing his life to endure